Hello, everyone. Welcome back here at the Esports World Cup. We're here with TFT, and I'm joined by the reigning title defenders, Weibo Gaming, Tianlong, and LDTZ. We're doing the Aramco Power Rankings, where we get the reigning title defenders' thoughts on their opponents. So we've got S, A, B, C, and D, and they will place the teams where they think it's at. So why don't you go ahead and start? Which team do you want to start with?
首先是我们 Weibo Gaming， 我们是卫冕冠军，所以排到 S。
Reigning title defenders, makes sense.
ag， 因为这支队伍里面有李图川，还有2次的世界亚军日月，所以这个队伍也是相当强势的。还有就是 AU2， 因为这个战队拥有刚拿下世界冠军的幻灭，被称为云顶 Faker， 非常厉害。
然后是京东拥有我们赛区的气运之子红莲啊，他们的战队的运意是非常强劲的，所以也排到 S，
被称为云顶魔术师红莲。
Running out of space on S tier, there's only one spot left.
然后最后是我们 CN 战队的 VSN 战队，它有我们的 TOC 亚军 Flancy， 然后他是我们云顶学术派非常具有代表性的一位选手，然后也可以把这个战队评定为 S 级。
So as you could see, a lot of Chinese teams here. Is there a specific reason why the S tier is all Chinese teams? And will any of these teams make it into S tier as well?
因为我们 CN 云顶之翼水平，我觉得比其他赛区要高一点。然后这些战队我们相互打训练赛打的都比较多，然后觉得他们实力确实还可以。
Let's start the next group. Which region?
VP 是上一届 EWC 44比赛的亚军，所以我们把它排到 A。
然后因为每届 EWC 我们第一轮的对手都是 T1。 然后我们觉得他们非常强，所以给他排到 A 级。
然后是闪电狼战队，这个战队里面有 Aaron Bug 和 AQEH 这2位多次征战世界赛的选手，然后所以我们把它评到 A。
Still waiting for a Western team. Let's see what else is next.
然后是小蜜蜂战队吧，因为剩下的战队我对他们的印象不是非常深，然后只有小蜜蜂感觉实力比较强，然后就把它评到 A 级。
And again, Vitality looking to get a lot of club championship points, one of the strongest in the West.
然后是 Fnatic 战队吧，这个战队拥有一位打进这次世界赛决赛的选手，所以把它评到 A。
That's all A. Let's see what's next.
然后因为对剩下的队伍都没有很深的印象，就随便评一下吧。这个是他的队名叫 ag.al， 和我们 CN 的一位选手名字是一样的，然后就把它先评为 B 级吧。
然后是日本战队 Zeta， 因为这个战队拥有2个世界冠军，一个 Title， 一个 Summer Timer， 这2个人世界赛都拿过冠军，然后这支队伍的实力也不容小觑，所以把它排到 B。
Title always a tough out any set, so we'll see what he's able to do here at EWC.
然后是 NS 战队吧，因为最近和他们打训练赛，感觉他们的配合比较差，所以就把它放到 C 吧。
They are the #1 qualifier from APAC, but they're at C. 3 teams left.
这3支战队无论是训练赛还是之前世界赛，对他们印象都不是很深刻，所以就把他们排到 B、C 吧。
排到 B 吧。
2战队就排到 C 级吧。
Kind of makes sense, as Mouse was the #1 qualifier from the EMEA region, but there's only so much TFT that you can watch as we prep for our tournament here. Again, how do you feel about this?
这些就是我们的一个排名，然后这些队伍其实实力都非常强势，但是我们是卫冕冠军，所以欢迎你们来挑战我们。
The reigning title defenders have made their rankings. What's yours at home? We'll find out if they're correct as well. Thank you so much. 谢谢.
Thank you.
You want to go to the Eiffel Tower? Taxis are so much worse in Paris. Make yourself comfy.
What is this?
This is the 2CV. All right, you ready to see the Eiffel Tower?
Do you know where you're going?
I feel confident that we are going to see the outside of the Eiffel Tower.
I'm ready. I would like to see it.
We're just gonna have to go by smell. Have you ever navigated by smell before?
No, can't say I have.
You just have to smell
The Eiffel
what
Tower?
Le Tour de Eiffel. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs. I didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the crown of thorns is there. I didn't get to see it, but
From Game of Thrones?
from Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. One second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay,
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go. All right.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh, no, I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
a lot of. The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much
I
does
am.
it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3,
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes,
I'm
there's a
gonna-
band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know
the
so
bell.
much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now
All
at
right,
this point.
well, what can...
Regardez la rue. That means watch the road.
Ah, where's the part?
There we go.
Is that le?
Just that le.
True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
True, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true. The city
It
uses yields, traffic lights, and right-of-way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Oui.
Oh,
Wait.
She did not like. She
Wait.
did not like it. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me, should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait, I need to a gauche this.
We did a droite.
I need to gauche this. I need to gauche this.
Ah, so cute! Oh.
Très belle, Sean.
Hey, watch the road!
What? Oh. Okay, that was their fault. We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take an Uber or like a taxi.
Well, no. That's me. I am your Uber and taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one.
No! Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
That's not the Eiffel Tower.
no,
That's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant.
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons that always know how to go home?
Yes.
I know how to
Homing
go to the
pigeons.
Eiffel Tower.
Do you? We're still making the. What's the other one?
A droite?
A droite. We're droiting.
That was pretty a gauche.
We're droiting.
We're droiting?
We're droiting.
We're droiting.
You know, maybe I should walk. I'm just gonna get out here.
You're just gonna,
I'm just gonna get out.
right here?
Yeah, just
What-
I just
it's not.
I'm
But I
just gonna walk, stretch my legs, breathe the Parisian Paris, you know, the air, and just, you know, just.
I can take you the rest of the way.
No, it's, you know what? It's really nice out, and I just think
I know that
it'll be a great walk.
it's just one more a gauche.
Au revoir.
Can I have 5 stars at least? Merci.
Oh, no, don't try to play it off. You see how late you just were right there? What are you doing? It's finals day. Get it together, brother.
I'm doing what I've been working on all night while you were sleeping, bruv.
All night. I've been looking forward to this all week because we knew it was finals day.
And you
Why?
haven't trained because Mister has a music reaction channel, he does combos, and you still got no rhythm.
Brother, that was bad. And you were 50,000 seconds late to start.
Bro, I'm actually nice. Listen, I'm a stage host for 2 months. I want to do some stuff on the crusher. I want to do breakdance. I want to do desk host. I want to do everything, bro.
You want to do everything. I want to be in the NBA, but am I 6'3"? No, I'm not. You can't always get what you want.
So tired of this. Listen, I'm going to wear something nice here on the stage. We'll do what we do best. I'm done.
What are you? Damascus. It's finals day.
Raz, dwa, tri.
It's finals day. It was a long road to get to this point, but the competitors now are brought down to our top 4. The question is, who is going to be the TFT EWC champion? We're going to find out all together. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Stuart and Counterfeit. Today is the day we crown a winner. Now, this is a big day, of course, for TFT. It only comes around once a year with the 4v4 format. Let's see who's going to take it. Stuart, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's going to be an incredible day. 2 semi-finals, a third place, and the grand final all in one day. I wouldn't be in a better place right now.
Tremendous stuff happened yesterday, Counterfeit. We crushed Keys, we lost Giants, and we also lost Underdogs. And speaking of one of those big underdogs, it was Noxium Red Force going against Flash Wolves, and Flash Wolves took the series in stride. But Noxium Red Force put up a tremendous fight.
Absolutely, and of course that's what we want to see on the way to the finals. Teams prove themselves. Even to make it to playoffs at all in the first place is quite an accomplishment. I think for the Flash Wolves, of course, they needed that 2-0 to come into the semi-finals with maximum momentum.
Flash Wolves looking incredible today, could very well be a favorite. They were forged in the fire through the qualifiers. They made it here for a reason, and they're looking to go all the way. But it wasn't just them either. We had 3 other matches taking place. Of course, Weibo Gaming falling virtus.pro as well. But when it does come to the Flash Wolves, coming into this tournament, we expected them to be a powerhouse. But Noxium was the big surprise for all of us, of course, going all the way to top 8. It was a tremendous performance.
No, exactly. The big underdog story, and it kind of proves that in a 4v4 format, it's not just about how well you do in solo, how many accolades you have. It's about the team. It's about helping each other reach the top level.
Yeah, and being the only APAC team left in the Final Four. We saw from the video before, the Chinese team's definitely coming into this one confident overall, but Flash will still with a chance to provide an upset.
It was virtus.pro, though. virtus.pro got the upset. And second place from last year, going against Team Vision, who has been out of this world, absolutely stellar. It was virtus.pro who takes the 2-1 loss. They get their key crushed. They no longer have a chance to try to revenge what happened last year. But for Team Vision, their story has been phenomenal.
No, exactly. Coming in as the Chinese first seed as well. Yesterday's series was one of the biggest in terms of the club championship overall as well. Team Vision being able to take down virtus.pro are only 2-1 from yesterday as well, so definitely a lot closer series than the first one. But overall, Team Vision, for me, come in as one of the favorites today.
Yeah, and of course, being the CN #1 seed means a lot. But of course, the EWC, TFT competitions have been dominated by Chinese teams so far. Wolves in the first year, Weibo, of course, in the second. Pretty good chance it's going to be a Chinese team for number 3.
That's it. virtus.pro, one of the giants that we ended up losing. It's sad not to see them, but it opened up the door for a new winner, especially given the fact that Weibo ended up falling right after VP. But this time to a different competitor, Aurora Gaming, who is also looking stellar this time around. Weibo falling 2-0. I don't think anyone saw that coming.
No, it was going to be one of the closest series yesterday, but no one expected a 2-0. Everyone expected Weibo to put up one hell of a fight as well. Of course, Weibo coming in as the title defenders from last year, expecting them to go all the way to the final as well, but Aurora Gaming showing the individual talent that they have on their roster.
And again, we saw from that interview before, the respect being given across of Huame and the rest of the squad, being called, Huame especially being called the faker of TFT. He's on the road to the greatest TFT year of all all time from anybody if you can make it all the way to the finals and win the thing.
Yeah, Aurora, man, looking like a favorite as well. I would say alongside that of Team Vision, but Weibo Gaming not going back-to-back is something we didn't see happening. Going into day one, Weibo was one of the biggest stories. Now they are non-existent in the semifinals. But our fourth and final matchup for quarters in our playoff bracket was Godlike Esports, ag.al. Godlike, the last remaining chance for the West side, but also, of course, for the underdogs falling flat. ag.al move on.
Yeah, ag.al just very dominant again yesterday. I think Godlike were just a little bit unfortunate overall with the spots that they were given in their games, but also kind of proving that the East is supreme in this tournament overall. The first time that we had a all-Chinese, all-APAC semi-final this time around. No Western team making it to the top four.
Not at all. Counterfeit, though, we got to give props to Godlike. To come in as such an underdog to make it to playoffs was a massive accomplishment.
Yeah, and of course they had the journey getting there, beating out Fnatic, taking the 1-2 against Weibo, and then also eliminating the other remaining EMEA team at the time, Movistar Koi, to make it to this point. It's been, I think, a journey of growth for the EMEA teams throughout the competition. Admittedly, it does seem like APAC and the CM region are ahead of us right now, but I think a lot of lessons have been learned just in this event.
Tons of money on the line. We're talking $500,000, $150,000 going from first. You go down a little bit, though. It's $50,000 for third, $30,000 for fourth. That's a $20,000 additional matchup. That's a lot of money. It's been a long road to get here. Let's walk you through what the format has looked over the past 5 days.
Tacticians from all around the world, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we see who hits a 3-star legendary or a fast 9, let's break down exactly how the tournament works. We kick things off with the group stage. 16 teams are split into 2 groups, each needing to battle through a brutal double elimination bracket to advance to the playoffs. Adapt or be crushed. As every match will be a best of 3, every team's skill and coordination will be pushed to the ultimate limit. Lose twice and it's a bottom 4 exit, but win twice to advance to the playoffs. 8 teams remain, but the safety net is officially gone as they move into the single elimination format. No second chances. One bad series and your favorite team's tournament run is over. It'll still be best of 3 matches, so don't count any teams out just yet. All that leads us to the grand final, where the 2 best teams have a final best of 5 showdown to be crowned winner of Teamfight Tactics at EWC 2026. Who will have the best strategies? Who will hit their power spikes and crush their opponents? And who will be the team to take it all? It's all happening right here at the Esports World Cup 2026.
It's been a long road, 4 days of completed competition. Now we're in day 5, finals day, and our schedule is looking stacked. We officially have our top 4 best teams this year when it comes to TFT at EWC. For the semifinals, we're going to start off with Flash Wolves versus Team Vision, and then move in to Aurora Gaming versus ag.al. Now, the big thing to take away from this, not only are they the best in TFT, but we're also going to be crowning a new winner this year compared to last year. And on top of that, 3 out of the 4 teams representing their orgs in the club championship race, and the race at the top is incredibly close. Today, not only for the finals means a lot, but also for the orgs themselves, and Trav's got all the details to catch you up to speed.
We're in the final day of Teamfight Tactics, and as you can see behind me, a vast amount of keys have already been crushed, leaving just 4 teams in the competition. ag.al, Team Vision, Aurora Gaming, and Flash Wolves are the only teams remaining. ag.al are already in a great spot when it comes to the club championship with 1,400 points on the leaderboard. A win today will see them leapfrog above Team Vitality, who went crashing out of the competition early. Team Vision are only participating in 2 games, Apex Legends and Teamfight Tactics. With them getting a top 8 in both, that pushed their eligibility over the line, and they'll be able to get some great points today to contribute to the club championship. Flash Wolves, however, haven't had the same look. They aren't eligible for the club championship. They'll be looking to play spoiler and stop some of these teams from getting points. Aurora Gaming, it's more of the same. They need to get another top 8 in a different game to be able to get their eligibility over the line. We'll keep you updated on all things Club Championship, so stay tuned.
It's only week 3, but the club championship race is as close as ever, especially at the top of the food chain. Trav mentioned ag.al. Winning this would catapult them above Vitality, who has been stellar over the past couple of weeks, but losing here in TFT sets them behind. And on top of that, for Team Vision to only be in 2 total games, getting 2 top 8s, and who knows, maybe even being the winners of TFT, Vision is absolutely on fire. Now, as far as the predictions go, we've checked the book. We've also asked you all out there, but I want to hear from Casanova and Hoope who they think is going to win today.
We are ready to start semifinals of TFT at EWC 2026. We have the first game with Vision against Flashwolf. What's your take on this?
Look, I think this game is going to be really tight. Both of these teams play a very similar style, playing for extremely high cap outs. I think Vision has been besting a lot of teams in this area, but Flashwolves might be the best team at capping out. So I'm going to give it a 2-1 to Flashwolves in a bit of an upset over Vision.
Okay, I have to leave 2-1 to Vision, so I think we're like fighting it out there. And the next one is Aurora. Aurora against ag.al. Who do you have for the win?
I think I've got Aurora on this one. I think Juan Mie is going to keep pushing to complete that final win that he needs in his trophy case here at EWC. I'm going to give it 2-0 to Aurora.
I agree with you. 2-0 Aurora, and that's the win. That's the player I want to see happening, and of course, that will be the match that we're all wanting to watch.
All right, well, let's send it back onto the desk so we can kick off the semifinals here at EWC for TFT.
Thank you, Casanova. Hoope putting their lives on the line with the predictions. Never easy to go for it, especially publicly. But I tell you what, let's go ahead and put your guys' knowledge on the line with our crunchy story of the day. This is a big one. 2 breakout stories collide. Now, we start with the first matchup, Flashwolves versus Vision. It's a rematch, but a rematch that could very well go the same or the opposite way. Counterfeit, what are you thinking?
I mean, that's the whole thing with this one. You know, of course, with Vision, they come in as CN's #1 seed. For the Flashwolves, we talked about this before on previous days. They were #3 seed, so they've taken bruises already coming into the event, but they won out 2-1 last time they played in this very event. Sure, some things can change in between, but I'm certainly favoring the Flashwolves in this one to do another 2-1.
We have the Flashwolves on screen. We see their emotions. They have remained poised, calm, and collected on the stage throughout all of their matches. I know it's been tough for them at times, but the pressure on the stage is only natural. For Flashwolves, now in semifinals, how realistic is it that they can be our winners?
Honestly, anyone at this point could be the winners. I think it all comes down to the game itself. I think for Flashwolves, this is not the first time that this roster has been in this situation. Last year, they did get the top 8. They've now taken that one step further to the top 4. All they need is a few more wins now in a game of Teamfight Tactics, and they could be crowned our winners.
But what about Ironbog? He's been a big talking point. We've been highlighting him throughout the previous 4 days of competition. He returns to the stage. Him winning would mean a lot.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, he's much like Juan, as we talked before, we've got players in the mix who are already extremely well respected. As you said, Stuart, there's so many different players to choose from who everyone would say, of course they won the entire thing. That just makes sense.
Flashwolves Cabalbao as well, another talented player. AQ1H, Terry. I mean, this entire roster is here for a reason. It's so star-studded, it's hard to pick out who you truly want to hone in on.
No, definitely. I mean, Cabalbao and Ironbog were 2 players that kept on this roster from last year, who made top 8 as well. AQ1H was actually their coach last year, but now has come in as a player as well. So that story is quite interesting. As a coach, he only made top 8, but now as a player, he's made it to the top 4 as well. But Flashwolves, the last remaining host for the APAC region, but this team can definitely go all the way.
They definitely can, and so can our next one, Team Vision, who was the #1 seed coming out of the qualifiers in the region of China. But more importantly, they've got the X Factor. They've got the GOAT. They've got Flancy.
And almost at this point, I feel like words are wasted on expounding on how well regarded Flancy
Never
is.
wasted.
No, I mean, it's been said again and again, but of course, for anyone coming for the first time, it's worth saying absolutely in the GOAT conversation. I don't want to bring out some of the other players for the squad, though, who've been impressing. Much as well, from the Vision side of things, we're starting to see that they're not just the one big player who can do really well. Certainly talking to them before, they do play, they play very sacrificial before. They're willing to do what it takes to get the win.
No, I think the big thing was as well when we talked to Flancy a few days ago, talking about MoGG being the player, being the brains of the team as well. He hasn't had the best of performances, he's had a few 8th places, but having someone that knows so much about the game, has the knowledge to not only do well himself, but also help the entire team, that can make a huge difference for a team like Team Vision.
So if Flancy is the star-studded guy, Moji is the brains, then what do the other two bring?
Power. Precision.
Unlimited power.
Exactly.
Unlimited power. I like
both the players are incredible as well. Both Zenbai and Koyi. Both incredible players as well that have been performing to a top standard as well.
That's right. Well, Team Vision, though, I mean, again, their story is phenomenal. Coming into the Club Championship race, only having 2 games represented at the Esports World Cup. They get 2nd place in week 2 and another respected title. They are now here, who knows, going for number 1. It's just such a big story. Now tied as well up there in 4th place. I mean, come on, think about that. To only represent 2 games at EWC and be in 4th place, now potentially earning over $1 million for your org. It's a tremendous story, and you owe it to these 4 here. Whether it's Flancy, who's been the star, whether it's Moji, who is the brains, it doesn't matter how you get there. It's a team effort, and this 4v4 format has been exhilarating to watch for sure. Now, I tell you what, the teams are just about ready to take that stage, and I want to check in to see how they're looking going into finals.
我觉得我们是奔着1000分来的，然后我也相信我们俱乐部觉得我们很有价值，所以才签下我们的。
我会感觉到骄傲，但是就是我们俱乐部的另一支战队，他们取得了亚军，所以我们想要比他们做的还要更好。
其实没有，因为我们经理也没有根据积分给过我们压力，只是让我们好好打好，还带我们吃中餐，让我们放松。
感情现在特别的开心，因为我们上一年是打进了8强，然后今年看着自己队伍的一个进步，所以感觉很开心。
Ironbog, how could you not be happy being in the position that you're currently in, now deeper than you've ever been when it comes to the EWC TFT tournament, and now you have a chance. You're 1 series away from moving forward to the finals. A big opportunity for sure, and a big opportunity for all of you out there watching the stream. Esports World Cup is phenomenal. 24 different games. The venue has been wonderful. If you haven't had a chance to check it out in person, please find an opportunity to do so. But we also have the opportunity to look at our predictions, and Vision is a heavy favorite.
Yeah, I think coming into this, I think Flash Wolves, obviously, as you mentioned, Peter, winning in that group stage. But we know over the past few days, the meta has evolved. The teams have improved as well. They've gotten a lot more practice on stage as well. That's very surprising to see such a big landslide there, though, for Team Vision.
It is. They took a risk. They put their predictions out there. And I tell you what, you all have a chance to do the same thing. There's a ton of money on the line. We're talking $300,000 in prizes to get involved with, and it's all free for you out there. Make sure you scan the QR code if you haven't already, because I want you guys to get your predictions in, especially with all these series taking place today. We're going to be having another 4-game series on the finals. Now, for you all out there as well, we always want to improve our product, and we have this thing called the survey. We value your feedback. Scan the QR code if you haven't already, and let us know how we are doing, because we always want to improve the product, because after all, you the fans is what makes this all possible. Now, going into this series, Vision, obviously a heavy favorite as far as, of course, the chat is concerned, but is it such a heavy favorite as far as you guys are concerned? Counterfeit, Vision have been remarkable, but Flash Wolves, nothing to sneeze at either, man. They're coming into this super strong, and they can also take this series, but who is your favorite?
Well, as I said before, I think it's very understandable people are predicting for Vision here. They are the number 1 seed. The reason they are the number 1 seed is because they beat all of the other teams from China on the way to this event. So the fact the Flash Wolves have got a win over them already was shocking by itself, and it would be surprising to see them do it again. But the fact they've done it at this event, I'm sure both teams have been studying this relentlessly, trying to figure out why.
The big thing is that even though Team Vision are the first seed from China, yes, they're the best in China, but can they take that one step further and be the best in the world?
In the world. That is such a heavy statement to be the best at TFT in the world, to win, of course, is such a tremendous accomplishment. Now, I do wonder, though, from top 8 to top 4 for Flash Wolves, is it easy for them to say, you know what? We did our job. We did better. Let's save the rest for next year.
I can only hope that isn't their attitude to it as the only remaining APAC team. But you are right. Like, I think it's going to make such a big difference to your mentality where you come into the event and how much your own expectations are matched. But honestly, I think there's, at this point, the sky's the limit for them. They've got nothing to lose. They've already done better than before.
That's right.
Why not keep pushing through? It's working so far.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain, and a guaranteed new winner this year at the end of our competition. It's time to get our finals started.
感情现在特别的开心，因为我们上一年是打进了8强，然后今年看着自己队伍的一个进步，所以感觉很开心。Team Vision 的话，我觉得实力也算不错，因为他们都是加时的 CN 队伍之一。我觉得我们是很强的队伍，能够拿走这个奖杯回家。
现在心情很不错，因为昨天放了狠话，今天实现了，就是没有反转。我觉得我们说到做到吧，确实赢下了 VP， 说明我们比他们更强，我们会走得更远。闪电狼之所以这么强，能走到半决赛，是因为在之前的训练赛里，我们和他们对练了特别多把，所以说我们又在半决赛相遇了。当然，我们明天会给他们再上一课。
ag.al 纯靠签运队吧，他们对手都已经在小组赛淘汰了，纯靠抽签走到这里的。我觉得我们就是最强的战队，然后接下来无论谁碰到我们，都将被我们碾碎要死。
AUR 虽然很强，但是我们的训练赛也是有输有赢，所以我觉得我们不是很畏惧他们。如果 AUR 觉得自己真的很强的话，就不会频频约我们训练赛了。我们从预选赛开始，我们就没有败绩了，我们不会让 ag.al 的粉丝们失望的。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finals day here with TFT at the Esports World Cup. I am Hollywood Rob TV. I am joined here with the illustrious and amazingly dressed Damascus. How you feeling going into finals day, brother?
All good, brother. And I'm going to say as well, right, I know the drums were fun. You got big arms, you have to flex, but you look good. I love the suit, man.
Appreciate you right now. I'm not gonna lie. We are right here doing this job because you got us fired from drumming.
You got us fired, bro. Do what you do best.
Okay, well, let's just do what we do best then, ladies and gentlemen. And that is, of course, setting this stage. Actually, I feel like the players have done that the best. This entire week has been the highest level of play possible, and we are about to up the ante as we are in our semi-finals. Damascus, do you think we should bring the first team out?
Listen, it's time to bring the first team out. The title defenders are not here. It's 4 teams that didn't win last year, so we got a new title earner today.
One step away from this trophy right here to my left-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, an absolute titan, Flash Wolves! Flash Wolves, led by none other than AQ1H, representing Hong Kong. Their run so far has been nothing short of unbelievable, destroying Team Vitality, which was a favorite coming in here from NA. 2-1 over Team Vision and a 2-0 victory over Nongshim Red Force. They qualified through the absolutely stacked APAC region, which means that this squad is the definition of battle tested. There has been no flukes, no gimmies, nothing easy. You can't say they ain't fought nobody, they just make them look like nobody.
Absolute bars, Rob. Yes, this team has been ridiculous. Love to see a team full of confidence. But their client today in these semi-finals is a team that has been looking amazing. They qualified first place on the China qualifier. It is time to welcome Team Vision! the top seed team qualifying out of the China qualifier, one of the hardest in the world, and they had a long run, 2-0 over Koi, and they lost 1-2 to Flash Wolves earlier on the first stage, then 2-0 T1 and 2-1 over Virtus.pro. This is a run back. They might have lost earlier, but sometimes losing means you have more information. Led by Flancy, absolutely ridiculous. Koyu and Moji as well, looking very confident. They said they already had eyes on these semi-finals because they were okay with Virtus.pro earlier. It is time for them to show and deliver. And with these both teams with us on the stage, I would like to start talking to Team Vision this time. Let's get Team Vision first and have a very simple question. Koyui with me. Koyui, I know you guys have faced this team before and lost us more data, but I just want you to tell me, why will I see you next to me in a couple hours for Grand Finals?
各位，我们也知道你们在小组赛当中，闪电狼曾经击败过你们，但是能不能跟我们说，为什么再过2个小时，我们会在总决赛的舞台上面见到你们呢？
因为一次的失利算不了什么，只有走到最后的才是赢家。
A single loss to them means nothing, especially when we're still in the tournament. Whoever that walks to the grand finals will be the ultimate winner.
I love that. There's still respect for the team, but a loss means nothing, Rob.
Okay, a loss means nothing. I feel like this team over here might have a different opinion of that. Jen, if you could please come to this side. So, on the other side, we just heard that the loss to you guys earlier means nothing. Do you agree with that, or does that win that you already got against them in this tournament give you more confidence that you'll do it again?
那刚才他们的回复也说，一次的失利不代表任何什么都不代表。那你是否赞同这个看法呢？还是你觉得已经成功的击败他们一次了，这次只是重复一下历史而已？
我觉得我们能赢他们一次，我们就能第2次把他们按倒。
We've beaten them once, we can certainly beat them once again here.
Ladies and gentlemen, enough said. You can see the confidence on both sides, and with good reason, with how far they've gotten in this tournament. But in the end, there can only be one that makes it to our grand finals. So, Team Vision, Flash Wolves, meet us right here in the middle of the stage. We need our face-off. The player standing in front, across from you is trying to take away your dreams. This is one of your last obstacles when it comes to making it to this grand finals. There can only be one. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our semifinals, Team Vision versus Flash Wolves.
Team Vision versus Flash Wolves, a rematch from the group stage where Flash Wolves were able to take it 2-1. But since then, Vision has been on a tear. They have looked like they have grown so much over the course of the tournaments, and now they have a chance for revenge.
And they're laughing. The show of respect first and the face-off. These are players that have met each other so many times throughout Tactician Ground, throughout the official pro circuit also, and having possibilities to here face it up. APAC with his last hope in Flash Wolf, and of course Team Vision, their first seed of CN, being led by no other than Flancy, and of course wildcard so far Moji, that has been popping up throughout the game here, Cass. So these semifinals is one of the best, and we could have the ideal winner right now.
It feels like this is a battle of capping out that we've seen throughout the tournament. Both of these teams have done an incredible job at finding those first places in clutch moments. Flash Wolves putting multiple players in those win-out spots in the past, falling very behind in HP and then dragging games back to find their victories. And we've seen the same out of Vision, often on the back of that man right there, Flancy.
Yeah, 100%. Flancy and Moji probably the players for that win-out position. And in the case of Flashwood, any of these players can take the win. They have been surpassing, if you will. AQ1H maybe being more of the veteran of the team, always strong, always trying to preserve the calm and talking to the teams to actually make a decision and get a clear strategy in.
And we'll have to see which team can triumph when it comes to getting those first places, getting those wins, because oftentimes that is what it comes down to in 4v4. So long as you can keep it even all game, all that matters is that first place tie break, and all these players are going to be fighting for just that.
We see it there. They're already communicating. They're present here on the stage, of course, getting ready and mentally prepared. There's the veteran, AQ1H. being respectful to the other team, but of course, be in a good win. They already won against them. This is the first seed from CN, and APAC already got a chunk from it. This is the last team that we have from APAC. No team representing EMEA, no teams representing the America. So full dominance from the Asian teams right now. And of course, Ironbog, one of the biggest players right now. Individual performance such as this is perfect spot. And of course, Terry trying to find also the calm before the storms arrive.
It's been a big story for the Flash Wolves. 4 players with plenty of individual success, but maybe not the best team play as a whole. That's why they ended up as the 3rd seed from APAC. Some of the other APAC teams even mentioning they felt that Flash Wolves were such strong players, but their team play lacked. They've proven that through that individual skill and through the learnings of the course of the tournament, they can progress this far all the way to the semifinals, and it's just one step more to go.
And for Team Vision is similar, local elite performances from them, and they're still looking for that international win. They have been on the top of the Chinese region throughout the tournaments, throughout local tournaments, and now they have a chance here at EWC in 4v4 to make a difference and, of course, bring the honor to the region.
We'll see if we can get into it in just a moment. Our first game of the semifinal will be Soraka and Yasuo here between the Flash Wolves and Team Vision.
Soraka normally more of a defensive one with the shields, and of course Yasuo will be the priority here, having the Hex, having the possibility to scale, especially if we get the tanky ones. We could see some strong boards in the beginning.
And we talked about capping out being a battle of these 2 teams, and we've got silver scrapes, baby, to kick off our semifinals. If we end up in a heads-up one-on-one scenario between 2 of these players, they'll have 70 extra gold to try and make it happen.
A lot to work with. You could go to 10. You can try to find a 3-star at 4 cost, something that we have seen throughout the tournament. Not maybe this, but obviously in Tactician Crown as a possibility. And we're starting off with AQ1H, a player that has so many accolades right now. 3-time Tactician Crown winner, went 2nd on Cyber City, the leader for the game, if you will, showing us right now that we're in the fountain. So maybe not an ideal priority to go into Stargazer, but it could be an option.
Yeah, we'll see as AQ1H trying to be the anchor for this team. He has been the captain, been a leader on this roster, and while Terry has been the one actually with the best AVPs, found a lot more of the winouts for the team, the very notable thing about the Flash Wolves is they are all crushers in their own right. They'll all be able to find those opportunities to play for a win.
We're seeing now Flancy, the other leader now for Vision, a player that also has faced so many ups and downs in TFT throughout the regions. I mean, locally being so great, having so many accolades, and of course, 2nd in Monster Attack. He was 1 spot away from getting the TFT set championship, and of course, now having a chance to do it at 4v4. Has a decent start right now, trying to find the Arbiter, and of course, looking for the Leona angle.
And with his Arbiter, he does have a Leona Printer pickup. It is a combat start for each interest you would gain. You also have a 20% chance to gain a Leona. So we've seen a lot of this Leona Printer into AP Flex.
Yep.
Very, very common line, very powerful line, and Flancy has been able to pilot it beautifully in the past.
Good options here for Flancy, both thinking about going to push level, decides to go for patient study, so probably more in a loose streak angle here to get the full priority, but he still has options.
And that's the comfort zone for Team Vision. Put Flancy on the loss streak, set him up for success to find a win-out angle towards the end of the game.
Additional possibilities now with the also Senbai thinking about the later stages of the game with Bodyguard, and of course having a chance there too. Same for Kojoe. So we have 2 players already thinking about that spot, and this is perfect, guys, because there's not much of a tempo play, if you will. The units will decide that for them, but they are already thinking about capping the game. Who's going to win it? And of course, you need to have that winner angle if you really need to win it all.
Yep, patient study for K-Bao Bao, going to be contesting that with Flancy. We'll see if they both look for that full loss streak. Of course, we know Flancy is playing for that Leona Printer, so he won't be able to full open for it like we've seen from other players if he wants to play around that 3-star. Alongside that, we have an advanced loan from Ironbog, which has very commonly been used to create a lot of tempo in the early stages of the game. However, at least for this round, he did not spend any resources. He's just going to use it for the econ.
Yeah, the second option there, that will be decision for him. And yeah, I mean, whoever gets the tempo early game advantage will probably have an advantage. Why? Because no one is going for that angle. No one has augments that are giving tempo. So if naturally someone is able to achieve that goal, to get economy, to get a good tempo, to get a 5 win streak, it is like the ideal spot, because everyone is already thinking about the later stage of the game. Kujoy having the bodyguard already protecting the Akali. We have seen it, obviously with the reroll possibilities. For him, maybe more of a fast 9, fast 8 angle here.
Yeah, and nobody pushing levels. The reason we see 2 level 4s is they have patient study. It gave them the extra XP. No players have pumped XP. They're playing so incredibly slow and methodical. And we set this up as the battle of the cap-outs, the battle of win-outs, and every player in the game playing for their economy. This is not something we see very frequently in 4v4.
Yeah, these type of things are beautiful because it's in the refine when we see that the small details will make the whole difference. Who's able to get a small streak, who's able to push a little, who's able to position when everyone is not pushing, as you mentioned, Cass. So everyone well prepared, making sure this early game counts for the late one.
On board with Terry, the backline blueprint has given a Marauder emblem to go with this. I mean, break down the Marauder for me a little bit, Hoope. Like, what is the direction that now Terry is going to be leaning towards? Of course, we see the Akali. Does Marauder support that composition?
Yeah, it helps in this stage of the game, if you will, having a little angle. The problem is that normally the intervals are 2 and 4, and with the Marauder emblem, it's like a little uncomfortable to use. I feel it's a little of a vintage emblem, if you will. Master Yi was very strong back in the beginning of the set. Now we're in the end of the set, so they know all the text of the possibility. If he's able to find something like an artifact, something that helps actually the composition will be huge. If not, it's a little more tempo than nothing else.
All right, so we'll see how Terry ends up being able to use this emblem, if he can get another +1 later, or a Forger even. There's some opportunities to continue to work on that, but he is going to be picking up another win for now, this time against Flancy. So Terry going to start on a 3-win streak, and I think he is a very good early option as someone who could streak the entire stage due to that Talon 2 upgrade.
Okay, we have possibilities here. Stun for the Hex, so no tank Hex, but everyone going for that. Gives you utility, gives you additional support. So obviously Yasuo will be the priority, no Soraka for now. And everyone's thinking about that. Kebaba talking, this is the perfect spot. We see the communications. Kebaba being the secondary leader, if you will. Ironbog being more like the win-out player, a little more shy in their time. Terry not talking at all. And of course Kebaba, together with AQ&H, thinking about the strategy coming into the middle stages of the game.
Jumping on board now with AQ1H, does have that Leona upgrade. He is also printing Leona's, or no, not printing Leona's actually. He actually just has gold econ. I thought he was printing because I see 5 of them, but he's making extra gold, 9% chance for each interest to get that 2 gold at the end of the round. So a lot of econ possibility for AQ1H to look towards that cap out. But Zenbai and Terry are both the 3-win streaks at the top of the tables. Meanwhile, Vision has 3 loss streakers, Moji, Koyoi, and Flancy. So Flash Wolves could look to try and push the tempo a little bit more, pressure the HP, but Terry and Zenbai do run into each other, so we will have a streak broken. That is a Belveth 2 for Zenbai, upgraded 2 cost, generally going to be a bit stronger, but Talon is such a monster in the early game. It's going to be a very close fight between the two, with the stuns coming in clutch, and Terry gets the win streak. So think for Vision, they really wanted Zenbai to be able to keep that because they have so many lost streakers already in the lobby, and for Flash Wolves, this level of tempo is going to create a lot of opportunity.
Yeah, the early game goes directly for Flash Wolves. They're in a perfect spot right now. Terry needs to maintain the streak, as you mentioned. Talon, access to the backline, being able to hit the small units, and of course getting the Velvet as the only one to push it out. Joji also here, Kujoy having a chance to pop, and Moji just thinking about the later stage of the game. They're calmed, Cass. Only one person going for the win streak, and of course thinking about the middle stages. For now, Moji going for Leona, going for the Zoe, probably having the Ginso already prepared if he wants to go for that angle, but obviously he's losing right now. He wants to keep losing, he will. So Terry goes against Moji is a win for both players.
Yeah, Moji also having the ability to print gold at combat end as his Arbiter. So we're seeing just a ton of Arbiter econ coming out of many of these players. It has entirely been a race to how much gold can be made. And we've seen Flash Wolves play this style that we're seeing out of Vision right now. now where they fall all behind and then suddenly all cap these boards very highly and make up a ton of HP later. So we'll see if Vision can complete that against Flash Wolves with that 5 and 4 win streak of Terry and Ironbog into the end of stage 2. But Moji and Koyoi both able to keep the full 5 loss. So Econ still kind of in the favor of Vision as a whole, since Flash Wolves committed a little bit to keep these streaks.
Yeah, it's not easy. Flans is laughing here, talking to the players and thinking, what can we do with it? We have 2 loose streakers. Of course, we need to pop off, but we can make economy out of this. The problem is the HP is the most important resource at 4v4. So obviously, the ones in the top have the advantage, but of course, economy is also good here for Kujoy and Moji. Would they sacrifice a player? They're already thinking about all the scenarios here, Cass, and of course, having the best priority into the mid game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the stage 3 goes for Vision, how much they can spend, because they still have a lot of money to work with from these loss streaks. So maybe able to wait until even 3-2, look at the augment, see the direction, and then we'll start to see some pretty large roll downs, even just trying to stabilize on that level 6. Or there's a chance that it's a soft roll down, find just the lightest bit of stability and really try and push for the fast 8, fast 9.
It's so important the point you bring up, because in this game, normally we like to predict. We like to think, okay, this is the winner player very early into the game, but actually the augments, the game itself is the one who gives you the opportunity to know who is going for the winner spot. So every moment in the game, in TFT, everything can change. And of course, now Ironbog committing to the Ginzo, going for that LeBlanc and making sure it's contested, and of course, play defense.
Notably, Flash Wolves, these are their 2 win streakers at the top. Ironbog did pump to level 6 at this spot because of all that extra money from the advanced loan. He's able to make 50 and go to 6, so they're going to allow him to continue streaking here and drop Terry's, recognizing that Ironbog's ability to hold on to this streak for stage 3 is much more likely.
And we've seen it a few times throughout the tournament that, okay, I'll give you the totem, I'll give you the follow-up on the win streak, the delay win streak, if you will. Normally, it's not a thing in normal individual play, but in 4v4, one of the most advanced tactics that you can use for yourself. Goal again, replication, if he wants to go for additional items, that would be a good decision here for Terry and Kujoy. Thinking about what he wants to best friends, obviously a priority, but trying to talk to the rest of the players and see where's the best value.
Yep.
Replication.
Warlords, best friends very good. Seems to be combat augment worthwhile. Replication, we'll see what Terry ends up replicating in this spot. Rod gives him best in slot item for a collie, but then he ends up with a lot of extra rods afterwards, which is not exactly what he wants for his comp, because usually Kindred is the second unit you're itemizing.
Yeah, normally the default is Bell, but as you mentioned, he wants to pop off right now. Will he go? Yeah, he goes for the tempo. There it is. He will have 2 additional rods that will be difficult to place, at least in the beginning of the game, not in the mid stages. And we see Moji there, already committing with good items, has the red buff, has full crit on that Soy, so he should have a good middle stages of the game.
Yeah, Moji spending a bit, going to level 6, trying to level up this board, but Ironbog has gone to level 7 on 3-2. He needs to hold on to this win streak. He's invested so much. The advanced loan to Econ out, turn the win streak on, and now you get a silver augment. You get weaker than your counterparts because of all this econ you got early on, and that's why this level 7, this win streak, is so important for Ironbog to hold on to.
Okay, we saw the fountain. Fountain normally gives you healing, and looks like Baba is already trying to commit for the Lulu. No, maybe a come and go. He got the emblem, so maybe trying to go for the Lango, but of course it's not the ideal priority.
Notably, Moji and Koyoi still have not run into each other. 7 loss streak for both of them. And normally you'd look at the HP of this and it would feel like a big problem. Vision has been able to hold on to a lot of econ due to this, and we'll have to see if either Moji or Koyoi can escape from that free fall and find their units to completely rubber band this game. It's terrifying when they have that much gold, but this is where the Flash Wolves have to be able to find their own opportunities to grief these 2 players and try and send them 7th, 8th.
It's not normal. They were waiting to face each other just by randomness. They haven't. So normally when one takes the loss, they should pressure levels and start to push. They haven't needed to do so. So they need to play the economy game. Kujoy taking a hit here, and Ironbog. Will he be able to maintain the win streak? He will.
Yeah, Ironbog is just looking far too strong for anyone to stop. The extra level, being on level 7, and also just having a front line, even though it's 1 star, getting the 3 Shepherd in, it just gives you another body. He has 8 bodies on the board versus everyone else's 6, and that just ends up adding so much. Solar Hex going to be chosen by quite a few, but this is often one that does get skipped from the Yasuo if they already have Heal Cut potentially on their board, but it's a nice way to make sure you don't need to build it later.
Yeah, additionally, as you mentioned, maybe two members there or 3 already having the healing cut and having the possibility to go for it. But of course, any additional strength that you get, you can manage it, because you can think about it like if you don't put your unit at the Hex, it's like you're taking off power. So in 4v4, you can maybe try to go into that to try to make sure and you don't use the removers and maybe give yourself weaker if you have to give HP to your players, such as Flancy. Flancy here, bottom stage, thinking about the later stages of the game, already having the Diana and thinking about the AP flex, if you will.
Moji finally won a round. He pushed to level 7 to see if he can end up keeping a little bit of that win streak, as Flancy has kind of gone win-loss for much of this game, sitting towards the middle of the pack, and has found a Karma on level 6 to start playing around that AP line, which we expected him to go towards.
Ironbog, very important for him to maintain the win streak right now, going up against Senbai, another of the strength player right now. Pure frontline for Senbai right here, good tanks, and together with the Velvet that now already has 3 items, but the team is just popping up too much. Looks like it's good for the Ilawi, but the Velvet still alive, goes to the back line.
Taking a lot of damage, but no, it looks like this time Senbai will get the better. The Flash Wolves were able to break his streak earlier, but he's been able to re-establish it, and now finally snapping Ironbog's win streak from that advanced loan early in the game. We'll see if Ironbog can still leverage the amount of money he was able to make throughout this last stage to push to a fast 8.
It was so important here for Senbai, for Vision to regain momentum. They were popping off. Ironbog was just getting too much economy, and now we see the bottom line. Kojoi still with the lose streak, and of course Moji decides to start winning right now, 2 win streak, so a delayed one for him. Can Senbai still maintain this and bring the game in the towards of Vision?
Yeah, and Kiyoi is on the Akali line, contested with Terry. Both of them have the 2-star, and we'll see what ends up happening as Kiyoi is going to have to go for a roll down relatively soon here at 35 HP. Could take another loss as Senbai continues the win streak through stage 3. That's going to be massive for Vision to have that extra health to potentially sacrifice for some of these lower players later on.
For Terry also, good items on the Akali, protecting also the angle. We know you cannot leave up unit. They're already having the Ginso, thinking about the Kindred. And here's communication once again, Kojoi telling to the team, okay, Akali's contested, do I try to roll here? Do I go up levels? I only have a Jax 1-star. Can I tempo it? What do you need from me? So this is very important. This is the moment when you need to decide, guys, do I roll or do I pressure and maintain tempo?
As we take a look at K-Bao-Bao's board, having a Primordian emblem and a Stargazer, I think these are very suboptimal for what you could be getting out of 2 emblems.
Yep.
It's not a great Stargazer game with the Fountain. Primordian you want for the early game, but I think this was picked up significantly later for K-Bao-Bao. So this is a tough one, and he's going to have to find a way to navigate through this spot as he's in danger for the Flash Wolves. Massive for you to see that, Hupe. A Reforger is going to give him the opportunity to change those and find a different direction, as Kiyoi is going to roll down on level 8. Ends up finding not a whole lot for this. No Kindreds.
No Jax. Not having a front line here is so huge. You need a Jax 2-star to be able to, okay, makes the switch, goes directly to the Maokai, and now trying to hold. Finds a Vex and finds a Guinsoo. So has additional possibility to pop off, needs a better tank.
No Kindred. It's Nova 4, not 5. This is horrible for Kiyoi. Goes into K-Bao-Bao, who only finds a Nami 1 on his own roll down. He does get some frontline stability around the Tahm Kench, but overall, both of these players missing a large amount of the core of their comp. However, for now, it's better to have the Nami, have some of the synergies, than to be missing Nova 5. It is so much damage that is not available for Kiyoi, and it may just be a disaster for Vision, sending him 8th.
We see it in the body posture here. Kiyoi knows he's doomed right now. He needs to get a little more damage. I mean, at least find the Kindred that you mentioned, because he needs it so early right now into the game. Rolling to 2-0, finds a Jhin, finds a Beth, but Kindred is just shy right now.
Yeah, nothing he finds can matter until the Kindred is there, because 5 Nova is such an important spike. Without it, the composition is terrible. I mean, it doesn't do really much of anything. Senbai is going on his own roll down, trying to find his composition, but this is just a Corki board, and it's only a pair without the pair of Ramesses.
Yeah, doesn't have also the Death Blade here, so for Senbai also preserve HP. He needs to find the Corki as soon as possible. Not ideal items, but he's the HP player, so now he will start lending, borrowing, if you will, units there, and of course trying to get Koji, if possible, out of the down pit.
Yeah, they're going to need something, a big performance out of Flancy or Moji, because Koyoi is in way too much trouble. Senbai gonna run into Terry, the other HP leader, as he also has a Tahm Kench too and is playing around the Akali, but he has the Kindred.
Yeah, having the Kindred there, doing protection, also having an additional one in the bench, playing defense right now and trying to get an additional possibility. For Senpai, winning this is very important. He's high in HP and of course needs to take a chunk here out of Flashwood as soon as possible.
Yeah, Corki pretty good in stage 4 and he has the pair. If he can find the upgrade, he might be able to win streak the stage and protect his team in that way. But he's certainly not in a position where we expect he can win the game playing from the Corki standpoint. So Flancy finds the Nami too. That's going to pair up well with that Leona he printed early game, as we have another mech Ace-Soul. We've seen this popping up more and more as we get deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, and it's interesting because he doesn't have additional resources, you know, he's just protecting here against Moji. Moji does have now the RL install, has the mighty mech in the front, looking a lot better for him, doing so many damage in spread cast that he can make a difference. He can really kill and do performance damage.
Yeah, Moji has hit, and this board has some great itemization already. 3-item Karma, 3-item Aurelion, 3-item Mighty Mech. That's everything that you want, and the pretty solid itemization across the board for that. He's one copy of Karma away, but this comp is fully online. Moji might be able to push to level 9 from this setup.
Yeah, great for Moji right now. He was the loose trick player together with Kojoi. Kojoi couldn't find the out, but Moji did. Defending the Aurelion Soul, finding the front line, great roll on, and now with a great placement to go in. Yeah. Last God right now, everyone, we're supposed to get priority on Yasuo. They already have 2, so they really want the Hex to be improved. So probably everyone going in that direction.
Yep, so we see the Yasuo pick up. It is going to be mana regen there. We'll know that Koyoi has found the last 2 wins. That is probably due to the fact that there is now a Kindred on that board. So 5 Nova has been found finally for Koyoi. Whether that is too late remains to be seen, as there are plenty of powerful boards in this lobby that Koyoi will need to avoid.
Senbai obviously trying to maintain the win streak, and we'll see the placement right now, Cass. It's very important because we have a lot of players in the top trying to defend for Flashwood, but Vision is holding the top and having the possibility to then preserve. Flancy here trying to roll, find an additional thing, and playing flexible. Just playing the Nami together with Vanguard and using the Leona. Normally we see AP flex, and this is one of the new ones.
Yeah, and it's contesting with Kebaba, who is just on the pair of Namis. Meanwhile, Flancy has found the 2-star. Flancy has also found the Blitzcrank, where Kebaba has not. And we're seeing such a great frontline for Flancy. Morgana 2 and that Leona 3 that was printed earlier. I think Flancy has potentially turned the corner for Vision, and it comes down to, can they keep Koyoi alive long enough to send Kebao into 8th place, and that's going to be tough going up against AQ1H. It is just going to be a Victor carry for now on that board. There should be enough strength for Koyoi to be able to take this one down, and the Akali does get to the back line. That's going to be yet another win there, as Flancy actually takes a loss to Moji, and he will go down to a single life himself. Have to watch out for those Aurelion boards, as Ironbog also has that online.
Yeah, Moji had removers there, had a possibility to maybe get himself weaker, but yeah, friendly fire, important right here, because Flancy now with 14 HP, this means that he could go out, and he was so strong, and really need to be careful about that. We see the expression here in Flancy, he's not happy. He now 1 HP, has very little maneuverability to work with this in the game.
Yeah, 2 players from Vision on their last legs. Flash Wolves ending up playing a tempo game. We talked about the cap-out duel between these 2, but this time Flash Wolves decide to step on the gas, and 2 Vision players may fall to the wayside. Terry going up against Flancy. Moji once again going to be hitting a teammate, but he did remove from the Aurelion this time, so Koyoi should be able to escape there, and it's just up to Terry to try and take down Flancy. Both front lines remain intact. Akali already down down from Terry's side, so the damage is not there. Flancy gonna hold on for yet another round as AQ1H takes another loss. Kiyui and Flancy escape.
Yep, for Kiyui help and Flancy taking the win against the rival, so both players maintaining there. And now Kebaba and Terry, they want to hold on. AQ1H doesn't have a board, just mentioned it before. Only having the Victor, not having the able to trespass, has one bar, but he's level 8 low gold. So he really needs to find a spot right now. If not, it will be downfall right now for Flash. If we see the statement, Vision looks to be down, but they're improving more.
Yes, and if they can't send Flancy and Kiyoi down right away, Bao and Terry will be quick to join them. And it all comes down to Ironbog, level 8, 50 gold, has his comp online. He is looking to be the player who can cap out for Flash Wolves and play for the first. They wanted to try and go for a crushing victory, send the Flancy and Kiyoi out first, but now they are falling behind when it comes to the board strength.
Sikebaba here doesn't find the enemy once again. Great defense from Flancy at the rest.
And it looks like his Reforger found purchase Space Groove emblem was picked up for Kabao. That's going to be massive alongside this Voyager, and it is going to be a Timebreaker as well. So Timebreaker 3 gets to come in. It's at least a support trait as well to add to this Space Groove.
Yeah, little speed also coming in, attack speed for the Riven. That can be the differential. A Riven that is now
Nami
AP finally finds the Nami perfect spot, and now the face-off. Matchmaking is the name of the game right now. Who can he face? Holding the Rivens, AQ1H sees it directly and sells them knowing that he's already not contested.
Yep, now Flancy facing off against AQ1H, but he still has not found a carry. We see a Zoe and a Victor as the damage for AQ1H, but is it enough? It looks like it's been able to focus the front line relatively quickly. Now the Nunu, one more cast, doesn't get it, but the laser's there. Flancy looks like he is going to lose this fight, but can he live? It's such a small loss.
1 HP.
Only 1 HP remains. We thought he was on 1 life, but that's only if he had taken a bigger loss. As Kiyui also going to live on 1 against K-Bao. Are you kidding me? Vision holds on.
They don't even flinch right now. Flancy, I got it. I'm in a good placement right now. And of course, needing to take this win. And now Kebaba, 22, 26. This means that they have 2 additional life. And now the team can make a decision. They need to sacrifice one of the players. They need to check who's stronger. Flamsy already finding the Nami. Has a great front line. Finding the Blitzcrank. I believe he should be the one to maintain. And maybe the sacrifice will be Kojoy.
Ironbog also took another loss, and he sent it. He's level 9, 0 gold, so we're not sure if he was able to hit his cap-outs. We'll have to see. Now we get a chance to look at his board. He does have the Aurelian, but did not hit a lot of other big upgrades. Still on Morgana 1, Mighty Mech 1, and the Karma 1, so he is a bit behind the curve of this lobby, even though he did hit that level 9. Can he deal enough damage to this front line, or Koyoi gonna be able to take it? The Akali still alive. Flancy facing Kebao. Flancy looks like he'll have it from the Nami. He's gonna live another round. Once again, the Vision players fighting. 1 life is infinite lives, Hupeson, as long as you keep winning.
That's all you need. The rest is just greediness. Right now, they're doing it. Flancy talking again. This is great news right now for Vision. Both of them winning. And now Kebaba and Ironbog, both with 1 life. 10 and 8 HP in the dire zone. This could be the pop-up once again for Vision.
This was Flash Wolves trying to push tempo, playing against a team that plays a similar style, going for those cap-outs, and they said, if you're gonna do it, we will try and punish, and they nearly do, but Vision says, we're not done yet. I haven't heard a bell, and 1 life is enough. Now we have 1 last fight to see if they can send a couple members of Flash Wolves out in 8th instead, and Ironbog versus K-Bao. 1 will fall in 8th unless Kiyui or Flancy takes a bigger hit.
Yeah, friendly fire, and looks like Ironbog doesn't have enough damage right now to keep it up. And Vision also the same. Flancy against Kojoy, so it will be both friendly fire.
Advantage to Flash Wolves due to that because Koyoe and Flancy are both at lower HP to start. Small loss for Ironbog. He should outplace the loser on the other side.
2 units. 2 units loss, and now maybe a 1 unit loss, but yeah, as you mentioned, it's only 1 HP, 1 unit loss. Perfect loss here. Who takes it? Kojoy takes it.
Kojoy takes it. He will fall below. Flancy. Flancy took it. Flancy down and -10. Ironbog and Terry fall. Terry fell in 6th as well. So 2 members of Flash Wolves out. And it comes down to K-Bao and AQ1H to find a win out. And neither of them had the spot for it. K-Bao may be the best because he found the Nami. He had the Space Groom emblem. If he can get to the Blitzcrank, maybe there is a chance for the Flash Wolves. But this game has completely flipped on its head.
If Koji loses here, it will be a tie for the top. If Kebaba loses, this is a clean sweep going directly into Vision. AQ1H trying to hold and obviously doesn't have removers. So it could be friendly fire here, Cass.
AQ1H is going to run into Kebabao. Yeah. Did they sack for Kayui? Because that would just seal it. If Kayui can win, he is safe. He's going up against Zenbai. He does have the items onto the Corki, but the Corki is not strong at this point of the game. The Akali's still alive. AQ1H is going to take down Kebabao. It is a very minimal loss, but if Kayui lives, then they will win that round. Kayui does live. Vision gonna take game one over the Wolves in a blowout from a position that looked like they would be the ones getting blown out.
They played in an elite level right now, forcing Flash Wolf to use the removers later into the game, and now AQ1H could not transfer the HP. They knew they could face off. They knew it was a possibility, but he couldn't go Creeper. If you sell a unit directly, there's not a possibility to ramp up here, Cass. He had to play it out, and in the end, Friendly Fire makes it.
We call them blowout wins when you have 3 in the bottom 4. But this could not have been closer. 2 members of Vision. If a single unit extra remained on the board of either of those losses, they would have been out in 8th and 7th. But on a knife's edge, they're able to turn things around and slice down their opponents.
The smiles coming for Kujoi there, and finally Friendly Fire. AQ1H being so strong here, Cass, facing his opponent and not having a possibility there to pop off.
Game 1 of our semifinals done, but plenty more to come. Flash Wolves versus Vision returns in a moment.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
What an exciting start to our finals day at TFT at EWC. My goodness, Vision off to a tremendous start. It looked a little rough at times, but they managed to get the win. And we got a lot to talk about because, man, oh man, were the results exciting. Dobbs, Clement, great to see you both here. Now, first and foremost, Kayui, I thought was dead for the longest time. He goes on the loss streak alongside that Emoji. But all of a sudden, Moji, he elevates himself up. We're thinking, Kayui, let him go, let him die, but he doesn't die. He refuses, and he goes until the very end. Vision get a clean sweep.
Yes, I feel like this match is kind of the revenge match from the group stage, and differently from previous matches, the strategy from Flash Wolves didn't work out. They didn't put Flancy in a bad spot, and in this previous series it worked, but today it was the opposite. Even though Flancy was 8, Vision still won the game.
Taking a look at the live images from the dugout, says we got some head scratches. What in the world just happened during that game? For Flash Wolves, they beat this very team before, but might not beat them where it matters most to get a spot into the finals.
I totally agree that Koyoi should have died on stage 4. He's coming in 10 loss streak, contested 2 ways, but the reason he survived was actually Flash Wolves ended up messing up their game plan. There was Ironbog and AQ1H going for the same carry in the Aurelion Soul, and Moji was also very lucky to hit the 2-star Aurelion Soul early, so somehow Koyoi, after a very, very bad start, was able to 5 streak.
Because of a mistake from the side of Flash Wolves. So Kayui, so that's what I'm thinking. He shouldn't have been alive as long as he was, because I was thinking he was dead. I was actually talking to, I think you in the green room, and it was like, Kayui, let him go. He's going for the same troop pool as I think it was one of his top players, and it was like, why is he still up here? Regardless, though, when you're playing that lose streak, it gets intense and it gets tight, especially when you start going 9. I think he finished at like a 9 loss streak.
Yes, and on this case, Koyoi and both Moji, they didn't have great success in the first previous matches.
Right.
And Koyoi, he actually had 0% winning rate so far. And Moji had 30% up in 8th place. So I feel like the players that was not doing a very good job until here, they showed up in the semifinals, and that's a huge statement from them.
Clement, we've got a moment here to look at. We'll pull up our first action of game number 1. And I believe this is going to be towards the tail end of things where Vision starts to take control and take the win.
This is unfortunately where Flash Wolves were facing each other and blew each other out. We can tell from K-Bao, his game plan was just to contest whatever Flancy was playing. He wasn't expected to make it out. And AQ1H, he only hit that Aurelion Soul carry in the very last round because his own teammates were actually contesting him.
So going back to the beginning, it was very easily to see that Flash Wolves had a 60 HP lead. So you mentioned they messed up. Let's go a little bit deeper. Where did Flash Wolves drop the ball?
Well, I feel like they came up with the same strategies as the group stage, and it worked out because back in the group stage, Moji was not doing very well. Neither was the other player that finished at very good spot. And Terry, in this time, he started with a great position, had a ton of win streak in the early game, but he didn't find the success to cap high his board late game.
I actually just heard the comms, unfortunately, coming through a little bit at the end right there, and Flancy just said, no, he should have played Shepard, but I was holding LeBlanc's. So he actually went into the same line as his teammate right there. So a little bit of mind games early stage 4, really helping the collision on Flash Wolves.
But going back to what you said, they highlighted Flancy during the first matchup in groups. This time around, they don't. So going into this, Vision must have realized this is going to be their game plan. Maybe lift Moji up, because going into the analysis during the pre-show, Moji is considered the brains of this roster. So he knows they're going to try and isolate and play against Flancy, being the X Factor that he is. But Moji says, no, we're going to go ahead and allow myself to elevate myself up, and Kuyui as well to be a star player.
Honestly, I didn't feel that they were going to do that. Their strategy are very clear. The only two players that were shining on this roster was Zembai and also Flancy. They have up to 50% win rate so far, but this is a great thing. On the last day of tournament, having the other two players a moment to shine, this is the moment. So if they can pop off on the very last day, they might have a chance even to take the title.
I think they've got one of the best chances. Team Vision is looking stellar. And as for Riot, hey, watch out, we're heading to Vegas.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why wouldn't there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
It's semifinals. You don't get a second chance here. No double elimination. If Flash Wolves loses one more round, they are done and dusted. What are the adjustments going into the next game?
Well, honestly, I feel like Terry should step up. He was the player before this series that was doing an amazing job, capping high his board, playing tempo, and I feel like Flash Wolves need him so much.
All right, let's see what Terry can do. It's Team Vision now up 1-0 in this series, forcing Flash Wolves to come back. We head to the stage to see if they can get the job done.
In a rematch from the group stage for our first semifinal, Vision versus Flash Wolves. Vision has gotten the better in game 1. Even though they fell to Flash Wolves in groups, they've had a wild ride to this semifinal in a wild first game where we had 2 players on the brink of elimination be able to bring things all the way back for Vision. Hubeson, what are you thinking going into game 2 of this semis?
For Flash Wolves, it's a mental reset. It's the possibility to, they already have the individual performance and they played a great individual game. But as Clement said in the desk, they had the same carry, they have the possibility to go in a different direction. They didn't make it because obviously TFT gives you lemons, you have to do lemonades. And now on the EWC, They have to perform as best as possible right now. Flancy in a great spot to pop it off and bring it again for the CN region.
Yeah, picking up a win where Flancy goes 8th has not been the MO of this Vision roster. When Flancy has struggled, so have they. So finding the win when Flancy was targeted and punished and put into that 8th place position is massive for this team, because now 2 more chances for Flancy to have a hero performance or for the team to continue to step up as they have.
The last hope of APAC region right now on one in Flash Wolf versus the first seed of CN in Vision, Flancy. Looking great, and the dire expressions right now for Flash Wolf. They are all prepared, but all the joy and smiles are on one side. The CN representatives taking the lead right now, coming into game 2.
Game 2 of our first semi-final, and it will be Yasuo and Soraka once again.
Love to see them once again. Soraka, more of a tempo, if you will, and Yasuo will be the priority, trying to find those hexes from the Abyss to give power and additional, of course, strength to the units.
It's going to be a re-roll opener. We'll see how this affects the early stages of the game, especially that 3-2 roll down when we're looking to find those early Akalis, or even a Cho'Gath Lissandra, which we've seen a few times on the EWC stage.
Yeah, especially if you get that initial chance. We see Flancy here already with Lissandra. Cho'Gath is more of their priority. You want the stacks as soon as possible. And of course, the game needs to give it to you. Flancy for now, only having maybe a meeple start, doesn't like it. So knowing he has the rod, he wants to go directly for the Teemo and try to think of a Guinsoo together with the Blank Serpent for Stargazer. It's not a priority, so probably will not see it throughout the game.
Yeah, notably, Flash Wolves was the main team that was also playing Jinx reroll, and it's not that these 5 rerolls mean we're going to be going towards reroll compositions. However, if there are reroll compositions you're looking for, you get to gain the value of that earlier in the game than some other comps may actually be getting. Speaking of that Cho'Gath, we have a pair of them for Kayoi that does not end up finding the upgrade, at least on stage 1.
Has the Timebreaker set also there together on the store, trying to think about it, but of course already having 2 Cho'Gath should be the priority. Koji, I mean, self-renowned the Immortal right now, didn't lose in last round, was so close to elimination, and in the end giving that additional point for the team to win the first game. Trying to find a spot right now, has AP items, so in a good spot to try to pressure. And of course the mana, the tier, that is great for any tank items in the Cho'Gath.
Now let's have a look at our first augment selection of the game, plus those 5 rerolls coming in from the reroll opener. Walk me through it. Silvers for us here, Hoope.
Yeah, slightly my roll is the default. Always good value. You get gold, you get items, you get bounty. There it is.
Yeah,
perfect
a lot of gold.
spot. That's 10 gold, holding units in the bench, having the possibility to pop off, be strong, and of course have presence coming into stage 2.
Yeah, for Goyoy, that it was a brawler upgrade with the Rek'Sai, being able to match that up with the Cho'Gath. Doesn't find the initial upgrades. That board still looks like it could go in the Cho Lissandra direction. There's a pair of each available, as we see AFK as a potential option to be picked up as well. This is very heavy econ start if you want to go for a loss streak perspective, but I see an Akali on the board already for this, and it will be AFK with a pair of Akalis for Zenbai, which with those additional 5 rerolls is going to be a lot of value to try and get into this Akali line quickly.
Yeah, Flancy was talking to him, can you maintain Lustri with this? No, I'm strong. I have 2-star. Okay, but you have 8K? Yeah, okay, then pop off on stage 2, and that's exactly what they're saying. They're already thinking about how they're going to win the next stage. This is perfect to see, and of course, Zenbai now taking some water, totally AFK.
Is AFK?
I mean, for 3 rounds, the game will play along for him.
Yeah, so Zenbai not even allowed to take game actions at this stage. We'll see how these streaks start to play as we get a look across the lobby. A lot of slightly magic rolls. There is an additional AFK on Moji's board. So 2 players from Vision going to take a hydration break while the rest of the team plays on. And that allows you to sit back in the quarterback chair and let everybody else know what we can be doing since they're not allowed to play the game.
I like what Moji's doing. Even though he cannot take action into the game because he needs to wait for the FK, he's talking. He's checking all the boards. He's giving information to his teammate to make sure they have a plan, to make sure they already know the outs, the line that the adversary are defining, and of course, make a plan for the mid stage.
Yeah, meanwhile, for the Flash Wolves, there's a lot more combat and items. We see a Carva Path here from Ironbog, going to give that sword. There's a Band of Thieves for Terry. And really the main win-out opportunity is going to be K-Bao's branching out if that can find a proper emblem.
Yeah, anything good here will make the difference, especially in the early game. Trying to pop off, trying to give pressure. K-Bao was one of the players that lose gas in the first game. He started strong and then just lost all his HP. ag.al playing a Veigar here. The game was telling him, play Meeple. It's not a premium comp. He decides to go into it, take a loss, but I mean, it's what the game gave him.
Yeah, I mean, if he commits into Veigar, we may have some concerns, seeing as how T1 tried to play that comp twice and took an 8th each time. Veigar has definitely had some struggles on the EWC stage, so see if that ends up being the position he commits to. We see an early slam of a Ginsu for Flancy can lead towards that potential LeBlanc in the late game.
Yeah, also makeshift Arnold is a perfect argument for him. If you don't have a tank with units, he's already stronger, so he can really index into LeBlanc. He can really index to a support unit also in the back, getting the heal cut, getting the additional chances. So great chance for him. K-Bao looking for the loose trick, holding the jacks there in prison, the jack, making sure he's able to do the economy with the full loose trick right now. Vision knows this, so maybe someone will try to face it up and make sure he doesn't have a pop-up possibility. Yeah, you need to check the emblem.
Yeah, initially the other lost streakers were Moji and Zenbai, and they can't play the game until soon after, right? Until the next round. So, of course, K-Bao trying to position in a way that will lose to both Moji and Zenbai.
Okay, decision here, Storm Hex. So once again, stuns, more of a backline angle. Normally the priority is the front line, but of course, these additional resources and being able to take the unit in and out of the Hex is great in 4v4, having a chance to make yourself weaker without the use of remover. We see Nova Emblem also coming in here, so that will be the possibility. Probably K-Bao, I think, is the only one having that chance, and of course, will be the one contesting the Akali line.
Yeah, but the Akali line's going to be difficult to contest into because of Zenbai having the AFK and 2 copies ahead of time. But with the Nova emblem, at least the cap is higher, and the consistency of getting to 5 Nova without having to find the Kindred is massive.
Yeah, needs to find the items also, already having half of the Gunblade that is priority, of course, trying to find the Striker Phrase to have a chance. And now thinking about it, do I make myself a lot weaker? Can I maintain this with low HP? And Terry looking good here right now with the Jinx, also with the Primordial start.
Yeah, could see that Jinx reroll that we've seen from Flash Wolves time and time again. Going up against Zenbai, who did end up losing the breaking the loss streak, so did end up finding a win as Terry is going to be able to take him down once again. Ironbog versus Flancy, though, that is to keep a full win streak going. Flancy did have the Teemo with those items. It's going to be tough for Ironbog to get there. Flancy going to snap one of the Flash Wolves streaks as Ironbog takes a loss.
He's happy now. This is exactly what they needed. Now Terry, the only one holding up. Moji is defending the back end with 4 loose streak, and he should be able to maintain. Now Terry Flancy is the name of the game.
Yeah, he snapped K-Bao's streak as well. So we've got 2 streaks snapped from the Flash Wolves. Only Terry keeping one. Meanwhile, Flancy and Moji threatening to full streak through stage 2.
K-Bao here holding strong. He should be able to maintain the loose streak, and of course having a chance there to pop off. It will be very interesting for him. Does he roll on stage 2 or stage 4 trying to find the Akali 3-star? Because Vision is really defending here and try to avoid. Moji finally out of the AFK, looking for a chance here to break Terry's board, but he's just weak right now.
Yeah, this should be Terry being able to keep his streak, which also likely means that Flancy will also. We do assume Flancy would have gotten there. It feels like Flancy is probably even stronger than this Terry board, so this may be best case for Flash Wolves not having Flancy rotate into it.
A hit here for Zenbai, having the loose streak in 2 right now. Koji, 3 members. This is not what you want to see about Vision. Only Flancy, the one maintaining, the hero for the team. A player that already went second in Tactician Crown. And he doesn't like it because he knows he will need to stack for the rest. So Flancy in the decision here to pop off and then help the 3 other members not lose more HP.
Zenbai with the 2-star Akali already, and 3 members of Vision holding Akalis on their board. Moji, Kayoi, and Zenbai all having Akalis. Gonna make it really difficult for K-Bao to even find his first copy if they keep holding as many of these as they can.
Terry will be the one to watch here, trying to find something else. Zenbai also trying to hold there. Doesn't use the Hex so far, just to make sure he uses it for the positioning in the middle stage, probably right now. Will he roll They will wait one more. So 3-2 will be the name of the game here. Kahu finds the Akali earlier. Already Senbai having the Akali 2-star has a chance to find the 3-star as soon as possible. And Terry holding Miss Fortune. Has the Miss Fortune 2-star. And this is a great spot right now. He will maintain an impulse. He will pressure a lot more. And the momentum coming in for Flashwood now.
Yeah, this is massive. Look, he finds a Morgana on 3-1. So just as a 1-star, that can actually still be a very solid tank for stage 3. And the upgraded MF means he doesn't need it to hold on for that long because his damage is there.
Great for him going up against Flancy, and he could take away here. The Morgana should be able to hold the line. Flancy knows this is a difficult spot, and this could be the changing spot or the inflection point for the tournament and for the game.
Morgana does get a cast off, which should be enough time bought for the MF to get there. It is 2.5 items on the Teemo, but now the second item slammed on for Terry. He wants to ensure he gets the win. Was it too late? No. Just in time. Terry gonna break Flancy's streak and keep one of his own. And with that misfortune, it might be all of stage 3 that he can streak.
100%. And Terry, this has been the tempo player for them. This has been the player that has been popping off, that he has preserved HP to then help the player. And coming him again, this could be the difference for Flashwolf.
Yeah, we see a couple of artifacts being offered to Moji, either Divine or Standard. Artifacts have been a massive factor in this EWC, being able to find some major upgrades to your carries. We'll see what Moji ends up taking.
Apotheotic, so going for that Divine possibility. Soraka is the default, probably going for frontline. Having the possibility here, Senbai group hop, different, but no, decides to go only for combat. And Moji goes for Ari's Blessing. That's perfect. Additional damage, and of course, trying to pressure and have a possibility there to have additional performance and damage, if you will.
Yeah, and Moji's still not fully spending money. Happy to keep the loss streak rolling. 70 gold in the bank, level 6. Senbai does find that Akali 2 we talked about earlier on the 4 Nova. He will need to find that Kindred, but he has plenty of time to do so. Goes against AQ1H, who is playing around the Veigar for now, but with those items slammed, that is looking to be a LeBlanc.
It's interesting here. Senbai use a remover, so only have 5 right now, and we know that remover is so important. AQ1H didn't find one in the later stage of the game, so they decide to pressure a little. I think that's what they do normally. They use the remover in stage 3 to preserve HP, but then you need it at the end, so they need to be careful with the resource management.
On board with Senbai once more. He finds a couple of 4 costs at level 6, but not the Kindred that he'd be looking for.
Early Master G there, just trying to get an additional unit here. Gets the drone from the Psionic. Also to have an additional power for the Akali, lacking that item that is so important, the Striker Flare, to really give a burst damage and be sure to heal that Ornn into full each time they cast.
Goes up against Moji, who is still looking to loss streak. 50 gold, level 6, has not pushed further. Does put the Foxfire on to try and pick up a couple of extra kills onto the board. Make sure he's not taking full damage every fight, but takes nearly just that. Terry against AQ1H. AQ1H actually looking pretty strong with this Veigar, but not enough to beat Terry, which is good for the Flash Wolves. Yes, AQ1H does lose his streak, but Terry, 100 streaking through stage 3, is a great way to position him to even look for win-out possibilities, as we do have our next pickup of the Gods. Cryogenic Hex going to be picked up by everyone. This is so powerful for the front line. And for Terry, he already has a Morgana, which is a great user of this to be able to get extra cast, keep her alive even longer.
Yeah, especially ideal for the reroll, but as you mentioned, Morgana, the best tank in the game, having Cryogenic already, just mean that compositions that have possibilities to ramp up in the layers of the game, HQ1H playing with the Guinsoo, thinking about the LeBlanc, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see something that gives power to the front line and give additional time to your carries.
Yeah, it was Archangels and Ginsu's, right? So it's everything.
Everything.
It's very, very beautiful to see that pickup for AQ1H, and he now has increased cap-out capabilities as we get on board with Kabaobao, who has found the Akali 2. This was something we were worried about for Kabaobao with how many copies were being held, how long it would take, and that means he gets to have 5 Nova on already because of the emblem. He doesn't have to find the Kindred to get his composition online, and he can start looking to turn around and find a win streak, and he already has the first 2. Unfortunately for the Flash Wolves, he rotates into Terry.
Yeah, Terry is also very, very strong right now. Normally, you should be able to maintain the win streak here for Terry. They decide not to stack. It's perfect position. They're both in a good good spot, but they really needed to hit Senbai, Koji, Moji. They're both in the three of them are the bottom here, Cass, and if they pressure, if they maintain tempo right now, Flash Wolves can just blow it up directly without thinking about having a win-up player.
Yeah, and with how strong Terry's board, you'd be confused as to how that loss happened so massively, but guess what? 5 Nova's pretty good, as it has been throughout this tournament. He's able to get a lot of value there. As we take a look at Koyoi's board, he ends up picking up that spreading roots. He gets a Challenger and a Nova emblem. Nova, he's going to allow him to play 2 Nova very easily, but of course he's not in that 5 Nova line, as we are seeing from Senbai.
Yeah, using it for now. I like the decision, at least for tempo. So Challengers has a possibility here. Nova, as you mentioned, just for the utility. And then maybe keep one just for the utility, and maybe because he has AP, he doesn't use the Challenger. He can try to reforge and get something better.
Yep, on board with Flancy. He's found his LeBlanc that he needs to set up for now. He'll be contesting AQ1H, as you see on the other side of your screen. AQ1H yet to find that LeBlanc yet, but he is just on level 6. We'll see once he starts pushing and trying to find those. Flancy should be winning for now. Good backline. Front line, of course, powerful from the makeshift armor. Really good augment to pick up when you're going towards Shepherds, because you're also getting that value on the summit.
For Flancy, already getting the units there, preparing the Karma, but yeah, thinking about that LeBlanc to transfer items, having still the Veigar is so huge, it's so difficult for him. Ironbog taking here a spot, and finally Flancy. Good spot. Aura Blessing also here for Moji. Has the front line only a Cho'Gath 1. So he really needs to roll on level 8. Very close right near Cass. Only 20 HP to roll. So probably he will be the early roller for Vision.
Yeah, he's going to have to look. This is a scary position for Moji, but he is pretty rich. He's got 40 out of 60 on the XP so far pumped. He doesn't have a lot on his board, but he will have a lot of gold to roll with. This is going to be a massive roll down for Vision once more. We've seen them in the spot last game. They're at the bottom of the tables, but they found the units they needed to stabilize. Will Moji be able to stabilize here, or will it be yet another 8th for him?
Also very important, the recognition of the rest of the carries of the board, having a chance here to make the decision. Both rolling, trying to find the units.
Already found a Mighty Mech and an Aurelian. Pair of both of them. Moji hitting all his units to set up this board. Can he find the 2 stars? He still has 30 gold to work with. There's Aurelian. Can he get the Mighty Mech as well? Does he even need it yet? He's already stabilized the board quite a bit. Even picks up a Blitzcrank to hold Karma 2. Backline fully there. Just needs the Mighty Mech upgrade, and he is fully online, but with the cryogenic and the items, he's going to be able to buy a lot of time for this Aurelian.
Yeah, it's a good stable board because he has the pair. So even though he doesn't find the mech 2-star, he has the pair, so it's easier for him to find it. He should not be contesting in an easy way. And of course, a great angle here from Moji to try to ramp up. Already did it in the last game. He started slow, he started low in HP, and then push it for the team.
Fantastic roll down for Vision. Going to be able to get Moji out of this dangerous situation that he's in. Iron Ball going to take a loss to Senbai. So big wins across the board as Koyoi picks up the win as well. Everyone at the bottom from Vision finds a win in this round.
Anything that gives power here. Apotheotic, a good decision here for AQ1H. If he really needs to go for it, that should be the angle.
Flancy getting 2nd win to add to the makeshift armor. This is a really crazy combo for keeping your front line healthy and buying time for this LeBlanc to scale. Gets the Nunu 2, more frontline upgrades. Even though this is a LeBlanc 1, if she doesn't get wrapped, the tankiness of this board is immense for Flancy from these combat augments.
Yeah, even the summon here has the damage, the additional defenses here from makeshift. So in a great spot, Flancy, as you mentioned, not having the LeBlanc, and probably he will not have it in a long time, not even the pair for him, but looking good here from Flancy, high in HP and being able to preserve. On the other hand, we see the LeBlanc too.
Yeah, it's the same with AQ1H. He's on LeBlanc 1 and he has to find the other copies. Both of them are missing the pair, so really both sides struggling to find the LeBlancs. Plenty still in the pool, and it'll come down to who has the better front line. And with these augments, I think currently it's Flancy, but he faces up against Terry for now. Terry is looking at that Jinx reroll. We called it out early about the fact that Flash Wolves like this comp, but he hasn't got there yet. He's holding on to the Kindreds as well to try and deny that as much as possible, since his teammate Kababao does not need it with the emblem from Nova.
Terry has good items on the Velvet, but still Velvet 2-star, still don't having the Rek'Sai, so he's lacking so much. He's not rolling and being very deep there from getting it. Corki 2-star coming in from Ironbog. doesn't find the Ramos.
Yeah, Corky Nova for Ironbog, as he also ends up with a Nova emblem and is able to get 5 Nova onto the board. A bit of a cook from Ironbog here. This is not exactly the standard board that we've seen time and time again, as it is a Marauder Corky with Nova in. And as you mentioned, 2 or 4 Marauder, and that emblem often just sticking you at 3.
Yeah, living in a bad spot right now, Flancy. Placement here, trying to go against Ironbog. The Corky versus the full front line. Front to back for both of them, Cass. Can they access the back line? Can Corky get to that LeBlanc, or will Fancy take it because of the Nunu?
Yeah, the double Giant Slayer is going to give a lot of damage through, but the Nunu is going to cryogenic. It's going to buy it time for another cast. It doesn't get that cast off, so it comes down to Corky. And Akali 1 trying to assassinate LeBlanc doesn't quite get there. If she had a little bit more strength, she would have done it. Look at LeBlanc's health. 1 star is enough for Flancy to get that win, and it's a massive one, as Kiyoi does fall down to a single life. Zenbai at 16 HP could be in danger as well. Starlight Hex once again going to be on offer. A mirror of our previous game with the Yasuo choices.
Yeah, ideal for the Nami, Mana Regen also coming in and get the space group going each and every time. And of course, players thinking about the moment in this game. This is pivotal moment. They need to win it out. They don't have gold. Everyone is pressuring stage 4 and no one is going to level 9. They need to play the scavenger game right now.
We have seen this place before. Flash Wolves, many at the top of the tables. Multiple blinking health bars for Vision. Kiyoi, Zenbai in the spot. Kiyoi last time able to stabilize and escape, and once more he's found his units. Nami 2. Morgana 2. Meanwhile, Kabaobao does have the Akali online, does have the Nova, has been on this 7-win streak. Can he lay down punishment on the members of Vision? Not for now. He'll face Terry, who has since found his Jinx 3 and his Rek'Sai 3.
Yeah, Terry's so much stronger right now. Really needs the Velvet also. 2 off. We see that they're in the bench, just trying to find that additional one to get the additional damage and to get more value out of the artifacts. Going against Kabaobao. Friendly fire, but they're both pretty healthy right now, so it should not make a difference in the end.
Yeah, and you can just see the power of this Akali composition. Even with the 3 stars for Terry, it is not better than the 2-star version of the Nova comp. AQ1H going to take a loss to Zenbai. Is Kiyoi still alive? He is. He gets a win, and Ironbog takes a loss. Wins across the board for everyone on Vision except for Flancy, who may have sacked to his team. The HP is collapsing once more from the Flash Wolves. The value is getting closer and closer, and we could see a repeat of game 1.
And for Ironbog here, just working with the Akali 1, decides to make the trade right now. Making it here, everything goes to the Corky. So flexible here for Ironbog, thinking just about making sure they send Kujoi or Zenbai 8th. That's the decision. That's the mission right now for Ironbog.
He instead will find Moji, who is now going to re-slam his items. He has fully got his composition online. That Mighty Mech pair we saw earlier has manifested into a 2-star mech that will be able to cryogenic re-heal up as the Aurelion deals all the damage. Corky is trying his best, but his best is not enough. The Nunu CC is there. The TK falls. Ironbog on a 5-loss. Corky cannot be stabilized in stage 4, and it only gets worse in stage 5 as Kiyoi and Zenbai both able to continue winning. Terry on a 5-loss as well. The lines collapsing for Flash Wolves.
We see the expression there for Ironbog. He knows he's in a dire spot right now. Nothing else to be found. Trying to find anything that helps him. Additionally, the Akali 2-star cast. Not finding the Akali so late into the game, now on 4-7, it just doesn't look like it's enough.
Terry stuck on level 6, no Belveth still, even though he finds the Jinx, he finds the Rek'Sai. Being so behind on the levels in the lobby is just too punishing. Terry on that 5 streak. Can he even escape before Kiyoi, before Zenbai are able to stabilize? Can Kabaobao find an opportunity to send a Vision member out in 8th?
Kujoi has everything, has the double front line, has the damage, has the Nami, has the Samira, so he's able to preserve here. Obviously trying to do the face-off, and I'm sure Vision players are removing right now if they haven't on the face-off, because this is exactly, they already have Ironbog and Terry prepared to go down, they just need Koji to avoid the 8th.
AQ1H finds a LeBlanc 2, a massive hit for his board. He was looking strong, but he rolled so much and couldn't find it for so long. Kiyoi versus Moji. He removed from his Mighty Mech. The tank has been softened. Kiyoi may be able to live once more as long as his Nami can punch through. But with that frontline weakened, it should be the case. Ironbog versus Terry, the two weakest members of Flash Wolves. Can they ensure that they don't send somebody 8th? Ironbog looks to win this fight. Terry will be sent to a single life, but he will live a little bit longer. Good loss for Flash Wolves.
Both players doing the due diligence, helping the players in the bottom.
Zenbai goes down. Kabaobao potentially takes him out as he goes to a 10-win streak. Zenbai does end up falling, and that is the 8th for Vision, protecting the Flash Wolves. Terry finds Belveth, not sure if it's going to be enough to keep him alive, but at least it's a little bit more power, as Terry and Ironbog need to hold out. If Kiyui can go 7th, Flash Wolves can position themselves as Kabaobao to be the hero and keep them alive in this tournament.
One in Flash Wolves, already up 2-1 in this series, with the possibility to take the win. Kujoi is weak, and this is exactly the point where you want to hurt them. Terry going up against Kujoi, and this could be the end of the road.
This is a massive fight. Kiyui, I expect to be stronger, but the Belveth was finally hit. Can that Evelyn's Embrace do some work as Terry at level 6 takes on Kiyui? This is a massive fight. If he can win and send Kiyui out, that will pay dividends for the Wolves. But this Cryonic has already popped for Rek'Sai. It has not for the Morgana. Too much tankiness. The stun comes down. One more cast from Jinx. It doesn't get there. And Terry goes out in 7th. Ironbog, is he still alive? He is, as Moji and Flancy take losses. 5 and 9 HP respectively. The line's collapsing now for Vision as they have only single digits for the rest of the team.
Tough spot right now for Bisham. They already lost the first one. We see Moji here. He had to stack for the team, and now he's in a difficult spot. Only 5 HP for him. Flancy is also low. The removers are almost out here, Cass, and of course, they don't want to face each other. That's friendly fired and direct 1 Google 6.
They need to send Ironbog out right here, right now. Moji, who is he going to pair?
Facing.
He finds Flancy. It's worst case scenario for Vision. They're going to lose one of them. I think Moji is probably stronger, but Flancy does have that LeBlanc 2 scaling up now. We'll see how the fight goes, as we do have the cryogenic pop through, a big stun from the Nunu, but Aurelion does not care about your snowballs. The stun onto LeBlanc, her damage not able to punch through the Mighty Mech just yet. And it will be Moji, it looks, taking this down. The AoE too much. Flancy will fall. Ironbog holds strong. It is just Flancy going down. Flash Wolves have won the first pair. Can they win the second to give themselves enough buffer to guarantee that win?
Already 2 points above. This is terrible news right now. If Moji or Koji goes down, it's over right now for Vision. The first hit of Chien, one of the favorites, with huge acolytes here, coming in for Flancy, being on tactician ground, almost getting the championship, and of course now with a chance to pop off. Moji cannot find anything else, doesn't find the Morgana cast that could have made the difference.
Yeah, Moji found this board very early, and there is yet to really be an upgrade. He pushed to 9, but it's just to add a 1-star to the board. And now the combat comes through. It is going to be AQ1H once again facing off against the LeBlanc. He just took down Flancy's version. Is AQ1H even stronger, or can Moji hold the line for Vision? If he falls here, that is it. It's a very close fight between the two, but the damage is there from AQ1H. It's onto the Aurelion. It's just the Karma, one more cast. It's not enough. Nami takes her down. Moji will fall, and that is 3 in the bottom 4 for the Vision. Flash Wolves gonna bounce back and tie it up.
Amazing series once again here, popping off, making sure they put them online. The series is now tied for 1 in Flash Wolf, and the resemblance, the tempo of the game goes once again for them. Flancy knows the matchmaking was not in their favor. They're laughing. This is nervous laugh also. The game didn't work out for them, Cass. They needed to pop off. They needed to have the win-out player, and in the end, Moji was just not enough.
Almost a repeat of Game 1. Vision starting out with a really tough beginning, falling very low on HP, but Flash Wolves bite back. They push them down, they send them 8th, they send 3 of them to the bottom 4, and they tie up our first semifinal 1-1. We've got a quick break, but then the conclusion of Flash Wolves versus Vision.
there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
What a series we have here now, going game number 3. Semifinals is already looking exciting. The question is, will it be Flash Wolves? Will it be Vision moving forward? And I guess we got to ask, will it also be ag.al going into the grand finals a little bit later on? First off, Horo, it is great to see you, the coach of ag.al. Thank you so much for coming up here. It is truly appreciated. First off, how have you enjoyed the event? It's been 5 days of nonstop TFT.
It's quite a joy to be here, and because I used to live in Paris, and this visit really makes me feel excited.
Oh, you used to live in Paris, so you're back on home ground for you. So this is fun. So you now have put yourself and your team in semifinals, which is absolutely incredible. You guys have been out of this world. You play Aurora coming up next, but most importantly, you're watching what could be the next opponents, right? Flash Wolves or Team Vision. What do you think about these two teams?
Because these two teams are quite close to each other. Actually, they're in the same study group for TFT plays, so they know each other quite well. I think there's no hidden strategy. It really depends on how they can execute it.
I would say so. Execute it well. And by the way, you want to know why China is one of the best regions, because all the other regions have gone. Why is China so dominant so far, in your opinion, for TFT?
As someone who can both speak Chinese and English, in my opinion, there might be some advantage of Chinese language, because Chinese language carries more information in shortened, with shortened syllabus. We say something really fast, and then the communication can be really fast. And in TFT, you only have 20 seconds to adjust your board. Faster means giving advantages.
What? I actually never considered the language being such an important factor. Did you ever consider that?
Never.
That's insane. What else do you want to ask?
I feel like you, as a player that has that tactician crown level, how do you actually help this team being here and try to improve them as a team? How is your main role as a coach?
Yeah, actually, because all my players have been to tactician crowns, and they have 3 second place combined and 10 appearances together, and which means they are really good individually. But still, in 4v4 gameplays, they still need someone who is not playing to see if there's any misplays and also miscommunications during their 4v4 matchups.
So we saw the dugouts just a little bit ago as the players go into it. You know, that's your locker room, if you will, to talk strategy. You only have a 7-minute turnaround in between each game. That's not a lot of time to break down a long 20, 30-minute game of TFT. What's the big things you're looking at adjustment-wise as a coach for the roster to maybe adjust going into the next game?
I think just if they make some serious mistake, I will point out. But if it's minor mistake, I will just encourage them, no worries, because time is really short. It's no time to really recap everything. So just how to say that? Bravo?
Yeah. Just go back and fight, man. Get in there and bang.
With all that confidence, how are you guys from ag.al are actually winning against the winners of this series?
I think sure we'll beat Aurora and see maybe Flash Wolf or Vision in the finals.
Oh, I like it. Okay, already getting a little bit of predictions. You got to have confidence, right? Obviously, you're backing up ag.al. Now, this series, it's a close one. As you said, both of these teams are very even, right? Whenever it comes to Team Vision and Team Flash Wolves, they're going into a game 3. You as the coach, you see things differently than maybe us on the desk would see. What did you see from game 1 and game 2 between both rosters in terms of maybe mistakes or adjustments that need to be made as they both head into Game 3?
I think the first game, Flash Wars made some mistake. I think Clement also pointed out because they consider ASO as their carry. And I think this game they did quite well because Terry was going to Bell with Jinx and Ironbog also going for Akali, but he used his Corki as main carry. So they do not contest each other this time, and then they win this game.
And I feel like, especially for this series, I agree with Roro. I feel like the gameplay were similar from the first one, but differently. They were able to convert the win by playing tempo, but they actually played that a little bit well. And on the side of Team Vision, I think this is the first time we've seen Flancy actually playing ahead. He was like the one guy with a lot of HP, giving the team some HP later on. I feel like, especially for him, his main role is actually carry from the low streak and the high cap boards. So let's see if the last game, Flash Wolves going to be able to convert repeating the strategy, or if Flancy going to cap the board very high.
Yeah, Horo, from my perspective, obviously this is such a unique format. 4v4, you don't see that often. It's typically 1v1. And in this case, coming into Game 1, Flash Wolves put such a true emphasis on trying to solo out Flancy. Because Flancy, let's face it, for Team Vision has been that star player, right? He's been absolutely incredible. Is it a realistic option for a team to challenge just one player and focus on the star player? Or maybe does that come with its own cons of maybe putting too much focus on one guy allows others to soar?
I think the best team is that everyone can play every position. Just like everyone can go from lose streak or win streak or tempo, they can do everything. Yeah, because I think Flancy, Junbai, and Koyote, they can play every position. So it doesn't really matter who is the star player, who is the one to win out the game. And actually, because in TFT, right, depends on which augment you get, which openers you get.
Right.
You cannot let the star player to play the winner of the game every game.
Absolutely. Well, Horo, first off, thank you so much for coming on to the desk, giving your valuable insight, and good luck in your next series. It's coming up quickly because we are now in game number 3. It's Team Vision versus Flash Wolves. It comes down to this. One key will be crushed. One will be moving forward to potentially be the winner of the entire event. Let's head to the stage.
Final game of our first semifinal of the day. Flash Wolves versus Vision. Flash Wolves got the better of Vision in the group stages, but Vision bounced back, made it all the way to the semis for the rematch. It went all 3 games last time, and they have not disappointed once again. Hoope with 2 absolutely mad first games. We'll see, what does Vision need to bounce back after this loss?
The first seed of Chinese, the CN region, they already won it. Koji, the Immortal, Moji with the comeback. 1 HP from Flamsy and Kujoy in the first game, popping it off and making the win for them. Second win was Flash Wolves doing the tempo cast. AQ1H playing that Veigar, playing tempo, playing aggressively, and of course Terry with that misfortune, making sure that Vision stayed online.
We'll see if Flash Wolves can complete this reverse sweep in the series. It started with a game that felt like it was theirs, and it slipped through their grasps with just a little bit of HP remaining on the members of Vision, but they were able to punish the Lost Streakers in Game 2, going a little bit against the strategy we had seen previously from the Flash Wolves, where they played for the Lost Streaks, they played for the win-out potential, and instead playing tempo, punishing greedy positions from Vision, and we have one more game for them to adjust.
We saw their Moji, that's the player that when he pops off the play, the game is winning for them. Once again, Yasuo, and we're going to start with Ari. So more possibilities to go high level here.
Yep, Yasuo and Ari for the start, and a prismatic finale to finish things off. So we will be getting that prismatic at the end of the game when players are trying to cap out their boards and find their final positions.
Kebaba, a player that has been so prevalent here for Flash Wolves, already been in WC, already played with Flash Wolves in the past, now with a chance to up even again. They went top 8 last time, now already top 4 and 1 game away from the finals.
We are going to get the start here. Both of these teams looking to fight to that final. As you mentioned, Flash Wolves making that top 8 before. Flancy having not the performance he wanted in previous years, but wants to be able to bounce all the way back, find that finals berth.
AQ1H now finding the early Akali. This is exactly what you want to see. Akali has been one of the most prevalent units, if you will, for the tournament, and already having the possibility to defend early, especially if you get good items. Half of a gunblade always good here, and AQ1H is one of the most flexible ones. He knows the line. He's capable to play for the players. He's capable to play defense, and of course, checking the arbiter to see if we can print some Leona in the early game.
No Leona print, but does have the opportunity to take Econ, but he decides without the Leona print, it might not be worth taking the Arbiter and instead just going to play around the Novas in the early game.
Additional chances here. Also AQ1H, a player that since he went to Tactician Crown the first time, he just popped off. Being a representative for the APAC region, being one of the best players in the world right now and having a chance. Terry, this is the wild card that we have for Flash Wolves. In the beginning, in the group phases, when he popped off, Flash Wolf won. When he didn't perform, Flash Wolf lost. So the name of the game will be, can he be able to do the same as he did before?
As you can see, Terry playing around just the solo Leona, so he can make 10 gold on 1-4. Able to get there, just to get a little jump start of that Econ. It looks like Senpai was also able to do the same. We do have golds to kick things off. We'll have a prismatic at the end, but we will start here.
Having options here, just looking for anything that makes sense. And obviously Ironbog here communicating to see if someone is able to maintain tempo. They need one player to win in the early stage of the game. Winsu will be the decision here for Terry, already having the Leona, committing to a composition that caps later.
Yeah, speedy double kill, so we'll see if he can get that gold towards the end of the game after 2 players fall, but he'll get that Ginsu and start heading towards the direction of playing very likely LeBlanc.
Flancy also with divine artifacts. We've seen it prevalent. Any artifact itself gives you so much power that you can later just influx into the game. Open directly for Senpai. Having bodyguard. Senpai is thinking about winning this game cast. No units in his board. Full economy and with combat augments for the end.
There we go as Moji ends up taking Epoch. He's going to be trying to push those levels. We also have Ironbog going for the advanced loan again. We saw this in game 1, and Ironbog was able to leverage that for a massive win streak. I think it does fit well within the strategy, and game 1 shouldn't deter some of these ideas because they were just a sliver away from taking it.
Stargazer here coming up for Moji, also having additional possibilities. Has already the Twisted Fate, a unit that we haven't watched so far, but depending on the ideal chances that he had, it could be an option for him. Moji, a player that also is known for playing different lines and to be able to be flexible. And since we're at the end of the set, a long set if you will, everyone knows all the line casts. They are prepared. They can play the vintage counts if you will. They can play the new one and of course the new lines that 4v4 has given us.
On board now with Ironbog, he did end up taking a loss, but he started to level up this board quite a bit. He has the 3 Stargazer in on the Serpent, and he does have an upgraded TF and Aatrox. Goes into AQ1H, playing around the Brawler emblem and a Bel'Veth, the early 3 Primordian, to try and make additional money while looking for the win streak.
What else can he go for here? AQ1H just thinking about it. Already the Brawler emblem together with Kraken. Thinking about normally this is Master G, this could be an additional possibility. What you know is not a good comp, so probably will just stay defending the Akali, trying to preserve HP in that round 3. That is so important, very difficult to navigate, and of course any option that you have makes sense. Ironbog, one of the best players in the APAC region, and now trying to have a chance to bring the joy once again for the heroes. Yep. Senpai open, Terry fully open also.
They opened and they matched into each other. As you can see, that streak at a 0. They got the draw. So they matched into each other after the open fort. Terry successfully finding the grief onto Senpai. We'll see if they continue to open from here due to how much econ they've been able to make early. They were able to go to 10 on 1-4 using that Leona. So now they're both kind of wealthy in that way. They may actually buy units now, though, because it will be easy enough to keep losing from there.
Makes sense. Moji here with the Cho'Gath holding angle and having a possibility. Cho'Gath is very good if you find him early. Only having 2 units right now will probably mean tempo from Moji Ironbog. Having the Lulu has also a Twisted Fate and a confirmation that is Altar. So it's a good spot to play Stargazer and have a chance to maybe pop off into it. And not a win-out composition if you will cast, but they're able to roll and maintain the tempo. It could be very good to preserve HP.
We go, AQ1H will end up losing the streak. Flancy going to keep his. Only one player can fully win streak stage 2, as we do get the hexes once again, Cosmic Hex, and just 6 XP. We see actually a lot of players going to Ahri, trying to get that extra injection of early econ.
Yeah, either normally Cho'Gath, something 3-star is good with the Cosmic Hex. We saw some players going into that line, but you really need to have a tank. It's percentage HP that you will get, so less players are going into it, but the ones that are, they have a good plan, and they could have that beefy front line to then ramp up later. It's infinite scaling throughout the game.
Yeah, infinite scaling available, so anybody playing around either the Leona, the Cho'Gath, those are going to be the lines that are looking for it. Kiyoe on the treasure hunt. That will be pretty much always going into the Akali line from what we've seen. Treasure Hunt Akali has been very powerful. Salpimi was someone who was getting it very frequently early in the tournament from the Weibo side, so we kept talking about that there, but the rest of the teams are also still looking for it when they can find the Treasure Hunt.
Flancy also protecting here, just trying to find anything additional. Has the Primordial start. Looking for the third one, and Terry already committing to the win, so we already knew it. Has the Timor right now, and thinking about later stage of the game. No one with lose streak, so the lose streak players will not cap out cast. They will be later. So the inflection of gold, the inflection of HP for them will be more difficult to navigate.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more about keeping these win streaks, about playing from advantage, and we've seen Flancy do it in the past. Can he do it again? He does have the Thresh's Lantern, which does allow for an increased cap out potential, as you can get an extra 5 cost 2-star on the board partially way through the fight. We usually see Blitzcrank as the main target for that later. So Flancy with this massive early streak, can he just continue to hold it? The expectation is yes.
Just to confirm, Terry is right now in a full loss, so he's just going for that. There was not a face-off, so that will be a chance for him to preserve a little more, to push it later, and to have a chance there to get more economy into it and have a board. So he really needs to lose this next round, Cass.
Terry looks like he should be able to. He's just playing 3 of 5, keeping that 2 loss. And he's going to go up against... No, it'll be Flancy versus Senpai here. Flancy, of course, going to continue the win streak, as Senpai was looking for the loss streak. Kiyoe and Terry are the 2 with the current streaks being held.
Having a chance here to make it again, Flancy. Good pressure, has the Primordial Brawler, and just trying to tempo out of 100 HP. No one with the lose streak, Terry and Koji. Once confirmed, already had the tie. And of course, Flancy, the only one, once again in that spot. That's what he did throughout the tournament. Having the win streak, having the possibility to but then having to help the team.
Yeah, and he's going to be the HP holder once more for Vision. See, once there gets to the point that he has to donate it. But as you said, no full loss streaks is going to be trouble for some of these players on the bottom side. They're not able to hold up for as much gold throughout this game.
What else can he find? We look at the trophy right now. One of the players will be able to place the key in the trophy of TFT at EWC 2026. Have a chance for the. We see there AQ1H, the leader for one in Flashwood, the player that wants to help the team achieve this accolade. They already done it, Cass. Top 8 last year, now in top 4, 1 game away from the finals and bringing their team into the rest. Ironbog, Terry, elite players right now coming into EWC and trying to find the win. They need to preserve right now, and they need to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, it has to feel good to improve on your standing from the previous year, but I know they are thinking job not done yet. Flancy does keep this 5 streak going. He even picks up additional upgrades via the Primordians, printing those extra units. Holding Aramis for now. He does have some AD items available with the bow and the glove, but it's flexible. He can go either direction. He at least has a couple of bows, so even Zaya becomes open to this type of board. See what he goes for now. Just the Rammus to add some tankiness to the board. Goes up against Ironbog, who also pushed to level 6 and has a Nunu for the front line. But the damage is not really there for Ironbog overall, just the Twisted Fate 2. Will that be enough to break through and finally stop Clancy's streak? It seems difficult. The big snowball from Nunu is going to put crowd control on everything. Maokai does get one final cast, and I think Clancy does have this with that Rammus still very alive.
Twisted Fate still alive here, going up against all the tank. They should be a clean here. Flancy knows this is a partial win because Flancy wins the game, wins the round, maintains the win streak, but he's forced to slam the items, and now he's committed to play around the last Whisper. That is not ideal for his game plan.
Yeah, we get gold again. So we will have that Prismatic on the final augment selection with the Prismatic finale in this game, as Kabaobao is going to start spending a lot of gold on this turn to try and stabilize his board. His turn to play around the Jinx and the Rek'Sai. Going to be playing the reroll line that we've seen Flash Wolves have so much success with. They're the only team prioritizing this comp, and it's gotten them to the semifinals.
It's working, and it's so great to see Jinx, a composition that we started seeing in regionals this set, and then we didn't saw it throughout Transition Crown because it was not strong enough. In 4v4, you can defend with this comp. You can be strong in stage 3, preserve HP, trying to pressure the lobby, and of course contest the Akali in another spot. That is a unit that you have to keep in place.
Now AQ1H, we see it with the spreading roots, does have 2 brawler emblems to go alongside a Primordian. So going to be able to set up a front line full of brawlers, but utilizing the strongest tanks and just making them brawlers.
Yeah, could go around the Kindred, is a good possibility here. It's easier to play around the Kindred together with brawler. Normally the Master G comp without Master G, if you will, trying to go directly into the Fiora, or of course index into the Nova. There is the new sexy comp, the new flashy comp that is now popping off.
And Ironbog pushed to level 7 very early on. A lot of money for him. He had the advanced loan, so then goes to feeling lucky. So a lot of econ in his augments, trying to push early levels in this game. Finds Nunu, finds Corki, playing around very flexible items still. Needs to not contest his team. We saw in the first game, Clement mentioned, Flash Wolves ended up playing 2 players on the Aurelion Soul. It's what cost them in those final moments against Vision. Game 2, they corrected. They found the win. Ironbog now ahead of the pack on what he can pick up. Lobby tempo being pushed again. Goes against Senpai, who has started to try and turn the loss streak around with this fully itemized Talon, looking for the Nami as the cap for this board.
Yeah, and for Senpai, he needs to find any angle because he doesn't have gold. He has the scaling combat augment, and if he doesn't, if he's not able to stabilize later into the game, this could be an 8th place for him. Both players in a difficult position, and we see Flancy here slamming also the additional chance, having the last Whisper, and now with the Challenger emblem, just looking for a good win right now. Full tempo for Flancy, sacrificing the later stage of the game just to preserve HP.
Divine Investment and Solar Hex, both of these very valuable, but that Divine Investment giving you money for the rest of the game. Anyone who had greeted earlier, didn't roll down heavily on stage 3, going to get rewarded by being able to set up for that extra econ going forward. Relatively split, but it seems like a bit more Ahri than Yasuo in this spot.
For Flancy communication right now, we see Moji. I mean, the one who's stepping up as the leader. Flancy is the one obviously doing the direction and possibilities. More Moji is the one, when there's a split decision, he's the one making it. So it's important to recognize that he really wants to win it all. He wants to go, and he's the one taking the risky move. Right now, only with Lissandra trying to get an additional angle here and thinking about contesting the LeBlanc. He doesn't have an arc, so would just try to go flex AP, if you will.
Terry with speedy double kill and epic roll down for his augment choices on the 6th loss. Speedy double kill does require you not to go out in 8th to really give you the true power of that augment. So Terry is someone we're going to need to be watching over the course of this game, and we'll see him here facing off against Flancy, and he found an early LeBlanc. That is exactly what he wanted to be playing around with that Ginsu's early game. So at the very least, he's found his carry. Can he find enough to stabilize the board? Flancy is very powerful with the spreading roots pickup, the challenger emblem, the meeple emblem. So Terry's not going to win this one, but the fact that he at least has a copy of his carry bodes well for the Flash Wolves.
And this is beautiful for Flancy. Having emblems that normally don't go well together, finding a board in the mid-stage of the game, exactly in the moment that he needs the tempo. This is what makes an elite player right here in him. Finally, finding the rec side for a Q&H, give him some stability to now think about the options. Level 7 for him, so probably not rolling for the rest of the unit, probably not finding the Velvet. Akali 1 still, so AQ1H needs to make a decision here. His middle placement right now with 76 AP. Does he push or does he wait? He's going to preserve 50 gold and then take a decision later, depending on what the team needs.
Yeah, we'll see which direction AQ1H does go, but for now, just looking to win rounds. Runs into Zenbai, who has fallen pretty low for vision, but across the board, the HP is relatively stable. Outside of the outliers of Flancy and Terry on the massive streaks of 9 wins and 7 losses respectively, the rest of the lobby is very close. And so these fights are pivotal in Stage 3. How many units can you win with? And when it's big like this, it is massive for your team, as Zenbai loses so much.
And Terry's down now. He has the LeBlanc. Terry needs to hit the front line, needs to find the additional possibilities. He's already in a good placement, finding the units, finding at least the first copy, but he really needs the front line. Doesn't have the Leona 3-star, so he will need to switch the board to get into finding probably the Shepherd line.
Well, he's double Ari, so he's certainly looking to find level 9 this game, even push past that when he can. 70 gold available. He's going to start pre-pumping down to 60. Of course, Econ has been increased to +6 now due to that Ari God blessing. Terry does not have the gold to send it on 3-7 like we saw Maris from virtus.pro doing a lot yesterday. Instead, he will have to wait, and there is a chance that Vision could try and contest with him on their roll downs. Let's see if Terry goes 4-1 or if he greeds to his augment selection. It will be Prismatics, and that can be a major difference.
Yeah, that's a total inflection point, if you will, for everyone. There's the leveling and just rolling quickly
here. He goes. Terry's going to roll down, finds Aurelian 2. That's not the carry he necessarily wanted, but it is a carry that he can use. Finds the first copy of Morgana and Nunu, as well as the Mighty Mech, but he'll roll past that. Not going to want to play for that. Instead, does find the Nami. Can't find his carry, but he finds everyone else's. And he does have options to play through those for now, as he does remove, and he is going to just re-slam those items afterwards, but Terry not able to find the LeBlanc he wanted, and just going to hold the other AP carries.
And for Kebabo, he decides to stay on level 6, rolling for the Jinx, rolling for the rest of the unit, hasn't found anything. Friendly fire for now. Kebabo, another one who will be in a difficult spot. 2 off, or very close there for the Jax. Is close to the Akali, and Velvet is also far away.
Akali wraps, but it's just an Akali 1 with no item. Terry did remove at the start of this fight, and then slowly re-slammed, so maybe preventing it to be as big of a loss from Kababao. Kayui going to take a loss to Ironbog, even though he has found that Belveth 3 now on his Jinx reroll. Kayui trying to play spoiler for that composition that the Flash Wolves have become so known for, and now the Prismatics. Break it down for me, Hupe.
Flancy's thinking about Golden Egg. No, he decides to roll in the next phase. That's so much pop-up possibility. With the HP that he had, it was an option, but he knows he needs to maintain the pressure. He knows he needs to use... He cannot be the win-out player with your team losing. So this is perfect play from Flancy. In a normal game, he should have won Tactician Crown with the Golden Egg, and he decides to play it for the team.
Playing for the team means keeping HP around for Kayue, for Zenbai, for even Moji. Flancy's board with the Meeple +1, the Challenger +1, a beautiful trait web he has woven. As he picks up a pair of those treasure chests coming through to try and grab his additional items.
Like in front line here, still hasn't done the roll down. Decides not to do it now in 4-2. He knows he needs to wait to see what the rest of the game, the units are being played. And of course, Nami on the front line, together with Zenbai, and Nami that is very strong right now, holding strong. Only the Ornis, now the tank, needs to find the damn Genji, so Zenbai in that position to really turn their games around.
Yeah, Zenbai able to pick up this win into Flancy. Flancy already starting his role of giving HP to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Ironbog going up against AQ1H, and we see Ironbog has gone towards that Xayah, at least as the carry for now, with those 3 Stargazer.
I think he still doesn't have the altar prepared. He needs to get there as a chance. Kebaba here doing the role, needs to find at least the Jinx. He's one of the Rek'Sai finally. Rek'Sai was contested, gets everything right now, far away from the Akali, probably will not look for it, and now his mission is just preserve HP, punish Vision as soon as possible, and of course try to take the win right now.
Tried to stop him. Kayoi contesting into the comp, gets the Bel'Veth 3. Kababa only has a pair of Bel'Veths, but he finds the important units. He finds his front line. He finds his Jinx. He removes there to look to try and sack for his team, maybe trying to keep Terry alive, but he runs into Zenbai instead, and he needs to inflict maximum damage here. Those 2 hits have made this comp so much stronger, and it is just a Nami 1 for damage. The Jinx has to punch through this Ornn though, which is incredibly tanky, but the Rek'Sai is doing enough. Close fight between these 2. One more cast from Jinx. Is it enough? It gets through the Nami. Can it finish the fight? It does, but just a very small win there. Meanwhile, Terry quite low, but he's going to be able to hold on a little bit longer.
It's so important there for Kebaba to win against Zenbai. Zenbai, you need to send them last, you need to send them strong. Stormheads right now, more damage coming in from the Yasuo, and of course the rolls. Someone was missing it out, but everyone just wants the power right now, Cass.
Terry grabbing those rolls, of course. He needs to find the LeBlanc 2 still. He's been able to keep the board at least relatively strong. We saw him hit those other AP carries. He's denying that Nami is preventing Zenbai from getting online, utilizing the gold from the lost streak to try and hold units, but it puts him in a precarious situation where he hasn't found his own, and he's down to what could be his last life in this game.
There's a roll down coming in, no gold, trying to find it, holding the Nami as you mentioned. No LeBlanc right now, no additional front line. Finds the Morgana.
He's on the pair of LeBlancs, finds the Morgana, pair of Blitzcranks. Terry is so close to being massive, and he's sold the Aurelians, but he still holds the 3 Namis on the bench. He needs to try and keep Zenbai down. They have to try and send Zenbai 8th and keep Terry in this game. Kayoi, meanwhile, with that Nova emblem, he has gotten 2 away from the Akali 3. Terry goes up against Flancy. Flancy has found the Riven 2, has found the Rammus 2, but no Corki. Is there enough damage for Terry with just the 1-star LeBlanc? The front line is stable through the Morgana, but here comes Riven. She's stuck on the front line. She doesn't get all the way through. Morgana gets another cast, but the damage is just not there for Terry. Can he get enough takedowns to not fall here from 16 life? He gets quite a few. He is going to live down to 5, but now it is truly 1 life.
Flancy still doing his work, not only preserving HP, playing Corki angle together with the Meeple emblem. Riven doing all the damage right now, and Terry needs to find something else. 1 life only for Terry. Koji also in 13. One of these players will go down, and it will of course give 1 additional point. Important to see the Morgana is on place, but the LeBlanc needs to be 2-star to do the additional damage.
He can't find the upgrade. Neither the Blitzcrank nor the LeBlanc. He wants to rotate into a teammate here. He needs to be sacrificed for, but it's Moji. Can Moji send Terry 8th and start to bring this home for Vision? No upgrade on to the Mighty Mech, but Aurelian once more, and it's Blighting Jewel Aurelian. Very powerful carry, but the front line's already gone. The Morgana holding tough. Nunu, no items, but he gets 1 snowball out. There's the last cast from the Karma. The LeBlanc is going to go down. The carries are down. It's the Aurelian. The Aurelian does too much. Flash Wolf's going to lose Terry in 8th. A premature exit from this game on stage 4, and now they're in a lot of trouble.
So important for Vision, and Moji is the one to do it. So strong here with the Aurelian Sword, lacking the front line. It was the best sword against the best shield there for Terry. Terry couldn't find the LeBlanc, being griefed by the players of Vision. Vision is doing exactly what they must.
They're able to trap Terry. They send him out 8th. He had been the biggest performer for Flash Wolves when it came to AVP coming into the day. Not finding many 8s for Terry across the tournament, but he gets there now as Moji gets to the Mighty Mech upgrade. His front line is massive to go alongside this Aurelion. He finds the Karma. Moji has found everything in this game, and he was the one to send Terry 8th as well.
Moji 71 HP, being the protector. It was Flancy in the later stages right now, and they still doing it. And now their mission is to maintain Koji alive or immediately just send Ironbog and Kebaba. Koji trying to roll, having some 3-star, doesn't have additional frontline, so just trying to play around that Vex and maybe try to find the additional carry.
Gets that last treasure hoard to find an artifact available for Kuyui. The treasure hunt paying dividends at the end of the game in the final moments for Kuyui. Able to get the Death's Defiance onto the Akali.
Yeah, this is Ironbog on the top, already having the Saya. Very flexible for him, but is he strong enough? It's just too much. Good crowd control there coming in for the Velvet, trying to go for weak side, but doesn't it up. And Ironbog should be able to wrap it here.
Nunu, able to get both the carries crowd controlled. Kuyui gonna take a loss. Does he go down? He does, and so does Zenbai. 2 Vision players fall right after Terry, so Flash Wolves have brought it back, but the health totals in favor of Vision, and Moji had hit everything and is still so high in HP.
Moji and Flancy are in a great spot. They're right now protecting the win streak, protecting the possibilities. Moji doing so great throughout the game, and Flancy doing more protection-wise. We saw him fighting against the Corki, and of course having the Riven as the only carry. They now need to face off, and they need to be on the top, both of them, to actually get the win.
Yeah, look at this board from AQ1H. We saw the 2 Brawler emblems early in the game, and he's able to use them to go to 6 Brawler, 5 Nova. The Kindred 2 has the items for the Kindred, only stuck on Akali 1. That's the next step that he needs, is to find an upgrade. He has the pair, and as players start to fall, it will open the door for him to find it, even though he's at level 9 already. He's going to face off against Ironbog. That's Zaya with perfect items to pair with the Nunu in the middle. This composition, we've seen the Zaya pop off before, but it requires proper conditions, and Ironbog has found them. He's going to take a very good win against AQ1H. Not much health transferred there as Kebaba takes a loss, but both Vision players able to maintain.
Yeah, having a chance here, looking for the 3-star Ramus here for Flancy. 1 off and being able to print.
He's printing.
He should be able to get it. Obviously, everyone is looking to contest him. AQ1H, Ironbog, Kebaba, trying to look for any additional Ramos, and this could mean the win here for Flancy. Moji, we know he's strong. Flancy needs something additional. Corki is not a composition that goes first. If he finds this Ramos, that's the threshold that he needs.
That's the way he can get there on the 7 Meeple. Flash Wolves need to find a way out of this. It's being printed. This win can be inevitable for Flancy unless the Flash Wolves can find a way to stop it.
2 Ramus are being held there on the top by AQ1H, and now Flancy with a chance here to access the backline with the Riven. Riven stays there together with the big fronty, Rek'Sai, Kindred doing the damage, ramping up together with the Guinsoo and the Kraken, but is he strong enough? Access to the backline for the Kindred, and now he should be able to clean it up. Flancy will be taking a loss.
Meanwhile, Kebaba does go down. Flancy takes this loss. Big win for AQ1H. They need to keep the pressure up as Flancy is still getting there with the printing. He's looking for that Rammus 2 being held though.
Yeah, exactly. And now with everything tight on the bottom, whoever goes first takes the win. That's what Flancy is taking the risk. They know Moji is strong, but is he strong enough? Ironbog can only get stronger. Finding the Tampkins and also finding the Jhin, normally a composition that scales better in the later stage of the game. Also a win-out possibility here for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, that's small upgrade for AQ1H as well. Be able to pick up just an Urgot too. So it's just very incremental, but Ironbog, at least the player who looks the best position for Flash Wolves to take the win. First is all that matters at this point, looking at how the bottom side of this lobby shook out. Vision won 1 pair of placements. Flash Wolves won the other. So now the tiebreaker of first is all that remains. Winner of this lobby wins the series, makes it to the final.
We have an ideal test of strength here. AQ1H going up against Moji that we knew was strong, and AQ1H, it looks like he's taking it, but no, the Aurelion Soul takes it at the end. Is so close right now, cast for both teams. And on the other side, Ironbog taking it with the Saya. Both in a great spot. switching HP, it can be for anyone right now.
Trading health back and forth. Moji going to be benching everything for now, looking to set up something easy for Flancy to win. They know the best way to guarantee a win is going to be Flancy getting there with the Rammus 3. It feels that Ironbog is not stoppable for them anymore, so Moji positioning to keep his teammate as healthy as possible, to give more time to find that Rammus 3.
The teamwork, the power of friendship right now coming in for Vision, and that's the setup. Right now going for Flancy. Flancy will be the one to take the win and have that additional chance to make sure he ensures the Ramos.
There we go, giving an extra life there. We'll see what happens for the Flash Wolves side of things. It looks like they're keeping everything in. The strongest survive. They also just want it to be the smallest loss available. So we do have the Nunu just popping off for the side of Ironbog. That board looking far too strong. He still has a ways to go. He can find the Jin upgrade to make this board even better. Ironbog definitely taking the win if they can prevent the Rammus 3.
The IQ1H knows he's losing, so it's like, okay, Ironbog, you're the win-out player, you have the Saya, you can pop off with the Jin, but Flancy here, printing, finding now the Eldel Dragon, additional resources will come in cast, and now Flancy versus Ironbog will be the final face-off.
There we go, one more item available for both sides on neutrals, but this is just to set the stage. We have Ironbog, AQ1H from Flash Wolves, Flancy, Moji alive, but really this is Ironbog versus Flancy to see who can win this game for their team. First place punches your ticket directly to the finals. Anything less than first and it doesn't matter. And it's all about the team play. How can they ensure the first will happen?
There's the roll down, no Jin for him. Holding the Saya also to have a possibility of a win-out chance. They know Flancy is going for the win with the Ramos. Ironbog doesn't find anything additional. Trying to find anything to help the board. No Blitzcrank. Finds the pair on the bench. So now he should be able to be closer to it.
Faces off against Moji. Moji is playing around the Aurelian Soul, the Karma. The Aurelian Soul with the Blighting Jewel is so powerful, but Ironbog is even stronger with this Nunu and Zaya continuing to power through these compositions. Here's the damage coming through. That Nunu just will not die. Tanks for so long, and it gives all the time in the world for the double Kraken Slayers to ramp up. Moji gonna take a hit, but it's a small one once more.
Ironbog taking the L there as possibility, and not Flancy.
AQ1H takes the win over Flancy. It's massive, but there's the 3-star. The printer comes through. Flancy is on the Rammus. Flash Wolves could not keep him down long enough, and now they have to find a way to find the win through 3-star Rammus for Vision.
Moji gave them the time, and now Flancy have the perfect spot for it. Ramos, so strong, unbeatable if you be in the front line. The only way is to access the backline in any capability, but this is just too strong. Flancy in a perfect spot right now to take it for Vision.
And on the other side, Ironbog, the one who's trying to win against Flancy, is a front-to-back composition with the snipers. It would require the Blitzcrank to find a way to wrap onto the Corki. We see it onto the Riven right now. Can he run to the Corki after this stun? He does not. He runs to the front line. The Rammus still hanging on, and it's not gonna fall whatsoever. Flancy gonna start dealing big damage to this Flash Wolves roster. They need a way out, and there isn't one in sight.
The only chance that they have is to sell units to find another 4-cost, but the problem is Flancy didn't. Flancy found a 4-cost 3-star, and his board is totally perfect. It's complete. So there's almost nothing that you can do against it. The Hail Mary will be complete now for Ironbog, and of course Flancy, together with Moji, they can protect and hold the Sayas. That is the only out right now for Ironbog.
AQ1H has fallen, so it really is just down to this 2v1. Moji holding 2 Zayas already on the bench. He has a Jin on his board as well, keeping Ironbog away from any upgrades at all. Ironbog going to face off against Moji for now. No, it's Flancy versus Moji.
Yeah.
Ironbog will face a Ghost, and if it's the Ghost of Flancy, it might just end.
Yeah, friendly fire here. Flancy just too strong. Having fun right now with the Riven. The Ramos is on the other side, so Ramos with 17 HP shouldn't be enough. Riven is protecting the Corki on the back, and of course the Ramos is just too strong. It's not only a tank, he does additional damage here and clean it up right now for Flancy.
Keeping Moji alive because he's holding the Zayas, so they go for a smaller loss in this spot. Ironbog able to beat the Ghost, but there seems to be no way to beat this Rammus. How do you even get there with a front-to-back composition with the snipers and to be able to deal with the carries in time to fight through the Rammus 3?
Also, you have a AoE damage together with Jhin. Even with Jhin 2-star, there's not enough. Riven can access the backline. She's just too beefy. Flancy in a dominant spot right now and should be going up against Ironbog and try to finish it up in this round.
See, it looks like he's facing off against Ironbog's Ghost. Ironbog gonna find Moji, gonna get one more round, but as we see on this board, he's not even holding additional Zayas anymore. He knows that that is not an angle for the win. Kind of going through the motions, see if there's any way that he can position to find a little bit of an edge, because right now it feels like just a victory march for Team Vision as they take down every member of Flash Wolves, as they find the first 3-star forecast that we've seen on this stream with that Rammus.
There's 200 gold here in units, just trying to hold up of an additional possibility. So for Ironbog, the only chance here is to sell the whole board and try to find a Jhin 3-star. That's the only choice, but obviously he knows it's unlikely or even not possible, so she's just going for the Hail Mary, trying to find first the one who's holding Moji, trying to take Moji out and then try to do a deep roll down to see if the Saya pops.
He only has 7 gold. There's no way that can get you towards that Zaya 3. He has to find some kind of positioning out, and it really just isn't there as he goes up against the Rammus. Now having the Quicksilver on the Rammus, so it can't even get CC'd by the Blitzcrank, just denying any possible out. The Jhin gonna start his cast. Once again, the Blitz is stunned, but he runs back in onto the Rammus. Zaya has found her way into the front line, trying to position on the edge so she can hit the back line first, but she's not going to be able to. That's going to be a win for Flancy. Ironbog is down, and once again, Flancy taking a first for Vision as they get revenge from the group stage and advance to our grand finals.
You are just too good, Flancy. Second in Monster Attack Tactical Crown, looking for that international win, and of course, making it happen for Vision. The first seed of CN in a dominant fashion. It was 2-1. It was closer than we expected, but the leaders, the one that the chat selected, takes the win in the end.
A great performance across this event for the Flash Wolves, going undefeated through those groups, finding their way through the quarterfinals, and then taking on the #1 seed from CN in the semis, but they can't get it done, and Vision instead able to get their revenge, pick up such a massive win, making it an all-CN final.
Also, the show of respect is the same story group. They work together and have a possibility, so of course, great decision once again, one in Flash. They should be respected right now. They have the honor, and of course, the winner for Vision.
And we'll send it down to the stage to get Rob with our winners.
And it is officially time for Flash Wolves to hand over their keys to Team Vision, who lived up to their word and moved on to Grand Finals. Now, we have an interview with Kitty.
Congratulations to Team Vision for being our first Grand Finalist at the EWC. 莫基，恭喜你们成功打进了 EWC 的决赛。This is also a revenge story for Team Vision as they get their final revenge against Flash Wolves from the group stage. So how does that feel? 毕竟你们已经打过 Flash Wolves 这个战队，而且还是输了，所以这次能成功拿下今天的比赛复仇，有什么感受呢？
其实我们一直都是同一个学习小组的，所以我们也是打最多训练赛，我们彼此练的是最多的，所以对彼此也是最了解的。闪电狼对我们来说应该是整个 EWC 里面最难缠的对手。
Because we scrim very often with each other, we understand each other's strategy very well. And we also think Flash Wolves is a very strong team. We are very happy that we are able to win against Flash Wolves. And of course, thank you for their practice as well. 因为今天也是成功拿下了3星龙龟，当时的沟通是什么样的呢？ We also saw in our semifinals a Rammus 3. So what was the communication like?
因为我当时的血量非常多，然后我们知道我只要给 Flancy 让到血量的话，他就一定可以画出3星。
Because I had a really good status with a lot of HP, as long as I give Flancy the room to get the Rammus through the Maple duplicator, we knew we were going to get Rammus 3. Since you're also going into the grand finals, do you have any words you would like to say to the grand finalists waiting for you guys on the other side? 毕竟你们也是成功打进了决赛，所以对你们决赛对手有没有什么话想说的呢？
CNTFT best TFT。
CNTFT, best TFT. All right, now it's time to crush Flash Wolves' key.
China TFT, the best in the world. Emoji absolutely standing on that 10 toes down. How many times can Moji do it? Congratulations again. How many times can he do it? How many times can Flancy do it? Officially, they are in our grand finals and about to crush yet another key. Stone Cold Killers is what we have rocking this Team Vision jersey, ladies and gentlemen, and they are about to try to take it all the way. Flash Wolves, amazing performance, but in the end, only one of them can make it to grand finals. Be careful, Moji. I know you a beast, please be careful. Yeah. Complete and total domination, ladies and gentlemen. This is the creme de la creme. Officially, Team Vision moves on to our grand finals, and next, we're gonna find out who will be joining them.
The final hope for APAC has fallen, and now all that's left is the China region, who is clearly right now the best in TFT. Team Vision were stellar through the qualifiers, stellar through the group play, and now find themselves potentially the winners of TFT here at EWC 2026. A momentous occasion, not only for the team, but also for the organization themselves in a club championship race. But we mourn the loss of Flash Wolves, a team that played so incredibly well. They made it this far, but unfortunately they must fall. Granted, we will see them later playing for third place. There is still that consolation prize and $50,000 they're going to that they had the opportunity to play for. But for Flash Wolves, let's praise them, man. They played well.
Yes, for sure. And they also had beaten Team Vision before, but unfortunately, this game was much more important, and Team Vision were able to surpass that and recover from the loss on group stage.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard, right, Clement? It's like you're looking at you look at the team, you've already beat them before. That gives you some newfound confidence. But for the team that lost, they're coming in with some fire.
95% of the time, Flash Wolves would have taken down this game, but the difference maker is Flancy and Moji cooking up that alternate win condition. Realizing that they had the tempo in the early game, 100 HP up, and the Meeple emblem getting dropped by the spreading roots, they knew then and there that their win con was going to be Printer for Rammus.
And by the way, a 3-star, okay, coming out. At that point, is it all lost? Did Flash Wolves know we might be cooked here?
I mean, I think we were watching the game and we already knew the results, like probably 6 rounds earlier, because there was no way he was going to die. And the Rammus is basically an auto win in that spot.
But going even further back in the series, let's head back to game number 1, because at game 1, this was a big turning point for Team Vision. Because let's not forget, historical lesson, Flash Wolves was leading in game 1. They were looking like the dominant winners. After all, though, Flash Wolves ended up dropping the ball, and it came down to, of course, as we mentioned, Flancy, Moji, who were the star players for this region, for, of course, this team in general. And, of course, Kuyui, too, was one of the guys who was low rolling, tried to go for the losses, and he was one at the guy at the bottom of the pyramid who had to raise himself up, and ultimately he ended up doing so. We go back to game number 1. There was a huge turning point. And in general, Clement, let's just walk it through, right? What was the turning points? Even if we don't have a chance to visually see it, Clement, let's at least talk about what happened in game 1 and why Vision was so powerful.
I think the key moment there was 2 players on one single HP. Throughout this tournament, over 65 games played so far. No team has been able to come back from a 7th and 8th place. What they did then was both of their players actually defeated their Flash Wolves counterpart. If they fell in that game 1 to the tempo strategy, the blitz strategy of Flash Wolves, this series would have been over in 2 in very quick fashion.
And I feel like differently from group stage, Moji was able to step it up on this series. Earlier, he didn't have the quite good results, but today he found a new strategy. Playing that ASOL alongside with the Mac, he was able to have great results in both the second and third game, first and third game, and close it out the series for Team Vision.
But Flancy, now, let me ask you this. Are we moving into MVP territory? Because he's been the biggest talking point at the tournament, at least when in regards to Team Vision.
I feel like on the first day of competition, I've noticed that Flancy was the star among all teams, not just for Team Vision, because he was able to convert so many great spots. And I feel like when we watched this series today, it was amazing because I talked about before, Flancy was the guy that was going to the win-outs. Yep. But today, he ended up playing some tempo, and in this game, he was playing a composition that do not win a lot of games, but he found a way into that Ramos 3 and then could convert the win.
Well, Clement, let's go to that Ramos 3 moment, to the final action of the game where Vision was able to secure the win. We take a look, and you can see where Vision leading well ahead. They understand they've won, like you said, 6 games ago or 6 rounds ago. This is where they close it out.
So this is the point where Flancy actually survives on a single HP, and there's 2 really important things to notice. He gets the exact amount of kills, and one of them comes from that blitzcrank. Watch as he revives. He takes down the Karma with a single punch, and that is what leaves him to survive on the other end. In the other side for Koyoi, he also gets a 1 HP win, and that was the initial comeback. That was the horn that really started the win for Team Vision.
I mean, when you're the MVP, you not just are one of the best players in the tournament, but you have to have some luck sometimes.
Luck, we'll take that all day of the week. Sometimes you need good RNG. You need some good luck to be a champion after all. Hey, let's take a look at the final action from that game where Team Vision says enough is enough. We're closing the door. Flash Wolves, you can play for third.
There was a really good attempt here by Ironbog trying to wrap around with the Blitzcrank, but he just wasn't able to do it. Blitz actually walks forward, as Casanova did point out, and from there on, no assassins into the back line. The snipers can't take down the Rammus, and you knew it was going to be a Vision victory.
Vision victory indeed. They get the job done and they look stellar doing it. Again, their story has been just phenomenal. We had a chance to actually listen just a little bit earlier to the coach of ag.al, and I loved his insight that he gave us. One of the most unique answers, in fact, given that, look, China might be most dominant because of the language they use, right? Mandarin, because you have to be quick and concise. That blew me away.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, and I feel like usually as a former player from 4v4, you usually have one player that steps up and talks a little bit more, because if you keep talking things that does not help your team, you're gonna end up with information that you don't need.
Hey, I feel like I give a lot of information you guys don't need here on the desk. Maybe I need to stop speaking English. Hey, check it out. We've got a special guest, a special interview. Degon, over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Joining us is a very special guest from Riot. It is the EMEA Americas Organized Play Lead, Max Visho. Max, good to have you here.
Thank you.
Obviously, in TFT, there were some big changes that happened this year with the TPC coming on in, the TFT Pro Circuit. What were some of the big reactions to it and some of the learnings that Riot's taken away from it for the pro scene?
Yeah, I'm super happy to talk about TFT Pro Circuit. I think it was a great success. Overall, I think the community and the players are very happy with it. We launched it, I think, last year in September. So this is the first year where we fully ran TFT Pro Circuit. Got a lot of learnings, obviously. We already did some minor adjustments to the format, but I think overall we are pretty happy. The main reason why we did it was, for the one thing, to provide more stability to our pro players. More like they don't need to grind now all the set, all the ladder. They can focus on getting better or becoming the best in TFT. And on the other hand, for us also, it's easier now to kind of spin narratives around them, because we know these players are with us for the full set. We can join them on the journey through the set, and yeah, it has been great.
One of the big questions, though, is what is the biggest learning from competitive TFT from this most recent year? Obviously, a lot of changes. What is stuck, and what's the one big thing that you can hang your hat on?
Yeah, I think it's really about storytelling and narratives. I mean, we really value the couch to crown approach for TFT. Everyone can join, play TFT, download it, and start getting better, and then hopefully join one of our tournaments. But in order to build this pro scene and also bring fans into it, you need these stable pro players, and we want to kind of have them with us for the full set and have the stability, and then tell great stories around them.
Yeah, again, I got to see a lot of that from the TAC Crown broadcast. Scan the QR code, figure out how to play, and hop on in.
Yes.
Now, one of the things here at EWC is unique, and that all of us here have enjoyed 4v4. It has been such a unique format. It has been a lot of fun. What are the learnings there in 4v4, and what's the future of 4v4 look like?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I've been here since the beginning of the week. It has been great to see all the players play and have fun and enjoy. I think what really stands out for 4 versus 4, on the one hand, is the teams. Obviously, TFT normally is a single player game, so just to see the team dynamic, the players coming together, enjoying themselves, seeing the emotion, the banter as well through the teams is really great. It also obviously adds kind of a strategy add on to it, to already very complex and strategic game. So yeah, it's just great to see how players are spinning this type of TFT tournament that have been really fun. And yeah, we might see some more 4 versus 4 in set 18 for our tier 2 players as well.
And a perfect transition to set 18, Enchanted Wilds. What are you most excited about for our newest set that's coming out?
Yeah, I mean, obviously most excited about us transitioning to Unreal. The team Global is working incredibly hard to make that work, and it opens so many new opportunities for us. So looking forward to getting that on the road. On the other hand, there will be Rift Beasts the first time in TFT, which I'm super excited for. We will have Ivern back, and yeah, there will be a Lux as a legendary unit, very flexible. So I think there's a lot of stuff to look forward to, and we have carousels back.
Carousels are back. And quickly, before we turn the page on 17, what was your most favorite thing here from Space Gods here in set 17?
I mean, that's a good question. I think what I've enjoyed the most for Space Gods, obviously our pro competition. I think we've seen a lot of people coming back and enjoying the set, and I think now we also nailed the balancing. So seeing now a very good balance here in EWC has been great.
We've ran a lot of different teasers about this big event that might be coming up involving TFT and Riftbound, Convergence Fest. It's coming out. It is huge. Everyone's very excited for it. What can you share about Convergence Fest?
I mean, yeah, first of all, I was also super excited. I've been there from the beginning when we started with the TFT Open in Vegas. Then we went to Macau. We've been here actually in Paris end of last year with the Paris Open, and now going back to Vegas. Super excited to be there. It's always great to see so much players enjoying themselves, bringing the community together. So looking forward to that. If you want to join, the pre-sale registration is already open, so visit the website and sign up. And yeah, I mean, as of today, or actually yesterday, we also postponed the snapshot to the 18th of September, I think. So everyone who wants to grind the ladder in set 18 is more than welcome, and I hope you guys have enough time now to do this.
Love the fact that you're listening to the community. We're able to do that, and yeah, make sure to go sign up. EWC has been such a foundational spot here for 4v4 TFT. What is in store for next year for EWC and TFT 4v4?
Yeah, I mean, we will be here again. We'll check the format, see what we can adjust. But I think overall, I'm very happy with how it went. And yeah, looking forward to see who will win next year. Hopefully, maybe an EMEA on America's team. But yeah, let's see how that goes.
And then finally, any final words or surprises, anything you got here for the TFT fans around the world?
I think just a big shout out to everyone involved in the production here. Thank you for the talent. Thank you for the players and the coaches who went here and did their best. I'd love to see like the mixed nations teams as well around Godlike and Mouts. I think it's one thing to be able to communicate in your own language, but then trying to kind of do it everything in English, not your native language, has been great. So yeah, big GG to everyone and looking forward to see the final games.
Max, thank you so much for all of your effort getting this together, and yeah, we'll see what you have in the future. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much.
Back to y'all.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
Bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of
Convergence Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open, and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dobbs and Clement. Next series about to be underway for semifinals. One more spot in grand finals. Who's it going to be? Well, we got 2 wonderful teams about to clash. It's Aurora Gaming, ag.al, to decide the final spot. And I must say, both of these teams have fought so hard to get here. They both represent the same region, so you know the regional pride is going to be absolutely blistering hot between both of them.
And we actually have seen this matchup before in the CN qualifier. It actually was Aurora to take down ag.al in 2-1. I think their biggest strength is just how many TAC round champions, the quality of players that they have. 3 TAC round runs so far between Wanmie and Li Luo.
All right, well, the players were arriving just a bit ago as they come in to take the stage. Now the pressure starts to heat up, and they realize this is the moment that they've been waiting for, to be in grand finals. What an honor it would be. Coach, of course, in front. We had a chance to speak to him just a little bit ago. Horo, giving us some insight as to who ag.al is and also what they were going to do, and that was beat Aurora Gaming.
Yes, for sure. I feel like for the Chinese teams, we've seen that the past 2 seasons, EWC was based in the early parts of the set, and I think that the biggest question I had before this event was, will China dominate that again? Because on the early set, your skills is like building a comps, hiding some strategy, but later on it's more about execution, and they just show that they're best in both ways.
All right, well, hey, Aurora Gaming coming in there. I saw Wanmie. He is such a phenomenal player with massive accomplishments. Let's learn a little bit more as to who they are.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's the second semifinal matchup, ag.al taking on Aurora Gaming. Now, ag.al are a very strong and talented roster, but there's one name at the top, Ryue, who has been on fire. This guy, very accomplished in his career. His resume is probably one of the most accomplished on the roster, and he's looking to add another title to his desk, man, because this is the only trophy missing from what I'm hearing.
He is definitely the most talkative of the players on the team so far, and if you look at what he's done at TAC Round, he has 2 runner-up placements. In fact, over on ag.al, they have 3 players that have been second place at TAC Round. So I would say even though Aurora has the best roster, this has to be the second best.
Yes, for sure. And I feel like this is the moment that they can step up. Imagining not being able to get those titles that you want 3 times, but now they can get in together and maybe take down Aurora.
Now, Clement, Ryue, adaptability, composure, and ability. He's got all 3 for this team. What does that mean as a player in a 4v4 standard format?
I think ag.al is the most flexible team in all of the tournament. Li Tuchuan is the player I actually watched the most. And the strongest part of ag.al is Wei Mu, Luoqiu, Li Tuchuan, and Zirui can both flex. All 3 of them can flex for win out. Their problem in the team is they do have a weak spot. Achen here, unfortunately, who has been targeted multiple times and has gone 8th twice, 8th and 6th place twice in the last series. So there's a very clear drop-off in terms of the roster.
That's what one of the things that I was about to say. Li Tuchuan and Weimo, they're on a step ahead of the other 2 teammates, but we've seen some other rosters on other teams. They were here, and in the playoffs, some of the players that were not doing very well on group stage, they step it up. So I feel like for ag.al, in order to succeed, they'll have to be better all across the team.
But Aurora Gaming is opposite of ag.al on the stage, and Aurora Gaming has one of the most accomplished TFT players in Wanmei. He returns now to Paris to try and win this trophy. Talk to me about Wanmei's accomplishments, what this would mean to him, and more importantly, who he is as a player.
Well, for Wanmei, he has been one of the best players across all of the seasons in TFT, especially from the beginning, and then he later on, here in Paris, he was able to return and take the title in here in this same venue. So last week, he was able to take down the Tactician Crown as well. So very experienced player. I've studied him a lot throughout my career, and I think he is the best to ever play this game.
And not to downplay that he just won. I mean, how many competitors did he have to beat out?
I mean, for the Tactician Crown, it was up to 40, but if you look at the China, it's like thousands of players.
Yeah, thousands indeed. I mean, come on, to beat thousands of players is absolute insanity. Now the question is, can he beat 4 more on ag.al?
Oh, Wanmei, we call him the heart of China because he was the one to win their first championship. His story is about the renaissance that we're seeing right here back on our stage. CN region, after a long slumber, after a long drought, actually going back into prominence. So I have to feel like most of the fans back home are probably going to be cheering for Aurora.
All right, well, let's find out if Aurora can get it done. They face off against ag.al. There's only one spot left in Grand Finals. Who's it going to get? Let's head to the stage.
an exciting first semi-final comes to an end, and of course we must figure out who will be the second team jumping on that grand finals. This is Championship Sunday. Rob, how are the vibes for you, man?
Oh, the vibes are absolutely immaculate, especially if you are a Team Vision fan. I mean, how insane was that performance? Flancy just seems to get it done every single time. That whole squad just absolutely stacked from top to bottom. But this next one is going to be different.
Yes, sir. Second semi-finals coming, and it's the kind of the same scenario. One of the teams has lost once, one of the teams is still undefeated. Can you keep that clean record? I'm looking forward to this, bro.
It's about to be amazing, ladies and gentlemen, and the first team we're about to welcome to this stage is arguably the most stacked roster on paper. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Aurora Gaming! Now, Aurora has 3 TAC crowns overall. Kwame, of course, being one of only 3 players in the world with 2 victories. And then, of course, Liluo also has a TAC crown championship. But even though those 2 have the TAC crowns, remember I said stacked top to bottom. The highest AVP up to this point on this team is none other than 62nd. And then Ahao has also shown that he has been their win-out player throughout this entire event. So it is not a one-man army, but a squad of 4 Titans.
Absolutely. Only Titans allowed, to be honest, at this stage of the competition, Rob. And you know Aurora Gaming will be there to put in work. But with this, it is time to welcome their opponents. And this is a team that has been looking unstoppable all week long. It is time to welcome to the stage ag.al. The team that qualified through the global qualifier, and they are an absolute train throughout this week. They won 2-0 over Mouse, 2-1 over Zeta, and 2-0 over Godlike Gaming. All gamers, anyone's legend. The fusion of 2 legendary teams creates a moniker that you need to fulfill at the end of the weekend, as the 4 players are joining the stage, led by Jiu himself. He is looking to get one of these trophies that has been eluding him, the EWC trophy, right there on stage. And you know how beautiful it is. Every player sets their sight on this trophy. Only one can lift it.
Only one can lift it. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to lift the energy in here right now by speaking to the king of TFT right now, Hwamie. My question is simple. Early on, of course, you have the most stacked roster to a lot of people here, but you did have a loss early in this tournament. How did you bounce back to make it all the way here to the semifinals?
那画面，你们的战队在纸面上可能是本届赛场上最强的一支战队了，但是你们当时在小组赛直接就是吃了一场失利，然后但是你们又现在也已经一路打回这个半决赛的舞台了。那想问你，你们当时从那场失败当中是如何这样反弹回来的呢？
因为就是小组赛嘛，可能就是大家状态调整都没有到最好，然后也有一些试错的存在。一旦进入淘汰赛，我们将以最饱满的那个姿态去挑战那个什么应对。
I mean, it was the group stages, and we might have, a bit of a slow start, but with our engines have warmed up, and this is the semi-final stage. This is the biggest stage overall, and we are here at 100%, and we're here to give it our all.
Damascus, Hwamie, and all of Aurora Gaming clearly believe that they are an unstoppable force up to this point, and it's hard to argue with that.
Hard to argue, but against them might be the immovable object from ag.al. Listen, you guys have been unstoppable this week. 3 wins, still undefeated, and even though Aurora lost earlier, they just said that right now they feel unstoppable. You guys have not been stopped. How do you keep that consistency throughout the week?
ag.al 战队呢，你们现在在整场比赛当中目前为止还是未尝一败。你们是如何保持这个气势，保持这个不败之率，一直到这个半决赛舞台以及更远呢？
因为我们不管是输赢还是训练赛，我们都会保持谦逊，就是持续努力吧，然后也保持我们的自信。对。
Well, our secret to being unstoppable is to stay humble and give it our all every single match, and to just never stop being to never stop giving our all throughout every single match.
Hey, you made it to the stage, you've got to give your all, but I love this, Rob. We've heard smack talk left and center, but they're saying stay humble, do the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the words, but right here at the Esports World Cup, y'all already know we handle it on the sticks. Aurora Gaming, ag.al, please meet us right here in the center for our face-off. Yet again, the team standing in front of you is also the last obstacle for you trying to get to grand finals and achieve your dreams. There can only be one that moves on from here. It is about that time. ag.al versus Aurora Gaming.
Everybody listen! Those are the sounds of the seconds ticking away before the last semi-final of TFT here at the Esports World Cup 2026. My name is Canapet alongside Impetuous Panda, and we have ourselves as established a treat. Aurora Gaming, all gamers going face to face.
What a match it is. Some viewers even thinking this could be the expected grand final in terms of how stacked both of these rosters are. Before we go into it though, I want to mention, and I think, despite ag.al being undefeated on the run, I think this might be the first real big test for ag.al as a team. I think they had a relatively easier run facing two Western teams on their way to the semifinals. They have not faced a team from CN yet in this competition. Their toughest opponent was Zeta Division in the group stage that they were able to win 2-1. I think this will be the moment to see what they are truly made of on the big stage.
And of course, we've already talked at length about how incredible a journey it will be for the Aurora Gaming squad, particularly for Huamier, up, of course, in the spotlight as a player with the most ludicrous year of TFT imaginable, a record that may never be matched. Alongside, of course, the player who won the set championship immediately after him, Lilo on the squad as well. It's a glittering lineup here. Let's bring ourselves out to the big picture a little bit though before we get this first game started. Front of mind for you, not just the meta, in the 4v4 style in general, what do you feel like is most important heading into this series?
I think it's having the clutch players. The players where in a series like this, where the teams, I think, are so even. I think we've seen the team play. There's not really mistakes at this point in the tournament. There's not really any big blunders. I think teams have honed in so perfectly on the meta, on what they should be doing in terms of the tempo of the lobby. It's about the clutch plays. We saw from Huamier yesterday that misposition or that position at the very end to get that guaranteed win streak in the game 2 to defeat Weibo Gaming. I think just the small details that players like Huamier, players like Li Tuchuan, I think really showcase the true peaks of TFT.
Well, welcome to the official start of the peak of the semifinals. The first game is underway again. Aurora Gaming, all gamers face to face. Only one of them gets to go to the finals to face Team Vision. We shall see who shall clutch and who shall fall short.
And a bit of a, slower start to the game in terms of the encounter. No extra resources, no extra modifiers added on to this very first game. We saw the gods there will beat Varus and Evelyn. Impactful for very different reasons. Varus, of course, enabling reroll. Also having potentially that 4-cost shop on stage 3 that can be so warping in terms of these stage 4 roll downs. But more importantly, Evelyn, we have seen the win more potential in terms of, hey, I got a huge win streak board on stage 2. I see a steamroll. If you manage to steamroll on a 10 win streak, you will get so much extra gold. It can almost decide the game on the spot. So we'll see how players decide in stage 2 to play around more of a tempo or win streak option, thinking about the potential steamroll.
And thank you, Joe Observers, for highlighting it will be the Serpent Frost Stargazer this game as well. Gosh, as I said, I think I'm absolutely right. It feels like we need to be so ready to see these strong boards coming together, because the difference between a successful potential steamroller run and missing out is absolutely enormous. It's not an unbeatable situation. We have seen teams get that streak and lose, but it puts you so far ahead that it takes something miraculous to happen on the other side.
That's right. And with a Serpent here, we are going to potentially see Xayah being a playable comp. It's not all constellations that allow Xayah to be played as a 4-cost, so a little bit more variety, especially for those openers with a lot of extra bows and those 80 starts that are not all funneled into just a Nova line with the Akali and the Kindred.
All right, we'll be starting off here with our gold augments. Our players readying their battle lines here to see who can step forward, as you said, into the potential steamroller position. Of course, if we know there's going to be conceivably steamroller players in the lobby, and you've got a play that they're going to be, they'll of course be the players who say, you know what, I can't win, I need to maximize my losses.
Yeah, players, when there are different God offerings, they obviously change their potential augment pick and their game plans a tiny bit. They don't completely warp, they don't only pick tempo options because of the steamroll, but they do consider, hey, if I have a chance to play for a win streak, I have this extra little thing that can help me find some extra synergy in this stage too. Looking at the augment pickups here, it is going to be a lot of flexibility for players like 62nd, with the salvage bin so important in 4v4 in terms of being able to play into many different comps, and slamming items for tempo can be so important in terms of HP preservation.
We did see a couple of emblems being picked up as well. Lilio will have the Bastion from the very early on. So, of course, we'll get a little bit of direction, but not an absolute ton. So, a couple of different players with emblems. But you say, we're seeing items coming in, we're seeing some econ coming in as well. Our players are not locking themselves down too hard, too quickly.
Emblems option for the Frontline Foundation for 2 players, 1 on each team. It will be Li Luo, as you mentioned, on Aurora Gaming, and Li Tutron, one of the heroes of that 2-0 victory against Godlike yesterday for ag.al. The most interesting options, I would say, I think, are probably the advanced loan, A10, the chance to have just so much extra gold, potentially can be punished. This isn't Golden Gala, so there's a chance that if you go from Prismatic to Gold on 3-2, that's already a loss of maybe 0.5 expected placement in your result because of how much power you're losing compared to the Prismatics.
Well, talk to me a little bit. Of course, we're in game 1 of the series. Things are just start up. We're looking, of course, for our players to build that initial win streaks. In terms of how risky you're willing to go as a team at this point to potentially take a decision right now that could cost your team a big chunk of power, how much more willing are you to do that in game 1 versus at game 2, let's say?
I think players, if they know the just expected EV, they're happy to take risks. I think we've seen augments that, we saw yesterday. 4 players from ag.al were playing essentially win-out spots because they were just so far ahead in some cases, and despite one player going 8th, they still took over that game 2 against Godlike. So it's all about expected risk, expected reward, and players at this level have the balance so well thought out that there's not really much risk involved.
All right, taking a quick look at the early streaks, it looks like we have got a pretty even split, that we will have Aurora with a slight edge and keeping hold of the lost streaks as well. So again, we'll see. We don't know if we're in Steamroller land as of yet, but our players, they've got some pretty solid boards coming together. Of course, we mentioned the Bastion emblem already in place, as we talked about many times before, bringing us across to the Meeple line generally. But if for a theoretical player here who does get a steamroll, what kind of board would be ideal?
Any board that can win rounds. That's really the name of the game with Steamroll. You really want to try and push that win streak forward. You want to change your game plan a little bit, because even if you're losing interest gold, if you're still continuing to win, you're 1, preserving HP, 2, dealing pressure to the opposing team, and also getting that win streak gold and the Steamroll gold as well. So it is worth going down to as little as 10 gold if you're pushing levels in the right intervals.
And of course, it all ties so much better together when you've got the win streak already in place. Lilio is looking pretty strong. Huamier also picks a win. And it looks like Wayman Lucho will also be in a good spot, as we will be getting ourselves just not a steamroller right now, at least. A little bit of extra power and some duplicators on the field from the Varus.
Yeah, the 2 tiny duplicators, I don't see too many players playing for any kind of Cho'Gath Lissandra board or any kind of relevant 1-cost rerolls at this point in the meta. The 2-star 2-cost for Evelyn, if you're playing for a win streak, you are kind of forced to take this because you need to keep your board strong. If the opposing win streak players take this and they have just a huge advantage over you in terms of their board strength, that is not a good look for your team coming to stage 3 and the pressure you're applying on the lobby.
All right, so since we can settle down a little bit knowing we don't have to deal with steamrollers anymore, Wami, of course, already set up to look very strong. It has the upgrades in place already. And, of course, the Lantern to bring in some more units to help put down some more pressure. Do you want to take a moment just to recognize some of the players towards the bottom from Aurora? I believe we've got some Primordium being built up from them down there to try and, at least, again, if we're talking about ways to bring out more of your lost streak, get that extra income pouring in.
Hwamye not leveling to 5, staying on 4 despite the upgrade to the Milio and to the Pantheon. We'll see here 2 players facing off. They are players who are not both on the win streak, but still both very healthy. 2 of the strongest boards for sure, with that Bastion emblem on the Cho'Gath. And Wimulacho on the Gunblade, on the Briar, has level 5, has a full bench as well. The Cluttered Mind really helping with the Econ to make it to 5 without losing too much of that economy. If he's able to win streak, it would be huge, but in this case, the board seems to be a little bit too strong for Liluo.
Yeah, we can see just too many targets, especially the melee carries, to cut through. So Liluo will be at least in a solid position along with Hwamye, and actually it ends up being Aurora Gaming controlling both win streaks just before PvE.
They've been able to make the best use of that 2-star 2-cost that came out from the Evelyn. I have to assume both have picked it because of how important their win streaks are. And we saw this, very often across 4v4 in general, the sandwich in the HP totals coming out of stage 2, going into stage 3, where it's clear that, if 2 players are playing for win streaks, your opposing teammates are going to essentially open or play for a lose streak to try, and everyone getting as much econ as possible.
Yes, it's just one of those fundamental parts of 4v4. It's not quite as bad as it could be, because at least from all gamers, they've got 1 loss streak from Archen, but that's it. Both win streaks, 1 loss streaks in the Aurora side of things. There's a lot more money, as you said, especially since we've got some of the accelerants in this lobby, like the Slimeman, like the Cluttered Mind, to move us up levels and make good use of that money quicker. 62nd will get a win out from the bottom of the table. We'll see if Hwamye and Leo they face each other, unfortunately, so that's a lot of money, a lot of potential money at least, lost for Aurora.
It will be Hwamye getting his streak broken, Lilo just a tiny bit stronger. I think both players will still want to play for a fairly strong 3-2 tempo augment to try and continue pressuring this lobby, and maybe going for the chance at a blowout win, at applying a lot of pressure on stage 4 if any players from ag.al miss on their forecast in their rolldowns. Looking at the Vanguard emblem here, a very, I think, expected path towards the LeBlanc carry we've seen before. I think one of the upsides of LeBlanc is it has stages, right? You can play for the LeBlanc if you are missing on the upgrade, if you are playing for your HP on stage 4. You can play for the low cap version, just play for your HP, play for the wins in stage 4. But if you high roll a LeBlanc too early, you can make it to 9. You can eventually pivot, as we saw yesterday from Gobo, into that, Vex 2 carrying the Rage Blade, into the Sona and the Bard as the AP carries instead.
Not finding any needlessly large rods there to be able to get a little bit more AP from that backline. So Legion Squad, of course, will be trying to keep that win streak intact for all gamers or Legion, but they'll soon run across each other, the 2 win streakers, and we'll see which team really starts missing out on that income. I do notice towards the bottom, from all gamers, Archen, a huge amount of money in the bank. He is, saving up for something big to eventually start roaring up the table later.
As you mentioned, Billy Chuan, not the rod, so it's kind of difficult because he is now the win streak player for ag.al. He has to tempo slam. He has to try and make things happen here. He cannot just hold all these items on the bench and just wait until a 3-2 augment round, considering he is now on a 4 win streak. But Enema has come in now for Ahae. But actually, for both players, ag.al Chen also has the Anima in. I think players, like we said before, and we've seen across this entire weekend, they are not necessarily indexing too heavy into the Anima.
This will be the 2 win-streaking players up against each other in this round, so big consequences. Whichever team stays ahead, the Kaiser will get 1 more shot off, but the Vanguard emblem makes the save. That's absolutely huge for all gamers. They were looking for some kind of good news coming out of the early stage.
I love the red buff Giant Slayer Slam here. You play for the tempo, you play for the item slams, but you also stay open to maybe even playing into AD. I think you can play with the Vanguard emblem into the Xayah line. You don't play the Blitz on 8, you have the Vanguard online for the Nunu, and this is a Serpent, so it's definitely a playable Xayah spot. Again, if you high roll 2 Xayahs on 7 somehow, you have that door open to try and roll down for an AD variation instead of the AP line.
Taking a look at some of our other players. Weimu, of course, haven't seen too much with the Cluttered Mind. We knew he was kind of brewing things quietly. Picking up Invested will be a second player to really be stacking up money in the bank. I kind of like this from the middle of the table, because a lot of our middle of the tables players, without the streaks to rely on, can become a little economically sparse.
The 3-2 Prismatics, I think we see kind of the same augments again and again because of their power and what they offer in 4v4 in particular. We see the Baron's Lair, we see the Invested, we see here the Sweet Treats. When you just have a lot of extra resources in general, you can play for things like the extra emblem from Finland Foundation. You're able to get so many more stats in your team. I think the most interesting game plan right now in this stage 3 after that augment round is Zijue's game plan. He's picked up Concentration and he's picked up Wise Spending. So going to be playing for kind of a tempo reroll option, most likely, or possibly trying trying to index into the Zoe reroll, which we've seen very sparsely across this tournament, but it has done quite well from the right spots.
So as we settle into stage 3, I think, again, for any folks who might be tuning in for seeing 44 for the first time, I wonder if you could kind of give us like a little micro primer here about the different roles that our players can play in each team and what we're kind of seeing from in this particular game.
I think in the big picture, teams can either play for a greedier scaling strategy where they lose HP early, but then come back with just stronger boards and more win-out potential in stage 4 and especially in stage 5. Or you can play for a more reroll-centric, very heavy index on stage 3, apply a lot of pressure to the greedy strategy, and try and even go for win-outs where you're not winning the game off the strongest board. Instead, you're winning off of a blowout win with 3 players from the opposing team going out in the bottom 4. So the key things are, if you're the lose streak player, you have a task on stage 4 to stabilize. If you fail at doing so, your team is at a big disadvantage. And that's something we're going to look at 4-1 in particular.
Yeah, just keeping stock of Li Chuan, who actually will drop the win streak from the top of the table. It's interesting how things have developed here, because initially we had that sandwich of the all gamers players that has separated out a bit. They did have the win streak for a little while. We've not got ourselves a steamroller. We've hiked it up all game long. We'll have to make do, perhaps, with Varus.
3-star 1 cost on stage 3 is all about tempo game plan. There are huge high rolls as well. If you hit something like a Cho'Gath, you can even consider moving into some variation of a Darkstar line with him being able to scale off of being a 3-star, essentially for free. I think one of the strongest options from the Evelyn here. There are a lot of misses. It's just gold. You can just sell off the unit, but there are some big hits depending on your strategy.
And right now we are still seeing a relatively mixed lobby, so you might be willing to take that chance. Let's see what 60 Second gets. Talon certainly has, well, we know it's been very powerful in the early going. See 60 Second thinking about the idea of playing it. Certainly, I think we've got enough emblems we're getting on with, so you can pull off something a little bit more unusual.
Because he has the emblems and he has a salvage bin as well, I love the pickup here. You are so flexible from this game plan with 60 Second to try and play around anything you do hit. It is a Serpent. I think you can play some kind of vertical Serpent board, but with the emblems that 60 Second had, I think it's not the easiest to play around the Talon 3.
So we're hoping to see the concentration board come through. To point out the wise spending from before. Not an absolute ton of the relevant units on the bench, but we know that the Mordekaiser especially, as well as the Zoe you mentioned, have the chance to become absolutely destructive against Wanwei in this round. So anyway, currently on the lower bounds of HP with no loss streak to protect. Wouldn't mind taking the win, but it's not going to get it.
And uniquely, his Arbiter is not the Leona print or the gold generation. It's instead going to be every 4 seconds, the Arbiters gain 10 ability power, so scaling into these longer fights and playing more for combat strength, having to roll for the Leona naturally, which makes sense. You're playing for wise spending, you're rolling for the Zoe anyway. This is a unique game plan. We don't get to see kind of these odd strategies very often at this level of competition. It's usually kind of the more standard boards that are guaranteed to find success, like the Akali Nova, for example, and all the different forecasts. So really cool to see how this pans out for ag.al.
Worth noting as well, thank you very much, observers, for noticing this. Anyway, also snuck in a Karma too somehow, but way before hitting his, the Zoe part of the board. So that's a lot of extra power being poured in. Maybe he can start clawing up the table.
That's the magic of wise spending. You are not essentially rolling very heavily on sticks. Instead, as you roll, you're leveling up and you're continuously improving your board turn after turn, while also getting to level 7, getting to level 8 a little bit quicker. I think it's a great strategy for 4v4 in particular, where you are trying to get relatively strong in stage 3. You are trying to have agency over your HP total and your board strength in a very kind of fluctuating lobby tempo stage.
Well, as we come to the Grand Round, let's just check in on how the teams are doing overall. 60 Second, we saw from before, with, of course, all those emblems on the 7-round win streak, and several other Aurora players in a similar spot as well, though, of course, without the streaks. All gamers do have Archen down the bottom with a loss streak, but otherwise, not too much going on.
And this is a spot and the player we were talking about when it comes to the rolls in 4v4. If A10 does not win 4-1 after he rolls down, if he does not hit his Nami 2 or does not find the space group board he's looking for, ag.al can be in pretty deep trouble. And this is kind of the risk you're taking. It's calculated risk. You're obviously having a lot of extra gold off of the 10 loss streak, but his goal and his task is now to try and win ideally every single fight in stage 4 and apply pressure to the opposing team while maybe having some extra HP and sacrifice from the win streak players on his team. Organis 2 is found, but no singular copy of Nami on this roll down, and that could be a little bit of trouble, Counterfeit.
Yeah, we'll have to make do with that Graves we found for a second. Okay, there we go. We got the Nami. We don't need Graves anymore. In the bin. New friend, absolutely found. She said Morgana 2 as the upgrade from the front line is certainly a relief. So hopefully we'll see Archen turning around. 19 HP is not a ton to work with. Certainly if I'm in this kind of position, David, I'd love to be having an overwhelmingly strong board. It's not like an anima cash out to guarantee I'm getting the hits in I need.
And right away we see ag.al also rolling deeply here against the mirror match in the Space Groove line, both on Nami 1. The Golden Gamble was a Radiant Shiv for ag.al. We'll see how that pans out with the Void Staff coming through. And this is what we were talking about. Everyone now from Aurora says, hey, this is our target. This is the player who has rolled down, has not hit. He's down to potentially 1 life as early as stage 4-2. If we shift our game plan, apply pressure now, roll down heavily, we can maybe get a guaranteed 8th from ag.al in this game 1.
It does feel it's so risky for teams to put themselves in a position where, again, it's worth reiterating what you're saying there, that it's just terrifying to see a whole team decide, we're going to strip mine the pool for every single copy of that champion. So remember the early days of TFT, I believe it was the French teams who kind of, certainly in the first place, ISO, and that's the first people to do it. Teams would just be immediately blown away and say, oh, our whole plan's out the window.
And we see the Nami's being held already by 62nd, indicating that ag.al, his teammate, has already hit his own Nami 2, and now the floodgates are open to target Grief Achen on his path to stabilizing. I do not believe Achen has been able to hit the Nami just yet, and that means, depending on the matchmaking pool, if there aren't teams to stack HP for him, this could be an elimination round in this game 1.
There's a tough spot to be in as well. I mean, 62nd taking the lead on the scoreboard with the most HP. If all gamers start bleeding HP to save their teammate who's almost gone, it could cost them overall as well. We'll see how this concentration does. We have got the lesser duplicators being added in, but right now Archen's got at least a strong enough board. I think, with the Gwen on the side, she'll be able to cut through and keep himself healthy for now. But David, what kind of circumstances would a team ever just say, you know what, Archen, your position is not recoverable enough, we can't keep feeding you HP?
In this case, we saw the sack there. The Zoe items were removed. They were added just at the very end of the fight to try and kill off a few more units, but there was a small sack there. I think Archen is close to stabilizing. He's on a Nami pair, for example, and he has a good setup. He has a big grab bag. He has extra units itemized. He has a side effect as well, a fairly good combat power augment for the Space Groove line. But again, is he going to be able to have the matchmaking to have teammates sack for him until he hits? That is the big question, especially with everyone on Aurora holding out on those Nami copies.
Well, that's all going on. We have at least got Waymo trying to put together a strong case of his own. Also fighting up from the bottom of the table, which is very much far from ideal, especially if you're going to have to eventually run across your teammate and decide which one of you will give up the life. In this case, we can see the Fiora demonstrating a little bit of why she's so dangerous. Got the Vex at 1 star for Waymo and a decent looking bench as well. He's not quite there with his full power board, so will, I imagine, fall down in this round unless the Vex gets one big shot off.
Nami always do come through in the end. Waymo Cho is the player trying to become that win-out player for ag.al. The double econ, the cluttered mine into the invested, the level 9 roll down. Hasn't quite stabilized his board, hasn't quite hit any of the 5-cost upgrades other than Fiora, which isn't always the most consistent carry compared to the Vex, of course. And Vex is usually the carry you are building your items for due to that consistency. So all of a sudden, I think ag.al is definitely on the back foot throughout this stage 4. We'll see how things change, if Archen can stay alive or not. But if ag.al goes 7th and 8th here, I think Aurora, with the HP lead and the board strength from 62nd, I mean, they could be in a commanding position in this game 1.
Yeah, we've seen it from so many games. It's so hard to come back and get the first and second when your team is behind as a whole, because there's so many more routes in 44 for the other team to really just push you around. Let's see if we can get some more board strength on the Nasus 2. Not exactly what the Doctor ordered here, but
there's the Nami.
I mean, that's got to be something, but we still with the question here. Waymo and Archen, you can't keep both of them going in the game. They can't both win streak, especially with Waymo losing a life in the previous round. Something's got to give.
Yeah, the Blitz pair would be huge, or the Blitz upgrade, but of course Blitz, I think the most hotly contested 5-cost across really every single player's board for the most part, and it's still the Vex one as well. It will be another team fight here between Ziyue and Waymo Cho. That being said, look at the HP totals. Every player from Aurora Gaming has decided to play for a level 8 strategy, rolling down heavily on H, not trying to play for a greedy win-out strategy on level 9 in stage 5 because they know they have a massive HP lead. They know they have very vulnerable players on ag.al, and they're fighting to apply infinite pressure throughout this stage 4 and the start of stage 5. If the plan fails, if ag.al turns the corner, all of a sudden they're in better positions to win the game outright in stage 5 and later on in stage 6. So the balance of the game is really going to be decided across these next few rounds.
And the signs are not looking good for All Gamers All Legion. 3 players in the bottom 4. Again, a reminder for our first-time viewers. In the 4v4 format, if 3 Aurora players finish in the bottom 4, it doesn't matter what your 4th player does. Your team is done. We go next to game number 2 of the semi-finals. Right now, it seems like Aurora's game plan is bearing fruit. As you said, tons of HP across the top 2 members especially, but even the ones in the middle still looking healthy.
This will be a big test here for Chen. He is facing Li Tuchuan. I don't believe items have been fully removed from the backliners at the very least, potentially from the frontliners. And Wei Mulo will be facing off against Huan Mie, who's sitting on a double backline with the LeBlanc, with the Acel, trying to roll to 0 every turn to make the strongest board possible right now and eliminate Wei Mulo before he hits the 5-cost upgrades. It does not seem like the board is strong enough. The frontline hangs on for a very long time, and suddenly, with the wins from Wei Mulo and Chen, they are starting to turn the corner.
Yeah, seeing Huan Mei moving down into 7th position there is pretty alarming for Aurora. Again, they've still got the cards stacked in their favor in this game, but even the small changes of position here, particularly, of course, with 4v4, with everyone donating their HP to each other, we're already seeing there's very little in it from 4th all the way down to 7th right now.
And we've seen the goal totals for Aurora Gaming all of this stage. It has been below 10 gold. They're essentially trying to use their gold every single round to either hold units, to just get any upgrades on their board as possible. And now I'm starting to get a little bit worried or concerned about the outcome of this game. It looked very one-sided for Aurora Gaming. I think now ag.al is starting to come back. And this is what we're talking about, the balance between the pressure of the stage 3 and stage 4 strategies and the greedier win-out positions of players trying to play the long game instead. There's a balance in stage 4 where some players could get blown out very early and go 7th and 8th. I think we've made it past that point already. And especially if Wei Mulo finds a Vex 2, finds a Shen 2, really finds the 5-cost upgrades, he can be the win-out player for ag.al.
We'll see what happens. Every round is a chance for a player to get knocked out unexpectedly, especially if the 2 lowest HP members face each other. I have to imagine that, Wei Mu's suddenly able to soak more of a loss here. Of course, you can't just be emptying out your items and giving the loss over entirely. We'll see if All Gamers can manage to thread the needle here and keep both of their players alive.
It would be ideal for Chen to win this round. He's 11 HP, he's definitely 1 life, and Wei Mulo can still heal with the Fiora, has healed to 17. It's a close fight, but I think in the end, Wei Mulo has not removed items, so it will be Chen going out in 8th, unfortunately, and no other player has been eliminated, so it's only going to be ag.al with 1 player down at this point in stage 5.
All right, so let's reset things here. We can see again Aurora back up to top 2 positions again, double the HP of Li Tuchuan just below, and Wei Mu as well. We do see the 2-star Blitzcrank coming in from the middle of the table. Again, we're looking for, in the most immediate, whether All Gamers or Legion will be dropping 3 members into the bottom 4 or not. Based on that upgrade, at least that particular hurdle may well be passed.
Look at ag.al next on the chopping block, the first and weakest player from Aurora on 1 life now here as well. He has an Ami-2 since very early in stage 4, but is this board going to be strong enough to deal with the Corki, to deal with a setup here? The Riven is not moving on to the Nami just yet, so it looks like it should be enough here for ag.al. Should be a pretty clean win. And on the side of Ziwei, he's also fighting for his life at 7 HP. The Zoe reroll did not quite pan out, unfortunately. The Mordekaiser 3 was not found, for example, and it will be Ziwei being taken down. So already a 7th and 8th for ag.al. This forces a heroic comeback, a win-out position from both Li Tuchuan and Wei Mulo. Wei Mulo, I'm not too concerned about. I think if he hits the 5-cost, he can make it there. Li Tuchuan, though, he's on 2 HP.
Yes, which means there's no room for error. And of course, you've got 4 players now on 1 team for Aurora who can all position to make sure that his time is going to be the worst possible it could be. it just feels like, David, from what we're seeing, an overall game plan here for Aurora here in game one of the second semifinals just seems to be the more reliable of the two.
The pressure was too high. Li Suchuan stuck rolling on 8, has not found his upgrades. He is still paired on Karma. He's still paired on the Blanc. He only has the frontline upgrades. The pressure, it seems to have worked out. It is Wei Molocho up against his own teammate. Unfortunately, they can't really trade too much HP. There isn't much to trade between them. Only 22 HP in total. And they need to go first and second. It might be an impossible task.
And what a disappointing ending it would be for all gamers if they end up being knocked out by their own team, and it will be the case. I think it was pretty much a done deal for quite some time, honestly. A fantastic first showing for Aurora on the road to the best year in TFT history for Huamie. That will be 1-0 in the series. All gamers going to need to do some serious thinking heading into game 2.
A masterful understanding of 4v4, of lobby tempo, of how to target creep the weakest player on the opposing team, of how to lower your cap, but to apply pressure in stage 4 in particular. I think every single decision from Aurora Gaming in this game 1 proved to be correct in terms of how they read their opponents, how they tried to counter them as the game revolved. And I mentioned it would be a big test for ag.al, maybe too big of a test in the semifinals.
All right, guys, we will be headed to a short break. When we return, we'll see if all gamers can bring the series back to even, or if Aurora Gaming will be headed to the finals to face Team Vision.
Aurora Gaming looking hot off the start. They take a 1-0 lead. ag.al forced to come back. Can they do so? I believe in it. The game 3 is in our future. We just got to get to that point. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Fox. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hoope as well as Clement. Hoope, you're looking fresh, man. You got the golden spatula.
Of course, we have to have the spatula. So many players in golden spatula or having the possibility to go to tackle. So, of course, some representation here.
I like it. I like it. You know, I need to get one of those. Maybe one day whenever I earn it. Clement, talking about earning, man. Aurora Gaming taking game number 1. I want to hear what the chat had to say because we've been looking in. And, you know, sometimes these comments, they're fun to read, man, and they get spicy. ag.al fighting GoBot. Yes, they were, but they go down earlier than we thought.
Yeah, they have a lot of fans, though. Of course, All Legends is a massive one coming in the CN region and League of Legends as well. And Aurora taking down game 1.
So tough.
They're so strong. They did everything in the game. We'll break it down later. But of course, Aurora is right now looking as the favorites.
Favorites indeed. Was he out of removers? I'm riveting, so I like this. Let's get a little bit deeper. Was he out of removers?
I don't think so. I think Wei Molocho, he has to be the win-out player, and Achen was dead in the water, so you kind of have to let him go at some point.
Well, let's start the conversation with Achen because it seems like that was the main game plan for the side of at least Aurora Gaming. They wanted to focus him out. So from start to finish, Achen, was he the main target, and what did he need to do in order to turn the luck around?
We have to pay attention to the augments right here. He took advanced loan and was the only player punished so far. Actually missed out on the prismatic. So very early on, the side of Aurora knew that someone was going almost dead last, and they upped the tempo.
Yeah, exactly. The tempo play was perfect. 60 seconds together with Lilo, just punishing every time, doing the early game. And at the end, if they managed to get a chance to the top 8, and they did, it was also HP preservation. So in the end, it was friendly fire. So Aurora did everything perfect, a full masterclass in 4v4.
Break smart to see the friendly fire. You know, even Weibo earlier in the days, friendly fire is what did them in the end. We take a look at some stats from that game number 1. Achen obviously was a main talking point. Let's see who else was in the conversation. 62nd. Now, this guy is just such a great competitor for Aurora Gaming. He finishes off 18-5.
They knew their win conditions exactly. Once they saw Achen low row, everyone was just loading up, spending all their go on level 8 to make sure the tempo was at the max.
Yeah, 100%. We see Juanme together with Lilo both taking the Baron's layer to actually punish them as soon as possible and avoid them to wrapping any HP possibilities. So, of course, this is exactly what you want to see from Aurora Gaming doing in a dominant position the first game.
You are you are expected to take about 40 HP in terms of friendly fire damage per stage, and they started stage 5 with only 50 HP across the entire team.
Ooh, that's tough to say the least, man. Aurora Gaming coming out with a game plan. They executed, and it ends up working out. Now, for the club championship race, both of these orgs, they're fighting for something special. Trav, give me the update.
With one in Flashwell's key crushed at the hands of Team Vision, this pushes Team Vision up to 3rd place in the club championship with 1,500 points. This, however, is the last game they're going to be able to collect points with. With a maximum of 1,750, they'll only be able to tie 1st place today. And with so much of the Esports World Cup left to play, they really need to get those points on the board to stand a chance of staying around that top portion. ag.al still left to play, so they might not be able to hold it. And with Team Vitality competing across 3 more games this week, they've got a huge chance of getting up to 1st place. Stay tuned as we keep you updated.
Thank you, Trav, for the update. The fact that Vision can even tie 1st place to week 3 is sensational. That's $7 million. There's still 4 more weeks, but Vision has made big headway. Now, for ag.al, though, going to the grand finals is a big opportunity, not only for themselves, but also the organization. They're now top 3. They want to continue to move up. But Upe, the reality is they're now down 1-0 in the series.
To make it happen for them, Ryue needs to step up. He was 7th place in the last game, playing something creative, trying to go for the Zoe 3-star, trying to go for something that is not meta right now. It can work, and this is the magic player. This is the rebound player that you need to pop off. You need to really beat tempo and preserve HP and do everything in the game. So if Ryue takes it down, I think we can have a tight series and then maybe a 3rd game.
It really depends on how the lobby shakes out. Sometimes it's all about punching down and making sure you get some early eliminations. Sometimes it's about high cap. And for me, I feel like ag.al is much better suited going for the cap strategy compared to Aurora that are much more aggressive early.
Going into this next game, it's up to Aurora to close it out or ag.al to come back. I love that you mentioned Ryu. This guy is one of the most accomplished players in our tournament, and I'm sure is going to be a main focal point heading in to the next map. He's going to have to step it up. For ag.al, though, we spoke to the coach a little bit earlier, and he was very determined. This team, his roster, ag.al, was going to move forward to grand finals, but they're going to have to dig deep because Aurora Gaming is currently up 1-0. Can ag.al come back, or will Aurora close it out? Let's head to the stage.
One more time, one more chance for all gamers to turn this one around. My name is coveted, joined by Petrus Panda once more. Aurora Gaming are so close to the finals, they can taste it. David, it felt like everything went right for them in the previous game. The strategy was impeccable. For all gamers, what do you want to see from them in game 2?
I think they have to adapt in terms of their positions in the early game. I think entering stage 4, they were already in dire straits, especially for a player like A10. I think, as I mentioned it, this is the first big test for ag.al, in my opinion, this match in the semifinals. And they were outplayed in game 1. I think Aurora Gaming just had a much better understanding of where to go forward in stage 4 and stage 5, how to adapt, how to punish really the positions that the players from ag.al entered that late game on. And we'll have to see what kind of augmented decisions, especially on 2-1, are made to try and avoid that same low HP position that can get pressured in the late game.
All right, let's head into game 2 of our second semi-finals. We'll be bringing out the Golden Gala, Kale and Echo, and the Fountain Stargazer for the second game. So, David, you mentioned opening up a few advanced loan options here, but at least, if we're, all the all gamers side of things, we've got at least a somewhat predictable field to deploy whatever our game 2 strategy is into.
Thinking about Echo in particular as a god offering and how to adapt your game plans and your thoughts about your augment picks around it, we can find things like Divine Intervention that rewards you for doing exactly what A10 did in the last game, going down to below 30 HP while you're entering stage 4 for a big juice up of resources. Golden Gala, I think, also a synergy directly with this. I think augments like Calcloss, for example, could be very interesting. Patient Study as well on 2-1. That could be ideal for that one lose streak player on your team.
We'll see what it ends up being. Of course, there's always a possibility we might get to see All Gamers seize control themselves and get that tempo, which they didn't have in the previous game. I guess, to just sort of draw out the last parts of that game one, do you feel like there was anything that All Gamers could have specifically done that would have helped them overcome and get to that kind of end line you were talking about to outrun the tempo that was attempted to be pushed upon them by Aurora?
I mean, A.chen could have rolled better, I guess. He didn't find Nami's on his 4-1 roll down. He had to recover from that very difficult position. I think overall, it's not what they could have done at the end of the game. It's just too little too late at that point in time, considering how low HP you are. It's about what you can do at this point in the game early on. Hwanmie, in particular, for Aurora Gaming, has been a player that has been win streaking so often in stage 2 and 3. He's really doing a fantastic job of playing for that win streak, playing for the high tempo. And that is allowing Aurora to have these fantastic setups coming into stage 4.
Yeah, we saw multiple players with massive amounts of HP. Remember, again, it's Golden Gala. So we're expecting, again, to see, as we saw in the previous game, a couple of players maybe pick up a blueprint or two to get themselves off to the races quickly. But I'm absolutely there wanting to see All Gamers pick up some more aggressive choices. And we've got double spreading routes so far.
I love to see the immediate pickup of 2 spreading routes from 2 of the teammates on Aurora Gaming, Haoe and Li Luo. And then 60second and Hwanmie, they're waiting because they say, hey, let's analyze these emblems. What game plans do you guys have? And once we have the clear analysis of not just what comps you guys might be playing towards, but if you're a win-out player, a lose streak player, or a tempo player, they can then adapt with their own augment choices and try and have a rounded out game plan for this game too.
And if we're 60second, of course, we can get ourselves a little bit more in the media as we find out what some of those emblems are, at least so far. With the Space Crew and with the Anima. All right, I mean, we've got ourselves in line for something a little bit different here from before. Of course, we know this is, as we've seen, 2 Anima players against each other on the same squad. Not something I was expecting to see this early.
Hedging their bets in terms of trying to go for that bit of a loss streak. Again, it's very hard, very difficult. We've seen it only once in this tournament for a player to actually play a standard Anima game plan and play for the 400 cash outs. That being said, just the fact that you are threatening this chance and you're going to force someone from the opposing team to have to open for it at some point in stage 2 or in stage 3. If they were playing for a certain direction, a certain line, that could be a big wrench thrown in their game plan. But exactly as I mentioned, Calcloss is picked up by the usual win-out player for ag.al. Weimulo Cho is going to have a chance at playing around the Echo, Divine Intervention. So are the Animo players. And we're going to see a very different game. I think there's going to be a lot of low HP, big comeback potential players coming into stage 4.
Yeah, and of course, that's absolutely perfect in this situation to be, not in the Anima spot where you have to play some units to keep the Anima going, but the ability to do, as we'll see here, completely open fort and mess around with any chance, not even giving yourself any units that can be picked up for a small amount of Anima stacks. We'll see if Haoe will be able to do any better. With the, looks like Space Groove and Meeple was the results of that particular branching out.
And we see the Void Staff build as well, so very likely going to be playing into the Space Groove line, one of the strongest 4-cost lines in the tournament. For A.chen, has the Wits End, most likely will be playing into the LeBlanc off the Portable Forge. A great option for finding direction as early as stage 2-1 and allowing your team to understand, hey, I'm playing for these 4-costs. You guys have to try and find paths into the 80 lines or the more caster-oriented AP lines. The Teemo 2 is big here. If he finds a Rage Blade on the next chance of finding an item component, that could be absolutely big for ag.al.
Yeah, I do like having the Wits End in place to just give yourself a strong early bottom if we're looking for the All Gamers to be putting out a more strong foot early. A.chen is the player to make it happen. At least we've got upgrades on both front and the back line, which I'd imagine should be good enough to keep the streak going in the other going. We'll see if Ludo with his double emblems is going to be strong enough for the Cho'Gath and an early Maokai to stop it.
We'll see what players are going to be able to contest for the win streak for Aurora Gaming. It's very clear that A.chen is going to be that player for ag.al. And we talked about the setup, the importance of that. I do think the lobby will be generally a little bit lower tempo with the fact that it is the Echo God Boon and just the augment picks in general. We see so many more players open to leaning into a loose streak, open to not really tempo slamming and not really, leveling very quickly, not applying that much pressure to the lobby.
Well, it looks like we've got an even split between two teams, as we will see. Okay, there we go. Yes, Echo, of course, with the artifacts on delay. That's going to be tempting, particularly if you're one of those players where he's either sitting very far back or very far forward.
Craftsmanship, fantastic option for those players with the spreading roots. If they want to have a chance to reforge some of the emblems they're not opting to play around, that could be a big upside. So 2 very impactful God offerings for something coming out from stage 2. Sometimes we see just 6 gold or 3 gold or a little bit of extra resources, but in this case, an artifact and the chance to have reforgers to have the perfect strategy online.
We are seeing some big upgrades coming in. Liu Chuan finds the Akali too. Of course, she who has been showing up surprisingly early in a lot of games, but right now exactly on schedule to keep this burgeoning win streak going. Right now, Archen, Liu Chuan, we've got some good early pressure being put down by all gamers in a way that wasn't really there in game 1.
Liu Chuan has shown a masterful understanding of the Nova line in general. Great synergy as well with the Echo God Boon pickup in terms of maybe itemizing the Akali with a Prowler's Claw. We've seen how dangerous she can be across this entire tournament. Death's Defiance, so many great melee 80 artifacts as well for this unit.
All right, we'll see how it does in this instance. We do see how over on the other side, looks like we've got Challenger Emblem in the mix, so we've got something a little bit more unusual. Of course, if you're going to be spreading your roots, you need to be willing to play some rather off-the-wall comps if your reforges don't go the way you hope.
And for Zia, we're saying that there, advanced loan, you have the guarantee that, the 3-2 augment in Golden Gala will be gold as well. So you're getting the optimal, option from the transfer from gold to silver. You're losing the least amount of power compared to the rest of the lobby.
And we see that a lot of our boards in the lobby aren't necessarily especially powerful either. It looks like Weimu is going to try and join in the Anima hype train by not only having the loss streak in place and the calculated loss as well, but also perhaps picking up one of the lower tier Anima items as well.
Trying to break the 4-loss streak, trying to break the extra gold generation from Calcloth from Weimu Lecho. Not going to be able to be the case. I guess it's just a battle of loose streakers here with both Zijue and his teammate Weimu Lecho playing for as much of a loss streak as possible. And especially Huanmei on Anima Commander, you do lose some optionality out of having the 2-1 augment being the Anima Commander. You're a bit more invested in the Anima loss streak overall.
Yeah, it's certainly a very bold choice to take through, but we've seen HP be a deciding factor by a very small amount before, so can't blame her for that little bit of extra guarantee. But as we now head into the back part of Stage 2, Archen is up at the front with a 5-round win streak, and we have got Weimu at the bottom with the 5-loss streak, along with Ziyue as well. So right now, things are looking, again, a lot better in Game 2 than they were in Game 1 for all gamers.
And looking at Huanmei, he's been able to get another small loss streak going, so potentially because he had his streak broken so early in Stage 2, you have the chance to come back and mount a second loss streak as well. The really worst case scenario is when your streak is broken around, the last fight of Stage 2, the first fight of Stage 3, because it fully resets the loss streak, and you're not really able to hit those high Anima stacks out. We're going to see now, if he faces his teammates maybe in Stage 3, he could potentially mount a bit of a loss streak here with the Anima.
It does mean we're not dealing with just the purely lowest tier of items we've seen from so many players before. So on the Aurora side, it feels like we've kind of got,
Whoa, already has found the LeBlanc, and this is the win streak player as well. So a commanding position for Archen coming into this Stage 3. An incredibly warping high roll to find the LeBlanc this early with the Rage Blade, with the Wits End, with the potential for Ionic Spark potentially built here as well and having the tier open, or can go for just the Archangel if he wants to triple item LeBlanc right away. I guess in most cases he will decide to potentially slam, even without waiting for the augment, because he is facing Ahae, who's also one of the healthiest players from Aurora Gaming.
So this is, as you said, a massive win here for all gamers to be able to have one player who's this strong as a team. So we assume for the time being, Archen's going to be winning, going to be keeping the streak going, keeping healthy. How, as a team, do you best take advantage of that, given that you've got 2 loss-streaking players and one Liu Chuan kind of in the middle in a no man's land?
really you're doing what you're doing already. You're playing your own game. You're still expecting for the big spike from the Loose Streak players in stage 4, but you have the guarantee that there's one player on your team who's going to have a lot of HP to preserve and sack for you in stage 4. He can trade lives for his teammates. He can allow them to scale into greedier game plans. And talking about greedier game plans, Invader Set is a potential option here. We saw it yesterday. We saw it in day 2 as well from Godlike with Raiko picking it up. So definitely an augment coming back into play.
It looks like we've gone for the Cosmic Restart. In fact, I think we've got a couple of Cosmic Restarts in play. So, of course, a hugely risky one. Tossing your board in the garbage, giving yourself a couple of emblems, and basically a fresh start. It's so fascinating to see that coming because it seems like it's such a risky move to do.
Tossing what board into the garbage? It was the Calculass player, so there was not much to toss, which is why the synergy is so good. You're going to have a lot of extra rerolls plus the power of 2 emblems with very little downside. A fantastic pickup. And we're seeing here, it will be from Li Luo already an angle towards playing the mech. Already has both a copy of Mighty Mech and the Acel on level 6.
Damn, that is scary. And a couple of Timebreaker emblems as well. If you're going to try and fit in even more additional power. Yeah, Lilo with a fascinating setup in one of our Cosmic Restart players, but looking pretty good so far. Has absolutely so many emblems you could better keep track because one way the Anima Commander does get up to 200.
Has to look at his matchmaking pool, has to think, hey, can I keep this going? Am I able to go for a 300 or a 400 on a 5-loss streak now? As you mentioned, his streak was broken, but it was very early into the game, so he has been able to recover in some ways with the loss streak yet again. And now it's much harder to open fort if you are ag.al, unless, of course, you're a Calculass player where you really don't care. You're happy to go into a 10-loss and make Hwanmei's life as difficult as possible, which is why we see the early cash out.
I do want to just kind of, to follow up on that point, as we will see if Hwanmei can keep that loss streak intact. We moved 86 gold in the bank as a calculated loss player. I believe, as of last count, 15 rerolls as well. He's fully primed to go off huge in this game. The second he decides, you know what, I've had enough of losing, it's time to start winning for presumably the rest of the game.
The spot is very similar to Ah Chen, except you have just more gold to work with. You have a better 2-1 augment for this specific game plan. You have a lot of gold, you can still miss. This is how TFD works sometimes. No matter how much gold you have, there aren't any guarantees. We saw it from Ah Chen, of course, with the Nami miss as well. But seeing the Kale now, seeing the Echo in particular, 2 5-cost champions being offered with some delayed tempo can be very interesting for the Loose Streak players.
Yeah, we're going to see it's a very popular choice in this particular lobby. In fact, pretty much splitting it 50-50 between the teams. So we'll see if this does change things. But right now, of course, we remember, this is a 3-game series for a place in the finals to face off against Vision. We need to see all gamers bring this series back. Kind of what's your confidence level based on what we've been seeing so far that will actually happen?
It's looking very good. I think they have the great setups. We're seeing Ah Chen, 8-win streak, huge high roll on the LeBlanc for already a perfect game plan. I think if this is their general strategy on 4v4, playing for the greedier win-out lines and not playing for so much high pressure, the fact that it's Echo God has helped them so much. We're seeing a much lower tempo game compared to the game 1. The contrast between Evelyn God offering and what she tries to do for you and Echo is just the 2 opposites essentially in 4v4. And especially for all the God picks with Echo in this stage 3, no one wants to level to 7 and roll heavily because they're just waiting for the 5 to see what they play around. So just very low lobby tempo overall.
Yeah, Hwanmei going to be one of the players looking to try and take advantage of that. 60-second, of course. The win streak are a little bit behind Ah Chen, but not very far, honestly, in terms of the comparison between the two. So we still need to wait to see when those two will face each other. But it looks like it doesn't actually take the win streaker. It's going to be already donating the win streak and the HP across to his teammate at the bottom.
Already trading some of that HP, trying to keep Wei Mulucho a little bit healthier. We saw the problem with Ah Chen last game when he entered stage 4 on 19 HP. He was essentially 2 lives, and the moment he low rolled, he was in big trouble. Wei Mulucho entering now with 36 HP. We'll see if he ends up winning this next fight, but that could potentially save him if he does end up low rolling. This is the win streak player for Aurora. This is the chance at pressure from 60-second.
Yes, I guess the good news for all gamers is they've already given up their win streak. They don't necessarily worry about that. Of course, the remaining objective, as you say, is to take it away from 60-second. He is looking very good. Hilio as well. And Ahal also all around roughly the same HP, all in with a potential chance of coming back. Goes against Ah Chen in this round. Again, this is the player who is supposed to be unbeatable right now, unless he chooses to be beaten by his teammates.
And we're seeing all the different artifacts now coming into play for all those Echo picks after those 8 rounds. It'll be coming in very soon, and players will have to see how they can adapt. What can they play around coming to the Stage 4 boards?
I mean, right now we can see that LeBlanc is doing absolute work. I love the scaling as well from the Archangels, and the Ginses will be able to survive even when being targeted. So that breaks the streak, and honestly, Archen, it feels like, you know, if you could lay out a battle plan for him in this game, he's done everything that he needs to.
The LeBlanc coming in on the setup, he already had such a huge hit of just for team morale, even in terms of, hey, we needed a high roll. This exact player was a player who low rolled heavily on the Stage 4 last game, and in some ways doomed his team to failure in terms of how much pressure they were feeling because of that 8th place. And now he's the hero. He's the savior for ag.al coming to Game 2.
So let's start to bring in the other side of the picture then as well. Aurora, you know, if we would expect to kind of be flipping the table here and flipping the position as well. Hwamie on the 8-round loss streak, 25 life. Of course, we know has been building up the anima for a little while. Is going to have to make a similar climb that we saw, of course, all gamers failed to make in the previous game. He's certainly a player I'd like to put that kind of weight on his shoulders.
Looking at the gold totals, we're seeing so many roll downs happening early on 4-1 because players have played a greedier game plan. They're able to jump in 1 round ahead of tempo, not the 4-2 roll down. Instead, it's 4-1. And this is what this game is made of. This roll down is do or die for so many players who need to find a way to stabilize. We're seeing the Corki 2 already found for Ziwei. He's a tempo player for ag.al, holding copies of Nami as well. For Hwamie, he's trying to also get some of the upgrades online. Has to slam so many items here on this round, and he's facing Ziwei himself.
Yeah, this is the chance to deal out a big hit from all gamers if they can punch through. We've only got the 1-star Aurelian Sol at the moment. The frontline tanks aren't absolutely amazing, and the Corki, of course, with the Infinity Force as well, will be hitting very hard. So this is a big moment for all gamers to start really pushing their position in the lobby.
And this is where the APM matters in TFT. We have a huge lull of tempo across 2 stages, and the moment it's the 4-1 round, everyone knows it's time to go. The green light turns on. Everyone has to roll down. Look at the gold totals for the bottom 4 players. They're down to essentially 0 in just 1 turn.
All right, of course, we've got our Golden Gala completing here. So for our players, particularly from the Aurora Gaming side, they are looking to turn things pretty dramatically as we head deeper into Stage 4. We'll see if any of their augments get that done.
And we're seeing the pressure being felt. The reinforcement pickup now fighting for immediate tempo on this 4-2 round. We'll see what the option is going to be sought for here from the players from Aurora Gaming in terms of trying to stabilize their game plans.
Yeah, so the Mighty Mech being skipped over on the other side of things. Definitely wants their Aurelian Sol, but is running out of money. I think might have to go for it the second time round instead, as we're already starting to see, some of those signs, the cracks in strategy emerging here from Aurora. It's not going as well as it went in Game 1 by quite a long way.
And look at this matchup here. It is going to be Hwamie up against Li Luo. Items have not been removed from the Bard. We'll see if Hwamie is going to be strong enough. He's on the ASOL, but it's still an ASOL 1, just to allow it to his main tank. I'm not sure if Hwamie is being sacrificed here from Aurora, saying, hey, you're just not strong enough. It looks like it will be a fight win for Hwamie in the end, but the same position Aten was in last game. 11 HP, not the strongest board, missed on the roll down despite having the lose streak and the anima angle.
And it feels like it only matters keeping your teammate alive.
Bard pair, though, for Hwamie, that could be a salvation.
Oh, that would be absolutely huge. And of course, again, the big question here is whether or not you can keep your teammate alive long enough to actually move up a placement in the lobby rather than just delay the inevitable.
And the Bard was immediately sold here from Li Luo, identifying that maybe Hwamie is only out as finding the Bard 2. Instead, the Nami was reinforced, and now we pivoted into the Space Groove line here from Li Luo. So a lot of adaptation across these first few rounds for Aurora Gaming, but they are definitely in the losing position. It was the same exact position that ag.al was in Game 1. The roles have reversed essentially in this game too.
Yeah, Alchan and Lizard One up at the top, looking very happy indeed with how things are going. It will be Aurora facing their own teammates again. You mentioned the matchmaking being so important, especially when you've got this low HP player. Yet we still don't have the Aurelian Sol 2, so it's going to be a heart-stopping moment from every round forward, particularly once you start getting into a less favorable matchmaking pool. I'm a little bit worried here that this Corki might even still be too strong. No, the healing will be good enough. So Hwamie holds on, but again, Weimu, who's just above him, ZUA as well, they're both in the 30s of HP. So for Hwamie to get higher than either of them is going to take a while.
If he finds the bar 2, if he finds the Aurelion Soul 2, I think Hwamie can definitely come back into this with the enema item on the Mighty Mech. And the plot armor as well, a really good synergy with the mech overall and how tanky he can get. We saw it there. No items removed from his teammates, but Hwamie is still able to win these last few fights. He's in a position similar to Weimu Luochuo or A.ag.al last game. He has to try and survive this stage and then try and become one of the stronger players coming into stage 5.
All right, we'll get our last boons in place as the lines are drawn. This is a hugely important moment to see how far Hwamie can go. Are we at the point, David, that if Hwamie doesn't manage to stick the landing here, that it's a done deal already and Aurora can start packing their bags already, or do they have any other form of hope?
Not necessarily a done deal, but it just makes the game that much harder. Hwamie, the Anima player, you're maybe expecting him to go first. So the moment someone who you think is going to go first goes 8th, that's 7 possible points lost in this game too, in terms of the expectations of the game plan for Aurora Gaming. And this is kind of the risky part of 4v4 when you're playing from behind.
All right, we'll see. We've, of course, got the small Anima catch-outs. We'll be up against Li Chuan in this round, so we'll see. I mean, you mentioned the Bard is going to be a little bit extra power to try and cut through the board. You mentioned, of course, as well, and it's so fascinating to see the lack of item removers coming in.
You have to watch out with the Akali. If she moves on to the Aurelion Soul early, the Mighty Mech is holding on for as long as possible, but Li Chuan has rolled down to 0 gold. He is trying to get an elimination here up against Hwamie, and he has succeeded. It is a big fight win for ag.al for Li Chuan. Hwamie going out, and it's almost the identical game that we saw in game 1, but with the roles reversed, everything is happening in exactly the same way. The pressure is there, the HP lead is there for ag.al. They were able to play around the Echo God better, play around the lower tempo stage 3, and come out ahead in stage 4.
And this time around, it doesn't even seem like, as we look at Ahoe's board there, that we're kind of sort of chasing that kind of late game board that could conceivably get over the edge and start bringing things back around. Archen has been at the top of the table for such a long time with a Shepherd board. Doesn't seem to be showing any signs of slowing down either.
And look at the gold totals for everyone. The pressure is being felt. All the gold is being spent on level 8. It's only, once again, Weimu Luochuo, the constant win-out player for ag.al, trying to go 9 yet again, trying to become the player to have the highest cap board moving into stage 5 in case they need to play for the actual win-out.
And we're always looking out for in these 4v4 games, where you can see a convergence as Ahoe goes down very low as well, but where you can see the convergence of not only have they got players in strong position with a good amount of HP, they've got Weimu, as you mentioned, in the middle rising up as well. The convergence of these positive points means that for Aurora, it feels like it's pretty hopeless to try and recover.
This might be a blowout win. It's what we were talking about. If Hwamie is expecting to go first, everyone else on his team has played for just lower cap game plans to win their rounds in stage 4. Ahoe probably not going to win the game with a quirky setup. It's usually a lower cap comp that plays for top 4. Li Luo, similarly so. He has lost 2 fights now. He picked up Reinforcement on 4-2. An augment that gives you immediate power, but does not cap as high as other econ or combat power augments in this space group line. So all in all, it's looking like it is a decisive, potentially blowout victory coming in here for ag.al, tying up the series potentially and forcing a fantastic game 3.
And you have to know, of course, at Team Vision, we're watching these games very closely to see, of course, there's no guarantees in TFT in general, especially in 4v4 as well. Your strategies can work overall. It really feels like you're kind of making a strategic decision saying, this could go poorly for us, but there's no strategy, of course, that comes without risk.
And the 2-1 and 3-2 augment setups and synergies from ag.al have been just absolutely fantastic. We're seeing the success stories coming out of that as well. For Weimu Luochuo, the Calc loss into the Cosmic Restart, into the, not the 10 loss, but actually winning some of the fights at the end of stage 3 against his teammates to preserve some HP. The Nova emblem coming out of the Cosmic Restart puts him in such a strong position to play around this Nova line. Ahau now on his last life counterpick. Can he stay alive?
We're not seeing any amazing shenanigans coming out from the Riven. We seem to be taking steps and steps closer to that 3rd semi-final game. Oh, my apologies, I was looking at the wrong Riven. Apparently the correct Riven was in the other corner, killing the carry. That is how out of commission. 2 more members in the bottom 4. We said, unfortunately, it does seem to be pretty much a done deal here. But I mean, if you're all gamers and you're looking to recover from game 1, there's no better way to do it than to completely dominate your opponent in game 2.
The signs were there as early as 4-1. We saw the roll downs coming through from Aurora Gaming. We saw just the success story of players like ag.al with the early LeBlanc as well. This could be a 1, 2, 3, 4 from ag.al. I think they played the game fantastically. They did also high roll a lot of their augments, a lot of the early LeBlanc copies, for example, as well, which is why this win seems so one-sided. They need to go first and second for Aurora Gaming. With this current HP total, I would deem to say it's actually possibly not even a possibility at this point in time.
So as we wait for this one to finish out, because again, you're right, we're in a position where it seems absurdly unlikely to change around. Of course, we'll keep our eyes out for if anything miraculous happens. For 60 seconds, I think just waiting to run out the clock here. How replicable do you feel like All Gamers' performance in this game is in a potential Game 3?
Not very. I think just in general, the augment situation made it so that there was just such a lead coming into stage 4. So many extra resources, so much just better positions overall. It is hard to have this much synergy and also have control of the win streaks as well and the pressure of the lobby with ag.al. You had both the lose streak players on the best possible spots compared to Hwamie, for example, not being able to get the huge anima streak, and ag.al, for example, as well, putting so much pressure with the early LeBlanc. The Teemo 2 upgrade we saw very early on with Witsend that allowed the 5 win streak in the first place. So TFT is all about these small little things starting to add up together, and for players who can identify these small things, add them together, and play into those high rolls, this is where we see the success story.
All right, we'll see if Zime can close things out again. You know, little 60 second, both on a single life. One more in the bottom 4 will end the game immediately. 60 second will be trying to bring things out for a little bit more. We'll at least get that first elimination, so it won't be a complete wipeout of Aurora. They maintain a little bit of pride heading into an inevitable Game 3.
They would need the Exodia TFT matchmaking to not face each other on their way to finishing first and second, even if they are the 2 strongest players in this lobby, considering that Hwamie and ag.al didn't manage to get out of that 7th and 8th place position, especially with the HP lead here from ag.al. The win streak from Wimon Choi, I think he is probably the strongest player in this lobby now, off of that crazy Cosmic Restart high roll into the Nova. And again, just very one-sided positions here. The boards look so strong for ag.al.
All right, this should be the end of things. 60 seconds up against ag.al. We'll get at least a chance to take one last fight against the opposing squad in this one. Aurora really just getting pushed around in this game, off looking so good in game number 1. The third game is just waiting for it to come in. As you said, David, we did see some very specific circumstances going through here, but ultimately, All Gamers did take advantage of them. They looked extremely good in doing so.
Lead wall finally going out. Unfortunately, that will be the guaranteed blowout victory for ag.al. The confidence boost they needed to come back into this series, to tie it up, to say, hey, we belong here. This is the first real test, but we can hang with Aurora Gaming. We can challenge them to a Game 3.
You can see the relief coming through. Again, for anyone who came in late, that could have been the end of the competition for All Gamers. As much as, we ended up in a game there with Aurora, they had a cushion to work with. There was no room for error in that game. They made their choices. In this case, it paid off. Game 3 is waiting for them, waiting for both teams. Team Vision, of course, will be waiting for whoever wins here in the finals. We will have our 3rd place match as well. But what a game.
A fantastic understanding of playing from loose streak, playing around the Echo God offerings as well, and playing into just the best comeback mechanics possible.
All right, we're heading to a short break. When we return, Aurora Gaming, All Gamers, one more time for a place in the finals.
ag.al wasn't going down without a fight. They tie up the series against Aurora. We go to a Game 3 to decide it all. Who's moving forward? Who's going to have their key crush? Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Hoope, as well as Clement. Good to see you both. Game 3, it's about to be before us. There was a lot of mistakes made onto the side of ag.al for Game 1, but Game 2, they clean it up and they look great.
They came with tempo. They came with good possibilities to actually pressure the lobby. And of course, in the start, Waymo Lucho look a little sketchy, but in the early game, they started giving their HP. That's normally what it doesn't happen in 4v4 that you give HP so soon to a player, but they knew they wanted to take Kwame out, and that's exactly what they did in the end.
This game was a failure to launch for Aurora Gaming. I feel like their game plan was too difficult. They had 2 spreading routes to start. They had an anima commander, and everyone was playing musical chairs with each other, trying to find their own spots. They didn't even land on the emblems that they had for each other. So by stage 4, it was all falling apart.
Hupe, we have an action cut that you actually wanted to talk about. We go to that very moment, and you were very passionate about covering it. What is the turning point for ag.al in this fight?
Yeah, normally it was Waymo Lucho who was fighting out, who was trying to preserve HP at any moment, and in the end, going into ag.al and just trying to pressure him. They were playing the Corki, and this was the first spot that we saw, Clement, that the Corki is being contested. So they were playing defense into the Corki, just making sure that ag.al was not out of control. In the end, Juanmi played the anima, cash out significantly, but couldn't find the actual 2-star, and in the end, it just wasn't enough.
And we saw the confusion we were talking about there. ag.al, he was playing Darkstar and Vanguard from his spreading routes, could not hit any of his units, and had to play the Corki. In the meantime, Juanmi on Anima, because Lilo hit the Acel and the Galio early, he also needed to ask his teammate to pivot out before he could land on a composition.
Now the question is, who was the star players from that game number 2? We take a look at the stats, and for ag.al, it almost was a clean sweep, if not a clean sweep. We've got ag.al up there for top 3. We've got one who kind of fell a little bit behind, but no worries. They take top 3 and therefore game 2.
Achen got the artifact, had the withstand in the early game, then found the early LeBlanc and just punished the rest of the lobby. This is the hero player for them, and then was able to preserve AP and give it to the rest. Achen for me, the MVP so far, at least for the game, but we have one more to come.
High roll and tempo, natural game plan. They get a really easy win. On the other side for Aurora, they had 3 spreading routes and anima commander. It was way too difficult to figure out who was supposed to go where.
Now for Achen, game 1 was tough for him. He was soloed out. He was bottom of the leaderboard for everybody. But this time around, you guys are saying he was the hero.
Yeah, he embraced the variance. You got the artifact, normally you can miss, especially if you go some ways, but he found a good one, he found withstand. Normally you want to scale with it, already having the Ginso, and it's a perfect spot for him. He knows now how to navigate it, and he made it happen.
I don't want to say anything, but if I was playing from that spot, I could probably get a first place.
You stop it. You stop, because I asked you earlier, I said, how would you do up there? You're like, no, I can't play. Let's go to some of the comments before he continues to get even wilder. Those emblems are crazy for Riven, Space Groove. Yeah, Pepe, thank you so much for the comment. What do we think?
It's the best composition to have any emblem. Space Groove has you play the vertical and have so many +1 that of course you want to go there. So if you play in TFT, try to go any emblems into Space Groove.
I'm not trying to play from Darkstar and Vanguard though. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I think he didn't have the emblems to play it. He just had to play whatever he hit.
1-1 backs against the wall. I guess you could say that for both of our rosters here. It comes down to a game 3, a must win.
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to now. There's no difference that you can do. You have to put it in the fate of the destiny, and of course, play to your game, play to your strengths, and just play it out.
Aurora needs to simplify it. They have the better roster. Don't go for that much variance. I think you have 2 players at most that can go for these RNG augments, but the rest of them, stable tempo.
Akali is scary for sure. We saw Lee Tuchuan also with the Akali, and now a new Atrox Trickstar that is normally not the hero in the comp, but it's helping, and he was the other person to get with Achen to pressure the lobby and take the win for ag.al.
Thank you for all the comments out there. Make sure you're getting involved in chat. You never know when you're going to pop up on the screen. Let's get a little spice out there. Let's get some predictions. Who do you think is going to win game number 3? Now, the fans have been incredible, not only in the venue, but also out there at home. You guys are wonderful. Now, predictions, though, wise, I wonder what we're going to be seeing going into this game number 3. And Aurora Gaming actually is just edging them out. It is a lot closer. The first series was like 72, 73%. This time, 58% for Aurora Gaming.
The chat loves the comeback, so they want the additional possibility to have this. Aurora, of course, the leader here with 1. Everyone wants to see it succeed, but ag.al playing teamwork, and Power of Friendship could make it happen right now.
Power of Friendship makes it happen. And I tell you what, for the fans out there, we appreciate you so much. For Sadia, let's take a look at our super fans.
My name is Ayush, and I'm a super fan. So this is my first time being at a LAN event for TFT, and it's been very amazing. I've been watching and playing TFT since the beginning set 1, and I always watch from home, and this is the first time to be on a stage. It feels surreal to be so close. Before we go watch the game, we always open up some Riftbound packs. It's right next to the stadium, and it's always a fun time here. I'm at the Vic Cafe, and I just got a Setsuko. It has mango, strawberries, and lemonade, and it's my favorite drink here. This is the basketball court. After a game is finished, we usually come here, take a couple of shots, and wait for the next game to start. This is the superfan area. This is where I rest in between games. There's a bunch of TVs where we can watch other titles. After I'm done resting, I can go watch the TFT games at the stage. Thank you, EWC, for flying me out. I never thought I'd have the once-in-a-life opportunity to come here. I also got to go explore Paris. I saw the Eiffel Tower, and it just feels so surreal to be here.
It always brings a smile to my face seeing our super fans who pay having a great time.
Yeah, 100%. We saw him, and also Waishan Iverson is also on the audience there. Another super fan, normally an amazing player, one of the best in the world, you will. I think Juanmi, and here in the bottom, he couldn't make it to 4v4. He tried to do it for Clocks Qualifier, and is now rooting for the rest of the teams.
Well, for EWC, it's a great product for sure. And if you didn't have a chance to make it into the venue or catch up with all the games, no worries. Amazon Prime has you with the Level Up series.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Comes down to this. Will the key be crushed for ag.al or Aurora Gaming? Game number 3. Let's head to the stage.
All gamers everywhere holding their breath. My name is Coveted alongside Impetuous Panda. A single game of TFT that will send one of these teams to the final. David, the difference between third place and second place at minimum if you get to the finals is $40,000. This could not be higher stakes for these teams.
Not just that, but the opportunity cost of also not being able to be the title defender coming into that grand finals as well. For ag.al, I think they needed to prove that they belonged in the semifinals up against Aurora Gaming in that game 2, and they did exactly that. A blowout win, a confidence boost, a lot of momentum moving forward now into this game 3.
Well, David, of course, we've noted that the routes for these teams have been different to get to this point. For all gamers, you mentioned playing against the EMEA teams, knocking out a lot of EMEA teams, honestly. Do you feel like, from what you saw in that last game, you're starting to get more confident that they can really match up face-to-face with Aurora on an even playing ground?
I think they did a great job of capitalizing on a lot of the high rolls, but I do think, as Clement was mentioning on the desk, that a lot of Aurora's game plans just seem a little bit too complicated, and they kind of shot themselves in their foot on their own as well. So that's why we saw such a blowout win. I do think ag.al has proved a lot on that game 2. You have to be able to identify these losing positions from Aurora and really capitalize on them. We saw essentially the roles flip from game 1 to game 2. Both teams have been able to, pressure out their opponents in stage 4 and stage 5. I'm only hoping to see a more balanced entry into stage 4 from both teams in this game 3, where there is going to be that much more parity in terms of the strength on the win streakers and also the potential of the lose streakers.
We saw Huamie getting a little bit tempted by it, and then Alawi showing up on his bench straight away. Of course, last time we saw him commanding the Anima. Didn't ultimately work out tremendously well, but has a chance to, again, try and find that way through, get the early loss streak in, and slam some more Anima items.
For the gods, for this final game of the semifinals, it will be Varus, or Yasuo rather, and Evelyn. Evelyn, we talked about it in game 1, yet again showing up here in game 3. The potential for steamroll, the win more optionality for those win streak players in stage 2 or stage 3 has to be discussed. So much more important to try and play for those very high tempo win streak spots in stage 2. In terms of Yasuo, the chance to really hone in on those rerolls, the Cho'Gath reroll, really the cryogenic can work out so well for the Leona 3s as well, and any of those Giga Tanks coming into the stage 2 and stage 3.
We'll see which of those do come through. And it's worth noting as well, as much as the boons can be hugely influential in this lobby, we have no encounter either. So, we've waited for Golden Gala to literally the field be completely wide open. Again, no excuses whatsoever. This will just be as standard as we can get of a game of TFT to decide the other finalists.
It will be golden augments yet again being offered as is usual. The spreading roots coming in early from ag.al, from Chen, able to communicate to his team, hey, these are my options. This is the direction I'm going to go in. This is the kind of role I want to play in this game. Now you guys can decide how to adapt with your own augment picks.
See if there's any more augments, or any more emblems rather, coming through. Looks like items are being considered here across a few. Of course, we're looking for our players to try and find these divergent routes from each other. Ziwei has the clear mind to keep himself pouring in economically. It looks like Leo going for a similar kind of idea. We'll see which the remaining direction Uemu decides to pick up.
Adaptability is the name of the game for some of the players in this stage 2 augment round. Salvage bin yet again for 62nd. We saw the same from him in game 1. We also have the Pandoras for Li Tuchuan trying to stay open to having control over his items for any comp that he wants to play into. Looking at A10, we're seeing the augment players in particular. These are the players we have to hone in on in this stage 2 to see what their offerings are and what kind of boards they'll be playing into. We do see the Psionic now on the Lissandra there for A10.
Yes, in fact, both of our spreading route player finding Psionic. In Achen's side, it will be with a sniper, and with Harry, it will be with the Time Breaker. So interesting choices coming in here to make sure that our players keep themselves on their toes as right as possible. Keep an eye on anyone who can put together these early streaks, of course, emblems or no.
And we're seeing there the Sniper +1, the Psionic +1, not really the best pairing in terms of what you can do with these two augments when paired together. Reforgers might be the name of the game. We'll see what the 3-2 augment round comes as well for Chen in particular, a player who has been very kind of polarizing in terms of his results. 8th place in that game 1, then the hero of that LeBlanc tempo play in the game 2. We'll see what he can do in this game 3.
Do like this spot from Ohawe as well. Again, the Timebreaker and Psionic, both of them giving decent amount of defensive stats. Getting Timebreaker 3 in very early on is not too bad at all. Will face off against his teammate in this round. Of course, he's taken the booster pack and already managed to find a decent collection of units.
With both of the emblems here, not really the most warping game plans being offered. There's no Space Crew +1, there's no Nova +1, there's no Darkstar +1. Reforgers could be very impactful. There is no kill as well, so we won't be seeing craftsmanship on the stage 2 God offering to help out with that.
No, and of course the help before to give a lot more flexibility as to where you ended up. Of course, teams don't want to be nailed down too quickly through the game, as we're keeping an eye out on the second round results. It looks like we've got the 2 wins and the 2 loss streakers spread across the 2 teams. So again, the field is laid. We haven't had that big divergence point as of yet.
And we'll see how players start thinking about the potential, the possibilities of the God offerings, how to start adapting to them and playing around them moving forward. The red buff has been slammed here from Wei Muluchuo. With the Stargazer, it is going to be the Serpent, so there is the option to play into the Zaya. The red buff slam, obviously, very versatile. You can play into both AD and AP, but with red buff and a bow and another bow, thanks to replication, this is one of the premium spots to play into Zaya, a comp we don't see that often. It requires a lot of extra conditions with both the items and the constellation. But from the right spot, we've seen it winning out games. When you get to level 9, you play on the Jin 2 and the Blitz 2 as well. And talking about win out games, I mean, Wei Muluchuo, he is that guy for ag.al.
It almost felt like he was trying to fish for that kind of direction from his items, and he absolutely got it. Weimu goes very low on the Belveth, almost drops out from keeping the win streak, but it looks like both teams and will keep both win and loss. You mentioned the Yasuo coming in. Will be something a little bit different than what we saw before. No Steamroller, but a chance to start locking down these hexes and making some very powerful units.
If Weimu goes for this acceleration hex and has all these bows already, I mean, this Xayah will be attacking at the speed of light, essentially, with all this extra setup. Look at the Evelynn there again, no steamroll for any of our players. And look at the win streakers. I mean, Hwanmie, yet again, it seems like every single game we look at him, unless he's Anima Commander, of course, he is on that 3 win streak to start off the stage 2. He is that player trying to pressure the lobby for Aurora Gaming.
As we settle in for the second half of the stage, I think we're going to offer a more theoretical question, just as sidelines for a second there, because we talking about Hwanmie, talking about players like Binson we saw before. Like, what kind of difference does it make when you have a player like that who's so incredibly good at the game, take more of a back seat in the lobby, decide to maybe play more for the team and not necessarily be the primary carry?
If you're talking about lobby tempo, I think it really depends on how good players are at different skills. In TFT, there's some players who are just innately better at making stronger boards in stage 2. They have a better understanding of the stage 2 trait web in particular, and what carries and units just make the most sense for win streaking early. Hwanmie seems to be one of those players in terms of the micro positioning stuff you can do in stage 2, which doesn't seem too impactful. Visually, it's not like you're these crazy late game fights, but if you're able to have these small edges in these fights and guarantee win streaks most of the games, it makes the game so much easier for your team because you have that extra HP to play off of.
Yeah, Hwanmie demonstrating exactly that against Zero in that round. Of course, we still didn't break the streaks. Worth noting, as we saw on our screen just then as well, down at the bottom of the lost streaks, both of our teams have completely opened their board to say, you know what, mutually assured destruction here. If we run into each other, we both lose the lost streaks, but we both guarantee otherwise that our lost streaks remain intact.
For Lee Tutron, he is not making the best board at all. He's open fording, and you know what? Lilo is saying, I can do so as well. They sell off all their units. They're trying to play for the 5 loss. We'll see which of the players is able to guarantee that, and we'll see on the win streak side if Weimu and Hwanmie can fight for that 5 win streak. It will be, it looks like a perfect loss streak for both players on each of these teams. An easy win for Weimu, whereas Hwanmie has to fight a little bit harder for his win.
Yeah, we can see over on our turn side of things, we actually have got the item slam and of course the drone as well, so it's not a guaranteed win by any means. At least we've got the Giant Slayer on the Victor there for a little bit more damage, but of course if Archan can punch through it, it's going to be a big if. This will be absolutely huge. There's the Victor going down. This could be the end of just one of the win streaks. Hwanmie takes the hit, and that's going to be devastating for Aurora. That's a lot of money out of pocket. Weimu keeps going, and even Archen with a win streak of his own. All gamers feeling very happy coming out of stage 2.
For Hwanmie, maybe a bit expected to lose that last fight. It was a little bit of a fake win streak considering he had not found any natural upgrades. He was just playing for board strength, all pretty much 3-cost and 2-cost units with the MF coming in as well, but no actual upgrades on the board. He did also pick up an Econ Augment on booster pack, so had no extra combat power or extra items to help with that win streak, whereas Weimu just had so many more item components, for example, with a replication.
All right, so we'll head into stage 3. Again, from the Aurora side of things, of course, not taking any massive hits as of yet, but at least circumstantially, they've only got the lost streak to work from. Like a lot of players kind of caught in the middle of the field. I think particularly Archen, again, his win streak jumps out at me for being so much of the top of the table, really being all about all gamers.
That's right, especially Weimu here, we're seeing already the close to ideal build for the Xayah. This could also be, of course, the Nova line with Kindred. We'll see what the 3-2 augment is and what positions his teammates need to go for as well. This is, of course, the premium spot to play Xayah from if he decides to go that way, just looking for a second Kraken ideally. It will be a little bit hard maybe to make use of this rod if he doesn't want to build the Rage Blade, which I don't think you do. You have so much base attack speed already with the acceleration hex plus the red buff as well.
And exactly as you said it, the guard breaker will be locked in place for just a little bit more damage instead. So Weimu does avoid playing his teammate, the other win streaking player on his squad, to go up against Hwanmie, who of course we know does have a strong board, but as you said, no combat power coming into triple item Belveth. I believe should be able to clean up though. She's always going to make it a little bit of a heart stopper. If Archen can win out his round as well, he cannot, but still a solid enough start for all gamers into stage 3.
And because Huamie got that loss at the end of stage 2, there was not a level 6 from either of those players. So slightly greedier, not really playing that aggressive for the win streaks there. Wei Choi, I think he knew he was the strongest player regardless with that 3-item Belvet 2. We're seeing now the augments coming through, combat power, econ, and some items here as well for all our different players. The maybe biggest player to look out for is going to be that Earth from ag.al trying to go for emblem. And the epic roll down from Huamie, again signaling, hey, I'm playing for a big roll down on level 8. If I hit, I can maybe go 9. I can start pressuring the rest of this lobby as well.
And remember what's at stake here again. A minimum of $40,000 on this particular game. And of course, the chance to win out the entire thing, as David, you mentioned before, and the $150,000, which of course was not accessible if you don't get to the finals at all. Wayman will be going up against Archen in this round. I suppose the good news is he doesn't have to worry about taking his teammates' win streak away from him. The Belvet will go a little bit low here. Of course, there's no need to donate HP at this stage in the game. I think should be able to just tweak through and keep that streak intact. But I want to bring the focus back onto Aurora. They've got HP. ag.al's got a win streak as well. Talk to me about their general game plan under these circumstances.
It's going to depend a lot on their rolldowns on stage 4. It's what we've been seeing this entire series. It has been all about, we're seeing level 8, under 10 gold for pretty much most of the players in the lobby in stage 4 as soon as we start that off. For Huamie in particular with the epic rolldown is what we'll be seeing. For ag.al, we're seeing here the Nova emblem, the chance for the Reforger, a second Nova emblem, the Shepherd, not a great hit, but still a strong setup now to play into 5 Nova as early as 3-3. If you're able to play this off of a high tempo spot, which you're in right now at the 4 win streak, you can potentially play for a Giga Cacao comp with a Vex coming online later on.
And that's very good news when you are the main win streaking player on your squad. Huamie, of course, managing to maintain the 3 loss streak while still keeping his HP up. ag.al will go after 62nd in this round and cement his position at the top. We'll see how close he'll end up being with Weimu Longtime, who's still undefeated as of the midpoint of stage 3.
You're also offering the Starlight Hex, just some extra mana regen here for your carries. And for Evelyn, the Blood Pack being offered, the extra bit of gold. But of course, you have to talk about with your team, say, hey, how many of us are picking this? If we do pick it, do you want to take the extra HP? And both offers, not really the most attractive. I think players are not especially happy to have these 2 offerings in stage 3.
Yeah, we can see actually, I think a decent amount of players taking the Eve choice there, because we saw a chunk of HP being stripped, and I think some of those at least were from the Aurora side of things, so perhaps deeming it necessary to take the hit in the immediate for a stronger later game.
And that's overall, of course, HP kind of leaving from both sides of the team. They're picking up the Evelyn there, so it does lower the cap of the lobby a little bit. It doesn't allow for greedier plays. The game will end up a little bit sooner because just HP is being lost kind of for no reason.
So taking stock again, all gamers, all Legion, all of them in the top 6 for Aurora. At least they got Lilo with, of course, a big loss streak intact, but it feels like there's going to be so much weight put on his shoulders to turn the game. Harry, of course, has at least got his win streak with the Akali bulb we saw from before, but we'll see how long that can go. Huamie on the other side, at least this time not on Anima. You mentioned the epic roll down, waiting to proc just a little later in the game.
And these positions are looking again like the game 1 we saw, but with the teams reversed. So we're looking at Aurora Gaming at a fairly big HP deficit already. ag.al also losing his win streak to Li Tuchuan. We're seeing an 8 loss streak from Li Luo, a 5 loss streak from Huamie, despite starting off the stage 2 pretty hot and not able to find too many natural upgrades at all outside of the Teemo 2. And for 62nd, he does get the win in this last round, but he's also down to 58 HP. So we'll have to see what Weimu Choi can do in terms of just applying so much pressure to the lobby. His advanced lone pickup in particular allowed him to sack some potential high cap, but also just immediately pressure the lobby with so much more gold. He leveled to 7 on 3-2, and he's just the strongest player by far.
Yeah, and it's a terrifying time to be an Aurora fan here with only one of your team members in the top 4 right now with no win streak. Li Tuchuan with a small win streak. Weimu with the absolutely huge streak. Lilo down towards the bottom. He's on the 9-round loss streak. The Aurelian Soul is looking pretty good. 62nd, I'm sure, is more than willing to make way for his teammate to start his ascension from 31 HP. Hopefully kicking off big in stage 4.
And for Aurora, it's all going to depend on the roll downs on level 8. I imagine even as early as 4-1, considering their HP totals are going to have to roll down. Hwami in particular with Epic Roll Down will have a decent amount of gold to work with. Booster Pack into Epic Roll Down, it's a ton of extra economy, but it essentially requires you to hit all of your upgrades as early as 4-1, because without them, it means you have essentially no augments if they weren't able to even hit your natural upgrades.
Yes, and we kind of see that ebb and flow in 4v4, don't we, with our team members saying, I'm going to be strong right now so you can be strong later, without our team getting driven out of the game. But I'm still a little bit worried about Aurora. We've got 3 members on lower HP.
For Wemulu Cho, he's now starting to pivot into the Stargazer board. He has to find the copies of Xayah. If he finds a Xayah 2 and can maintain the win streak going into stage 4, it's looking very good for ag.al. But yet again, no Xayahs found on the roll down. We've seen this happen time and time again for the win streak players. He might even be targeted if players from Aurora hold onto the Xayahs.
We'll wait for confirmation. We do find one Xayah, and we also find one Jin as well, so it could have gone worse, but you said it's not absolutely ideal. At least Wemu doesn't need to worry about maintaining his win streak up to the top with his other members. Li Chuan, the one going to make that happen for the All Gamers squad. It looks like this board, I imagine right now, especially with the Nunu itemization, should be good enough to get Wemu, or at least keep Wemu towards the top.
For Aurora Gaming, it's time to turn these loss streaks around. They have to start stabilizing in stage 4, especially for players like Hwamie, like 60 Second as well, who were on those lose streaks across the stage 3. And I mean, ag.al with the double Nova emblem setup, he's going to have a very strong roll down now on 4-2. If he can hit most of his board and go 9, he can become one of those scary players in this lobby.
See if any more augments will help this go easier. Certainly, if you're reinforcing, it's going to be a lot faster. We do see 60 Second getting the 5 costs in. He's making the move.
The duo Q coming in, the Space Groove pivot coming in, the Nami pair's already found with 40 gold to roll and still some pre-rolls as well. The Nami 2 already found very early on. The Xayahs are being held as we mentioned. The target is coming in to Wemulu Cho, who is on a silver augment at 4-2. He has a lower cap due to the advanced loan, and if he's not able to find the Xayah 2, he can be targeted despite his high HP, and he almost for certain will not be the win-out player for ag.al.
And that feels like that can make all the difference in the game where Aurora are currently behind if they can complete their strategy. The only problem is that All Gamers, All Legion have so much HP left in the lobby. Time is running out. 3 members of Aurora around 30 HP. Any surprise losses, particularly big losses, would be devastating.
We're seeing a lot of upgraded forecasts. Most of the players have hit. We're seeing Ziyu there finds both the Mighty Mech and the Aurelian Soul. 60 Second, he finds a Nami 2 as well. And that's the name of the game, really, for stage 4. Trying to grief and trying to win these fights with your upgraded forecast. 60 Second takes a hit here. Hwamie also takes a hit. It looks like ag.al as well. Things are starting to fall apart for Aurora Gaming.
Just waiting for confirmation, because it looks like we saw losses, if not across the entire team. No, not the entire team, but most of the team. When you're behind in a lobby like this, you cannot afford to have rounds that go that way. For Aurora Gaming, they need something to change in the very near future, or they're going to be tumbling out of this game and the tournament in a hurry.
It might be Wemulu Cho, the only player to not hit his 2-star forecast upgrade, but he has so much HP to work with. He's maybe sacking for his teammates regardless during this stage. We have to see a turnaround for 60 Second, for Li Luo. They have their carries upgraded, at least for 60 Second, but do they have a strong enough front line? That's the big question.
Li Chuan trying to play spoiler here against 60 Second. We do have the ag.al rather working way through the backside of the nicely set up formation. There's no danger to that Nami for quite some time. The Kindred just at the 1-star with the 1 item will not be good enough. 60 Second positioning well, gets out of that one clean.
Big win for Li Luo as well. He's still on the Aurelian Soul 1-star. That is a problem on his board for Wemulu Cho. Losing, again, expected result until he finds his Xayah 2 upgrade, because he has just the lower cap in general coming to stage 4.
All right, our last, potential Hex coming in for our Yasuo players. They're pouring a little bit more power enabling as well. Again, we're still looking for Aurora to start making the change. Sure, that last round was obviously a lot better at getting the wins in rather than the losses, but if we're trading rounds backwards and forwards, that doesn't end well for Aurora.
2 very impactful offerings here in stage 4. The Cryogenic Hex So impactful for the extra Nunu stuns, for example, for just the Giga Tanks to stay alive for that little bit longer. The Mighty Mechs, for example, we saw from Zidua earlier as well. And for Evelyn, the 2-star forecast coming through. The Riven here, not the biggest hit for Li Tuchuan. We'll see if he decides to hold or sell depending on what he needs to deny from the opposing team. We see the deny targets are quite clear here. The LeBlancs being held because it is, I believe, Hwanmei who has not hit the LeBlanc just yet. He's hit the Karma, he's hit the Nunu, but he's missing one of his key forecasts.
And absolutely everyone here understands what needs to be done at this point.
There it is.
Hits a 2-star. That's absolutely huge. You mentioned, of course, the Cryogenic Hex and extra mana pouring in as well. Weimu does not have the Xayah 2, does not in fact have 2 Xayahs at all. The itemization you mentioned before is really, really good, but the damage might not quite be there. Hwanmei needs to keep the HP up. His teammates have already dropped down to 20s.
Time is ticking here in stage 4. Looking at the shared HP pool, Aurora Gaming needs to win fights to stay relevant in this game coming into stage 5. Li Luo takes another big hit. He's down to his last life. The Jewel Lotus Exiles combo not doing enough for this board when you're still missing your key upgrades. The Aurelian Soul has not been found, not even a pair here. The Blitz 2 could be a salvation, but are you able to hit on 8?
And if you've got no money, it's going to seem a little bit less likely for any of you latecomers coming into the stream. Do you remember, of course, the only Tacticians Crown winners left in the competition, Hwanmei, Lilo, they won in back-to-back, as they were told at the time, global championships. Hwanmei are reigning champion as of this moment. We're so close to seeing all gamers stop the dream of the absolute most incredible year. Leo trying to stay alive. There's a lot of AP on that Radiant Soul, but that front line is so big.
It is only 1 star. Will this be enough? At 9 HP, a loss here, and you will be out. You will be going out in 8th place. ag.al, I believe, has not removed items here for his teammate. The Akali has just started to be targeted, but the Acel has already been taken down. It could just be that Li Luo is being sacrificed. He's too weak. He's too far behind in tempo. He doesn't have a chance with the HP gap for A10 on 23 HP, and that's an 8th place for Aurora Gaming to start things off.
Our first elimination in there. Our set 6 global champion being disappointed. You can see, of course, on the faces of the players, this is not going the way Aurora thought. Certainly from the way we started this series, it was looking fantastic for a chance to just rip through and go right to the finals. But instead, All Gaming, All Legion, they have stepped up massively. They have defied their path to this point. Perhaps they didn't face their opponents, but as we see the upgrades coming in, the Xayah 2, all the pieces are aligning here for a Game 3 victory and a place in the finals.
A 3-loss streak for Weimu Luo, but he still has 50 HP to work with. He's starting to try and save his goal to make it to level 9, maybe find the Blitz. This could be the win-out player now for ag.al. For Aurora Gaming, it's not just about preserving HP in stage 4. Who's going to be their win-out player? Hwanmei has rolled heavily on 8. He's playing 5 Shepherd board, doesn't have the highest cap unless you make it to those 5 costs. Similarly so for ag.al, he's still stuck donkey rolling on level 8. He's trying to make the best use of these 2 Nova Emblems, but he hasn't found a Vex, for example, to add onto this board.
It's worth noting again for any of you newer viewers that we've had teams from the CN region winning both EWC so far. That will remain the case in this event because we've only got CN teams left to play. We thought Aurora would be the one to step forward, the most decorated team by quite a long way. But again, all gamers, they're showing us so much more than they were showing us before. The 2-star Xayahs, you said before, absolutely massive difference, making the damage is absolutely huge. One of the few remaining members of Aurora with a good amount of HP takes a big hit.
Most likely the player that was most favored by the Cryogenic Hex from the Yasuo in stage 4, Weimu Luo finding that extra bit of stall to get the Xayah, scaling both of those Krakens we saw there. How long the Tom Ken survived from that Nova board DPS alongside that last Nunu stun being so impactful in winning that fight for Weimu Luo. 60-second, maybe the hope now for Aurora Gaming on a 4-win streak. And all of a sudden, A10 and Zidua are slowly filtering off their HP. A10 down to his last life.
And this is where we end up in so many of these very close fought games. Even if you've got the numbers advantage, you've been training your teammates' HP for a while. Lichu, of course, will be one of those players who's hoping to do that for his teammate here, Archen. Yeah, Zidua will keep a close eye, particularly, of course, for Archen C if he gets knocked out early on. We could even see a game reset we get 2 members from both teams with opposing finishes in the bottom, it means that all bets are off and the rest of the game is up for grabs.
It's still a LeBlanc one for Ah-Chen. The items have not been removed from his teammate, and Ah-Chen, it seems like, will be taken down by Li Tu-Chuan here. Too big of a board to battle with that Nova setup. And it is going to be a 7th place for ag.al, essentially tying it up at the bottom of the standings there.
So a most likely scenario is a reset coming into the second half. So if Zero especially gets taken out, then even the best case scenario for all gamers, of course, is to eliminate one of the Auroras and then just leave us in a situation where only the first place finish matters. If that is the case, David, who do you feel like is looking most promising to make that actually happen for both teams?
You know, time and time again, I think it comes down to whoever finds the Blitzcrank 2, the unit that is sought after so much on those level 9 boards. For Wemula Choi, would be the cap for his Xayah setup as well. All of the AP boards usually want to find a place to fit in that Blitzcrank 2, but it is now ZUA with the Mighty Mech setup, with the Mech Acel facing off against Wemula Choi, who has not removed items. He thinks he's the strongest player on this team. They maybe understand that it's all going to be about the 2v2 in the top 4, and they don't think ZUA has the HP or the board strength to hang with the rest of the boards in this stage 5.
Looking to see, and it will be the confirm on the kill, so no more chances really here for all gamers to do anything but try and make sure they do not get taken out early.
That's right, Li Tu-Chuan potentially on 1 life, Hwanmie as well on 1 life. There's going to be 2 players already eliminated for ag.al. This could be a blowout win if somehow Hwanmie survives and Li Tu-Chuan is taken down in this 5th place position. All of a sudden, the 3 remaining players from Aurora Gaming have done a fantastic job of stabilizing their setups, their boards coming into the stage 5.
Li Tu-Chuan hoping to hold on for a little bit longer. Hwanmie on just 1 life as well. What a difference this can make as to how this round finishes.
We have to pay attention to both of these boards. Li Tu-Chuan trying to stay alive in the Nova Mirror matchup. He's still sitting on a Kindred 1 carry on the side of Hwanmie. He's hit all of his upgrades except for the Sona. He's facing off against one of the strongest boards in Wemula Choi's Xayah board. Can Li Tu-Chuan stay alive? That's the big question. It looks like he might be going out. Does Hwanmie stay alive then and fight for the 4th place? ag.al's clapping. It might be a win for Aurora Gaming. Li Tu-Chuan is down to 1 HP, it looks like. No, he's down. It's 3 players from Aurora Gaming in the top 4. It's a blowout victory in the end.
And we didn't think that was going to remotely happen. It looked so good up until the end of the game. But for the lack of just a few HP, Aurora Gaming are sending themselves to face Team Vision in the finals. The golden road for Hwanmie of winning 3 major events in the same year is still open. What a final game!
The star-studded CN roster on paper with the current GOAT status player from Hwanmie. A fantastic comeback in this game number 3. They were able to stabilize their stage 5 boards. The respect shown here between competitors who have been facing off individually for oh so long. But now in 4v4, it is Aurora Gaming claiming that top spot.
Wow, what a series it can be. And of course, both teams are going to be able to look back at that one and say the what is. But of course, for Aurora, they found the only path through. We thought it was pretty much a done deal for them in this game. It seemed like all gamers just played such a spectacular game. We're heading across the stage now, though, because we need to see some more dreams ended, and Damascus will help us do it.
And once again, at the end of an incredible semi-final, it is time to exchange the keys. ag.al have unfortunately got to go as one of the GOATs. Hwanmie has the key in victory. They are making their way to Grand Finals.
Congratulations to Team Aurora for qualifying into the Grand Finals for the Esports World Cup 2026. They will be going up against Team Vision. So, 幻灭选手, you are quite literally the GOAT of TFT. And as an individual player, you have a lot of achievements. However, coming into this tournament being 4v4, what type of adjustments do you have to make to play with your teammates? 首先，恭喜幻灭选手能拿下今天的比赛，成功打进决赛。那么大家也知道，幻灭选手也是一个非常优秀的单独的选手，但是因为这次的赛程是4v4，所以有做出什么样的调整呢？
我一直相信我的队友，然后我的队友今天给了我的回馈。
I always believe in my teammates, and my teammates definitely gave me a lot in return this time around. 那么今天的比赛也是非常激烈的2-1，所以你是从哪一刻才认识到，这次的比赛已经赢了呢？ So the series was very close, 2-1, and I'm wondering which moment did you know that the series was won for Aurora?
最后一把的5阶段，我关键的赢下了就是日月的龙王吧。就是那一波之后，我们就是队伍感觉已经是优势了。
I know that we won once we reached the stage 5, especially when I went up against Yue's Aurelian Soul and I was able to beat him. So from that moment, I knew I was able to take down the series. And of course, you guys will be versing Team Vision for the grand finals in the TFT tournament. Koyui, the player, said that he wants to play against Huan Mie in the grand finals because he wants revenge from the qualifiers twice, especially beating him twice in the qualifiers. So what do you have to say in response to Koyui? Koyui 选手有说，就是希望决赛可以遇到幻面选手，因为上次在 TOC 里面你有击败他，所以你对 Koyui 有没有什么想说的话吗？
他只是我夺冠路上的一块，就是平平无奇的垫脚石。
Koyui will only be a stepping stone to my road to the EWC title winner. Once again, congratulations to Team Aurora, and let's crush ag.al's key.
He's got the performance and he's used to crushing the competition. That is just another step in the way that separates Huan Mie from the EWC trophy. Getting ready to crush, and he's not willing to wait for this to be on as we are ready to get that key destroyed and go get ready for grand finals. Huan Mie in there to end the dream of ag.al. Snapped! Yes, sir, snapped. It was not completely snapped just yet, but now that the key is destroyed, ladies and gentlemen, Huan Mie will move to grand finals, leading Aurora Gaming to what would be an incredible win. We will see them later for grand finals. Excellent performance. Everyone's waiting for this guy to step on the stage again. We'll see him a bit later. Congratulations, Huan Mie and Aurora Gaming, for moving forwards.
And the grand finals are set. Team Vision versus Aurora Gaming, taking down ag.al to solidify their spot to play for the title. Big news for Aurora Gaming, who have been absolutely phenomenal. And what an interview, by the way, at the very end. There is some drama brewing going into grand finals. And one thing that I love, Clement, the confidence from Aurora is absolutely astounding.
I wouldn't be surprised if Huan Mie really doesn't know who Koyoi is. I mean, that is the gap between those two. I think the real fight is between Flancy and Huan Mie. There has been plenty of times where Flancy from Vision has been considered the champion, but then Huan Mie still beats him anyway, despite the perceived strength.
Man, the strength, though, of ag.al. They put up a fight, they tied up the series, but game 3, where did it all go wrong?
I mean, they sent Lilo 8th. That's exactly what you want to happen. But then the rest of the players didn't have a cap-out possibility. They was just trying to preserve HP. They were trying to be strong. Huan Mie was pressuring the Robbie, the rest of the teammates. Huan Mie mentioned it. Once we took out Ryue playing the Ace-Ol, we knew it was done. That was the only player that maybe had a chance to step on to end. And in the end, they sent 3 players in the bottom 5 taking the win.
I think Wei Mu Luoqiu just hit that Xayah 2 way too late into the game. There were a lot of players from Aurora that were low HP, but they somehow managed to turn the corner before their opponents.
Also, Kindred won, only their predominant for Litu Chuan. Normally, on stage 5, having a Kindred one being your primary carry, that's not the way you want to go out.
Well, we take a look at the stats from that game number 3 that ultimately Aurora Gaming was able to lock in and move forward in the tournament. And you guys mentioned some star-studded players. Who stands out to you when we look at the round results?
Oh, there's a lot of them for sure. I think ag.al has been the consistent win-out player for Aurora. He does it again this time. Really, really creative and using that Rammus as a secondary tank. He's usually the most available of the 4-cost tank options.
Kwame obviously doing again exactly the role that the game needs to win. And he said it. I'm trusting my teammates and my teammates are giving me the trust back. 60 seconds, once again with the 4th place.
Yeah.
Teamwork for them and making it a great run in a close series.
62nd is putting up an MVP performance. He's been out of this world. We were watching, and once again, we bring up your comments after that game number 3, which was leaning, I believe, 58% to Aurora Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. Chat, what were you saying? Were you saying some nice things? Were you getting crazy? Coming up with analysis. Let's take a look at our first comment here. Of course, coming out from our chats, right? The Floix Comics. Holy low roll. What do we think?
I have to agree. I feel like this game was actually 70% win by ag.al, and then suddenly it flipped because of how bad those stage 4 rolls went.
Yeah, having already the 8th place ensured and then not getting your 4-cost to 2-star.
Zaya, come on.
That's the default in the game, but of course, it can happen.
Triple bot for GG, Casper says.
Yeah, that's the blowout, if you will. If you send 3 players, no matter the situation, even if you got 1 in the bottom, you already got it. So in a great way, this is exactly what Aurora wanted. To get a great placement in the final game and then get the motivation for the next final lobby.
Who are we talking about here? He is dead for sure against any Aurora board.
This was definitely one of the 1-star
Litu Chuan. Litu Chuan with Kindred probably.
Kindred as well.
Nothing else for him to do.
But was he dead?
He was in the end.
That is tough. Well, then, chat, you were accurate about that statement. Hey, keep the chats coming. We love hearing from each and every one of you, especially when we start getting into grand finals and also predictions, too. We'll talk about that in just a second. I want to get all of you involved. We take a look at the last action from that final game where Aurora Gaming was able to put the final nail in the coffin against ag.al.
And this was a double elimination against ag.al players here. ag.al has been consistently the win-out player. He found a strong tempo spot. And once you have the tempo, going for the spreading routes makes a lot more sense because you have a lot more of that potential upside for your composition. So I really loved how ag.al has been the carry for them.
Litu Chuan needed to protect the Akali, but in the end, the composition didn't make sense, and it was just a better angle for them to cap it out in the end.
You know what's so tough for ag.al now? They've got to come back onto the stage where they just lost, and they've got to play for 3rd and 4th. They're going to have to lean into their veterans super hard in order to get them over that hump of that loss. Short-term memory, let it go, because there's still a lot of riding on the line for 3rd place, right? We're talking $50,000, club championship points, and on top of that as well, you get 4th place, you only walk away with 30. Now, say only, respectfully, I'm not walking away with $30,000, but for the competitors, right, winning this series gets you up there an additional $20,000 to 50. A lot happening when it comes down to EWC. Check it out.
Here and play my game. Go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
A lot of things happening, as I said, and I mentioned predictions. Let's start talking about them with EWC Play. It's easy to get involved. All you got to do is go to esportsworldcup.com. When you get there, click on play on the left-hand side. Choose the game you want to get involved with, aka Teamfight Tactics. Click on that, and you've got your match results here. Now, I haven't refreshed the page, but 3rd and 4th, as well as finals, should be popping up relatively soon. Now, when they do, you choose the team you think is going to win, plus the series score. Doing so gets you points, right? And by the way, we've been doing this all day long. This is going to be happening for all the games across not only this stage, but also the 24 other games taking place at the Esports World Cup. So like I said, click on the team you think is going to win, click on the series score, and then you're locked in. Now, when you're locked in, you have a chance to earn points. And when you earn those points, what do you get? You can cash in on some prizes. We're talking $300,000 up for grabs. Scan that QR code. We want to know who you're predicting because honestly, you get featured, it's free, and it's just fun to do. Put your knowledge on the line, not only in the chat, but also officially with EWC Play. Now, coming up is the matchup that we've been waiting for, third and fourth place. Who's walking away? They've already got top four, but again, what's up for grabs? $20,000 extra from going from fourth into third place. So it matters quite a bit for the competitors out there. This one, though, is going to be tough because, again, ag.al just suffered a loss. They've got to step back on the stage.
Yeah, it was similar. Flash Wolf also in a close series, trying to pop it off. ag.al, they know exactly what to do. They know that they needed to tempo more, they needed to pressure more the lobby and have a win-out spot, but maybe they're risking it too much, Clement. You always said that you need the win-out player, but I think the win-out player, the game has to give it to you. If the almonds are correct on Fortune, then you pick the win-out player. I think they're doing it maybe a little too fast, too early, but of course, I mean, that's the name of the game too.
There's a lot more on stake for ag.al. Obviously, Flash Wolves is not in the club championship point running, and if we recall, for ag.al, they were 6th place last year. So if they move up, it's not just the $20,000, it's a lot more in the club championship, potentially millions.
Already top 3, and you're right, millions is on the line. Now I got this guy next to me, Hoope, and apparently he had the chance to sit down with a couple of players from Team Flash Wolves.
To Pengus Cup. Far from the convergence and the space gods, we're here to ease a little before our next match for EWC 2026. I'm Hupeson, joined by AQ1H and Kebaba from One in Flash Wolf. How are you guys doing today?
今天心情也是就是非常的兴奋，第2次来到 EWC， 希望可以这次会有个好的成绩。
心情就是很兴奋，然后今年也是第2次来到这里，就希望有更好的成绩。
Now we can relax. We're going to have a wholesome chat, so you can lean back, be present with the moment, and now let's just have a chat. What is one positive quality about your teammate?
我觉得他游戏的天赋很好，就是他会在可能训练的时间比较少，但是他可以在游戏内找到一个适合自己的一个打法，去打出自己的更高的上限。
Kebaba, give me one positive quality about AQ1H.
我觉得他就算在不同的版本都会有自己的理解，然后每个版本他都会做得到接近。就算可能每个人都会有自己不太适应的版本，就算在他不适应的版本，他也是做的差不多是最强的玩家这样。
What is one thing you admire about your teammate that you don't have? Haircut?
Oh, really? 我觉得没有，就是我们互相学习交流的非常多，所以我觉得。对方身上的我也能够学到，所以我觉得我们目前来说是几乎是能做到同步的。
我觉得他对不同的版本的理解都是都会很准时跟得上那个版本的理解，所以我就觉得很多时候，因为我可能就是会跟不上那些进度，然后他都会可以跟我说到不同的版本理解。
I want you to think about a moment where you were very grateful to Kebaba and you never told him.
我是一个比较直接的人，所以基本上我会就是能说的我都会说了，就可能像平时游戏里面的一些他打得好的地方跟打得不好的地方，我都会直接跟他说，这样，所以就是以往的我都说掉了，所以目前就没有其他话想说。对。
For you, Kebaba,
give me some time. 就是我觉得自己有时候玩游戏会有些失误，可是他都会比较包容我。Thank you.
Tell me one word that describes both your teammate and this secret lab chair.
无坚不摧。
Perfect.
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time almost for our third, fourth place matchup, Flash Wolves against ag.al. Hoope, great job with the interview.
Thank you, man. It was cool. They were both perfect to interview and to do the dual therapy. And in the end, they got the fifth one. They were hugging. So, teamwork, making it happen for them.
That's right. Flash Wolves are a talented roster and the last hope to break the dominance from China. Now, China's already got first and second place locked in, right? However, they could go 1, 2, and 3 unless the team from APAC, Flash Wolves, can break that apart and secure a third place finish.
The greatest strength of Flash Wolves is just their growth. The thing that we were worried about, since they were all slow and greedy players, they might get run out the gym. This time around, they actually played the most reroll of any team here, really picking up the tempo in stage 3.
We see there Terry being the player who pops something in the start and then go for the win streak. AQ1H more flexible, Kebab the win out player. And Ironbog, I feel they leave him free. He's so good that normally it's like, okay, do whatever the game tells you and then maybe you can help us.
Now, Flash Wolves have already pulled off an incredible feat. Last year, top 8. This year, already top 4. What would it mean for the APAC region for them to get number 3?
I think it would show continuous growth. I think really right now it's between CN and APAC as the two best regions just fighting it out over each other. CN might have won this one, but we still want to have a good showing here.
That's right, a good showing indeed. We always want a good showing for the matchups, of course. But Flash Wolves, you go back in history and man, they could have beat Vision. They could have done it 2-0 if it wasn't for that critical play in the game number 1. I know that's going to haunt them.
Yeah, it was such a close series, and you saw it in the expression. They knew that they could have taken it. Kebaba, he was just down. Also Ironbog, also AQ1H. But I feel they can pop it off. And of course, as you mentioned, it's the last remaining team from APAC, and they want to assure the third place. They want to make it sure. But of course, for AG1L, is more important. Third place in Club Championship, and they really don't only want their points for them. They want the club to succeed and maybe give some continuity for them in the future also.
That's right. We take a look at the live view from the dugouts. Now, for Flash Wolves, they've had a little bit more time to kind of reconsider what happened after that loss. ag.al, though, straight from the stage to the dugout, back to the stage, and they don't look like they're too pumped up, to be honest with you. How could they be? But again, for ag.al, coming into the series again for $20,000 additional dollars, plus just the pride of China riding on the line to finish 1, 2, and 3, I think they're going to come back out there nice and strong. They're warriors after all.
It's rust versus readiness. How does playing on stage just after that really affect the team play? I think for ag.al, the one that really has the most on his shoulder has to be Li Tuchuan. He was a former winner in 2024 in EWC here. He actually split up the Falcons team to go with ag.al with a new squad to conquer new peaks, but he hasn't been able to do it. He wants to still make sure his decision is worthwhile in third place.
Well, you mentioned one. How about Ryue? We had a chance to sit down with him after that loss that they just took. Let's listen in.
I'm joined by Ryue of ag.al. It was a close series, but ultimately falls against Aurora Gaming in the semifinals, 2-1. Ryue, just what are your thoughts after that fantastic last series?
Ryue 前面非常遗憾止步于这4强，但是刚才那把也是打得非常的焦灼。刚才打完之后，你们当时感受是怎么样的？
就是感觉非常的可惜吧，因为其实差的不是很多。如果再做好一点的话，是有机会赢的。
It's definitely very much a disappointment. It was a very close series. I felt that if we had done a little bit better, we could have won it all.
You have another match here against Flash Wolves. Third place, ag.al has a lot to do with the club championship points. What do you resolve to do here in this final match?
那你们现在还有个季军赛打这个闪电战狼，而且你们ag.al 俱乐部他们对他们来说，这个积分赛也是非常的重要的。那你们这个季军赛准备怎么去面对呢？
就是把心态放好吧，然后正常打的话，肯定是我们这边胜率更高一点。
Well, we have to adjust ourselves. We have to remain calm. I think that as long as we can perform normally, we have a very good shot beating Flash Wolves.
All right, Ryue, everyone. 谢谢。
Ryue, Lichuan, the two veterans for this ag.al roster now have to implement their veteranship to go back on that stage, get their other two teammates back on board. Fresh series, fresh start. Their job's not done with just yet. A top 3 would mean a lot to these guys.
They have a roster that is befitting of their name. All gamers, all legends. 2 players here that have gone to second place in TAC round. Achin, as we're seeing, he is known as the national hubby in CN region because he's so handsome, and he did win 2 TOC champions. So I agree with Zirue. They do have the stronger roster.
Stronger roster, but the stronger performance against Flash Wolves, who knows?
Yeah, the mental also important. Ryu had said it. We have to play the same as we have done before. When you have a loss, normally the teammates start to talk less. They start to express themselves. The communication goes down. And that's exactly what doesn't have to happen. So they have to go in with a clear mind, keep doing the strategy. So that will be the proxy that we have to watch in the camera. Are they communicating, and are they doing the plan to win the game at the end?
But what about their coach? We spoke to him earlier for ag.al. He's also going to be instrumental in getting them back on board for this matchup.
Horo X has been just great in giving them actually Western technologies. It isn't always a one-way street there, and I think that has been one of the reasons ag.al has been so good. They've also taken a lot of knowledge from teams like Godlike.
Also, they've done it so far. I mean, in the Chinese region, they made it happen. Individually, they have already good performance. So I feel these teams are very similar. Ryu, maybe AQ1H, they both had similarity on the world stage, if you will. So individually, they're perfect. The power of friendship is what will make the difference here, Reflection. How can they win the game with helping each other, with actually going for the win out and knowing exactly who has to take that spot? That's the difference that we will have to see.
Looking at both series, we just witnessed one from ag.al. Obviously, Flash Wolves was a little bit earlier. Who looks the strongest heading into this matchup now? It's fresh, both teams facing off against each other for the first time. Who do you think showed the most strength in the respective semifinal matchup?
I'm liking Flash Wolf. So if I have to say, I go 2-1 Flash Wolves just because of the mental, the stability that they were waving, they were saying hello to the camera there on the studio back in the end. So they're confident, and that's exactly what ag.al they're looking for. So for me, 2-1 Flash Wolf.
I'm going to go with ag.al because they have just so much more to play for, and I think they want to bounce back, right? They can't really be seen as the secondary team out of CN.
So you're not a believer in Terry?
I'm a huge believer. I will say this, it's going to come down to the win-out players because both of these squads, they utilize very, very high-risk strategies. If you don't make it, you go away, that's it for your squad.
Yeah, but maybe have 1 or 2 win-out players, not 3, like they were trying to do. You have 3 win-out players, someone's going 8th. So high risk, high reward, but you need to balance it a little.
Ooh, high risk, high reward, a lot of RNG is what we're thinking then. But how do you balance that as a player? How do you balance that? It's such an important matchup. Like I said, $50,000 is on the line.
I think the most important thing is actually very simple. This is what Moji did to improve the CN region massively. Pick your augments last. Make sure you see what the enemy team picks and then pivot your strategy off of that.
It's so risky though, isn't it? Because obviously you're losing out potentially on augments that you've already seen that you could be getting. Why would you want your enemy to have the first choice?
So if you see their first choice, you can judge how the tempo of the game is going to go. If you know it's a slow game, then everyone has to play for higher cap. If you know it's a fast game, then it flips. You have to match the tempo and make sure you're the one not targeted.
It's the knowledge game, but of course the experience is what you have to, because normally you play for your game. It's easier. Okay, I need this augment. This is exactly what will make me happen. But if you actually get the additional information from anyone and take a decision that makes more sense, of course that will make you the win, maybe in a situation that you didn't prepared for before.
Going back to ag.al, Achin has been a little bit up and down, especially in that previous series. You look at his game number 1 performance, he finished at the bottom, first eliminated. You look at his game 2 performance, well, he finished at the very top with a tremendous win streak. I think it was like 25-3. Achin, why does it seem like he gets soloed out, or he is truly the X factor for this ag.al roster?
I have to say Achin is kind of the only weak link on the roster right there. If you think about his previous 4 games, it has gone 8-6-1 and then 6 back down again. He plays a lot of very risky strategies, and I'm actually surprised that they're letting him do that. Typically, if you have a weaker player on the team, you try to get him to play tempo. You know, simple game plan, preserve HP, but they are obviously seeing something that I don't. Horo is saying, you know, try to flip it. Let's go for win streaks.
In the game that he was in the top, he played LeBlanc, but he got a great artifact in the start. He got the tempo, he got everything, and the LeBlanc was a little early, so some luck on their side. And of course, if you get that position and you manage to convert it, of course he's capable to do it. He got the win. So of course, you need a little luck on your side, and then use that luck for your preparation, and of course, push the win.
Is Ironbog going to be lucky this time around for Flash Wolves? This guy, we've talked about him so much, so often. Is he truly going to be the one to lead Flash Wolves to victory?
We Call Ironbog the Iron God, and he is known for one thing: his ambition and his greediness. There are tons of times where he just flips it and tries to go for the win out. I think the plan for Flash Wolves is you have to plan if the flip doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
Who is going to maintain the tempo if your win out player lags behind?
And who's got the tempo? Who's going high risk? We talked about a lot. Now it's about execution. This is for third place, $50,000. Will our team from APAC get a win, or will China finish 1, 2, 3? Let's find out. It's Flash Wolves versus ag.al.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to continue in our playoff bracket. So far, of course, every match has been absolutely phenomenal, and we officially have our grand final set, Damascus.
Grand final set, two teams that we expected to do well, right? Team Vision coming up after losing early, Aurora Gaming losing early as well. You know, you learn.
Yes, of course, they have made adaptations. That said, our next two teams, Damascus, we do have some unfinished business before we make it all the way to grand finals, because this right here is the decider for who finishes in third place and who finishes in fourth place. Whole lot of paper, whole lot of chicken on the line, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, club championship points as well. Damascus, is it about time for us to bring out our first team?
I think it's about time. We got the third, fourth place match. I know the teams are roaring to get ready, so let's get the teams on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves, one of this tournament's biggest surprises and most entertaining squads from top to bottom. And have you seen my dog, K.Bow putting on an absolute fire performance back to back to back, absolutely clutched throughout the entire time, but their coordinated finishes as a squad have been the personification of teamwork make the dream work. Will they be able to finish in third place? We're about to find out.
Absolutely, we love to see the teams working with each other, but of course they're about to face a team that's overall been pretty solid. They are here fighting for their third place and a mighty important point on the club championship. Welcome back to the stage, Team ag.al. ag.al putting up onto the stage right now. All gamers, anyone's legends. It is time to fight for third place and for mighty important club championship points, because this team used to be third on the club championship ranking and they're currently fourth behind Vision, because Vision's in grand finals. Right now there is one objective: get as many points as possible to make sure we tail Team Vision and we don't get too far from that third place.
Of course, the club championship situation is absolutely dire at this point for ag.al. That said, let's please get to our interview. K.Bow, coming into this event, of course, you started with 16 teams, the best teams on planet Earth, and eventually you have made it to the point where you are one step away from finishing in the top 3, potentially at least top 4. What do you feel like you've proven to yourself and to the rest of the TFT community?
K.Bow，从这个比赛的16支世界顶级战队一直打到现在，你们进入一个保持争三的一个状态。你个人认为，你们战队是否已经向世界证明了你们的实力了呢？
我觉得这次我们没打到冠亚赛，其实是挺可惜的。可是接下来我们就希望能拿到第3名吧。
It is a shame that we are unable to step onto the grand final stage, but over here we're still gonna do our best and we're gonna fight for that third place.
Flash Wolves, of course, absolutely ready to try to get that third place spot. Amazing tournament run for them so far.
Absolutely. It's time to talk to ag.al. ag.al, you guys had a pretty good week, unfortunately falling short in semi-finals, but now it's all about working for your entire club, right? Lots of club championship on the line. So how is the team approaching this match, knowing that, of course, the ultimate trophy is out of reach, but your team is counting on you?
那 ag.al 战队非常可惜，就是虽然一路战胜到这里，但是半决赛的时候还是差了一点点。但是你们现在这个也是同样保持争三的一个局面，这个第3名也是对你们的俱乐部来说是一个非常大的一个帮助。那你们现在是如何调整自己来面对这场夺3的这个战斗呢？
虽然我们心情有点低落，但是比赛还没有结束。我相信我跟我的队友已经调整好状态了，准备迎接下一场比赛。
Even though we're feeling pretty down right now, but the battle is not over yet, and we're certainly, and I believe in my teammates that we are all able to adjust and have, in fact, fully adjusted to face this competition that's coming right up.
It's never over until the match finishes, Rob. Teams are ready to fight for that third place.
Okay. ag.al and of course Flash Wolves, you can go ahead and take your seats and get ready for your match. Damascus, I do believe that we have one last order of business to get this thing started.
Absolutely, I know the casters are ready, I know you guys at home are ready, so without further ado, it is time to kick off our third place decider match. It is Team ag.al versus Flash Wolves. Let's get this one going. Third place up for grabs.
Thank you, Dobbs. And well, with Dobbs and myself kind of here for the third place match. We kind of the warm-up for the main event here, of course, starting at 16:45, Team Vision versus Aurora. But for these two teams, it's an $80,000 match with $50,000 going to third place. As was mentioned before, club championship points extremely important right now as well. But Dobbs, coming to this one, all gamers, you've got to feel for them just coming off of a devastating loss. To be able to reset for this game would take a superhuman level of mental control.
Yes, for sure. I feel like from the both interviews, the players showed they were a little bit with some kind of disappointment on themselves because nobody plays for losing, right? But thinking about that, I feel most players are going to do their best in here to secure a win on this very matchup.
Well, again, you can see that there is, at least for the Flash Wolves, they did get a little bit more time to process that disappointment making there. Admittedly, 2025, the Flash Wolves made top 8. In this case, a minimum of top 4. So it's definitely an improvement for them. For the All Gamers squad, again, they've got to come in here, they've got to turn everything back upside down. It felt like they had the last game on. It felt like they were basically in the finals, and it all went south so quickly.
Yes, for sure. Especially for the last semifinals, both games could have gone either way. I feel mostly for the first game from Flash Wolves, they were so close to close that out, and the series could be very different. And as well as for ag.al, they have done a great job throughout the competition. We have speaking so much about, especially Flancy, being one of the best players in the tournament. But here it comes. There is so much on the line. Still, club championship. It's very important for both clubs. So I feel like these games is a very good point that you can make. Maybe you didn't fight for the third place. You don't want to be here, but when you reach this level, you must finish with a good impression. And it feels good to win out after losing one match in the semifinals. I'm pretty sure both teams want to win this match very high.
Oh, absolutely, to leave the competition. Yeah, because right now, of course, you're really stewing in the disappointment of not making the finals, not getting a chance to pay for the big prize, to call yourself the best 4v4 team in the entire world. But, as much as, of course, the Flash Wolves have the emotional advantage of having not coming straight off their loss, they've also been able to watch All Gamers play their previous series where they got much better in games 2 and 3. So a double advantage for them coming into the penultimate series here at Teamfight Tactics at EWC.
There he comes starting the game with Echo and KO, both gods that give you extra resources. KO especially giving you extra items. Echo will give you resources as like later on in the game, maybe some units, maybe some artifacts. some artifacts are something that's quite important in the meta right now. I've seen a lot of players going into that option.
Yeah, I mean, certainly from what we saw in the previous game, of course, as well, but all gamers, when they were able to take control of the narrative, you have to get into the game strongly, maybe finding some of those strong early augments, things went much, much better for them. Of course, what we saw in that last game, was an absolutely miraculous comeback, but those comebacks have been few and far between, so for the team here who gets the early advantage, it feels like most of the time that's going to be a huge thing in the outcome of the game.
Yes, especially talking about getting early advantage. I feel like Flash Wolves does a better job on it. I feel like both teams they have the knowledge of like getting ahead and trying to convert the wins. But for Flash Wolves, I feel their roster is more balanced. So they have Terry, that's pretty a very strong player into to the tempo play, AK1H as well as Ironbog. K-Baba doing a great job. But on the side of ag.al, they're much more like two players with very good high cap bars like Li Tushuan and Weimu. But on the side of Achen, he's not doing very great, but I feel like this can be a match that he can prove himself.
Yes, and certainly after seeing the interview on stage and interview behind stage as well, you can see how emotional he was in that moment. But of course, for all gamers, if they can make it through, we'll start off here with the gold augments. This will be a real statement moment for them as a team to say, no matter what, how bad things get, we can still shrug it off and move forward. Let's see what augments our players are going to start off the first game of the series with.
Well, ag.al just took augments so fast. AK1H getting roots, quite important to secure those emblems. Terry getting one of the crucial augments we've seen so far, which is Treasure Hunt.
Oh yeah, immensely powerful, and of course we're checking out our emblems as well. So Sonic rearing its head once again, Bastion as well, so not maybe absolutely ideal. We're certainly seeing more Bastion emblems we would have expected. And Achen as well, turning up the Nasus, it seems to be a frequent flyer when it comes to the worth the wait.
Yeah, for Ironbog, I don't feel that the emblems were quite good, but for his opener, it was amazing because he got a Norn and a Victor as well another upgrade. So both emblems quite useful, at least for now. Later on, you can reforge them and try to do something else, but Ironbog is a player that is capable of playing tempo and playing ahead. So I feel like both emblems can work well in this strategy.
It's worth noting, as we see on the screen, that we've got, of course, a much better selection if you don't win that particular round. The Dark Star and the Shepherd, as a combination, absolutely fantastic. One of the reasons why people are so willing to take the random emblems is when these combinations of synergistic emblems come together, you're so strong. But of course, we need to take account of Weimu as well, who has got the concentration in the lobby. We've seen it be very powerful before, pushing you down the conduit line and potentially quite a lot of early game power.
Yeah, in here for Zue, we've seen this augment being picked so much. This is one of the best artifacts in the game that pulls a unit from your bench. Quite useful in the early game because you can have an extra power, and later on in the game still quite good as you can pull any unit, maybe a Blitzcrank that's quite strong without any synergies, just being in the board. So quite strong opportunity to have a good early game in here.
Something which I'm really hoping to see in this game as well. Having had the chance to spend a little bit of time with all gamers and kind of see exactly what they're made of. I'll tell you a player who really stood out when we were recording some content. He was there with his teammate playing some of these games before. He was doing really well, and he decided he was almost winning one of these kind of games we were playing together. His teammate was not doing well, was really falling out of the game. He decided to basically give up on the game and help his teammate win. He was the only player I saw across every single version of that content who specifically made sure that his teammate, who was looking embarrassed, he wasn't getting any points, he made sure that his teammate left that piece of content happy, and it really made an impression on me.
Yes, I feel like this is one of the most important things in a 4v4. You're talking about content, but I will talk about like in-game stuff. So sometimes your play, it doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, some players will have like amazing performance. So we've seen Flancy doing so well, for example, but in other times, another player might not have the same average placement, but at the end of the day, it's all about giving the trust for your teammate, because you're gonna need them sometimes. It's very important to everybody stay together and with high energy. So in this third matchup, it's very important to elevate the morale of everyone.
Well, as we come to our first boon, David, of course, talking about this before, the God of Time at Echo, able to give really an extra reason why you want to go heavily into the loss streak.
Yes, especially this one of the best opportunities to get high value later on in the game. Having the cash out from Echo, it's quite good, and also matches a lot of the strategy we've seen here. Litushuan, money hungry, does not have any units on his board, and also K-Baba with savings account. Both of these players are already going to lose a lot of HP, so you can match your own strategy with a good God pick in here from Echo.
Check in with Iron Bog again. For any of the folks who maybe, of course, we've talked about Iron Bog in a general, but just a reminder of just how impressive a player he is. 5 times has made it to the Tactician's Crown, 2 of those times to a top 8. An incredible player and very much worthy of being spoken of in awed whispers again and again.
Yes, for sure. You're speaking about Tactician Crown. He was not able to get the win just yet, but I feel like it's a matter of time. He has proven himself on TPC. It's a quite high competition there in APAC. One of the best players on the region.
Yeah, and he's 2 times APAC regional champion as well. I forgot the laundry list of accomplishments, being very much helped out by the team. He will be the win-streaking player for the Flash Rolls. Keep an eye. If Weimu is able to do the same thing and quite catch what his result will end up being, what we'll see in just a second.
Yes, this guy has been an amazing player throughout the years, and I feel like in the WC he showed a great opportunity and a great time, and I feel like next year he might come back as a Flash Wolf. Maybe he can get into the finals that he always wants to go and play.
Well, one of the keys to getting into 3rd place at least is making sure that your loss streaks stay intact. Litushuan will be sending out his entire board in a hurry. AQ1H on the other side for the Flash Wolves is going to do the same thing. So both of them, if they run into each other, and they will negate the streaks on both sides of the equation, which means nobody benefits from all that extra gold heading into PvE.
Honestly, I would say that I don't like much this kind of play from AQ1H because he doesn't have an augment that gives him extra economy. So I feel like breaking the streak from Litushuan kind of doesn't matter much, because Litushuan will always have more gold than him, especially because he has money hungry. So I feel like even if you break the streak from Litushuan, he has much more chances to actually come back than you. So I feel like it's much more important to, when you get like an augment like spreading roots, to play a strong board, because later on you can pressure the other team having like low HP on Litushuan. But in here, they will kind of be even in HP, and then Litushuan has much more chances to get his composition online because he has so much economy.
Well, the good news for the All Gamers is that 3 of the Flash Rolls are in the bottom 4 right now, and we've got 2 win streaks to 1. Iron Bog has been, of course, doing very well. Weimu and Ziyue as well. They both got substantial streaks coming out this first half, or first stage of the game, rather, which means with the loss streaks taken off the table, that is a significant advantage for All Gamers.
Yeah, it is. I feel like this kind of play, it matches a play style when you're trying to force a player to not having the streak for Anima, but as Litushuan didn't have it, I feel like it's a kind of waste. But on the other side, AK1H, at least he got a good board right now. He got some upgrades, so maybe he can build up his board for the next stage.
All right, checking back in with AQ1OH. Again, sold the board before, has the incredible emblems for a long time, extremely good board. But we do need to check. We've got Iron Bog up against Weimu in this round. This is the 2 win-streaking players. Dobbs, these boards look pretty similar, but I think it's about to drop down in favor of Weimu. We'll see.
Yeah, we can see that Weimu even forced at the level 6. He's so strong with Mordekaiser 2 already. And I feel like this is going to be the end of this streak for Iron Bog. still in a good position. I wonder if he's going to aim to get those reforgers in order to have like different combinations of emblems.
So we go straight into Prismatic. We'll check to see if all gamers maintain both of their win streaks. If they did, it's absolutely huge. But you combine these with Prismatic augments as well, and we're suddenly accelerating things dramatically.
Wow, I want to call out the augment from Terry, Wise Spreading, one of the most powerful augments in the game, and it matches what he has now. He has Treasure Hunt. It's an augment that the more you roll, the more rewards you get, and then he will roll a lot throughout the game, and as he rolls, he will level. So this is great for the strategy, because Akali, you want to ramp up, you want to get the Akali tree, but you also want to reach that level 9 in order to be very strong. So great position right now for Terry, and he has been one of the best players in the Flash Wolves throughout the whole EWC.
No, absolutely. Terry is definitely a name that's stuck in my mind much more, being somewhat unfamiliar with his game coming into this, but he's been really impressive. It's worth noting as well, as far as I can tell, at least not on the boards, we're not seeing anybody else so far going into the Nova Akali line. So if you're going to be around here for a while, why spending, re-rolling, looking for the treasures? There's a decent chance Terry might actually find the Akali ahead of schedule and start being a real rock for the Flash Wolves squad.
And not just that, when you have some augments like this, like Was Spreading, you have Prismatic Ticket, that is so good on a 4v4, because the more shops you have, the more chances you have to see units from the other opponent team. So he can still go to the Akali tree, but as well as hold key units from the opponent.
No, it should be very impressive long term. But as we take stock again, we can have an interesting spot here. Again, the Flash Wolves, they're keeping themselves mostly towards the bottom 4. Seaway, of course, keeping up the win streak from 4. So, all gamers looking pretty good right now. Again, there's no loss streak in place. Right now, it feels like we've got some bits and pieces brewing for the Flash Wolves, but not maybe as quickly as we would like to see them.
Yeah, I feel like the game is not solved yet. Both teams has great chances to have like great finishes, especially Zirya. He has so much HP. He will have like he continues his streak, and he has Baron Lair. Actually, this augment is an augment that honors Kwami's win in here in Paris for the Paris Open.
Oh yes, I could just say good memory there. Of course, for any of you folks unfamiliar, there are various organs through the game celebrating those big moments of TFT history, just like the one coming up in our finals a little later on. Will be absolutely huge for the scene. We'll get our second boon coming in. The Echo side of things, of course, was popular before.
Yes, I feel like ag.al having such a good position in here to be picked by most players, having extra items, always good, and having it gives also a little bit of gold. So players trying to get some tempo in here, some tempo play. We can see that most players took the blue orb, which means they're going for kill.
Yeah, itemization is going to be pretty key, especially for players like Wenwu who are going to be pulling out, as we can see here, some very, very specific lower cost reroll, which are going to really multiply up those extra items. We've got the dual gauntlet. In fact, we've got doubles of it right now if you want to go for maximal power.
Yeah, I like the play from Wenwu. This is a composition that we've not seen that much, but the players that were able to play Zoe reroll, they had quite great results. And when you play Zoe, you're actually helping the Akali, because you're taking out of the pool 2 cost units. So it's very important for him to actually hold every single Akali he sees. Otherwise, he'll help the opponent team.
Yes, we will keep an eye on things. Again, we see Terry right now with a decent amount of Akalis. Again, we'll be trying to track if we do see anybody else deciding to go into the line. Because you mentioned before, Terry has been absolutely terrifying on these low-cost reroll lines. The idea of just letting him do as he wills in this game just seems unacceptable to me.
Yes, Terry is a player that is relying so much on rerolls, especially I feel like Flash Wolves as a whole. I was checking the stats before the day today, and across every single player in the team, they had up to 40% reroll appearances. Like every single time they will have a reroll player, at least one and maybe 2 in a single game. So that was one of the key strategies that led them into the semifinals.
Yeah, and of course, we've seen it again and again. If you get that Kindred in place as well, you don't even need the Akali 3 necessary. Of course, he's much, much better if you do. But let's see if Zinue will be able to hold onto his win streak up against Terry. Of course, Terry's not been winning up until this point. The Akali isn't 3 items as well. So, as much as we are anticipating Terry doing well, I eat my words, actually, that front line evaporated in a hurry, and it will be good enough to break the streak just ahead of Wolves.
Yeah, I could see that Terry actually rolled until he gets into that level 7, such a strong threshold for his comp, and he was able to take down Zure. That wasn't a huge win streak. That could be one of the keys to Flash Wolves to actually convert the game into the win.
Well, Kababo also, I'm sure, going to be a big part of that as well. Low HP just got a cash out on the savings account, so has a chance to really join the field in terms of power. We'll be going up to level 8 or just short of it. We've already got the core key in place for a little bit of power, the Morgana frontline as well. Kababo on 36 HP in a decent position to make a substantial comeback.
Yeah, I feel like he doesn't have a quite great spot because he's playing an economy's augment in a core key line. That's not one of the best compositions to cap high, but at least he got Baron Lair, which is a great augment. Maybe he can find another great combat augment, maybe try to finish the game in 3rd or 4th, but winning out, it's so difficult with this position.
He'll be relying on the rest of his teammates to fulfill that request, particularly if necessary. Taking with Li Chutran over on the side. We do see 2 Fioras at level 8. Rammus 2 on the table as well. So Li Chutran just trying to get a little bit more in. Has got an early streak in place. The Blacksmiths, the Radiant Gloves in place for Mighty Mech on the back. We'll keep an eye on how he progresses. Wimmer, though, currently on the win streak. Kababo from the bottom has tried to get this board so much stronger, as you said. Just the one prismatic combat augment, but just the one combat augment. See how it does up against the Akali of Terry.
Yeah, I feel like Kababo is in such a difficult spot right now. He was not able to get the Ramos, and I feel he's doing quite decent damage on Terry. So these games might look be in the favor of ag.al.
Gosh, as we come into our next one, so it will be gold to close this out. We're really not seeing too many streaks being maintained here, so these augments are going to be big in terms of setting our direction from this point forwards.
Yes, for sure. We can see here on the side of Waymo, he's rolling a lot, trying to ramp and try to get the Zoe 3 online, holding 2 copies of Akali, but still on the side of Terry, he has 2 duplicators on his bench, so he might be very close to reach that Akali 3.
Yeah, I wonder if anything, as we saw in previous games, just trying to hold off a little while, because certainly Terry's not on a streak right now or anything to that nature, so unless he wants to pull the trigger and start climbing up the table, I mean, right now, 2 of his teammates are on lower HP than he is. Maybe he just doesn't need to in the immediate.
Yeah, honestly, especially for Terry, I think he's one of the players that has can cap higher the board, and Flash Wolves need to search another player to help Iron Bog right now, because Kababo is not going to last that long, I guess.
Yeah, and AQ1H is low on HP as well. We've seen these situations so many times before behind in the game HP-wise. Sure, you can have this incredibly high cap out, but a lot of times it can end up in a blowout. Akali 1v1ing the 1-star Fiora. I think that says it all there as Terry continues to be a menace.
Yeah, this is the time that Terry needs to focus on rolling down and getting damage into ag.al, because it's quite important. Later on, he'll fall down a little bit. Even though he will reach Akali 3, it's possible that he doesn't reach the higher caps in the game because he has 2 economy augments. But at least the treasure hunt, it's on one of the greatest combat augments in the game, so that can actually give him some balance.
We are seeing a few upgrades creeping in. Ironbog finding some pretty good units as well. Of course, making good use of his emblems to make sure that Shen is more of a threat. Goes up against Terry in this round. I mean, Ironbog, you mentioned before, front runner currently for the Flash Rolls. Good amount of HP in the bank, a small win streak as well. We'll see if he's able to deny his teammate, or even if he wants to.
No, he actually put the items just later on in the fight to try let Terry win. I feel like Terry would win this fight anyways, because the Akali 3 and Jax 3 are online.
And of course, that's a resource we don't necessarily talk a whole bunch about. The item removers so incredibly powerful in 4v4 to be able to weaken yourself against an opponent, or even put your items back on if you realize your opponent isn't who you'd hoped for. Kabao is low, but Lichuan will drop down. We've now got two, I believe, of the flash walls in the bottom, and one of the gamers.
Well, we have seen that Lichuan was able to take down another loss. He doesn't have any upgraded carries on the back line. He didn't find any Corki. So it's very important to K-Bao to hold as many Corkis as he can. He's already on Corki 2, so these guys are contesting each other. And I feel like Lichuan is in a very difficult position right now, because if he goes 8, he can turn the game in the favor of Flash Wolves.
We'll see how the next few rounds develop, because again, 3 players on a couple of lives apiece. Again, more likely, looking at what we're seeing here, that we'll get a Flash Wolf out first, but if Lichuan goes out in 8th, that solves a lot of things for the Wolves, as long as they can keep the remaining members out of the bottom 4.
Yeah, I want to say that I don't want to focus that too much early, but I feel like Lichuan didn't pick a composition that he should. Maybe he could contest the Akali, so I feel like going into that level 8 was a pretty risky play. He is now out of Corkis. He has actually Corki 1, Riven 1, so that's gonna be very difficult to him to actually come back in the game.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of fighting, as you said, the contesting of compositions. What we'd expect to see in 4v4, but you cannot let your opponents get out of control. But AQ1H, we've got, of course, the Dark Star 6 in place, the Red and Soul with a Dark Star emblem. That is a very strong board to start your climb up the table.
Look at Terry, top 3 in HP already. I mean, here Waymo didn't find the Mord yet. One Zoe off. He's quite close to the comp online, but he's still holding a lot of gold. He needs to try to get everything online right now.
And something I'm getting a little bit worried about for the All Gamers side is that while they've got a lot of members in the higher HP bands, they've all got losses on their records as of the previous round. It's starting to seem like the Wolves are in the ascendancy. AQ1H from the bottom, Terry from the middle with the reroll board. Kabao starting to look a little bit more dangerous. And Waymo still not finding the Zoe 3, the Morkai 3. He's 1 away on both of them, and even the Victor.
Yeah, I wonder why Weibo is holding so much economy. He was 1 off every single unit. I feel like he was maybe against 2 of his teammates and he didn't try to actually roll down a lot, but he faced K-Bao, such a bad matchmaking for him, and now he's sitting on so low HP. Maybe he didn't play the tempo that he needed. He should have roll a lot earlier in the game.
Well, speaking of players who may be regretting their decision, Lichuan, I believe, losing against either Kabao or AQ1H in the previous round, drops down to 12 HP. This is the worst case scenario, of course, between the 3 players who could have gone out for All Gamers, All Legion. It opens up so many more doors for the Flash Wolves, again with Terry and AQ1H in the ascendancy.
Yeah, here comes Waymo. Now he has Zoe 3. Also, he got the Mord. He got it. So three stars for him. Finally, he is online. I wonder how long will he last with this comp. We've seen this comp just a few times across the tournament, so it's very difficult to predict how he is going to prevail on this late game.
Yeah, we've seen the Zoe 3 coming through before. To be combined with the Victor 3 and the Morkaiser 3, at least this is the strongest version of the comp it could be. But speaking of 3 stars, Terry is here. Nobody was stopping Terry from getting to this point with Akali. He's just going to rip through everything. And a 4-round win streak. Does have the 2-star Kindred as well. Terry does what Terry does best. He's ripping into the board. Anyway, I think he's going to have some real trouble stopping that Akali from just deleting backlines. We do have an Inu who's buying a lot of time, and I'll eat my words immediately. See where he takes down Terry, I believe stops his win streak.
Oh my god, Lichuan just died here. That can be the change of the fate of ag.al in here. So quite important to know that Terry had such a close fight, but he lost, but still quite strong. The game is looking very difficult in the side of ag.al right now because they lost Lichuan very early in the game. So maybe Waymo has a plan. He hold his economy to actually ramp up with a lot of 3 stars. Is that enough for them?
We'll find out. Archen will sell up a little bit to make his board stronger. Again, for All Gamers All Legion, if they can break some of these low HP streaks, then they are in a great position. But if they can't, suddenly the Wolves as a pack will surge forward in this game and make an absolute ruin of everything. That's a big hit. That's another All Gamers member out in now 7th place. And it means that we're going to be, I think, seeing the Wolves really making impact. I don't know if they can even be stopped at this point.
Well, as Clement said, no team came back after going 7-8. And here on our 3rd place matchup, they will have to prove otherwise. So they're relying on Ryu, Ziyu, and also Waymo. They have the HP lead at least. So, but they will have to play very well right now in order to secure the victory, because they must finish it at 1st and 2nd.
Well, Dobbs, what we've seen so many times before is that teams have lost their members in 7th and 8th and then not had the HP to do it. I mean, you're still up against 4 of the Flash Wolves. They've not lost a single member. They can now target the 2 remaining All Gamers players as much as is humanly possible. Iron Bog will be up here. I imagine that more than happy to give way for Terry. He thinks that Terry's the one to take the Flash Wolves across the line here in the 3rd place match.
Yeah, we have to make you put our eyes on Akali. She's still full HP, very strong right now on the side of Terry. This guy has been amazing throughout the whole tournament, with an average placement up to 3. So it's such an crazy average placement throughout the whole tournament.
So as we come into the second half, one of the more unusual setups means that the Flash Wolves have got the points advantage. If they can finish either of their members in 2nd place, it will become impossible for All Gamers to win.
Yeah, it's quite important to know that Waymo just lost a round, so they might finish at 1st and 2nd. It's still possible. We didn't see a game that they had an actual lead like this of HP. Ziri can still help his teammate, giving him HP.
Remember, this is only game 1 of our 3rd place series. The team's playing for a prize pot just in this match of $80,000. So every move is going to count and be one to stick with them for a very long time. CUA, of course, we mentioned before he was a sacrificial player when it counted to save the emotions of his teammates. In this case, he steps up for the squad. He gets the win.
Oh my God, Waymo just took a loss. Ziri is so strong right now in the game, but that might not be enough, because Waymo is actually 2 losses in a row. He might not have the strengths to actually win the game.
And that's all that matters. I mean, as we said, this is pretty much the best version of this board we could imagine. Sure, we'd like another, 2-star Aurelion Sol in the mix, but a 3-star Victor is more than anyone could reasonably ask for the Flash Wolves. All they need to do is get someone into 2nd or knock out Waymo in this round, and it's all over.
This could be the last fight of the game. AK1H relying on Dark Star Aurelion Sol, such a strong unit, as well as Karmat with good positioning in three items. Look at Zoe, she's going down.
She gets ripped to pieces, which means All Gamers are not getting into the top 2. No way at all. The Flash Wolves lock the door. CUA may never be defeated in this game, but it doesn't matter anymore. 7th and 8th place means the Wolves' pack tactics have paid off. They move ahead 1-0 in our 3rd place series.
Yes, at least from the past series, I think they were more concentrated on this matchup. The ag.al was kind of down, still recovering from the loss from the semifinals. And I think the game plan just worked it out to Flash Wolves, played tempo, played ahead, and they had Terry having a great spot with the Akali, but he was uncontested. This is a thing that we have not seen so far across the whole tournament.
Yeah, it just feels like, as we were saying at the time, a completely unacceptable. But we're heading to a short break. When we return, the Flash Wolves and All Gamers will play one more time at least. The 3rd place at stake. We'll see you guys after the break.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
There's a $20,000 difference between 4th place and 3rd. And on top of that, a 200 difference in club championship points. That's what's up for grabs. And currently, Flash Wolves are looking like they might be the favorites in this series. They lead 1-0 over ag.al, who now need to come back. Welcome into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Stuart and Panda. Welcome to the desk. How you feeling?
Thank you, brother. Feeling great. That was a great showing from Flash Wolves, to be honest. I think they play some of the best team TFT, the comeback mechanics as well, the pressure, the stabilization in stage 4 in particular.
Yeah, they had a little bit more time to, rest, recuperate. ag.al, though, they had to go right back on that stage.
No, exactly that. And they tried to take the game to Flash Wolves early on. They had 2 players on a win streak early on, tried to play for more tempo, but Flash Wolves played very well at trying to save as much HP as possible during the early stages and trying to play for them win-out compositions, which we saw later on.
And right away on 4-1, we saw Kebaba with a savings account roll down. If he misses, he goes 8th, but he was able to stabilize. He hit. On the flip side, Li Tutron did not hit his upgrades at all. Shen, similar situation with the 4-cost carries, and that's what resulted in the 7th and the 8th.
A lot of great moments throughout that game. We take a look at the final action from game number 1 between these 2 wonderful teams. And this is where we start to see Flash Wolves taking control and ultimately closing the door on game number 1 for ag.al.
Yeah, we're seeing Spreading Roots in general just be a very strong augment in the 4v4 environment, trying to get the high roll opportunities here. We see one of the strongest comps with Darkstar, Aurelion Sol being very powerful. This being the last fight, sending ag.al 7th, 8th, and also down in 4th place as well.
And the Zoe rerolled not quite able to hit that high cap to finish 1st or 2nd. I think the Darkstar, the combination with the Sweet Treats as well on the 3-2 augment round, I think everything went well. AQ1H was 1 life in stage 4, but he survived, he stabilized, he started adding his own pressure. He rose up to the top 4, and it was done and dusted by the time we got to stage 5.
Crazy to have 1 life, but stay alive. I'm starting to learn, look, you're never out until you're fully out. Chat, what did you have to say? Let's take a look at some of our comments from that game number 1. Did we get spicy? No way, Meep C2 is a better tank than Ramus 1, is it?
Meepsy's pretty strong, especially if you have meeples as well. Ramus is a very contested unit, played in a lot of compositions. It's one of the units that we see a lot of players have on the bench as well, trying to stop them from hitting that Ramus 2, because Ramus 2 is one of the best tanks in the game.
That was from Cookie. Thank you so much for writing in. We got one more here. Too many 3 stars. Too many 3 stars. Always too many 3 stars.
The Akali with Treasure Hunt, I mean, you are scared when you look at that combination, especially for Terry. He was one of the heroes, I think, for Flash Wolves in terms of truly taking over the game in stage 4 and in stage 5.
How was the pacing, though, from the side of the ag.al? You mentioned that at the start they were looking pretty decent. When did it fall apart?
Yeah, it kind of fell apart when they unfortunately didn't really hit on stage 4, as Panda was saying as well. I think they had the early game, they had the tempo as well. But when Flash Wolves have, savings account, when they have the Akali 3 online with Treasure Hunt, just that extra economy that's going into your bank account helps you out a lot.
Going into this, Panda, one of the things that was broken down before the series started was that both rosters really love to play into the randomness of TFT, including the RNG. So for ag.al, they were trying to hit on that stage 4. They didn't. Was there a chance maybe, okay, we don't hit, but we still make a comeback?
I think they didn't really risk too much. They just low rolled a tiny bit, which happens in TFT. Even the Zoe reroll we saw, end of stage 4, he still had not hit the Zoe 3 or the Mordekaiser 3 or the Victor 3. It was all basically 1 copy off. And he lost a few fights in stage 4 because of that.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Terry being able to hit the Akali before the Zoe as well, you saw that his roll downs, he was holding some of the Zoes, he was holding some of the Victors, which is such a huge thing with Treasure Hunt being such a popular augment. You roll down, you get that extra economy, you hit the Akali 3-star, it's one of the most stable units in TST, especially with the artifacts.
All smiles from Flash Wolves, but man, there was a lot of pain in the faces of ag.al. Again, they just took that loss in semis, they stepped back onto the stage, and they're going to have to dig very deep in order to come back in this series and just to get your head back in the game. Coach Stewart, what's the game plan for ag.al going into game 2?
Don't know if I'm good enough to be a coach, but I'll try. But yeah, I think ag.al, they can stick to the same game plan early on. I think the tempo works very well early on. We've seen it in previous series before, that saving the HP early on can actually help you to the top. But it's about how you cap out these boards, how you get into the late stages of stage 4, stage 5. What are you looking for, and what units are going to be stronger at them stages to win you out the match?
Well, speaking of stages, we head over to stage 2 for a club championship update with Trav.
We're into the finals in TFT, but I've ran over to the Qiddiya City grid where PUBG's happening, and I'm joined by Lauren, who's ready to give us an update, everything Club Championship over here.
Yeah, because we actually have a really stacked top of our leaderboard right now. It's day 2 out of day 3 for our finals, and today will determine a lot because the maximum points set today will determine the match point threshold tomorrow. But if we're talking about CC-specific teams that are in that top, hear me out, okay? We've got VP, first place. Falcons, second place. Defending champs Twisted Minds in third place. Na'Vi in fourth place. And Vitality in fifth right now. All teams that we are looking at when it comes to the CC leaderboard.
Yeah, that is seeming quite scary. Maybe a few changes coming up on the Club Championship leaderboard over the next couple of days. So stay tuned as we'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Trav. Glitter Explosion for the Club Championship update. We're going to be getting some more of those a little bit later on. But for now, on the stage, 2 teams fighting for their lives for third place. Now, for ag.al, they're the ones who have to come back. For Flash Wolves, they've got the momentum. They've got the smiles on their faces. They're looking good. I'm not worried about them. Now, for ag.al, they've got a lot of great team members, but who are the veterans that need to get the youngsters on their side?
I would say Li Tuchuan has been the most stable player for them across the entire tournament, but we did see in that last series versus Aurora Gaming that Waymo Latrobe was able to play for capped-out boards every single game, always threatening for the winouts. In this case, the Zoe reroll, that wasn't really the case at all. I want to see him back on maybe these slightly riskier plans of playing the Nova into the Fast 9, into the 5-cost carries, into trying to really be that win-out player for ag.al.
All right, Lichuan, can you do it? Can ag.al come back? Or will Flash Wolves get a 2-0 victory? We send it to the stage to find out.
Welcome back one and all to the third place match. The Flash Wolves and All Gamers going at it at least one more time. It did not go the way of All Gamers. The Wolves were relentless in game number 1. They're looking to try and secure the largest part of an $80,000 prize pool and victory on their way out of the competition. My name is coveted, joined by Dobbs once more. And Dobbs, it really feels like we need to see something quite different from All Gamers in game 2.
Yeah, so we've seen the breakdown from our analysis. I feel like the game plan on the side of ag.al was not that good on the first game. Obviously, they just lost to the semifinals. It was a huge disappointment for them, but I feel like you have to recover, you have to play with energy, you have to be focused because there is so much on the line. Club championship points, prize money, that's a lot.
And perhaps one way to shock us into a change of pace will be a prismatic party. Our teams, especially All Gamers, need the shock to the system. I did see them backstage trying to reset, huddle together. Horax, of course, talked to him a little bit before, the team coach. That's the moment, of course, when teams really benefit from having the support staff with them, the outside voice to try and bring the team back together as a whole and say, again, these are the most difficult circumstances the team can play up, just coming off of a series that kept them from the finals, just coming off a loss that might keep them from third place.
Yes, for sure. And you can see on the faces from Flash Wolves from the later, in the right after the game, they seem that they're happy. It's very important for yourself when you come to a tournament like this that so much stakes. I mean, everybody wants the piece, everybody wants to get the title, everybody wants to be the champions of the winners of EWC. But ending up the tournament with a third place, you might get something out of it. You recovered yourself from a loss, and then later on that can help you throughout the whole season to focus on coming back next year and try it again.
Yeah, and absolutely. It's the way you want to leave the competition if you have to leave the competition. at all. But let's get into a little bit more depth. Of course, it's addressed on the desk somewhat. I want to hear what you think as well in terms of, for all gamers, touching it briefly, but in game 2, especially with it being Prismatic Party, what do you want to see from them specifically?
I mean, you have to be very careful. 2-1 is the most important round in the game. If you make a huge mistake in here, your game is probably over. So it's very important to communicate and have a great and clean line until the very end of the game.
All right, we'll see what our players will go for. Of course, Trait Tree, as you might expect, being picked up a couple of times. You know, in terms of like a general sort of feel of what we want to see from the All Gamers then, in terms of the augments we're seeing so far, are they more or less being aligned in the way you'd like to see them?
I feel like they have the chance to play some winouts. It's very important to know that Hedge Fund is one of the augments that give you a lot of economy, can make crazy boards out of it. Litush one also having flexible, so we might see some crazy combinations in here.
And we've even seen it worth the weight in the mix as well, but yeah, as you said, Archen has got a chance to bring out the Teemo early on to get that death cap stacking. Hopefully with a lot more death caps to come along the line as we go through. It's worth mentioning, again, as we'll keep an eye on the rest of the Prismatic augments coming in across the boards. This is an extremely volatile lobby, and honestly, for all gamers, that's probably what they wanted coming into game 2.
Yes, I feel like on the side of Waymo, maybe if you're feeling a little bit down, it's good to click on crazy augments, just like Exalted Adventure. This is an augment that leads you into a great spot if you get the units online very early, and on their side they have Milio and Pantheon. That's already a comp. It's very good to play that alongside with Lulu, so that might be one of the keys to ag.al to return into the series.
Lichuan did get flexible with the, unfortunately, the Anima emblem. Not ideal, but of course we'll be getting more emblems as the game goes along. Perhaps we'll be able to find a lost streak to go along that. Right now has definitely not been the case. We'll go up against his teammate here. Of course, Archen would ideally, with the deadly cap stacking after each kill, be allowed into a win streaking position where he can stack up as much AP as possible while keeping hold of his HP.
Honestly, on the side of ag.al, I feel they have 3 augments that doesn't give much tempo. So that can be a window to Flash Wolves to explore them. Flash Wolves has been the best team to actually play it from ahead because they use too much, they rely so much on rerolls, and rerolls usually you do a lot of damage on the opposing team. So I feel like this game for ag.al has to be very careful play because they can ramp up a lot with Hedge Fund, they can ramp up with Flexible as well as Exalted Adventure, but they can foul off very fastly.
Yes, especially if they don't control the early going. Kabaobao, one of our Trait Tree players, has found Brawler, Primordian, and Stargazer as well. Bear in mind, this is Mountain Stargazer in this game. That's a great place to start from, where you can really just cap out absurdly highly.
Wow, I mean, perfect. He got Bruiser, that's quite good as well. It matches a little bit with the Stargazer, as well as a red buff, already a quite decent item. So it's looking very good right now. Later on, he can focus and get some Reforgers to try to even more, to match even more the emblems. Because Primordial is not that great, but at least in the early game, he can use that for some extra XP.
Oh, for sure. Something wouldn't be hurting too badly out of that one. Let's see what we end up with our first blessings here, so we can double down on our gold, or at least get that early shield.
Well, for sure, players going to play for that Ahri. You still click on Ahri, and then you get extra gold because of it. So this was one of the easiest choices across the whole tournament.
Let's see how many of them decide to go for it. It does look like, exactly as you say, the popular choice. Terry, though, I mean, it feels like such an interesting thing. With Prismatic Lobby, Flash Wolves, they're up one game. You know, they've got that cushion, So they've taken the more risky augments. But they could end up with bad emblems. In this case, they've ended up with some really good emblems. Terry managed to get heavily into the Shepherd line.
I feel like it's this augment. It's kind of tricky because it's very rare to you to not having like any good emblems. When you click for 3 emblems, it doesn't mean that you want 3 good emblems. I mean, having 1 emblem that's very good, it might be enough. And then the other 2 ones, you can go like as a side a synergy. Maybe you use it as an item and a splash on a random unit. So it gives you so much value. And then later on, you can still reforge and try for a better angle. And I feel like, especially for the side of Terry, he's not looking quite strong right now because he doesn't have a lot of upgrades on the front line. But still, he has great emblems. Shepherd emblem, quite good, very strong. And then Arbiter, that looks very good together with the Shepherd. So it's important to know that he doesn't have 3 good emblems, but 2, it's already very good.
Yeah, and it's worth clarifying, thank you to our observers, that the Terry also has Leona printing off of the Arbiter as well. So again, you're talking about the Primordial as being an economic boost. Very much a similar situation for the Leona as well. Chen, though, of course, we mentioned before, for all gamers looking to control the other go and get that death cap stacking up as highly as possible, will face off against Ironbog, who does have an Urgot to a very strong early board.
I feel like ag.al right now they rely so much on this streak from HN because all of the rest of the team, they are very low on HP. They're losing it. They do not have the tools to come back very soon. They will have to ramp up a lot, and they will need HN to have an HP lead in order to succeed.
Well, right now that's certainly happening. Kabao doing the same thing just off screen. We'll check to see it in a second. Yes, they both keep their win streaks intact. Remember, Kabao, we saw them from before. That's the Brawler Stargazer Primordian player, at least for the time being. As you said, that could change later on, but so far, so good. We're seeing both teams with the win streak in place. Though loss streak-wise, we're actually seeing the All Gamers controlling 2 loss streaks down at the bottom.
That's one of the things that I was saying. I feel like the late game, the more the game lasts, it's go in the side of ag.al because they have crazy augments, flexible. It ramp up so much, tons of emblems. You have more HP on the top of that, as well as Exalted Adventure. You have so many resources out of it, and then Zuri, he's able to go into that level 9 very fast. Depending on the composition that he aims for, he'll have gold enough to reach it. So it's very important to HN to deal damage to the enemy team and also save HP, so later on he can trade HP with his teammates in order them to succeed.
Well, talk to me about what we need from the flash rules then, as we do see Li Chuan throwing in the animal, because we've got Kababo, sure, with the win streak, but in terms of what for the all gamers side of things, you said they need time to ramp up. Approximately how long through the game do you think we should be worried if we're a Flash Rules fan here?
I feel like late in stage 4, early stage 5, if they survive, they have enough HP, they will be ag.al, it will have a great game. But on the other side, I feel like, especially for Flash Wolves, they are in the comfort position because they're the best team to play tempo in this tournament. They're so good at it, so they know how to finish the game before ag.al can ramp up.
We'll see if they make that happen. Li Chuan keeping his loss streak intact and also stacking up some of the animal. Of course, again, we are at a prismatic party here in Game 2 of our 3rd place match. 1 game in favor of the Flash Rules so far. It seems like we've got, Dobbs, you're criticizing the plan for all gamers in the previous game. It sounded like you're liking what they're doing in Game 2 quite a lot more.
Yeah, I feel like both teams are doing what they know best. Flash Wolves playing tempo, trying to push the tempo of the lobby, trying to deal damage on the enemy team, and ag.al on the other side, they give Li Chuan and also Weimu, 2 of their best players, as well as Jiu, a chance to scale. So this is kind of 2 different approaches of the same game. Both can work, but at least on the very end of the game, is going to prevail the team that executed the game better.
Chen managing to get even more power. We've got the Radiant voice staff kicking in there to make sure he tries to keep his win streak intact. In fact, he's against Kababa in this round. The two teams' main win streak is facing each other. The Talon is a monster, and that means that we will see Kababa, having gone to level 7 a little bit early, seizes control of the only remaining win streak.
Kababa needed to level up in there in order to take down the win, and even he took an augment that is quite strong during this time of the game. 4 swords giving him so much damage, so he was able to take down the advantage in here, the HP lead. So it's quite important for Kababa to do damage on the opponent's side because they are so low right now, and if they have this kind of advantage, Flash Wolves know how to close it out.
Yeah, well, Kababa holding the win streak. Terry is also winning as well. Has been torn away from his beloved reroll compositions by his emblems into a Shepherd line, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down at all.
Yes, for sure. When you have 3 emblems across the board, you not just have the power of another synergy, you also count like as an item. Sometimes this item will help the units to cast early, to tank more for your team. So it's quite important to have more items and as well as more synergies, because this can lead you into a very good early game. And right now, Flash Wolves is taking a huge advantage out of it.
We're going to take a second just to recognize the Waymu, of course, has got the Exalted Adventure. You mentioned the big payout later on. It's also got Mountain ticking as well. So he will be joining in the Emblem Fest. That's the end of everything as HN loses again, this time giving another streak across.
You can look at the side of Kababa and Terry. They almost have the same augments. Both are playing trade 3, and their second augment is just like sword overflow and belt overflow. That shows that they know what they have to do. They know that they need to play from ahead. The more HP they save, they will punish the mistakes from ag.al.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, again, as of course, we would expect this deep into the playoff bracket. These teams know absolutely how to play their 4v4 game. I think you said it really well, the clash of styles that we're seeing in place here. For the Wolves, just a question, as you said, of how well it can line up. As the UA has managed to get actually relatively deep into the anima. Of course, a consequence of seeing the Flash Wolves playing so aggressively.
Wow, look at his gold right now, 133 gold.
Gosh.
I think that might be the most amount of gold that we have seen ever in EWC, not only for this season.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. Picks up the Blacksmith's gloves for a little bit of longer-term investment. Li Chuan, of course, was the Anima squad as well, though nowhere near as impressive. Does have, of course, the Anima emblem for perhaps some reforging later on. But Li Chuan, of course, one of the lower members in the lobby, HP-wise, has a couple of wins under his belt, has a Radiant Death Blade as well. Maybe this Belvez can punch through. Unfortunately, he's against his teammate in this round. It's looking like we're not going to be seeing that death cap stacking anymore.
Yes, in the side of Li Chuan, he has so much on the line. He has the Nova emblem, which is quite good. So he can ramp up a lot with Flexible, because Nova, it's a composition that you have so many sides in there. You have Bruiser, you have Bastion, you have Marauder, so you have a lot of synergies in there. So it's quite important to know that every single emblem that you have, you add something else to the composition that is already quite strong in the meta.
Yes, no, you're right. Very lucky in that one. I think making up somewhat for the first emblem, not really being what he was looking for. An echo of the previous game here, though. ZUA managing to find the Akali. This time round, all gamers are not going to let that one go for free. In fact, we have to check around the lobby, I think, and I'm just going to double check this is the case. In this case, it is being contested. Li Chuan does have at least the one Akali so far, and it looks like that will be the main contestation in the lobby.
Yeah, Akali especially, it's a composition that if you have Akali 2, it's already good enough. Of course, having Akali 3 is quite strong, but you can now, this is a composition that it allows you to overlap your composition-wise. So honestly, I feel like if you want to contest one of your teammates, at least you must play Akali, because you can rely on Akali 2 and different carries. So later on you can play Vax, you can play Kindred, it depends. You can either get like a Rammus on your front line, a Morgana, or Tankage. So have so many options that works well with this comp, so that is not actually a problem at all to have two players aiming for that same composition.
as we come out of stage 3 then. We've, of course, got to take notice, while we're seeing this divergence of styles, Flash Wolves, in terms of raw HP, are way ahead. Kabao still refuses to lose. And we've got Waymo and Ziwei down there, sub 40 HP. It does feel like we're seeing the old gamers playing with fire here, but maybe, just maybe, they can turn the corner in this game.
I want to highlight something. In the first game, I said that I thought Li Tuchuan actually took the wrong decision going to Corki, but in here he did just an amazing choice. He's playing flexible with Nova, and he was able to lose streak the first stage in the game. He didn't have like 5 losses in a row, but still rolls on 3-2, finds a path, and then he's looking very strong right now with a lot of HP. So in order to ag.al to come back in this game, they will need to rely on him a lot later in the game, especially in this stage 4.
See how the win streaks hold up here in this round. Again, we're close to our third augment coming, our third prismatic augment coming, so time is limited. Remember, of course, Archem, I think, for all gamers, they were really hoping to have him dominate the early going. He has to have double death caps for at least getting them both stacking, but ideally is winning rounds rather than losing them, dominating rounds rather than being pushed all round. Instead, he keeps his loss streak going.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on Waymo. Remember, he has playing Exalted Adventure and he needs a Pentel and a Milio, but still found a Jax 3 stars, but is not able to get those upgrades that he needs.
Yeah, you have to imagine that they're going to be held by the opposing team with quite some priority. Let's see, Waymo. And on the left-hand side, Z-Wave is going to be spinning out. He's hit level 9. This is what he's been waiting for the whole game. The hedge fund finally really paying out with a pretty spectacular looking board.
Yeah, he's trying to play that Nova 9-5, looking for a Graves, looking for a Vax, still not able to get upgrades. Okay, Vax quite important, one of the best units on this comp. Still missing the front line though. He needs a Nunu, he needs a Blitzcrank to help him. He's looking quite strong right now, but still, he needs some other upgrades in order to succeed.
And nice to see some All Gamers fans in the crowd trying to cheer them on. Again, this could be their last game of the competition. They're fighting to make it through to a third game in a third place match, but it's still wide open. Ziyue seems to have gone to where he needs to. Dobbs, the clash of styles. We're starting to see perhaps the first hurdle getting cleared here as it will hand out a heavy loss to AQ1H.
What a win from Ziyue. It's important to know that he has Fiora too, and then the more the damage that he does on the opponent's side, he will heal. That's quite important. The more he heals, the more he can stay and survive in the game, and he can cap the board very high.
3 of the Wolves losing out in the previous round means that we are starting to see All Gamers step the pedal to the metal, but Kibaobao still remains at the top of the mountain, undefeated still at this point in the game. He's been cleaning up for quite some time.
Well, on the side of Waymo, he's playing wide spreading, and then this is an augment that every time you roll, will level up. And then he was not able to find many Pentons. He's still missing a lot of them. So he might not even be able to get the Exalted Adventure, but he still have 2 duplicators. So that's gonna be very important to him in order to get the cash out from the first augment.
They're holding it for the time being. Kibaobao on the other side. We'll see. I'd be fascinated if Waymo's ball can actually win out here. The Lulu's doing a great job of trying to snipe the backline. I think the front lines aren't comparable, but if you don't have a backline at all, maybe it changes things. Yeah, double knockup is good. Desire gets knocked down. One more cast. Remember, this is the Radiant Death Cap. It's very close to the line. And that was almost the end of Kibaobao's 13-round streak.
Wow, 13 rounds streak. It's more than enough to actually make a statement here. I'm playing tempo. I'll play from ahead. And then he's very strong right now. He can still ramp up a lot because he's playing Zaya. And remember, that is mounting. The more you stay with this comp, you get even more emblems.
And that means you can start slotting in other units from other traits and getting away with it while still having a very strong board, even legendaries long term. So the long-term strategy of all gamers. Dobbs, in terms of level of reaching where they wanted to in this game, he said roughly we were reaching this kind of point 4-5, coming close to stage 5. How close do we feel like the all gamers are to pulling this one back?
It all comes down to if Waymo is going to be able to get these upgrades, and it seems like he is going to prevail. So it's quite important. He's still missing the Pantheon, and he's a little bit far away. So he needs to ramp up and get that composition online, but still is looking very strong, and he got Graves too as well. So the game is approaching to a time that ag.al will ramp up a lot, so it's quite important then to save some HP, because they're heading to the time in the game they will just smash Flash Wolves.
AQ1H though is a player who's going to be very hard to smash through. He's got extremely good ball. The Fiora too just dance between the raindrops. We've got very good itemization from the Kali as well. There's still a lot of threat left on the Flash Wolf side. Even if their strategy was more immediate, their boards are nothing to be sniffed at either.
Well, the fight, you take a lot of damage from the side of Terry. Still level 9, has a lot of things to upgrade still. He's playing the Shepherd line. Hold the line, one of the best augments that you can get on the Shepherd, but still a lot of units that 1 star. He's playing LeBlanc, Karma, and Sona 1 star, so he actually needs to upgrade those units.
And we've seen again and again, particularly for a player in the spotlight like a Bao, is the opposing team will be doing everything to try and make sure you don't keep this streak going. But I mean, at this point, 14 rounds to win. I feel like the damage is done, but one more round means you take the streak into PvE. Goes up against his teammate in Ironbog, so there shouldn't be any problem with making sure Kababo swimming in money.
Yes, this is the time that you're gonna see K-Balbo actually losing a lot of HP, because every time he faces a teammate, he'll use the removers and then try to give the HP lead that he has in favor of his team.
Oh yeah, no, my mistake, you're absolutely right. Doesn't value the streak at this point though. Terry does take the hit. We've definitely seen some games before where Terry has dropped out early. He's been a massive part of the Flash Wolf success, much, as we've seen Ironbog, both of them on low HP. These are the two of the players I think who've been talked about the most from the Flash Wolves. If they go out in 7th and 8th, I can't imagine it's a recoverable game.
Yes, I feel like on the side of Flash Wolf, K-Balbo has a lot of HP, but he will not cap as high as some of the enemy team. And I feel like Terry going Nate might actually be a lot of trouble on the side of Flash Wolves.
Again, if you're looking for the Team Vision versus Aurora finals, they'll be starting at 16:45. Once this one is done, it is a set time, so make sure you stay tuned all the way through. For now, though, we seem to be on the path to a 3rd game in the 3rd place match. We can see the Flash Wolves, they're trying to dig down deep. We see the Pantheon and the Milio being held on bench to try and keep the final form of all gamers from being realized.
Yeah, but he didn't have yet the Exalted Adventure, but still you can look that Lulu and Jax are doing a quite decent job. He's still on a 2-win streak. It's not that much, but it seems like his board is actually stable.
And I have to wonder, in this kind of environment, taking a reroll composition or reroll augment like this, where you're basically inviting the other team to contest you and make this a much worse augment than it would be in regular TFT, because no one else would fully commit to making it happen. But Terry, if he gets dropped out early on here, it's not any of it's going to matter. Ziwe, of course, stepping up in this game. We've got the Graves at 2-star. We've got the Vex at 2-star. The front line is not good enough from Terry, and an uncharacteristic 8th place puts him out of commission.
Yeah, so I feel like Terry had 2 opportunities in this game. He having the Shepherd emblem, he wanted to go 9 in order to get those 7 Shepherd online. But on this game, it's quite different approach, because the ag.al is going to ramp up a lot. They will reach those endgame boards. So if he could roll down up deeply into that level 8, securing the LeBlanc too early, he might not get into the 7th Shepherd, but he would save HP. So he didn't play a lot of tempo-oriented game, and he was on 5 lose streak later in this game. So they kind of were ahead, but they lost their lead.
Kababo, of course, is ahead himself, and in fact, we've come against UA again, back-to-back rounds. you said before, we're seeing a lot of work being put in to make sure that Kababo never hits his full potential on this board, or at least it takes as long as humanly possible to have that happen. I think the Vex should be good enough to cut through unlimited damage against the one-star backline is already cutting in. For All Gamers, they don't have a lot of HP left in the tank, but this time the Vex just about gets through.
Yeah, another player in here, K-Babo, going into that level 9 without having the 4-cost unit. I feel like this is a double mistake on the side of Flash Wolves. They had both players that could deal a decent amount of damage on the side of ag.al. Of course, K-Babo was winning streaking. He was so far ahead, but he could have rolled a little bit earlier in order to get those upgrades, secure the units that is key to his round. So now he's not that strong, and then ag.al are currently taking the lead in this game.
Something they need to be careful of for All Gamers is the low HP across the team, though, as we will be seeing some friendly fire coming the way with less targets in the lobby. You're forced up against your teammates just a little bit more. And, you know, it still feels like a very narrow window of opportunity for All Gamers to draw this season, draw this series even by winning out this game. They take each other out, it won't matter how well the plots and plans were laid.
Oh my god, he's still alive. It's missing one Phantom, I believe. Depending on if he used his duplicators or not.
I think it feels like the problem here is for All Gamers, the Flash Wolves have got so much HP left in the lobby. Even if you do take out one more of them now, I don't know how many more of the All Gamers can stay up and fighting, even if they've got their late game boards.
Yeah, it's all about holding Waymo's units, because if he gets the cash out, he'll be very strong. But you can see now that he lost 2 rounds in a row. He was not able just yet to find the Exalted Adventure cash out, so they're relying too much on the side of Litushuan and Yui, but still, that might not be enough.
Once they're able to be riding us, I imagine, with another win, though it got rather spicy last time round. This is up against more of a late game ball. The Fiora will be hit very hard. Waymo is, of course, very low on HP up against Kababo in this round, who's got a ton in the tank. This Lulu is up at 3-star, the Milia's up at 3-star as well. The board's about as strong as it could be, but it's been kept at bay from its full potential. It doesn't even need it though. Waymo stays alive. Achen is up, and it looks like All Gamers don't drop a member.
Look at Ironbog, 5-win streak. That might be the key to Flash Wolves' victory. It's still anyone's game. Everything is still open depending on the very next round. It's quite important for Waymo to reach the Pantheon 3, but he was not able just yet. At least we didn't see the animation on the right, but still possible to ag.al to recover. And for Flash Wolves, they just don't want it. They need to close that out this game very soon.
Yeah, if we see more members, well, potentially we could see 3 members of All Gamers drop in this round if they're particularly unlucky, which would end the series immediately. AQ1H, though, one of the vulnerable members of the Flash Wolves, playing on the left-hand side. Li Chuan playing on the right. We do see the boards and the Fiora going forwards. The Edge of Night cuts it through, and that's the first elimination. I think we're about to see a second as well. We need to see that scoreboard, because All Gamers dropped 2 members in 1 round. I think they're barely alive. The HP total is so low.
Oh my god, the game is still open. It's not the end of the line for ag.al, but this was very important on the side of Flash Wolves. They got 2 members of ag.al down, so it's quite important to Waymo to try in the next round to get that Pantheon. Maybe he still have an edge to come back into this game.
Let's talk paths to victory here for the Flash Wolves. If they put Waymo out in 5th place, game is done. Flash Wolves win the series. They go to the finals. For All Gamers, if they can get one more elimination on the Flash Wolves themselves, Kababo perhaps out in 5th place, it puts us down to a reset game, but only 1st place matters.
I mean, look at this board on the side of Ironbog. He was just as a masterpiece. Oh, he got the Pantheon. He got the Pantheon and a Tactician Crown as well. This might be the thing. We can see that with an artifact, a Tactician Crown, the board is way stronger right now.
So if one of the Wolves goes out in this round, that leaves the door open. If one of them does not, then all doors will be shut in their face. Kababo is a low HP member. TUA on the left-hand side needs to make sure this Vex board stays up and alive. This is the best chance to stay in the game. Vex is spending a lot of time up in the air, but she's not being chased down by a Fiora this time. She is stacking up. The snowball is good. They're going to be able to eliminate Kabao. And it looks like Weimu's also going to be getting the win as well.
Oh my god, the game is so close. ag.al refuse to lose the game. They refuse to give Flash Wolves the third place. So it's still anyone's game. It all comes down to the last fights, and Ironbog on a 7-win streak. Will he be able to actually close the game down?
There's barely anything left in the tank for either of these teams, with the exception of Ironbog, of course, who still has 36 gold, and as you said, a 7-round win streak and 2 lives as well. But it's all about the first place. You can lose a member here for All Gamers finally, but you have to get first place. If the Flash Wolves do it, they win the series again. Team Vision are waiting to see, and also Aurora in the finals, to see who will be our overall champion. This third place match can be decided in this round.
Look at the orange, so much tankiness on the line. Nami is doing a lot of damage. Blitzcrank 1 might be not enough, and Lulu is trying to do the damage. Look at the units. They're falling apart. Ironbog just lost.
That's one Wolf down, 2 All Gamers. Remember, it doesn't matter how many members from All Gamers remain, first place is all that counts, but this is a major advantage. Ironbog finds the Blitzcrank 2, that is a big step forward of power, but All Gamers, they're so close to drawing the series even and leaving EWC potentially in third place as a result of the next game.
Ironbog's trying to change the combination of his items in order to try to win the round.
This will be it. I think TUA is the player with the best chance. He goes up, he puts the Vex up in the front of the board and gets immediately cut to pieces. Not sure what the idea was there, but maybe it will become clear in time. The Graves is the only damage to the left, but I can't imagine it's going to be able to finish off the job. I say this, and watch out for the Fiora. She is going to be dancing through. That's still 2 units, which means that TUA is gone. Weimu is left 1v1 with Ironbog, the exalted adventure that took the whole game to realize.
It all will come down to the last round in the game. Whoever takes down the win will tie the series, or if it's Flash Wolves, will win the third place. A lot on the line. Position is going to be key to win this round. We've seen the past round, it was very important, the positioning. Blitzcrank 2, a lot of great items on the side of Ironbog. He capped out his board so high, level 10, a lot of great upgrades. But look at that Lulu, the perfect Lulu mounting.
It's with a sense of mounting certainty. Ironbog faces off against Weimu for the last time in Game 2 of the third place match. Keeping an eye on whether or not the front lines hold. With the exalted adventure denied all game long. What poetry it is indeed for Weimu to be the one who was kept at bay, who brings All Gamers back to a third game. The Flash Wolves will not take third place this time.
Wow, All Gamers just have done it. They came back. They were down from game 1, feeling down from losing the semifinals, but suddenly they find the win in this game on the hands of Weimu. He was waiting the whole game to actually get that Pantheon 3 and the Exalted Adventure. But on the very last round, he was able to get an upgrade and he was able to get the rewards, and then it was just impossible to take him down.
Very striking what we're seeing from the All Gamers just a second ago. They didn't look victorious, they just looked tired. This has been an odyssey for all these teams through this competition. Horo, of course, their coach, asked so much from them in the game just past to get back to this point. We'll find out, of course, in Game 3 if they've still got anything left in the tank.
Quite important to recover from a loss, especially in the third match. So much on the line from the Club Championship, and then ag.al back to the conversations.
All right, guys, we will head for our last break here in the third place match. Stay tuned. One of these teams will end up EWC in third place.
You thought ag.al was done? Not so fast. We go to a game 3. Who's getting third place? Well, now it's a tight race, and it's anybody's ball game. Hey, welcome back into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Stuart and Panda. I couldn't tell who was going to win that, especially based off of your guys' reaction, Stuart. You were going so back and forth. But for ag.al, though, they played in a special way. They made some mid-game adjustments, and it ended up paying off.
Yeah, the high risk factor from ag.al, I think, paid off tremendously in this game. They went from a game 1 that was all about tempo, trying to save HP. This game, they were like, okay, we're having a party. We're having a prismatic party. It's all about the high risk.
High risk indeed. We go to the final round, Panda, where it ended ag.al taking the win, and it was a tense 1v1.
Ironbog tried his absolute best in capping out this Space Groove board at level 10, but we saw the extremely late cash out from the Exalted Adventure on 6-1, that Pantheon 3 finally coming through, and that next big spike that allowed Wemolocho again to be the win-out player for ag.al as we requested in that last desk.
Yeah, it was incredible to see the kind of high risk that I was mentioning as well. You know, it all came down to the wire, and, you know, us two were standing here as well. We were like, Flashballs are going to win. No, ag.al are going to win. Like, it just went back and forth and back and forth. But I think the big call out, the Exalted Venture coming in, the extra items that he got, the extra economy that he got, allowed him to outcap and win out the entire lobby.
But there was a big moment outside of that 1v1 that ended it, where the commentators were losing their mind. We lost like 2 or 3 players at the same time. Check it out.
Potentially, we could see 3 members of All Gamers drop in this round if they're particularly unlucky, which would end the series immediately. AQ1H, though, one of the vulnerable members of the Flash Wolves, playing on the left-hand side. Lisha Chuan playing on the right. We do see the boards and the Fiora going forwards. The Edge of Night cuts it through, and that's the first elimination. I think we're about to see a second as well. We need to see that scoreboard, because All Gamers dropped 2 members in 1 round.
Panda, what's going on in that clip? Because I'm hearing All Gamers drop 2 players.
It was an absolute bloodbath, and I think you really have to look back at what caused this in the first place, which is really the golden gambles, the high roll factor. 3 players from ag.al picked golden gamble. They all hit their radiance. Ziyue as well went in for the super high risk hedge fund into one big 140 gold roll down, hit the Vex 2, hit all the upgrades, and he took over as the win-out player.
Took over indeed. Now we go to our final moment of that game number 2. We go back to stage 4-2.
No, exactly that. I mean, this is the high risk that I was talking about with ag.al, taking hedge fund, going to level 9 at 4-2, which is something that you rarely see in TFT. But because Rue took the early hedge fund, went for the full loss streak as well. He also had Anima, which I believe was 300 cash out, if I'm not mistaken. So he went full high risk in this game. He was one of the win out players for ag.al, one of many with the Exalted Ventures. And this is just a roll down that happened. He was able to hit the Vex 2-star, the Fiora 2-star as well, to stabilize his boards.
So many things had to go right for ag.al in this game. Even just Exalted Adventure into Pantheon Milio on the mountain, into a Golden Gamble Lulu item as well. We didn't catch it actually on the broadcast, but there was a round where K Bao had removed items off of the Zaya, the Ghost board loaded in for Wemolocho, and he was able to win that fight before the Exalted Adventure cash out to stay alive on that final life, and I think that decided the win out in the end from that same player.
Insanity for sure. ag.al had to dig deep to get that win. They weren't looking too happy after game number 1, but they find a way to persevere. Now, what does game 3 look like? We're going to have to wait and find out. But as far as Riot goes, hey, they're heading to Vegas.
The TFT Open is coming back to Vegas. I just hope there's no conflicts.
Why would there be?
We're bringing the first North American Regional Championship to Vegas.
So excited. Cool model.
Thanks, it's extremely fragile.
Where's my TFT Open?
And my first ever NA Regional Championship.
They've combined
into some sort of Convergence
Fest? 2 games in one place at the same time? Can we do it?
We have to.
Convergence Fest, TFT Vegas Open and the Riftbound North America Regional Championship, December 11th through December 13th, 2026.
Now, typically throughout the game, you see somebody go with a strat, a team go with the strat, and they stick to it. But as far as augments go, sometimes you can throw that out the window and change things up super quickly. For ag.al, how spectacular was it that they changed their strat from beginning to end?
Yeah, I mean, the encounters at the start of the game was one of the most important things. We always talk about the first augment, the 2-1 augment, being the most important point during the game of teamfight tactics. And ag.al, with the prismatic party, all these prismatic augments means that you can go for more high risk. There's more cash outs, there's more potential of being able to cap out your board, and it's completely different to a normal game of TFT.
Well, it was fun to watch, I will say that. Now it comes down to this, game number 3, and let me remind you, club championship points on the line, an additional 200 if you go from 4th to 3rd, and on top of that, your prize money goes from $30,000 to $50,000. That's a $20,000 difference, and it comes down to one more game. Will it be Flash Wolves? Will it be ag.al? Let's head to the stage to find out.
Welcome back to the match before the match. The grand finals, of course, is waiting for us to begin. But right here and now, we're determining the 3rd place team. Flash Wolves, the last remaining APAC team, against All Gamers Global for the final time.
Yes, Flash Wolves and All Gamers, they both have a statement here. Whoever takes down the next fight will be 3rd place. That's a lot on the line, a lot of club championship, but as well as leaving EWC with a victory. That feels actually very good. I feel like especially for these players, they were disappointed with the results. They fight for the wins. They tried to get the EWC title, but in here, at least they can fight for the 3rd place.
And of course, we know for both the teams coming off of losing their initial semi-final matches, they're going to be emotionally vulnerable. Both teams now in the series have lost the game. Both teams, you can see, with looks of concentration warring on their faces, with the amount of fatigue they're going to be feeling at this point. Just going into a 3rd game, so much on the line, so much asked of them. Let's head back to the Convergence one more time in the 3rd place match.
Yes, I like on the side of match-wise, we had Flash Wolves. First game, they were looking better. And then actually, ag.al was looking very down from the loss that they had in the semis. But game 2, they showed up. I mean, it was nice to watch them. They went to the high-risk trades. They went to the cash outs. They tried to cap the board very high. And at the end of the game, they were able to force a game 3.
Yeah, what an ending to that game it was. But I think you called out very early on in the game, they had ag.al play to their style. They stuck to their guns the entire way through. And even if it looked very sketchy for a while, ultimately what happened was a result of the plans that they put in place from the very beginnings of the game.
Yes, we were talking that before, that I think both teams had what they like. Flash Wolves were playing tempo. They were playing from ahead, trying to finish the game early. But ag.al, they did a great job capping high their boards. It's what one of their players like to try to force the win-outs. And they were able to reach that final boards very, very in the hands of Waymo. That Lulu was like one of the strongest compositions that we have seen across the whole tournament.
Yeah, and of course, having the, just so many enhancements upon enhancements. But let's take in this last game then of at least the 3rd place series. Howling Abyss, which means we've got, of course, the extra units in play. If we're talking about, things that favor a particular team, we've talked a lot of Flash Wolves, they like to play the tempo style. We're seeing a lot more 2-cost flashing up on the right-hand side of the screen, and potentially some very strong early game boards.
Yeah, differently from last game, we had Prismatic, Porte, 3 Prismatic augments, but in here, it's going to be gold. Some less power, but still a couple good augments that you can reach. Bodyguard training, quite good augments. They can reach that. Actually, he's just rolled it.
Interesting. So we're seeing, let's say, a combination of a lot of item-based augments coming in across the field. We do see Achen going for the savings account. And of course, where would we be without our emblems as Weimu finds Stargazer and Voyager? The Stargazer in this case being Alter.
Okay, Stargazer Alter quite good, but I feel like Voyagers is very, very strong. It's a possibility to you to play either Aurelion Sol, or then you can play some LeBlanc that you use quite well the augment as well. But especially this game is an opportunity to play Asol because this is Yasuo, the god. And then when you play Yasuo as a god, it helps a lot the mech because you don't rely a lot on positioning. You can place your mech on the front line, you can place Asol in whatever positioning, and then you have a strong composition. So it's quite important to note that Weimu might be heading into play this composition.
Yeah, well, right now at least does fall against Lichu Juan. We're looking out again to see how these early rounds develop. Kabalbao, of course, we're seeing one of the reasons why people would take Worth the wait in, at the moment, managing to get Lissandra as the drop from that, which is absolutely astoundingly strong. I do wonder, of course, we're going to be getting Lissandra in early on, but we've talked about before, the Cho'Gath, an equally important part of the makeup. You need to be getting up to ideally 2-star, ideally 3-star as quickly as possible as well.
Yes, I feel like when you get Worth the wait, usually you don't want to roll a lot, so I think that he's going to just ignore the Cho'Gath. Maybe he can play some kind of Dark Star comp with Lissandra, but he will have to rely on another front line.
Jen with the one with the savings account, so at least we're getting to see our players lay things out a little bit more clearly. Again, Howling Abyss, we've not got any guarantees as to what this game looks like at all, as we will be seeing a proper brawl to start us off where ZOA managing to seize early advantage.
Yeah, on the side of HN, actually playing open forward. This is a player that didn't have the quite success as Weimu across the whole tournament, as well as Zuyuri. I feel like the key of the victory in ag.al here relies on this guy, because across the whole tournament, he didn't have the same success on capping the board very high. And I feel like this is the opportunity to him to actually say, I know how to play this game, I know how to cap high my board, I know how to help my team to reach the win. And savings account is also a great augment that lead you into the mech line. So let's see if he's going to be able to reach that comp, or if he is going to play something else.
Yeah, I mean, certainly when you've got the money, you've got the option. That's, of course, what our teams are playing for again here. $80,000 dispersed in this match, 20,000 of it more to the team that wins this game. So every decision is going to be one that lasts in the mind for quite some time. To see Lissandra versus Lissandra. Right now, the Flash Wolves have the advantage in terms of the win streaks.
Yeah, on the side of Ironbog, trying to defend their win streak. Trash gonna be a quite important god for Ironbog right now. He's playing Birthday Reunion. It's an augment that honors Dish Soap's win in set 13. So it's quite important to him to reach that level 9. I mean, set 11. Set 11 was this one. And I feel like Ironbog is a great player as well as other players like Terry, but having a Birthday Reunion on the side of Ironbog, he showed last game he was capable of capping the board very high with that Nami, but now he's going to be able to close that out the game.
That's an interesting departure, isn't it? Focusing more on the very late game than what we saw from the Flash Wolves before, focusing early. But one big piece of news if you're a Flash Wolves fan is that Terry is back on the Akali. No more getting knocked out of the game early.
Oh, look at that. He got Trash, and Trash actually gives you a random power of any god, and he got his Steamroll. This is huge on the side of Flash Wolves because he has a Kali 2, he won 3 rounds in a row, and the more he wins, he'll get more units. That's gonna be very important to them to succeed.
That's going to be the high roll of high rolls or observers, just confirming that is the case as well. I mean, if you need a moment in TFT that signals to you that this is your time to shine, Terry finding Steamroll completely randomly while also having a strong enough board to take advantage of it, it feels like a real stars aligning moment.
Yes, for sure, and especially for Terry, he came with 8 in last game, and I feel like he is playing his comfort zone. He's so good at playing tempo, he's so good at playing Nova, and then with this setup, Akali 2 already, a lot of upgrades on the front line, and getting a 2-cost unit every single round, he'll have so much gold to work with. And Iron Bog as well with a streak, so it all comes down to if Terry is running against Iron or if he's running against Obziri. If Flash Wolves get both of streaks in here, that might be the end of the game. We're here in stage 2.
You can see AQ1H going to be moving over. We're seeing a little bit of that team dance. We'll see, of course, from teams that want to maximize the chances of the correct players getting the correct results. Up against Archen in this round, we'll keep your eyes very closely on the right-hand side. We've got 3 win streaks running right now at the end of stage 2. Especially for all gamers, if they lose their streak, they're in major trouble. Sinuway, of course, you can see has still got a very, very strong board. He won't be able to break either of the streaks, but Iron Bog does take a hit in that round. I'm presumably giving that over, yes, to Terry to make sure he keeps the good times rolling.
ag.al got so lucky here because Terry was able to face Iron Bog, and then ag.al have 3 streaks right now. You can look at the top, Ziri has 100 HP, and at the bottom, Waymo and Netchen, they have both 5 losses. So it means that ag.al has a lot of gold to work with across the board, but on the side of Flash Wolves, you have to keep in mind that Terry is the key to their victory. If he can perform well the mid game, he'll have a huge advantage.
So if you're on the all gamers side of things, what do you do about Terry at this point? Because it feels like he's only going to get stronger.
I feel like depends if you are strong enough. If you're strong enough, you can beat him and you may force a level early. Maybe you roll a little bit, but like if he's very far ahead, you have to work trying to take down his teammates because he'll be unstoppable.
And we can see both of our win-streaking players making their boards as well equipped for the other as possible. A little bit of maneuvering to try and make sure that Akali lands in the correct place.
You can see here, Ziri leveling up just late in the fight, but he was not able to face Terry, which means Terry is going to be able to streak 1 more round.
I do like the attempt to try and snipe out, especially because, of course, this Talon has got the Hextech Gunblade, which means that once he drops aggro, he's going to be healing up substantially. But as it is, Terry keeps his win streak going and 2 extra gold per round thanks to that Steamroller. They're going to face each other eventually, just not yet.
Yes, exactly. And the augments are just silver. Breach out, what a good opportunity. Very good augment, very strong. Can give you a random emblem. Sometimes going to be something great. You have a Reforger as well to work with. Quite strong opportunity for Terry. Okay, maybe he's going to fight the center. He can be strong right now. This is a great augment when you play Akali, because you're playing usually on the round of a solo front line. But Glass Cannon can be a good opportunity as well. You have a lot of units on the back line. He goes for a Glass Cannon. Okay, I feel like this augment is quite good because you place all of your units on the last row, and also when you play Akali, usually you go for a Gunblade. Yes. So you start the fight with a little less HP, but you will be able to recover that very easily.
Well, of course, we've got the Hand of Justice as well to fulfill a very similar function, so that is a very scary 2-star Akali, who, as I said, will be extremely hard to put down. In this case, as he faces a teammate again, so again, no challenge from the currently strongest member of all gamers. I'm kind of curious to see, if these two do keep ducking each other, if there's anybody else from all gamers who can present a serious challenge, as the win streak remains intact. they still have not played each other. Down at the bottom, also, All Gamers, actually I want to say, All Gamers have got both 7-round loss streaks. They're avoiding each other as well.
Yes, I mean, this game is very heavily strong in the favor of ag.al on the side of economy. So if they have a good plan, they can come back into the game. HP means that they're gonna need a good plan in the late game, but Ziri can always give them some HP.
Right now, the Wolves very far ahead in HP because, of course, those 2 loss streaks from All Gamers, they have dropped down to 50 or below. We'll see how one of those low HP members does up against their teammate. We have also got the Anima in place for a little bit of extra and time breaker. Bachan, so trying to gather as many resources as possible. He also took the glass cannon looking towards the later game. We'll see how the win streak is through. Terry, of course, with that Carly, is basically unstoppable. I think we got the idea of this. No, wait a second, the Talon gets one more shot in and breaks the streak, even being behind a level versus Terry. That's massive for All Gamers.
Wow, that Talon was a challenger level play.
Oh my gosh, and that was all thanks, of course, to Rogue and the Hextech Gunblade just getting across the edge of the line. Everyone back on Thresh again as we expected, but oh my goodness, for All Gamers, they're going to breathe a sigh of relief, not only breaking Terry's win streak, but stopping the steamroller before it gets too out of control.
Yeah, other thing that we can look is that Terry went level up to level 7 very early, but still didn't win the fight.
Oh boy, I mean, given how long it took for Terry to get taken down, he's already gotten, ludicrous levels of advantage, so it's not exactly a get out of jail free card, but it does mean that All Gamers are in position to look strong. Licha Tran also on a small win streak, also on high HP, so if we're just looking at the situations, for All Gamers, 2 members in a strong position, high HP, 2 members low HP, but with massive loss streaks as well.
I think all you come down to Achen. If he's gonna be able to create a good board with the economy that he has, if he can convert his spot, ag.al will look very good. But if he misses and the transition does not go very well, it can be very dangerous.
Let's see if G-Way is able to keep the streak going. I imagine should be the case. His talent is doing so much work. Actually runs right through Kababa, who's currently in the middle of the table. And again, the Flash was not close to any sort of early elimination, but it feels like, if anything, All Gamers, they're kind of stalling this game out. They're not taking damage themselves, apart from, of course, the players who are looking to do so, and that's giving them more room to maneuver.
Oh, look at that. He got an Echo from Trash. You've seen that Terry got this team roll, but from here, it seems like he got Echo, and he was able to get a very good cash out in here, getting a Blitzcrank early in the game. He's already in this position that he can play Nami, so it feels like he's in a great spot right now.
He's going to be massively stronger than he was before. We're starting to see the item slams come in. Chen knows the time is to start moving up. Of course, he goes up against his teammate in this round, so only one of them gets to keep the loss streak intact. I'd have to imagine Chen looking to be the one who will start moving up the table with some speed. I mean, on the other side, he's got a decently strong board, but it's certainly no Blitzcrank.
Yeah, so on the side of Chen, I feel like he already have a lot of units. He's gonna be able to get another cash out. He was aiming to lose in order to get it. Here comes the gold. That's gonna be a great transition.
Of course, I didn't even take account of the savings account paying out. So yeah, we'll be not only has found the 5 costs from before, but a massively stronger board. This time, we're not seeing Nami's being denied, and these shops are ridiculous.
Yes, he's very ahead of the curve. Already gets a Nami 2. His items is great. And I feel like he's very down of 15 HP, but he's gonna be able to hit everything. Look at that, Blitzcrank pair already. If he gets everything online, he will have a huge advantage across the board.
Weimu leveling up to 8 as well, both of them on low HP, both of them needing to push forward. Nice hit on the Mighty, maybe you have Graves going through, but not what the Doctor ordered. Weimu definitely looking like a much less impressive board overall, between the two of them at least.
We have 5 Namis already. TK2, also Ornn, very early in the game. Got a Shen. This board is looking quite strong on the side of ag.al. If he gets a good augment in the last choice, he can be the win-out player.
We'll see how well the two members of All Gamers do in this round. Both of them low on HP, but Archen, of course, very low indeed. Goes up against his teammate in this round, who's, of course, more than happy to donate across, again, the win streak and his completely untouched HP pool to make sure that Archen has enough time to finalize this board and become a major menace.
Yeah, we have to be careful with the augment because depending on what Archen gets, he can get quite strong in this matchup.
All Gamers having a very good round last time, playing against only teammates. But you're right, this last augment can change everything.
Nothing crazy on the side of Archen, a couple items, quite good. I mean, nothing crazy. If he could get like reinforcement, would be very scary.
Yeah, we've got a lot of players looking for a lot of the same units. ag.al, of course, Flash Wolves looking for more of a way back into this game. Again, as we talked about from the beginning, we are seeing a different side of them in this game. More of these late game balls, late game choices from the early going.
Yes, I feel like differently from the last game, the boards will be, of course, way less powerful because we had three prismatic augments last game. But on the side of Flash Wolves, they're relying on Iron Bog. Is trying to go 9, still level 8, I think. And I feel like he's going, as soon as he goes 9, the game can turn in the favor of the Flash Wolves.
Well, for the Wolves, they do have a strong point here in AQ1H. We've got at least a 1-star Xayah, but of course the Nami doing a great job, the bubble getting onto the back line and creating a lot of problems, especially with the 1-star much more vulnerable to being sniped. Archen gets a win again. We're starting to see the All Gamers closing the gap on the rest of the Flash Wolves, currently mostly in the middle of the table.
AQ1H, not quite strong yet. He was relying on Xayah 1. He kind of overlapping Zue, and I think that he's losing into the contest. But I feel like he's not quite strong just yet. He's the weakest player on the side of Flash Wolves. They have to be very careful in order to not go wait on this game.
AQ1H doing a lot of work here to try and hold units on his bench. He's still got the 1-star Xayah. Rather than selling and trying to roll for more, he's playing for the team.
Yes, for sure. I feel like for Flash Wolves, they have to send Waymo 8. They have to, because otherwise they will have a very difficult job putting on AQ1H in a good placement in here because he's dying. But on the side of Waymo, he's looking so bad. He is playing Corky without any pairs, and he's relying on a front line that's 1-star.
Yeah, it's 1-star Cook in the back line as well. AQ1H has a chance to get the job done himself. We have got the Ribbon with a little bit of damage, but gosh, that is a huge Nunu right in the middle of the pack. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed by how Waymo's frontline is standing up to what looks like a much more superior board. We have got the 2-star Samira, but 1-star Xayah. It's not good enough. I think he's just alive, yes.
Yes, Waymo look quite dangerous spot right now. He was down due to the Nunu. Nothing that, okay, Trash can actually help Waymo having more gold to get the composition online.
All right, last few blessings trickling into place for the Flash Wolves. I kind of want to hear from you, Dobbs, like, what's the next step for them? Because right now, they've got Terry up in a decently strong position, but the rest of the squad kind of floundering a bit in the mid-table without an obvious front runner.
I feel like we have a clear fight right now. Both teams are trying to send one of their sides 8th place. In the side of ag.al is a Waymo. He's trying to save the 8th place playing Corky, which is a composition that does not scale very well. And on the side of Flash Wolves, they are trying to save AQ1H. And I feel like they're relying on a very better spot. And right now we can see Iron Ball going level 9. He got Fiora 2, very decent pairs. He can scale up very high. Oh, hey, they're playing Corky.
Yeah, I mean, if we thought the last round was going to be the end of the line, running into a legendary suit board, it's going to send Waymo out of there in a hurry. Archen just above is presumably going to be the player who will try and rise up the rankings, but Iron Bog, who's been given many names, but this time it will be Executioner, runs through the board. Waymo out by an absolute mile.
Oh my God, that Fiora just did too much. I mean, she almost died like 100 times in that fight. She was able to heal and deal the damage that the Ironborg needed. And everything now comes down to how long will Ironborg survive? Because the more the game lasts, he will be even stronger because he's playing on Graves. It's a unit that scales a lot, as well as Fiora, as well as Vex. So the game is looking in the favor, the side of Flash Wolves.
We do have the 2-star upgrade coming in for the Xayah for AG1H, one he's been holding out for a while. Faces it off against Ironborg, but I think you're right. It feels like so much rides on whether or not Archan can push past some Flash Wolves on the way up. Currently on a 4-round win streak, but there's so much HP left at the mid-table. The Flash Wolves, so many players to get past, and all it takes is a player like Ironborg to run into you, and you're in a world of hurt. It doesn't look like the Xayah board with the upgrade is fine to punch through, but keep an eye out for whether Archen won that last round. He did. Ironborg drops down. We've got 3 Wolves in the 20s. It's such a volatile situation.
Oh, Blitzcrank 2 in the hands of Archen. That's going to be quite important to him to come back. 5-win streak. You've seen the road down here for Dewey. It's important for him to get the Xayah. Still missing it. 1 copy left. Here he comes.
That means there's 2 2-star Xayahs in the mix. It does seem like at this point it's going to be almost impossible to try and push Archen out early on, so it should hopefully reset the game and push us back more to even. I think the point of concern for me here is what comes next for the Flash Wolves now that they don't have that immediate objective in mind.
I feel like Flash Wolves has to send another player from ag.al bot 4, especially because HN have a great chance to win out this game. So they need to push down the tempo. Of course, we are very late in the game, but I feel like Ziyu and Litushuan, they have so much HP to work with. So it all comes down to HN if he can convert the win.
This board is extremely impressive with 3 item Blitzcrank 2. Is scary as anything, of course, with the Yasuo Hexes making these units that much more terrifying as well. We've got Ironborg's board on the other side with the 2-star Vex, but I have to think with this Blitzcrank fully equipped for destruction, this will be the ghost version of the board, but I think Archen could easily take that fight with the real deal.
Yes, for sure. On the side of Flash Wolves, they need to rely on Ironborg. He's able to cap the bot higher. If he is able to survive a little bit longer, they'll have a win-out player. But otherwise, HN can actually get the first place, and that's going to be where the game will last.
Well, yeah, with HN seemingly being unstoppable for the bottom of the table, we're saying the only option is to take out other members of All Gamers, but they've got 30 plus HP left in while the Wolves have less. So time is running out. Even if the Wolves have got the numbers advantage right now, even if Terry is at the top of the table, it feels like the table is turning against them.
Yes, for sure. But the game is still open. All comes down to Ironborg is able to get that Vex online. K-Bubble just gave up in here the board, trying to go 7.
Archen needs to win this round against his teammate, of course, who's very happy to oblige him. So anyway, with a good, well, with the most HP, certainly a lot more than Archen has in the tank. It's well done as well, 15 HP. It's conceivable Archen could drop around and not die if it goes very close. But this is, again, a volatile moment. Ziyu down to 19. Archen, of course, on a single life.
Yeah, Ziyu, 15 HP to work with on a 5-loss streak. It all comes down if he can actually survive and get into that top 4 finish. HN still be able to go into that win. It all comes down to HN, AQ1H, and Ironborg. Those 3 guys are the strongest players in this lobby. Terry's holding down the HP, but he will actually get a little bit behind soon enough.
Yeah, Ironborg seems to be the front runner, goes up in an AQ1H in this round. We'll switch around our POV to check in with Ziyu. Of course, it's very important as Ziyu goes out in this round. Terry will be his opponent. It looks like the snipers will be bothered throughout this round, able to pump out DPS for the bucket load, while Akali cannot punch through that Tam Kench front line. really good news for all gamers. They're still low on HP, but again, the rounds are looking very good for them. And the Wolves, they've got the members, but they drop, of course, Cabarro dropping himself out of commission, leaves us 3-on-3.
Look at the Ironbog, top of the standings, 3-win streaks. I feel like the game will come down to whoever is going to take the win, because we are very likely to have one of the players going bot foreign here. So it all comes down to whoever is going to be able to get the highest cap in this game.
Worth noting that we've got Ironbog with the Graves here built for DPS and tankiness, along with the hyper-scaling Vex. So he said he seems to be an unstoppable force. Goes up against Ling Chuchuan, who I can't... Well, no, sorry. Let's reset that, because it will be Zirui going up against his teammate in this round. So that's a bunch more HP being taken out of the All Gamers side. If they play this one right, they should be able to survive here, but it's going to be narrow.
The LeBlancs do so much damage, it's still alive on the fight, but not front line just enough. Ziri is gonna take down Leitu Xuan. Q18 just drop it.
This changes a lot. We're very close to Terry, who's on a 4-round loss streak, going out in bottom 4, which would end the game immediately and give the 3rd place to all gamers.
Okay, Peter, now the conversation just changed. Because if Terry goes down and he is in a 4-lose streak, Flash Wolves can lose the game. Leitu Xuan also not that strong, he's in 2 loss. So this could be the last round of the 3rd place match.
Thank you very much, Rob Starbucks, for keying us in on Terry. It looks like he will be playing a Ghost round, so probably will be surviving. He's actually playing, I believe, against the Ghost of Alicia Transford, or maybe the real deal. He's sneaking through, at least we're seeing from the backside. With this particular board, Terry seems to be absolutely fine. So we'll check out whether Alicia Chuan actually survives the round or no.
Oh my god, that all comes down to Leitu Xuan. He was able to take down Ironbog. Look at him. Look at him in the camera. He was so hyped that he was able to take down that fight. So important. He was on the last round. He was on the 1 HP, because if he gets a loss in here, he will die.
And it's so important. We talked about this in the previous game. The All Gamers squad just looked like they had given everything they had to give. To see a smile come back on any of their players' face is a huge change from what we're seeing before. It feels like they can sense their moment is nigh, but the Wolves are still not down and out. Ironbog is still in. Terry is still in. It's 2 versus 3, but All Gamers need to put the final touches in.
I don't know how Ironbog actually lost that fight, because Leitu Xuan was level 8. He was not that strong. Maybe that was a matter of positioning.
Does have a very good board at level 8. Has Sona 2, Karma 2, LeBlanc 2. Everything you wouldn't expect from a level 8 board, but Archen is at level 10, Terry at level 9. If he drops down here, he's only got 1 life remaining. Zirui has been the savior of the squad for a while. It's snipers versus Kindred, and Vex on the back line.
Look at the Akali, she's a quite important unit. How long that Morgana will survive? Akali is doing a decent amount of damage on the left. The CC from Nuno was enough? I mean, it was a lot. Look at the Blitzcrank.
The Xayah seems to have gotten the job done. All gamers have been waiting for this for a while. The last shot comes through, and no! The denial on the very last second means that we have a full game reset. Only first place matters, and all gamers must fight on.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Terry just did it. It was so close. And I mean, Terry is still fighting for their win. Ironbog took another loss. We have saying that he was very strong. He was going to be able to scale up the Graves. He is relying on a Vex that is so strong, but he's not able to win the rounds.
Flash Wolves looking to simplify things. Are going to take Terry out of the equation. Of course, has already done all he needs to for the team. I imagine may well be seeing something similar from the All Gamers side as well. At this point, Leitu Xuan, I can't imagine has too much more left to give. So we're left 1v1. Archen will be going up against Ironbog for the game for the 3rd place.
Look at Ironbog. He's actually holding a Nami. two Namis away of Nami 3. That can be the thing to victory, but next round might be the last one, and something very important. Terry won 2 rounds. Ironbog lost twice, but instead they trusted Ironbog to try to finish the game because they know this board can actually ramp up way more. So it's important to see how it's going to be the positioning into the late fight.
For the final time, Flash Wolves face off against All Gamers. We'll keep an eye on very closely on where the Fiora and the Graves go, especially because they will be such menaces. Good CC in the center of the board. The Blitzcrank, of course, is chewing through absolutely everything. All Gamers had everything demanded by them, by their coach, and it finally comes true. The smiles return to All Gamers' faces. They did what they needed to do, and they will leave EWC 2026 in 3rd place.
Well, that was well played by ag.al. They were able to recover from the semifinals. They were able to recover from the first game loss, and then the player that didn't have quite success along all the tournament, he clutched it out on the very last game. HN making a statement. He is one of the best players in the world here at EWC, helping ag.al to close it out in 3rd place.
We saw the signs in the crowd. I'm sure the energy being funneled into the squad was exactly what they needed. As we said, coming into game 2, they had nothing left to give. The Flash Wolves, you see the look of shock on their faces. I don't think they even considered this was a possibility. They did such an incredible job, but All Gamers, thanks of course to their hard work and HorrorX's coaching, get across the line. They look devastated after the previous series, and now they get to leave EWC with a win on their record.
I feel like Flash Wolves and also ag.al, they have to be proud of what they have done in here at the EWC. 3rd and 4th place is not a bad result at all, especially for ag.al recovering from the semifinals. It was just an amazing opportunity to them to recover.
All right, let's head across the kitty on the stage. Congratulations once more to All Gamers.
ag.al officially exit the EWC tournament as the 3rd place, taking home $50,000 in terms of prize pool. This is a reflection journey for ag.al as you guys fell from high places. So what type of personal growth have you experienced from 日月？首先 ag.al 正式变成了本次 EWC 的比赛的第3名，拿回了5万奖金。这次 ag.al 也是从3胜0负打到了今天的第3名，所以对你自己来说有没有什么自我感受呢？
就是我们可能还可以做得更好一点。如果进决赛的话，是我们有机会夺冠的。然后第3名的话，也算是还可以了，就是也算是成功努力了。
I feel like we could have definitely played better, especially if we made it into the grand finals. We could have won the grand finals. Ending on the 3rd place at EWC, we are still very satisfied with our result as we tried our best. 那么今天晚上会是 Aurora 对阵 Vision 的决赛，也是一场 BO5， 所以想问一下日月选手，你自己认为今天晚上的 BO5 谁会是胜者？ Who do you think is going to be the grand final winner for tonight between Team Vision and Aurora?
我觉得两边的实力都很强嘛，然后他们也都是我们这个 CN 的队伍，我们 CN 包揽1、2、3名，所以说他们两个谁夺冠我都会比较开心。
I think both the teams going into the grand finals are really strong, especially both the teams being from the CN region 1, 2, and 3. So I'm encouraging both teams for doing well in the grand finals, and whoever wins, I will be happy for. Thank you once again, 日月，谢谢日月选手的采访。We'll send it back to stage.
They had to come back, win 2 maps straight, but they get the job done. ag.al, third place, $50,000 richer, and most importantly, also getting 200 additional points added on top of what they've already accomplished. ag.al, not only for the organization, but also for the team, should be incredibly proud of what they accomplished this year in TFT. Flash Wolves, though, 4th place, also have to celebrate the fact that they got this far. Top 8 from last year, this time around, top 4. Big improvements.
No, 100%. I mean, the Flash Wolves are getting closer. You know, top 8 last year, top 4 this year. I wouldn't be surprised for Flash Wolves if they come back again next year. Hopefully, maybe get to the grand finals next time around.
And they were the best from the APAC region.
Yep.
They did an amazing performance. We see the expression, of course. Ironbog, he wanted more to get with AG1H, the leader of the team. They got a better performance. The round was very close at the end, but AG1H, they were just too strong. They had the position, they had the capacity to turn it around, and of course with leader like Ryue, it was just too good.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about in game number 2 about ag.al taking risks, going for loose streaks, going for Anima. It was Ryue in game number 2, and this time it was Asian going for the loose streak, and got Blitzcrank 2 so early on. One of the strongest 5-cost units you can get in TFT at the current moment, and I think by the end of the game he went on a 12-13 game win streak at the end, and we knew at that point that he was the win-out player, he was going to get first place. So Flash Wolves were already on the back foot at that point. They had to try and push the tempo. They had to try and, take out ag.al as quick as possible, but they weren't able to.
They tried to push the tempo. Terry did it again. Normally in the West, we call it tempo Timmy, but this was tempo Terry, for sure. I think that's the way they call it in APAC, because every time he was in a win streak, every time he was preserving HP, huge runaround for them. So Flash Wolf has an amazing performance right now, and respect for them.
The smiles on the face of ag.al, they dap up their opponents as they take them down. There's Big Coach himself as well, who came on the desk and said, look, we're going to make it the grand finals. Yes, they don't. However, top 3, $50,000. A tremendous opportunity for them in the organization. They continue to progress throughout EWC. We'll have to follow their story as an org, but for now, their run comes to an end. 3rd place, job well done. And they paddled hard as they possibly could. Now, of course, final moments and replays from that final series. It really is amazing that AG was able to win back-to-back maps, because you think about it, you go back to semifinals, they take a loss. It was heavy. We looked into their vaults of, whenever they went back to their locker room, and they looked down in the dumps, naturally so. So the fact that they can come back out, also lose round number 1 and still win, talk about strength.
Yeah, mentality must have been an all-time low. When you lose a semi-final, you're that one step closer to the grand final. Unfortunately, not being able to make it, being able to step on that stage again and win the 3rd place matchup, it's not easy. As a player, you wanted to get to that grand final. In your head that you was like one step closer to get in there, but unfortunately, they weren't able to. But 3rd place, as you mentioned, Taylor, still an incredible performance.
$50,000 plus club championship points. We take a look at our bracket before we head into grand finals. Playoffs has been exhilarating. We started quarterfinals yesterday. That led into semifinals that we have been watching all day today. It was Team Vision taking down Flash Wolves to secure the first spot into grand finals. But one more spot remained, and Aurora Gaming was able to secure it, taking down ag.al. Of course, for Flash Wolves, ag.al, they just played against each other, and it was, in fact, ag.al who was able to get the win. A tremendous job, and a job well done for sure, but grand finals is about to be before us. Now, when it comes to our creators, though, we've got several that are special, including this one.
こんにちは。EWC の TFT コストリームやってたリーディです。いや、ファイナル楽しみすぎる。今大会、俺がずっと応援してたのが日本のデータディビジョンで、APAC の予選から勝ち上がってきて、もう配信でも日本のみんなで超盛り上がってたんだよね。で、忘れられないのが、ノーシムレッドフォースの試合。相手が、ステージ4の2で一瞬でガリオ2、オレソル2、フィオラを引いてきて、もう盤面が一気に完成しちゃって、で、マジで絶望したんだよね。で、その人は HP14。で、一瞬のハイロールでもう全部ひっくり返る。これが TFT の怖いとこでもあり、面白いとこだと思う。で、今日のファイナルも絶対そういう紙一重の瞬間あるから、まばたき禁止。
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Thank you to Riri as well as the rest of everyone who is co-streaming our event. You guys are definitely helping out and most importantly spreading the love and the wealth of TFT. It's grand finals time. We now know the two best teams this year at TFT. It's Team Vision, it's Aurora Gaming, and they're about to battle it out for $150,000 first place plus the 1,000 club championship points. It's going to be a good one, and we've got a lot to talk about. Starting with Team Vision, this roster came in for their first ever EWC, first representation. They're only in 2 games across the entirety of EWC. One of those games happened last week where they got second place. Now they're guaranteed another second place. Winning this means the club championship point race for them, they will be tied with first. That's $7 million. Of course, plenty of weeks remaining. But the fact is, I think they've had one of the most miraculous club championship point races we have seen yet. They're just, it's just stunning.
No, I mean, it's incredible to see the kind of growth of Team Vision ever since that CN qualifier as well, securing the first seed as the CN qualifier. But we've seen before that, you know, being the first seed from China doesn't mean you're going to be the best in the world. But we've seen now that China has been dominating this entire tournament. And overall, Team Vision and the individual talents that they have on their roster, it's just unbelievable.
Team Vision is out of this world, and Kitty had a chance to talk to him before heading out to the stage.
Congratulations to Team Vision for qualifying into the grand finals at TFT for EWC 2026. First of all, I'd like to get started with Flancy. So the overall schedule has been really tight and high pressure. So for these types of tournaments, what type of adjustments do you have to make going into this tournament? 首先想问一下 Flancy 选手，因为这次的赛程非常的紧张，所以打这种非常紧张的赛程会做出哪些改变呢？
因为 EW 赛程比较紧张，所以我觉得我们最先做好的应该是每天要休息好。就是因为在该练的东西我们在来 EWC 之前已经练得差不多了，所以说我觉得在这边主要还是调整一下自己的作息啊，保证自己有一个充足的精力这样。
So I think the most important aspect going into a really tight schedule is our rest, because all of our practice should have been done beforehand before we arrive to the EWC tournament. So I believe that the most important aspect is just taking care of ourselves and of course getting enough rest. 下一个问题想问一下真白选手 My next question will be for 真白. So this tournament is mainly 4v4 and every single EWC has been 4v4. As individual players gathered into a 4v4 format, what would be the most important? 因为这次EWC 的赛程会是4v4，所以从单独的选手转成4v4的这种赛程，最大的改变会是什么呢？
最大的改变主要就是个人的执行力上面吧，因为4-4和个人其实差别还是挺大的，就每一步都得执行到位，如果有一步出差错的话，其实很容易导致团队崩盘。
I think the most important aspect for the 4v4 in comparison to solo play would be the individual adjustment that you make because of the team play, because when one player makes a giant mistake, it can also affect the rest of the team. So I do think individual performance needs to be consistent and of course adaptable for the 4v4 format. 下个问题想问摸鸡选手 So you guys are going to go into the grand finals, which will be best of 5. So from best of 3 to the best of 5, what would be the main point that you will be looking out for? 因为你们下一场的比赛会是总决赛，总决赛会是 BO5， 在 BO5 里面最需要看重的点是哪一点呢？
要有足够的休息，要吃饱，保持良好的精神状态，就吃饱睡好，一直都是我们队的宗旨。
吃饱睡好，健健康康就可以拿下冠军，是吗？
该练习的我们在飞来之前就已经练习的足够了，来这边就是足够的休息，发挥好我们平常最好的状态就行了。
As long as we have our tummies filled and we are rested up, we will perform our best. Because for all the practice that we've done beforehand, it should have been done before arriving to the EWC tournament. So as long as we take care of ourselves and our tummies are filled, we will perform to our biggest potential. 最后一个问题想问口优一选手，下一场就是决赛了。Who would you like to verse in the grand finals? 决赛想面对谁？
我想遇到 ag.al 吧。因为里面有幻灭选手，就是这个决赛对于而言可能是他生涯大满贯的一个很重要的一仗，但是对我而言呢，我在上一届 TOC 的决赛，还有这一次 TBC 的决赛中登顶局都输给了他，所以我想要赢回来。
I would like to verse Aurora Gaming in the grand finals because there is Huan Mie on the opposing side. In my previous 2 international tournaments, I lost to Huan Mie, so this time I would like to get my revenge against Huan Mie. Thank you so much to all the players from Team Vision. 感谢大家的参与，决赛见。See you guys in the grand finals.
See you.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Koyue from Team Vision once said in an interview he wants revenge, and that revenge is now. Again, first ever appearance for Team Vision at EWC, and they are making big waves. This team is survivalist all the way. They once dropped down to the lower bracket during the groups, but they fought their way back up and are now in grand finals. But their route to grand finals wasn't easy. They beat T1. They beat virtus.pro. They absolutely deserve where they're currently at.
And every one of these players has stepped up. Kojoy being the one maybe with the most luck and the one doing the crazy things for the team. Moji, the one who has grown the most and is the most communicative one. And of course, Flancy, the leader from the team. Second in Tactisha Crown. He didn't have the major tournament internationally and is 3 games away, if they do the 5 theories in a row, of course, from getting that. Kojoy, the laughter, the joy, dancing, already being present for the moment. And Moji, this is exactly what we want to see. Him taking a laugh and obviously enjoying the game. That's the moment when they perform the best.
I mean, Moji has stepped up huge in the semi-finals. You know, going into the semi-finals, this was a player that I was calling out to step up. You know, he needed to be the one to step up for his team. Yes, he's the one that's, you know, got the brains, he's got the communication there as well. But we saw in the interview as well, each individual player needs to step up when it comes to the grand final. Flancy getting the 3-star Rammers, the first time we've seen a 3-star forecast on the A stream as well. So this team has got what it takes.
Flancy, Moji, but Zenbai has also been tearing it up this year at TFT here at EWC 2026. Zenbai, a veteran in his own right.
The same is similar to what Ryu said in the last series. Ryu said, we need to keep it cool. Who's the coolest one in this team is Zenbai. He's always cold, he's always analytical. When everyone's emotional, he keeps his eyes in the game and he's always giving the advice. So this is the player, the anchor player, if you will, the veteran that is the sage for them, and of course keeping them in track to take the win.
Going back to yesterday, Koyue was in a position where he had to step up because Flancy was getting double teamed. And remember, Koyue absolutely did so. You've got a team that can all go back to each other when times get rough, not only as friends, but also as wonderful competitors.
Yeah, we talk about in the 4v4 environment that it's not a one-man show. You know, it's not just one person that steps up. It's the entire team that needs to step up. When one person is down, when one person is being denied by the other team, you need someone else to step up. Everyone needs to be flexible in a 4 versus 4 environment to make sure they could be the one to win out the entire lobby.
Well, it takes 2 to tango, and on the opposite side is the dance partner of Aurora Gaming. And Kitty had a chance to talk to him before stepping on stage.
Welcome in everyone to the grand finals where we are about to watch Team Aurora versus Team Vision. Here I'm joined in by the 4 players from Team Aurora, and starting off with ag.al. So Team Aurora had a rough group stage where they were dropping to the lower bracket. So I'm wondering, what adjustment did you guys make going into the playoffs? Because it's very obvious that Aurora are starting to look really, really strong. 首先想问ag.al选手，所以你们也是从小组赛的败者组打回来的，所以想问一下ag.al在本次季后赛有做出什么样的调整呢？
我们开始的时候状态其实不是很好，但是呢，这个游戏本来就要一直学习，我们一直也在研究对手，研究我们自己的打法，然后做出适应的调整。
So we were still trying to find our footing towards the start of groups. However, we are still learning throughout the entire tournament and trying to find our flow. And we try our best to adjust to the schedule of EWC. 下个选手是幻灭. So we have a lot of international teams joining us at the Esports World Cup. And I was wondering, as a lot of people obviously are very impressed with Huanmi's resume. So which team or player has left a very big impression on yourself? 想问一下Huanmi选手，因为本次 EWC 有很多国际赛的选手和俱乐部，对你自己的印象比较深刻的选手或者俱乐部会是谁呢？
我觉得是上届冠军微博吧，因为跟他们打完之后，我跟他们那个邵平平很熟，他跟我们说，他们的所有人其实都是由关少一个人在指挥的，然后他们其实执行力很强，然后玩的也很决绝。
So the team that has impressed me the most is definitely WBG, and I'm specifically really good friends with Sao Pumi, and I'm surprised because WBG have one specific ag.al leader, and they have a good synergy because of that leader. 下一个选手想问李洛 So it is once again an international tournament, and it's a very close schedule. So what type of adjustments have you made to maintain your health and mental health for these types of tournaments? 因为本次也是一个非常紧张的国际赛赛程，所以对于你自己来说，有做出什么对于自己的身体健康一些调整呢？
健康的作息吧，不熬夜，早睡早起。
The only way to maintain good health is to not stay up late and of course wake up early. Final question, 60, we have for 60 seconds, quite literally, who do you think is going to take the grand finals and what is your prediction? 你今天决赛的预测会是什么？几比几？
因为我们中国预选的时候被他们侥幸战胜过，然后我觉得决赛的话是我们3比1战胜了他们。
Because we've already versed Vision in the regionals and they took that victory, this time I will predict a 3-1 victory for Team Aurora. 谢谢各位选手们 and best of luck in the grand finals.
Remember that quote from Kayue saying he wants revenge? Well, Wanmei on the opposite side said he will only be a stepping stone on our journey to first place. It's tense between these two. They have history, and it's about to go down in just a moment's time. Now, for Aurora Gaming, one of the tournament favorites to make it the grand finals, they have now accomplished that. But one of their biggest accomplishments so far on their journey to the grand finals is they took down the defending title winners of Weibo, and they did so in a 2-0 fashion.
No, it was very clean. It was a very clean victory against Weibo in the quarterfinals, something that we expected to be a lot closer, but I think that just proves the individual talent on Aurora Gaming. This might be the most decorated team that we have ever had at the Esports World Cup for TFT. The accolades not only for Huamne but for the rest of this team as well. How consistent they've been over the last few years in solo play for TFT. Of course, in previous years, we know that being great individual players doesn't mean that you're the best in a 4v4 environment, but Aurora Gaming has proven in this tournament that individual talent together prove success.
Well, Wanmei is on hallowed ground, winning Space God Tactician crown here in Paris last year, and now he has a chance to win once again. Such a unique trophy. The 4v4 format is very unique only to EWC when it comes to TFT. Having that trophy means he separates himself from everybody. But Upe, he's already done that. He's in GOAT contention, but if he wins this today, grand finals, what is the conversation like for Wanmei?
That's the golden road, if you will. Already winning Paris Open, already winning Tactician Crown last few months for Space God, and winning Tactician Crown before the merging on the regions. This is not only gold contention, this is about God. This is the king of TFT, if you will. And now he says the other team is directly a stepping stone. The problem is that stone has already taken a game from them in regionals, have already taken a game from them in qualifier. So is that stone really a rock? Is it something bigger that can actually punch them in the face? And that's exactly what we'll see next.
Well, look, we've already seen revenge take place. Vision, after all, beat Flash Wolves, who beat them over in groups, right? So could we see the same story here? Well, absolutely the case. For Aurora Gaming, obviously Wanmei gets a lot of attention, but who else is going to be stepping up today?
Yeah, 60-second Lilo are the two other players that we're going to be looking out for as well. And again, in the semi-finals, these were two players that stepped up. Obviously, Hwamne, we know, is always going to be up there at the end of lobbies, but these are the other two players as well. Lilo, again, another Tactician's Crown winner as well. 60-second just being so consistent over the past few years with multiple Tactician's Crown and multiple top places as well. But these are the players that you need to look out for Aurora Gaming if they are to come out on top.
You know, it's crazy, Upe. Again, we mentioned Aurora Gaming beating Weibo. On the opposite side, Vision beat second place of last year, virtus.pro.
Crazy.
Both of these teams beat exactly who they needed to beat to get to this moment. And there's 3 keys they can choose from when they use the fragments of those crushed keys, right? When they, of course, claim their crown, claim their title. What keys do you think they're going to be using in the end? Let's say Aurora Gaming if they take this victory.
Yeah, Aurora, obviously you need to take Huevos. You already faced them. You want to have the one who won the previous tournament. And of course, they are a lot of the honor of the region. So probably just getting the additional regions, like getting the collection. You say you always want one of each. So one of each region for sure. And then obviously the one in the finals. And that will be the stepping stone in the end.
Is that not all of China? Do you not just take all the Chinese teams and just say that, oh, we are the best in China, we're the best in the world, baby?
That's right. It's going to be a lot of fun to see who they're going to be taking because, again, they get that choice. They can take 3 keys from defeated opponents to stack up their trophy and remember who they beat on the way to their win. Hey, this is going to be a great matchup. I'm scared to call predictions. I'm not even going to No, listen, I'm not going to do it, man. Chat, you could say who you think is going to win. Go ahead and put your predictions in the chat and let us know. The opening ceremony will be in just about a minute's time. But Vision, Aurora Gaming, facing off this Battle of the Titans, the 2 best teams here in TFT. And most importantly, there's $150,000 on the line. That's a lot of money, and for some could very literally be life-changing. For Vision, Aurora Gaming best of 5. It's going to go the distance. I'm expecting it to go all the way to the game 5. Vision, Aurora, star players, hit me with it. Give me one from each.
Hwamne has to be the guy who comes out. He has to step up huge in this one as well for Aurora Gaming for me.
Yeah, 100%. And Flancy has to be the other one. Flancy is just playing amazing, and when he's laughing, the team is winning.
Okay, we got some star-studded players. Chat, who do you think is going to be the star here in Grand Finals? Let's not forget, there's an FMVP title as well up for grabs. Additional money there too. There's so much happening here, not only in the club championship race, but also for the crown, for the title. Who wants to be the winner? There can only be but one. Will it be Team Vision? Will it be Aurora Gaming? We're going to all find out together as we head to the stage for the opening ceremony.
$16 teams.
Open nothing! Getting first here. Insane upset. Incredibly proud of themselves.
T1 totally destroyed.
Zeta Division.
Well deserved.
The dark horses of the competition.
Handshakes coming through from both teams. Respect has to be given. You have to be proud of these players.
Now down to the final 2. Team Vision. Aurora Gaming. Get ready for the final battle.
现在心情很不错，因为我觉得我们说到做到吧，确实赢下了 VP， 没有反转。
Massive stakes on the line as NCC1 takes the 7th loss in a row.
我们对我们目前的成绩当然是满意的，因为它体现了我们本该有的水平。但是我们还想要走得更远，我们还想要赢到最后。我觉得 Aurora Gaming 最令人瞩目的是他们的幻灭选手，因为他已经取得了大满贯，所以如果在今天的决赛中他又赢下了决赛，他就通关了这个云顶这个游戏了，所以我们会阻止这发生。
Team Vision 跟我们交手的时候，其实都有点打不过我们的，但是我不懂他们为什么能走到这里，我不是很能理解。既然已经杀入了决赛，我将把握这个为数不多 EWC BO5 的机会，然后成功拿下。
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime here at the Esports World Cup. We started out with the 16 best teams on planet Earth in the world of teamfight tactics, and now we are down to our final 2.
Only 2 left, and you know what, Rob? Both these teams went through the trenches. They lost early in the tournament, they learned, they came back, and they went all the way to the grandest of finals. You had to fight for it, and the position's right there now.
If you want to lift this title, then of course there is always going to be turmoil, there's always going to be adversity, but so far these teams have lived up, and I would say actually Damascus, they have cleared every single obstacle, but there is still one left for each of these teams. Damascus, do you think we're about to bring out our first team? Is it about that time?
It might be time, Rob. We have a lot of games coming, right? It's the best of 5 now, so longer finals, more games. Who do we got first, Rob?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, qualifying out of the toughest region in the world, Team Vision! The Chinese Titans marching through the competition and leaving carnage in their wake. Some players would tremble at the idea of being locked in a cage with the best teams in the world. But Team Vision responded plainly, no, they are locked in here with us. Led by their fearless leader, Flancy, a TFT god, can they take the final leap and etch their names in history?
This is exactly what they're aiming for, Rob. We know this trophy is beautiful and everyone has eyes on them, but against them, it's not any team. It's one of the most stacked team, maybe the most stacked team everyone was looking forward to see them. And so far, they've responded exactly how we expected them to respond. It is time to welcome onto the stage, Aurora Gaming! The stack team, Lirio, Ahau, 62nd, then of course led by the absolute titan of teamfight tactics, Juan May himself, over 5 years of top level competition, over 5 major solo titles. This man's absolutely ridiculous and all he's looking for is to lead his team towards a massive victory. This team is massively experienced and all they need now is to climb the final step to the absolute glory that is the Esports World Cup.
Okay, now before we get into our grand finals, of course, we have to hear from the superstar that is Flancy, leading Team Vision. In order to qualify, you had to fight through the toughest region in the world in the closed qualifiers in China. And even here at EWC, you had a loss, went down to the lower bracket, and you fought all the way back to be here in grand finals. Flancy, for you and your team, what would it mean to lift up this EWC TFT trophy?
Flancy， 你们这 EWC 的之旅，你们从最难的赛区晋级到了本次比赛当中，并且从小组赛落入败者组，一路杀到这个总决赛的舞台上。那我想问你 ，Flancy， 在此时此刻，如果你们能赢下这个总决赛，并且举起这个奖杯的话，对你来说这个意义会是什么呢？
我觉得就是证明我们是现在世界上最强的4v4战队吧，没有之一。
This will prove that we are the strongest team in the world, absolute dominance and absolute strength.
Ladies and gentlemen, up to this point, Team Vision has shown exactly that, but there is another team who might have something different to say.
And of course, I'm talking to one of the GOATs, to Hwanmie himself. Hwanmie, you guys came in as one of the most stacked teams, if not the most stacked team of the competition. You only have one step left. So I just want to know, what do you tell your teammates before such a big match to make sure that you guys lift this trophy?
那画面同样，你们战队也是每一个成员都是独当一面的传奇。那你作为队长，你有什么话跟你的兄弟们说，来燃起全队的斗志呢？
既然我们一路颠沛的流离的走到了决赛，那就尽情享受决赛的过程吧。结果一定要赢下去最好。
Since we're here at the grand finals, we have to take it all the way. We just need to relax, we need to maintain our composure, we need to play to our best, and we need to win this.
And we need to win, of course. We're aiming at that trophy, and we cannot leave without lifting this trophy. So without further ado, Rob, I think it's time to tell both of our teams to just go for the traditional face of Team Aurora. I will invite you to line up right in front of us as we are getting ready for the grand finals. We had 16 teams, and only 2 remained. And one of them went to the hardest region. The other one is the team of Absolute Titans. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the biggest, toughest and hypest grand finals. Please make some noise for Aurora versus Vision.
One more time with Feeling Paris, Aurora versus Vision. Grand finals here at TFT at EWC. Casanova, Panda, and Clement to bring you through all of this action. This is an incredible bout between the heavyweights of Aurora, the #1 seed in Vision, Hwanmie versus Flancy.
2 distinct ways to approach and view TFT clashing in this best-of-5 grand finals. I'm ecstatic to see what awaits us in these 5 games.
In one hand, we have Hwanmie, who has known to have a muse on his shoulder, someone who tells him how to get to the highest cap. He is intuitive, he is instinctual, and he has been absolutely dominant. On your other hand, you have Flancy, the other team captain, who rose in the big data era and was able to snatch away that peak from Hwanmie. He was second place in Monster Attack. That's big, and on top of that, with Hwanmie, he has another Tactician's Crown holder, another champion with Lilo, winning in Gizmos and Gadgets, but he's been in a bit of slump recently. He's gonna have to bounce back big in this moment to bring it home for Aurora.
And what a run this could be for Hwanmie individually, for Aurora Gaming as well as finally a stacked team in TFT. The all-star roster actually making it to the grand finals of EWC.
There is just one final hurdle for the Mega Grand Slam. Hwanmie has won every major title there is to win, from the East Asian Finals, from the TOC Regional Championships, to double tack rounds, to Paris Open. Now, finally, EWC, he's coming after it. He's got ag.al, 62nd, and Lulu to help him get there. Incredibly stacked lineup to go up against this Vision roster. The Vision roster has defied expectations. A team that was not expected to reach these heights, but yet they came in as the first seed from CN. Moji coming in with a chip on his shoulder, something to prove, to show that he really deserves to play at this level.
And we have to mention Flancy. Every time that really the battle got the toughest, Flancy rose up as this MVP caliber player for Team Vision, able to be that clutch player, able to have the X factor, the win-out potential, saving his team time and time again throughout this competition.
Flancy versus Hwanmie is the main dish of this battle. They do have a sort of nerd versus jockey relationship. They have fought each other so many times in regional finals, and unfortunately for Flancy, he is a king without a crown. Of the 9 times he has met Hwanmie in the regional finals, Hwanmie has took his lunch money 6 of those times, and Hwanmie even thinks that he has a specific counter against someone like Flancy who might be too rational.
I think it's not just these 2 players though. Aurora Gaming, of course, has had a stellar performance of consistency. The Rock has been 62nd, an 80+% top 4 rate across this competition. The stability you need in stage 4 when you need to preserve HP, you need to pressure the opponent's team, that is what 62nd has done best.
We've seen between these two teams, Aurora with flexibility between all of their players, playing lots of different roles, whereas Vision has been a little bit more clear, defined on how they like to play. Flancy, Zenbai looking for those caps, whereas Moji and Kyoe just trying to play a little bit more consistent play for those top 4s.
Moji especially has only played Mecha Asol today, so his role is very well defined. He's going on a B tier composition and trying to deny the enemy cap.
And that has been a big pivot from Moji from the first few days of the group stage into now the playoff stage. He has been playing a lot more Mecha Asol. It's been going really well for him. He's found that stability he needed to find in stage 4. He's gone from frequent 8th places to now finishing in the top 4 and giving his team a little bit more breathing room in the late game.
On the other hand, we have the unlikely win-out player coming in from Aurora. Now, ag.al is typically known as a player without a cap, but with a very high floor. In this tournament, he's actually flipped that completely. Most first places on his team with a terrific performance. We didn't really expect it out of him.
And with how evenly matched these teams can be, you really have to look for the ability to cap out, to play for those first. That is our tiebreaker when you are even in the points in the lobby. You see it happen frequently. We saw it in the third place match over and over again, playing for that final fight. And I expect we're going to have a lot of those opportunities here.
And as this game starts off, I want to keep my eyes on exactly how Aurora Gaming confronts the early game. I think we've seen it time and time again. Their augment picks on 2-1 are fantastic in terms of setting up with spreading boots, those diverse game plans, and then having 2 players pivot in the end.
And here we go. Grand Finals gonna begin. Aurora versus Vision. Jocks versus Nerds. Wanme versus Flancy. And Thresh and Evelyn as our initial gods.
When it comes to Evelyn, we have to think about the steamroll. We have to think about the high risk reward that this god does offer. And it will be silver scrapes for the encounter as well. Reminder for you guys, reminder for the players and the viewers as well. If there is a final 1v1, we could see an absolutely massive APM check for the win. And if I think about APM check, I'm thinking about 62nd as a player who would be best suited to go into that line.
But how sweet would it be for Flancy to finally go into 1v1 versus Wanme and finally take a crown off of him. No longer being stuck in his own lockers in the hallway, but finally taking it to the jocks and getting one for the nerds.
That would be a fantastic display in this very first game. Of course, it is best of 5, so a lot of action in store for us across this series. For Thresh, a lot of randomness. I think the Thresh boon in particular in the late game can be so impactful in terms of all the extra resources you get to maybe make it to 9 to play those high cap boards.
We will be taking a look across the board, and there's extra gold coming in from these drops. So just like Panda said, this game will feature potentially a lot of Fast 9 comps.
And we'll have to see where these players go from the early stages, who's going to end up on the Akali, who's going for those fast 8s, the AP Flex, the AD Flex, and if we see any of those clear win-out spots where they have to play very risky and play for that Fast 9. Stargazer is going to be the Huntress, so we see where they can go with that. None of the Medallion or Mountain that we've seen more commonly gone for with those Stargazer lines.
Not too impactful in terms of playing for Xayah or for Lulu, unfortunately, but maybe we see a Jax hero augment. We haven't seen it all tournament long. Why not in the grand finals?
The sort of defining moment for both of these teams is who gets the Akali spot early. It really allows you to streak, and Worth the Wait could give you that opportunity.
Can give a big opportunities. We have Prismatics to kick things off. Wouldn't be a grand finals without a little bit of variance for these players. Worth the wait, a great one. It's been picked up quite a bit because if you see that Akali, that can just be curtains out the gates for your team to have a win-out player. We are going to see a lot of rerolls here. Upward Mobility and Deadlier Blade's going to be the other looks and going to pass the Worth the Wait.
Already we're seeing upward mobility from 2 players on Aurora Gaming, so they are thinking about trying to play for those high cap boards, for those fast 9 boards in the very late game. We also see some explosive artifacts from Koi with the Forge and Strength, the trait tree as well, emblems coming to play as well in this game 1.
That's where we start to identify the win out players. A couple Forge and Strength. We've seen the value ag.al gonna match Koyoi on those Forge and Strength.
And I have to say, Moji might be the one to dominate stage 2, stage 3. He has Deadlier Blades, 2-star Belveths to start, and if you look across the board, there's multiple upward mobilities, multiple people coming in with Forge to Strength, very low lobby tempo, so this Belveth, these Deadlier Blades are going to be massive.
And we go back to Moji's initial strategy in the very first day of group stage, which was mainly being that Akali tempo player for Team Vision. We'll see how it fares as well in this game one. You mentioned it, Clement. The fact that this lobby tempo will be so slow, I think is going to pair so well with Deadlier Blades.
And again, Vision has another player who is going to come in rather fast. He's already leveled up to 4 right here, and he has 2 econ generating emblems to start things off. So just looking across the board, I think stage 2, stage 3 tempo will be on Vision's side.
Yeah, pretty crazy for Zenbai. He even, of course, has the Reforger, so he can use these for the econ early game and then look to ship them later and see what he gets to cap out the board in the end game.
It is going to be comeback story for Flancy right here, going for a later game plan and going for another high cap with the Space Group.
Yeah, it's going to be big for Flancy. He's been the win-out player for the team time and time again. We mentioned that they have their more defined roles. Flancy and Zenbai going to be looking for those win-out, and Moji already setting up to just play tempo for the team.
Reminders for the win streak players, someone like Moji, for example. If we find a steamroll from the Evelyn Godboot in stage 2, we saw how warping that has been all tournament long.
We have seen a lot of games where the winner gets 100 HP, as we have seen in Along in this most recent TAC round with Deadlier Blades, with Steamroll. Definitely one of those scripts that Vision would love to see.
Especially Deadlier Blades into Sword Overflow on 3-2. That is one of the craziest augment synergies we can find on the Akali line.
See if he ends up finding it. Last fight before we end up getting the first God Blessing. That's where we're going to start to see if that Steamroll can show up for Moji. Full open fort from Flancy. We've seen him in this position before, and with that comeback story, certainly going to be where he wants to live. Ahawe is going to be contesting into the Akali line with that Gold Collector, a very strong artifact for that line.
A very strong first artifact. We'll have to see the ones he gets after the cash shot. We have seen some explosive Akali games with things like the Prowler's Claw.
Yep, Prowler's Claw and Collector for crazy movings. Big win out for T1 earlier. We'll see if there could be a repeat of that as Ahawe.
Lots of gold being generated here on Zenbai's board. Quite a strong win, for Koyoi's side. Now we go into the Evelyn Boons. Can we find what we need?
God Selection, is the Steamroll there, or will it all be Thresh? 2-star, 2-cost. That randomness can create some crazy opportunities if you can find that Akali in particular, but the random boon going to be significantly more popular across the board.
And for the win streak players, you are kind of forced to pick Evelyn here. You'd fall behind in board strength and in tempo otherwise, so we'll see what kind of 2-star, 2-cost can spawn in for these players.
This is actually considered quite a win for the players that aren't full win streaking, because they can suddenly introduce parity with the win streakers at the top right here. So not exactly something that Vision necessarily wanted to see. It gives Aurora a chance to come back from the early deficit.
Yeah, we'll see what happens if Moji is able to keep the win streak. He finds Melio. If he had a Bel'Veth there, it'd be just 2 off of a Bel'Veth 3, and the game would be well within hand for the side of Vision. So a breath for Aurora, as Moji does not hit that high roll. As we take a look around the lobby and see what else has been picked up. Zenbai also going to be win streaking for the side of Vision.
And I think for Ahawe, he's the one that actually got the Akali 2 online right here. Could switch the script.
Especially with the Gold Collector in particular. I mean, some incredibly strong boards being assembled here.
Yeah, look at that. The Akali 2 for Ahawe. As you mentioned, Clement, going up against Zenbai, looking to snap the streak. They can't really allow Vision to keep 2 big streaks going into the end of stage 2. So Aha really wants this win, but that MF is just too powerful.
Putting in a little bit too much work, and it is all about Team Vision in this stage 2. We've seen the importance of these win streak players in terms of applying tempo, not just in stage 2, but in stage 3 as well. 2-4 win streakers on Team Vision.
And in the meantime, we're going to catch a glimpse of the full open by 62nd. He's going to try and just damage Flancy's game plan here on the comeback story. Those are the 2 players going for the full 5 win streaks here. And I feel like if 62nd does break the streak for Flancy, it actually favors him a little bit more.
Yeah, very notable to have multiple loss streakers for Aurora, but multiple win streakers for Vision. We've seen this a couple of times where either you get a blowout win or you aren't able to finish them in time, and Aurora comes storming back to close out the game. So it is going to be Flancy. If the open fort takes a loss, so does 62nd. Moji going to find his win, and Zenbai will as well.
And Aurora Gaming not having the strong starts we are used to seeing, especially from Hwanmye. He's been that win streak player in Stage 2 in particular for Aurora Gaming, starting off with a 3-loss. Buried Treasures, you get your resources little by little, but on 3-2, if Hwanmye goes into the Akali line, he can be incredibly strong.
We have seen this game plan actually backfire for Aurora, where they play too much for their camp, where they play too much for the late game. And right now, Hwanmye is the only person that actually has any say in the tempo with the Buried Treasures. He's the only one that can keep the team afloat and maybe trade back HP on Stage 4.
And of course, he's on the 4-loss, so he didn't get to play that early tempo, but now he finds Akali 2, and that can be where he starts to slingshot on Stage 3 and become that big winner for the time being.
We did see a Pike 2 there, going to be very strong. The very start of Stage 3 will fall off a little bit for Li Luo as we move along.
Hwanmye just has to stabilize for his team right here. I expect him to be the one to roll down and try to contest on Stage 3. At least give the 2 upward mobility players a chance to even hit that level 9.
Gonna have to be the punching bag for the team. Hold on to the health so that they can expend it later. ag.al and Hwanmye both going to be in that Akali line. For the side of Vision, there's only going to be Zenbai in that currently, and he's on the trait tree.
I wonder if Hwanmye considers playing into the MF reroll as well. Has an MF pair here. Did play it once before in this tournament, and it was a first place in that very first day of the group stage, so that's a consideration. As you're saying, Clement, I think someone has to step up from Aurora and contest that tempo, contest that win streak in Stage 3. It's, I think, Hwanmye, if you've had a good 3-2 augment to pair alongside that tempo spike.
And certainly with ag.al having this strong Akali spot, great initial artifact, you don't want to fully be contesting into that line, finding a way that you can get out, not looking for just the Akali, allowing the flexibility for ag.al to either play for level 8 or play for reroll.
ag.al, I think, is going to be playing for a later game plan because he is on Forged in Strength. So you typically want to actually kind of throw away your Stage 3 and then have that big spike on Stage 4, Stage 5. So for me, like, Hwanmye really is the only stabilization point. If Hwanmye doesn't do well, there's a high chance that all 4 of them are going to be in the bottom.
3-2 augments coming up. Jeez. Construct a Champion, Apotheotic Forge, and Earth. We have seen a lot of these spatulas being a big deal in this event, but Moji gonna pass that up as he is playing tempo. He's looking for the extra swords, does not find it.
And a big hit for Flancy right here with the Cosmic Restart.
And this is what we were talking about. The advanced loan, a perfect pickup for Hwanmye to now get into the driver's seat to try and play for tempo. We'll see how deep he wants to roll when he thinks, hey, my board is strong enough to try and take these 3 Vision players down a notch.
Early Tom Kench pickup for Hwanmye as well, if he can fit it to get the extra econ, but as of now he finds the upgrade on the Jax, try and stabilize the board, and there is that misfortune.
I remember Hwanmye actually starting with a lot of rods here, though, so the item build is going to be slightly difficult for him to piece together. A lot of tiers here as well. Not really the ideal setup for Stage 3. It's looking a little bit dicey.
Meanwhile, I would say it is the ideal setup for Vision for this start. 3 players win streaking, 2 on 6 streaks, 1 on a 4. Flancy and 62nd finally run into each other to snap Flancy's loss streak.
It will be now a 0-loss streak for both players, so the gold generation is cut on both sides. Some more augments to talk about that we've seen there. There are a few emblem augments coming through as well. Earth's Gambit here for Li Luo, and of course we saw the spreading roots for ag.al. I wonder what kind of game plan he's starting to set up with the Akali 2 he had very early on.
Both Senbai and Kuyui have had their streaks broken now on the wins, but Moji, as expected, has been able to continue that through here on Stage 3.
And Li Luo now committing to Space Groove. This is one of the highest cap lines that he could go for. Unfortunately for Li Luo, Winout has not really been a successful story for him so far. He's kind of been thrown into the wolves. Just play an AP flex is his role on the team.
Could be his time to come in, though, as a player that can play for a high cap. We saw with Ironbog playing to the level 10 Space Groove board, especially with the Blitz 2, you can definitely take over the late game.
Moji trying to continue to protect this win streak, but this Pike with the Space Groove trying to carry in the mid-game. However, the Belveth completely untouched, and Moji is just far too powerful for anyone else in this lobby.
I do want to say there is a small silver lining. We didn't actually see 2 Death Blades. He only found 1 of them, so only 1 stacking. Double stacking is typically GG.
Here we go for another God choice. Random boon from Thresh or just the Blood Pact for Evelynn. A lot of gold injection, but so commonly it is just a pile-on of Thresh. The value you can get out of the random boons is insane.
I think this is a very unique situation where everyone on Aurora would like to go on the right side, but they would all lose HP. So unfortunately, it's like, okay, we have to take the dice roll.
And they would dig themselves even deeper in the ditch considering their HP totals right now. We haven't seen Flancy's emblems as well off of the Cosmic Restart, truly playing for a comeback strategy off of the comeback story into now having all those extra rolls and emblems to play around as well. In Stage 4, Flancy might be an incredibly scary player to face.
Yep, Juanmia going to push to 7 on 3-5, just trying to play for tempo as he now has the win streak. We mentioned earlier, going for that MF in this spot has to be the player to hold HP for Aurora. Leave it to 62nd and Lilo to potentially play for the win out. And speaking of, here is Anima for 62nd.
Wow, just look at that Thresh Boon coming in for 60 seconds. He actually is on a perfect trajectory to go directly into the Nova Kindred line. Double Kindreds found already, and he could be the one that's starting to move into ag.al's lane, cut him off when he does get that extra econ to go 8.
Small loss streak being started here for 62nd. Any amount of extra resources could help. Looking now at Zenbai, he's able to get a win there. Again, Team Vision is still on top when it comes to the pressure in this lobby.
Yeah, looking at Flancy's HP though, he is at the bottom with only 33 life. Have to see if he can figure out a way to stabilize and bring things back, but he has a bit of time remaining and a lot of HP on his team.
Flancy might be a bit of worry for Vision right here because he actually missed on his emblems, getting with the Primordian and the Vanguard, not really leading into any strong compositions outside of the Space Groove, which one of his teammates is going for too. So his position is very nebulous, actually very difficult to play through.
He may have to push his teammates out. We see him holding a lot of Space Groove ready for that transition. They may need to give Flancy the ability to play this line, which can hurt the team as a whole.
Especially with the Nami here already, the early pickup. We've seen Nami be one of the most contested forecasts in the game in terms of whoever finds the Nami 2 first has a huge advantage over the other Groove player. Almost always we see 2 Space Groove players per match.
Their gambit right here is that the side of Aurora is too low HP to actually hold any units. If they can start holding Namis, it's going to look really bad for both Lilo and Flancy.
And that's where Juanmia and ag.al's win streaks are massive here. They've actually brought the HP totals back closer to even.
62nd already rolling down on creeps. He's trying to pick up any kind of upgrades here.
Yes, going into the LeBlanc, the Shepherd's line. Finds one immediately, but Flancy holding strong is not rolling yet. 77 gold, he can push to 8 before this big roll down, and he's got the 2-5 costs on the bench of a Vex and a Jhin.
Looking across the board, I do have to correct myself. It was Lilo from the opposing team that is contesting on the Space Groove. So Flancy is completely fine in terms of not creating a dent for his teammates. If he gets these Namis early, Lilo is the one in trouble. Just slight correction there.
Already the LeBlanc build on their board for 62nd. We'll see the roll down now from him if he can stabilize. He is also fairly low HP.
Same from Flancy, finds a Blitzcrank immediately on 8 to go with that board. Trying to find the Space Groove. He's actually on a Blitzcrank pair already alongside the Nami pair. 35 gold remaining. A lot of room for Flancy to hit and hit hard at the bottom of the table, but so much. He finds a Shen TK upgrade.
And look at the APM roll down from 62nd. Not only going for his LeBlanc, it is paired, but also holding those Namis, making Flancy's life a little bit more difficult. We've seen it time and time again. The lowest HP player coming into Stage 4 is usually hard targeted by the opposing team to not allow that upgrade to come through.
Flancy now facing off against Zenbai, who is pretty strong, was not able to remove from his carry, but the front line had no itemization. So Flancy with his upgrades, able to take this win, break his loss streak, and keep the HP rolling. Meanwhile, Moji still has not lost since the early stage, is on a full 10 win.
And he has the double Death Blade. So all the win conditions for a max HP win is still there. He only lost 3 due to the Evelynns. Now we have the augments coming up.
Juanmia, due to the advanced loan, is only going to get a silver augment here on 4-2. The rest of the players will be going into that gold augment selection. The artifact here for ag.al pairing alongside the Forge and Strength, the gold collector we already have, and the build here with the early Graves. This could grow to be one of the strongest high cap boards in this game as we move along into Stage 5.
Yeah, he's going to start rolling as well. He sees a Bard and a Morgana. Not going to find too much else after that just yet. Can't quite find the Graves pair. Now he does. Paired Graves. Has the Morgana. This is starting to be a big board.
It's going to be a very interesting game because the Forge and Strength players both managed to play some win streaks in stage 3 and 4, and we're seeing them still both very healthy.
Blitzcrank 2 hit for Flancy before the Nami 2, but such a massive boon for him on level 8 is going to run into Lilu, who he's contesting with, who does not have the Blitzcrank just yet and is still stuck on Nami 1.
And what this means is that Moji doesn't have to weaken his board. He can go full throttle and make maximum pressure onto Aurora. Right now, Flancy is stable.
Not just that, but the big grab bag allowing you to itemize that Blitzcrank too early as well. This board will be so scary from Flancy when the comeback story, combat power comes through in this stage.
Moji finally takes a loss, but so does 62nd, down to 14 HP. He has to become stable now, or this could just be an 8th already for Aurora early in stage 4.
I think you have to sell the Namis at this point. You're one copy off of the LeBlanc. Flancy should be stable even if he doesn't hit the Nami 2 at this point. You have to kind of fight for your own game plan.
We could see it happen at the very end of this prep phase. There is also a Sona pair. Potentially we see the high roll come through as we saw with that Blitzcrank.
Depends on who's in his pool. If it's just teammates, maybe they can sack for him, and it is going to be Flancy that he hits. Flancy is clearly significantly stronger with that Blitzcrank 2. No upgrades found for 62nd. The Namis may be going back into the pool regardless, but it is just stage 4. 14 life should be enough. The Blitzcrank tries to wrap.
He needs to get 2 units.
So impactful against the 7 Shepherd as well. The stun comes through, does not do enough. The LeBlanc 1 is not able to do it. 62nd takes a huge hit. He's now down to 2 HP.
Dude, meanwhile, Koyui going to take a massive hit as well, so Vision is going to drop very low alongside. But Lilu on a free fall, 9-loss streak. 2 Aurora players in a lot of trouble as we now get to roll the bones for Thresh.
It's down to the god of packs. Can you actually find something? Can you get a good roll right here? Standard, you get 10 gold. That's only 3 rolls you have to find that LeBlanc, to find that Nami on the 2 Aurora players.
All eyes on Koyui as he gets the Forged in Strength cash out on that last loss as well. It's going to be hard. It's very late to adapt to whatever you're given if you don't have Reforgers, if you're going into a line that has already been pre-selected.
Let's look at the drop. Koyui
gets the Riven 2.
Finds Fishbones, Light Shield, and Hatchet.
Not bad. These are pretty generic artifacts. You can fit one on a tank. You can fit the Fishbones and the Hatchet on the Riven potentially, or even just on the Corki. A lot of extra stats on that Fishbones.
Oh, but he doesn't have the units to stabilize right here. 5 Meeple, you really want the Rammus as your main tank. He does lots of reduced damage from incoming attacks. Isn't going to get anything on the Corki. Riven has to be the hero.
62nd, what does he have? He found the LeBlanc and the Sona upgrade, but he doesn't have the items. Going up against Moji, can he win this fight? It's going to be very close. His front line not fully stable, but the Nunu going to get a big knockup. Does not stop the MF. Comes down to the LeBlanc, has it scaled. The front line is already gone.
Where's he
the
going?
Master Yi with the double Death Blade gets into the back line. It's just the Karma, but she does enough. It was Zenbai was the fight. Takes it down. Koyui going to take a loss, but what about Lilu? Has Lilu lived? And he has. Koyui down to 7.
And Flancy rising up in the HP totals. Now a 4 win streak for the Team Vision player. But look at the very top. It's yet again Hwanmie on the 9 win streak now. The Corki comes through for Koyui. He has to make some sacrifices here. He has to downgrade the Fizz to try and stay alive. This board does not have a very high cap, but winning these next few fights is key.
I'm surprised. He actually mishandled his items right there. Has to get them off again. Now putting onto the Deathblade and the blue buff. Is this enough? He has to focus his damage right here. Okay, finally gets the double-sided swap at the very last second. Going up against Lilu.
Massive fight here. It's against Lilu. Whoever it goes down here could take the 8th. The 62nd fights on the other side of our screen. Koyui with the Corki. Does have the front line stabilized, but the Nami is cranking out the damage. It comes down to the Riven. No wrap for her, but the front line collapsing. Just gonna be the Nami left. Looks like Koyui may have found it. Gonna be able to take down Lilu. 1 big hit, but he lives. Oh. He lives on 1, and 62nd survives.
2 players from Aurora Gaming on definitely 1 life. 1 and 2 HP for each of them. Hwanmie has also lost that win streak, sitting now at 60 HP.
Shades of Vision in the semifinals where they lived on nothing and were able to claw it back against the Flash Wolves. Now, getting a taste of their own medicine as Lilu and 62nd try and stabilize.
Some players fighting just to stay alive, other players fighting for the cap. Hwanmie currently sitting on 80 gold on his way to level 9, trying to become the win-out player for Aurora. If 62nd and Liluo go out in 7th and 8th, they would need to finish 1st and 2nd to take the game 1.
And no team has ever came back from that deficit in this EWC. They're both praying they do not run into Flancy, who is still so far the Reaper in this lobby. 5-win streak, Blitzcrank 2. He's looking to knock down 62nd and Liluo.
And it's just the Blitzcrank. The Nami is still 1 star for Flancy, but what more do you need other than finding a Blitzcrank 2 on level 8?
And if 62nd able to stabilize with the Nami 2 on his bench, continuing to try and deny that to buy some more time from preventing Flancy from becoming Thanos in this moment. But Lilu and 62nd have to live. Lilu finds Moji, who's been losing over and over again, but 62nd faces Kuyui. One of them will fall this time. There is no room for the 1 HP survival.
The 7 Shepherd stun so big on the Riven. The front line is still holding on. Can the LeBlanc scale in time? The Riven's been taken down. The burst comes out from the Corki. Is it enough? A last pass comes through. The Corki targeted. The damage comes through. Koyui is taken down. And I believe it's 8th place.
Lilu lives. It is gonna be Lilu living, 62nd living, and he takes out Koyui. A huge performance from these bottom 2 for Aurora.
Hwanmie is on his roll down, level 9. It's time to become the strongest player in this lobby. That's the goal for Hwanmie here. He has to step up for Aurora.
The fight rotation not working out for Flancy in the end. He was strong enough to knock out either player, doesn't run into him just yet. And now there is a chance that Aurora can bring it all the way back. Moji now trying to strengthen himself to run into someone else.
Ahau has picked up all of these additional artifacts too. He's holding them back for now so that he can protect 62nd just a little bit longer. Now he slams. They may be willing to sacrifice 62nd now that Kyoi's gone down and keep Ahau as healthy as possible.
They see the Graves to his target. They slam to try and kill off a few more units. So this is as clean of a loss as possible because Ahau is not that healthy either. We have the artifacts coming through. The Graves has been scaling. Uh-oh. The Sona cannot do it. And Ahau is taken down. Liluo is taken down, rather.
They both fall, and Hwanmie finally takes a loss to Senbai. It's Flancy, Moji, both on low HP, but Flancy has not lost. 7-win streak since he was at the bottom, and he's level 8 with 50 gold.
And the problem here is for Aurora, they still need to knock down Moji. If they knock him down, they make it equal in the bottom. Whoever wins will take away the game, and they're betting on Ahau and his Graves too with triple artifacts.
And it's been scaling for so long. He has all these artifacts, all this scaling. It may be enough to take down Flancy even though he hasn't lost yet.
On the flip side, Moji, he's played the Jinx reroll. He's just playing to preserve HP in stage 4. At this point in the game, he's getting outscaled.
Here we go, the fight against Senbai. This is going to be an opportunity for them to sack. They're not able to take off items, but the positioning has put the Bel'Veth there. We swap over to Flancy. He's fighting Ahau. This is a preview of what could be playing for first. The Graves is trying to fight, but nothing can pair to Flancy's board. A massive hit gonna go on to Ahau. The Graves trying to fight back for now, but it can't hold on much longer. Moji takes the loss, but so does Ahau. There's still life for Aurora, but it is fleeting.
I think this will come down to whoever can take the first place. I don't think Hwanmie hit enough on his roll down. And Ahau, let's be honest, the artifacts were not that great for the Kindred. The Dawn Core combination with Yasuo's Blade work, despite the Graves too, I think you're not able to get the most out of this artifacts. We're seeing the change up here on the itemization for Ahau. He knows he needs to try and become the strongest player. He's sitting on 50 gold, trying to make it to level 9.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at some of the Akali items to get here. Instead, transforms over to a full bruiser build. Is this actually enough to win out? Against what we saw from Flancy, it wasn't enough. He needed more rounds.
He will face off against that Master Yi. It's immediately going to get onto the Graves. The early stun is helpful. Hwanmie is trying to take down Moji. He needs to send him out next in order to even have a chance in this game. The Graves is finally going to go down, and now there's a wrap onto the Kindred. The carry's being eviscerated, but Akali's doing the same. One more onto the E. He gets there and survives. And Moji, will he fall? He will not. He takes a win over Hwanmie, and they're still in this. Vision still has the opportunity to close this out with a blowout.
All they need is Flancy to just rotate into ag.al and close the game down. This is not a super high cap Graves, by the way. Assault frame being taken, so much more of a bruiser build. Where will the damage come from?
We're seeing the power of comeback story for Flancy with the Blitz 2, with the Nami 2. He's now hit all of his upgrades. He's trying to even make it to level 10. He's trying to become the win-out player in this lobby. ag.al and Mojiji, they are just trying to stay alive.
Here comes the fight once more. ag.al is going to find Moji. This is the fight to keep Aurora alive. The Graves has everything hitting him for now. See if the Akali can wrap and get back towards the Jinx. There's the cast. Akali gets focused. The Graves is tanking everything, and now it's just a Morgana on the Jinx in the backline. It's all collapsing. Moji falls down. Aurora is still in it for now, but maybe not for long. Zenbai is going to take a big hit here from Hwanmie. Can he send him out? No. It's 1 HP, but all that matters now is first, and Flancy is on the 10 win, and it doesn't look close.
He's sitting on 30 gold. He's trying to make it to 10. He's trying to find the highest cap possible as we move into the stage 6. Hwanmie is still sitting on potential upgrades and also sitting on 50 gold. He's taking it very slow in stage 5, understanding, hey, we're going to play for first. I can't roll down all my gold right now. I have to go further. This is Silver Scrapes as well. Let's remember, there's a huge influx of gold coming in for the 1v1.
I do think most likely it will come down to Flancy and ag.al between these two high cap players. One thing that we've seen from ag.al again and again, especially against Moji, is how well he's been positioning this shockwave. If you put it on the sides, you will guarantee hit the corner carry and lock them down for a stun. Hwanmie hitting level 10. Can he find the Fiora too?
Level 10 already. He'll be looking for that Silver Scrapes roll down. He can see it in his future. He knows that we'll be getting there, and what 3 stars can he start to look for?
And we have to be ready right away because there are 2 players on 1 life. Potentially, we could see that proc happen after this round.
Hwanmie will rotate into Flancy. Big fight here to see how much he can take down. How close can this be as ag.al tries to clear Zenbai from the lobby. He's the one with the highest potential cap for Aurora, but Hwanmie already at 10, trying to just hold fast and stay alive a little bit longer. The damage is there, but it's not nearly enough. Hwanmie gonna drop very low as ag.al finishes off Zenbai.
And it wasn't really even close for ag.al. He has continuously healed himself with the Soraka's embrace right there as an artifact, getting healthier and healthier, and he's even at the state where he could actually absorb a loss from Hwanmie. I'm not saying they will do it, but you know, looking at this, ag.al versus Flancy will likely be our final 2.
And Flancy is only really missing the Shen upgrade at this point in time. There are 2 Blitzcrank 2s on this board for Flancy. This is as high cap as you can get. Hwanmie sells, he sacrifices himself. He knows that the final fight will be between ag.al and Flancy.
We'll see, it is going to be Hwanmie taking a look at ag.al's board. Is this the final fight? It is going to be ag.al versus Flancy. Just a preview, but it is level 10 Flancy. It's too much. Akali makes it to the back line, but it's the wrong side of it as the Nami clears her immediately. The Grave's still alive, but the damage is not there. It's not close at all. ag.al is going to take so much damage, and he's down, and so is Hwanmie. And Flancy says the stats don't care about your feelings. He's going to take game 1.
What a tremendous win coming in from Flancy here, hitting that Blitzcrank 2 very early on in the stage 4 roll down. He comes back from 22 HP to secure the final victory.
Playing like a true MVP, finding the high roll and then taking over the lobby across the next 2 stages. Blitzcrank 2 pushes to 9, finds the Nami 2 finally, then he hits in a second Blitzcrank 2 to cap it all off.
Absolute insanity from Flancy time and time again. Vision plays for this play style. They play for this player. They play for Flancy to carry them across the finish line, and they've done it here again in game 1 of the grand finals. 1-0 Vision, and more to come after this.
Team
Team Vision off to a stellar start off the back of Flency, who comes in absolutely goated. He needed to win the 1v2. He does so, and he secures the win for his team. Now forcing Aurora Gaming to come back, but it's still very early. After all, it's no longer a best of 3. It's a best of 5, and it looks like it's going the distance. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble Stewart. Hoope. Flancy, the absolute hero.
Yeah, 100%. And in a different way. Normally, he's the tempo player. He's the one pressuring the lobby. But Juanmi was doing that for Aurora. So both of the heroes of each team taking different roles. Juanmi trying to pressure the early stage of the game to then pop off. And Flancy doing the opposite. Stacking low in HP, 20, to then pop it off with the Blitzcrank that we all saw.
I mean, we all talk about how important augments are in TFT, and the first augment choice is always so important. You know, the communication in a 4v4 environment, and Team Vision every single time they think of Flancy as like, okay, what position are you in and what role do you want to take? In this game, exactly, it was a comeback story into lose streak, into double Blitzcrank 2 right at the end of the game. And it was perfect as well. They had all streaks. It was Zenbai with the 5-win streak. It was MoGG who went on like an 8 or 9 game win streak as well. So they put Flancy in the perfect spot with Aurora Gaming like dropping like flies. 2 of them were like on single-digit HPs in the end. We thought that they could maybe come back, but in the end, Flancy was just too strong.
Flancy too strong, and he's been too strong. He's one of the main stories heading into this grand finals. Of course, we got Wanmei on the opposite side, but Flancy is truly that guy at the current moment. The casters were putting their heart and soul into that cast, and we go to stage 5-1 to watch the reactions.
The 7 Shepherd stun so big on the Riven. The front line is still holding on. Can the LeBlanc scale in time? The Riven's been taken down. The burst comes out from the Corki. Is it enough? A last pass comes through. The Corki targeted. The damage comes through. Koyui is taken down. And I believe it's 8th place.
Lilu lives. It is gonna be Lilu living, 60-second living, and he takes out Koyui. A huge performance from these bottom 2 for Aurora.
Hoope, they were going off, but you were also smiling during the clip.
Lilu lives. That was the expression there for Casanova, and it was perfect because in that moment, Aurora was taking the lead. They turned it out, they sent Koji in 8th place, and it was perfect for them to set up. But in the end, Vision turned it again, and Flancy taking a win with a cap-out possibility and a perfect board.
Honestly, I have to say that might be one of our most entertaining games so far in the entirety of the 5 days of competition. And why not? It's grand finals after all, and the teams are giving their all. Hey, but we've got a lot of great co-streamers in the building, virtually everywhere you look. And one of them I want to speak to, his name is Gotaga, a very special individual. Gotaga, first off, it's great to finally talk to you. I quite literally have been casting over you for more than a decade. How you doing, my guy?
I'm doing good. I don't know if you hear me, but
I hear you.
Okay, nice. I'm doing good, thank you.
Hey, it's good to see you, man. Gotaga, first off, you're coming in big for the Esports World Cup. Not only are you here for TFT, but you got plenty of other teams competing, and you have your own booth with the Gentlemates.
Yeah, we have our own booth, and we are coming for many games at EWC. Unfortunately, we are not at the TFT one, but that's the game. That's okay.
You know, one of the things that I love about the Gentlemates, that they always bring the energy. I remember last year in Riyadh for various different games, the drums in the streets, the energy they have. You guys are hyped up because you've got some other titles you're coming for, coming up actually just next week. What does Gentlemates mean to you? Because obviously you're one of the leading faces and owners of that great organization.
What it means for me, I think we want to create something big in France, and I don't know how to explain it.
Sure.
But we want like people to be behind something big, you know, and come to many events like EWC. I don't know if you saw the major at Paris for the CGL on Call of Duty. It was pretty big, I hope one day we're gonna have this kind of thing for every game we are on it, you know.
That major was insane, by the way. Probably one of the best audiences I've ever seen in that respective title. But clearly, Riot Games also mean a lot to you, and especially TFT. What's your journey been like as a creator through Riot titles, through TFT, and what does it mean for you to support this great scene?
I love this game, to be fair. I think it's my main sub game, you know. I'm playing a lot on it. I'm trying to be challenger on every set. At the moment, I managed to do it, but I'm still bad compared to this kind of player on the stage right now. I love this scene. I want to support it, and that's why we came to it with Gentlemates. And that's all.
That's all, but I got one more thing for you. What do you want to say to the fans out there, Gotaga? Because not only are you so influential as a streamer, a player, but also now as an org owner, you're doing it all, and esports is greatly thankful for it.
If I have something to say to my community, I will thank them every day for everything they do for us. They support us on every game. Unfortunately, like I said, we are not on TFT this time. We'll do our best to be there next year, you know. And thank you for everything, and keep following us, keep following TFT. It is a great game, and thank you guys.
Gotaga, thank you so much. We'll be seeing you around the venue. Thanks for the co-stream, and keep up with everything, Gentlemates. Gotaga, such an incredible individual. Again, I've been casting over for a decade, finally get a chance to talk to him, but now let's bring it back to where we're currently at, the grand finals, and it's Team Vision leading 1-0. We've only got about 45 seconds before we head back to the stage to start game number 2. Adjustments to be made for Aurora Gaming. What are we thinking?
Yeah, Aurora Gaming, we need to find a win-out player for them. You know, Huamne was a tempo player, but no one else really was the player that needed to win out the lobby. I think in the end, Team Vision played around Flancy incredibly well in game number 1, and it's now time for Aurora Gaming to find that win-out player.
100%. If you only play tempo, you have to send 3 players on the bottom, and that's very difficult to absorb. That was the plan for Aurora. Didn't make it happen. If you want to go one-on-one, you need to have the winner player, and it has to be Juanmi.
Aurora, can you come back? You're down 1-0 in the series, and right now Team Vision is taking your lunch money. Let's head to the stage to continue on with game number 2.
Grand finals here for TFT at EWC. Vision takes the first game over Aurora, but in the predictions, 60 Seconds gave them a game. So do we think Aurora can bring things back?
That's the big question. I think the Augment selection on 2-1 already set them up for a very slow early game, and we saw the punishment, right? Vision had so much control over the HP totals, over the pressure, and the moment the lower HP player, Flancy, from Vision, got strong, got stable, it was so hard for them to come back.
I absolutely agree with you. I think Aurora played way too greedy, way too disrespectful to their opponents. You take upward mobility and you die on level 8, then what is the game plan? I think they have to have a 2-2 even split. 2 players on tempo, 2 player for the win out. Sometimes copying Vision with fixed roles is good.
It's exactly what I was going to say. We've got Vision who's done this time and time again. They've figured out that fixed roles. They've been able to make it happen. And now they're going to see if they can do it once more to try and gain a 2-0 lead over Aurora. It's Ari and Echo for the Gods for game 2.
Those are the only changes because it is once again silver scrapes for the encounter. The 70 gold injection will come out in that final 1v1. And of course, we also have the Stargazer is going to be the Huntress. So Zaya and Lu once again, not really a viable option in this game too.
One of the things that Juanmi says you have to play around when you see Echo is the potential for 2 5-cost champions at the start of round 4. If you just play onto that like something with the Space Groove and you get lucky, it massively enhances your composition.
We also have the chance for Divine Intervention as a stage 2 God Offering from Echo. So if you're playing into a loose streak line, if you're playing into Calc Loss or potentially some Anima as well, that could be a viable synergy to get you even more resources coming into the stage 4 roll down.
Create some crazy opportunities when you get that on Silver Scrapes in particular. You'll probably already be set up to be level 9 going into that, maybe even level 10, and that's where the 3 stars really start to rear their ugly heads.
And we're taking a look at Flancy's board right now, trying to hunt for a Teemo to round out this trio of Shepherds. It will be a very strong board to start him off if he can get it.
The Poppy 2 offered here in the shop. We'll see if Zenbai wants to take it for some early tempo. We talked about the win streak players. Juanmi has been that rock time and time again for Aurora Gaming. Was not the case last game, and maybe that's why they suffered.
Also, 60 Second has traditionally been on the Akali line for them. Nova duty on him in most of the games. If he can secure one of those top placements, it would allow someone like ag.al and Lilo to find a better cap-out positions.
Well, 2-1 augment round imminent at this point. We had the prismatics last time around to spice things up. We'll see if the convergence decides to calm down a little bit, or if we will going back to that well. Gold this time. Not quite as crazy, but there are some big opportunities like Birthday Reunion, which has been used to win many times throughout this EWC.
We haven't seen it much across today at all, to be honest, on this final day of competition, but throughout the group stages, throughout the quarterfinal stage, it was one of the augments that was almost insta-picked. I think even 2 players per team can go for this. We saw it with Godlike, with Dasik. Not even going 9, just using it for tempo in terms of the 2-star you get early as well as a TG.
Especially when you have an Ahri map on you, you know you're going to have a lot of injections of gold here. We're taking a look across the board in these augments. A lot of randomness being selected on the side of Aurora, ag.al going from the Frontline Foundation, and Lilo chancing it for an artifact.
Both Flancy and Hwamie going for the adaptability that Salvage Bin offers you in terms of, hey, I have to pivot because on 3-2 my teammate gets some emblems that are going into my line. I can do that by disassembling my items and trying to find the right line to get into in stage 4.
It really allows for great tempo play, which Flancy has often been the win-out player for this team, but this gives that flexibility. So it may be a test of when Vision can pivot from their established roles and potentially give Flancy the chance to play for that tempo and someone else like maybe Koyoi or Moji to have a chance to win out.
Yeah, taking a look at Lilo's board right here, I wonder if he's going to take a page out of Moji's playbook. We have seen when artifacts are offered much more compositions heading toward Mecha Asol, a very more stable AP flex composition that sometimes Lilo has been lacking.
We're only seeing a singular Cho'Gath, so quite unlikely this would be going into that Cho'Gath Lissandra reroll, especially without the Yasuo God.
And he does find a dupe with this as well, so quite a strong position to just go for a mecha if he wants to have a stable game plan. On the meantime, for ag.al, we get the answer to Frontline Foundation. It is going to be Vanguard, actually one of the best options for Space Groove.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find his way into that Space Groove line. You mentioned the Echo earlier, maybe getting those early 5 costs. Getting that high roll Blitzcrank was what led to Flancy's domination, and that might be an opportunity for an early Blitzcrank to take over this game, but for Aurora.
We're seeing the win streak starting to come through now. We're seeing the players who are trying to posture for the win streak in the first place. Other players not leveling early, playing weaker boards, thinking, hey, I'm going to spike either on 3-2 in terms of the reroll options or just simply on stage 4 for those big comebacks that we saw from Flancy last game.
No one on the open fort just yet for the full loss. Nobody having that position that clearly states that. No calculated loss or anything of the like. So maybe a little bit more standard, but as we get to the point where that loss streak is fully contested, maybe Hwamie or Koyoi could be the ones to look for it.
Hwamie definitely has the most potential as he's sitting with only 2 Timebreaker right here. So no econ generation for him. If he spots a loss streaker, I do expect him to full sell.
And Koyoi staying quite flexible here with the Spatula, can play into the Nova line, can play into the Space Groove line, can play into the Darkstar line. We'll see what his 3-2 augment offering is. And for now, I think he's going to essentially just play for Primordian and some open fort strategies here. We're seeing the board trying to be weakened.
Tries to find a way to weaken his board against Hwamie, but if he wants to keep the 3 Primordian, Hwamie can always just play for the 2 Timebreaker and play a weaker board in that sense. He has the econ that is weaker overall.
And we see the Caitlyn being held and played, indicating that probably Koyoi is thinking first and foremost about the Nova line, trying to find that 5 Nova spike on stage 3.
Here we get to find out if we're going to get a lot more gold coming in for Ahri, or will it be a middling option where people might go for the higher cap like Artifact or Divine Intervention from Echo.
First God choice, here it is. Ahri or Echo. 4-cost champion or shared wealth.
I think 4-cost is actually quite a strong option for a lot of people that haven't committed their compositions or can break down their items later on.
Adaptability, the name of the game for this stage 2, and this is why players maybe consider that option of picking Salvage Bin, of picking the Spatula and not actually slamming anything just yet.
Lots of players going to Ahri. They're going to take the additional gold from this one. At least 5 are going, so the bonus gold will come through. But we did see a couple Echo pickups, so we do need to see what 4 costs were pulled out of the bag.
Following what Panda just said, Hwanmye and Flancy are the two players coming in with the salvage bin. They have the most ability to adapt their items to go towards the champions that they just pick up.
Will be coming through in 3 rounds, so keep an eye on that for the start of the stage 3. Right before the augment round, seeing what direction players will lock into. Koyui, despite being the loose streak player, did find a Belveth 2. That can definitely help him out on the stage 3 spike. He was trying to go for a 6 loss streak. He might still do that, but has that early upgrade already for stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's just hoping to avoid Hwanmye at this point. He says, you know what, there's no worries. I've got a strong board for stage 3. If he loses his loss streak, all good. But until then, he'll just kill off units when he takes the losses, which is massive overall. Meanwhile, Hwanmye and 62nd both on that loss for Aurora. And Hwanmye especially is near open fort. Meanwhile, at the top of the tables though, Flancy, Ahawe, and Lilo all on full win streaks.
I think this is just a much stronger game plan coming in for Aurora compared to Game 1. They actually have additional items from Porte Forge, from Frontline Foundation. You want to have some tempo so someone like Hwanmye can then take over the game after a full open.
I think the big thing is that teams are not really locked in onto any specific tempo strategy. They're both quite flexible and adaptable in terms of the stage 3-2 augments. Because of the things like upper mobility last game, Aurora was very locked into playing from behind. They had no other choice, and when we saw the Flancy Blitz 2, that became a massive punish in the Game 1.
Really important round. Almost everyone is streaking in this lobby. There are 6 4-streakers, 3 on the loss, 3 on the win. So it's going to be incredibly impactful to see who can keep these streaks. And you see so much scouting from these players trying to find how they can hold on to their win. How can they hold on to their losses? Flancy on the full streak, runs into Lilo, who's also a streaker, but Flancy has pushed level 5 and Lilo has not.
The board looks so strong with this triple item, allowing the utility coming in for the Ionic Spark as well. I expect this to be a win for Flancy on the left-hand side. For Ahawe, he also has the Ornn with the Vanguard emblem, getting the extra shielding synergy up against the Rageblade Caitlyn. It should be a win for Ahau as well.
Yeah, but the Gwen is getting focused by the Caitlyn, which means his damage is going to be completely gone. It's just the Ornn holding it down, but that is a scaled Ginsu, and if the damage is too slow, maybe she can get there. One more cast from Aatrox going to buy a little bit of space, and this might be a disaster for Aurora, losing out on their streaks.
Wow, Zumbai with the hero play right there, already angling for a Vex carry at the very end, is able to stop with a Caitlyn transition. That was actually a very, very smart move, and Flancy, unfortunately, gets the karma 1 round late.
And we do see the 5 loss coming through for both Hwanmye and 62nd. Koyui with that Belvet 2 he found earlier did end up getting a win in that last stage.
Immediately, though, Hwanmye does find the Akali too, so he is set up to play around that Nova line.
This attack to beat the Krugs. Gnar with a Stone Plate and a Warmogs. I'm learning every day of the set.
I just want to say, I feel so bad for that Gnar. The only round he's played, he goes in and it's like, you're going to tank against 3 Krugs. Good luck, buddy.
What is my purpose? To die.
Hey, he survived.
He did live. He did live.
Mission failed.
Yes. Mission failed for this poor astronaut. Gnar is going to go back to the shop very soon for Hwanmye. And there he goes. Thank you, Gnar, for your service. We'll see you later.
Taking a look if he finds any of the Leonas. I assume he still needs some gold generation right here. Doesn't get it just yet. So just kind of a tempo find for Hwanmye. He's going to rely on 3-2 augments to show him the way.
The next fight can still be the loss streak continuing for Hwanmye. He has improved the board, of course, with the Akali 2, but no items slammed. Still holding on to the anvils. Finds Zembai. We'll see if he decides to slam anything or just accepts the loss, because, of course, this will be the 6th loss on the streak. A little bit putting foot down so that he can play for a couple kills, but 62nd also on the loss.
This is a scary setup already for Zembai on stage 3. Has the Gragas upgrade with the Stone Plate, is on Bertha Reunion with the Rageblade. He can play into the Vex carry for the Fast 9 game plan. Depending what we get from this 3-2 augment alongside the Ahri economy from the God Offerings.
Here come the 3-2 augment selection. It is going to be silver. We saw a Recombob. I don't think we had any positions where that was going to be too terrifying.
Just want to say, Flancy did have a Karma right there, so he could potentially play for it. He's thinking about it. He's also in a win streak position right here. He could throw it away, could guarantee he gets the 10.
It is going to be a pass on that. Instead, the team building for Hwanmye for the Akalis.
just trying to play for a bit of a spike now, a bit of a spike in stage 4 as well when he gets a second duplicator branching out, offered here for 60-second. Augmented power as well if we want to see a bigger spike. It is a sniper +1 for 60-second. Does have a Reforger, is playing around Warlord's Honor, trying to play a bit of a combat or scaling combat power augment, but he's on a 6 loss figure now. The Bastion comes through, very flexible emblem, can play it into so many different lines.
Yeah, we have seen this both for the Quirky Riven line as well as the Space Groove line. He will still have to decide later on. Hwanmie as well is locked in now into the Akali. So we're starting to see these players start to take position regarding where they want to end up.
And one of the loss streaks now snapped, but that is anticipated into stage 3, 60-second. Now going to turn this into a win, and Hwanmie can continue to lose if he needs to.
And we're looking now at Zembai's augment setup. I talked about him before the 3-2 round. Late game specialist with Birthday Reunion. This is starting to assemble all the pieces of Exodia in terms of that Fast 9 Vex 2 game plan.
This was a really critical win that Flancy just took off of him. Usually the best game plan is for someone with Birthday Reunion to skate all the way to level 7. You get that Thieves Gloves, and then you continue to win streak. That break was so pivotal for Vision.
I will say I think it's better for Flancy to keep his win streak. It's going to be less fake compared to Zembai, who does have just essentially an augment down until he goes level 7.
Yeah, so the chance for Flancy to hold on to it through stage 3 going to be a lot more likely, but Zembai, of course, going to want that HP back, and Flancy's going to owe him. This is going to be ag.al versus Hwanmie. Hwanmie has now found an upgraded front line in the Ornn 2 to try and start stabilizing this. He has items for the Akali, but because it's ag.al, he is not going to slam. He is trying to allow as many units to go down as possible, and in fact even donate the win to ag.al so he can continue making money on this loss streak and find the rest of his composition.
Such a cool play coming in for Hwanmie. He's actually not rolling that deep to turn into a win streak, willing to wait on what Ahri gives him. Sometimes Ahri can give you extra interest. So if you can hit that earlier, then you are punished if you roll early.
Echo is going to offer 2 5-cost champions, so we could see another delayed spike coming through in stage 4.
That's the big look for those Blitzcranks on our Space Groove players especially, but even finding something like an early Graves with a flexible board that you can play around. We've seen it in the past. We didn't expect it to be that great, but there are opportunities where it really can work out.
Really massive for someone like Zembai that could use 6 different 5 costs to go into his 9-5 Nova composition. So definitely expect him to go towards that direction.
The moment we see Zembai go 9, I think players have to start preparing for how strong his board could get even as early as stage 4. We won't have to wait till stage 5 to see that come through thanks to the late game specialist and whatever we see from the 4-2 augment in particular.
Zembai does go to level 7 on 3-5, still continuing to be as strong as he possibly can. Big frontline upgrades as a whole. This is a pretty strong board, even though he's on the 2 lost, and the early Tahm Kench to give a little bit of extra money as he goes is a great way to help him get to that level 9.
I have to say, once again, Aurora looks like they are in a deep hole. They don't have the win-out spots, no Nova Fast 9, no Space Groove, and they are losing on HP at the same time.
That being said, for Liluo, an early LeBlanc on the Rage Blade setup has a duplicator as well. I think he can almost guarantee stability on stage 4 for his team.
Yeah, big flexibility there. If he can find the LeBlanc naturally, being able to save that for the Sona, so you've got your second carry setup, can make this comp a lot scarier, but not good enough to outcap something like that late game specialist. So they need to start punishing Zembai, and it's tough because he's played for a very strong board.
I'm not a huge fan of banking the game on stage 4 fight rotation. That has not been a winning strategy for me, and unless they can actually spike really hard and always find Vision players on the other side, I feel like Vision are just going to skate by into level 9.
Here's a bit of a roll down from Koyui. He's on the 5 Nova. He has the emblem online. Who's going to be the win-out player for Aurora? That's my question as we move into stage 4, stage 5 even. We have some clear answers on the side of Team Vision. Zembai currently lower in HP. The teammates pressuring the lobby now for Zembai to rise up later in stage 5. But for Aurora, who can actually play for a first?
I don't see anyone in position. When we typically think about those win-out spots, it's usually the AP flex into Bard Sona, or you have the Nova 9-5 composition. They don't have any of those in it. So you might have to have an alternate win condition. Someone has to find a lot of 4-cost copies.
We'll see if they can get there. It's incredibly tough to hit that 3-star. in 4v4. So easy to hold the copies away. We've only seen it once, and it was Meeple Printer to get us the Rammus, and we are going to have Flancy continue this reign of terror, taking down another win against Lilo, who's on a massive loss streak.
And once again, Team Vision executing their strategy perfectly. One high roll, tempo, win streak player. This time it's Flancy. And a second player, Moji, forcing the win streak. This is his role. He wants to pressure in stage 3, pressure in stage 4, and then start falling off in stage 5.
This has just been a master class in flexible play coming in from Flancy, getting those early items and then running into a very lucky Karma to extend the streak. I think he's kind of crushing the dreams and hopes of Aurora here.
We asked the question if they can swap the roles around, find somebody else to take the reins to go for the big win out, and if Flancy can just play for the tempo, and he has set it up beautifully once again.
This might be the player to look out for in terms of the win-out potential. It's a similar spot to what we saw from Flancy last game. All it takes is one Blitzcrank 2 on 8 to all of a sudden become that player.
Well, and if he did end up taking the 5 cost from the Echo, that's the opportunity to get there early and often.
Did get the Echo selection in, and there's so many fans here, so many people cheering for these two teams, the GOATs of TFT. Who does the crowd actually favor? I really want to ask them about it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. We go to 4-2 in just a moment. We'll get that last augment selection. Ahawe going up against 62nd. It's going to be the Gwen getting on the back line. Great itemization already for this, but need to find the Nami, because right now Gwen 1 as an item carrier is not good enough.
This is not a game plan we've seen very often across this tournament. The Zoe without concentration, the Zoe reroll with just the Warlord's Honor. We'll see how this strategy pairs off for 62nd in this 4-2 game.
You lose 25% of your perceived damage without the concentration going in right there. So not tempoing on stage 3 in this spot. 62nd looks like he's in a dire spot. Can't afford to augments, actually save Aurora.
Flancy finally breaks Moji's streak, so they don't have a double streak at the top, but we're seeing the pickups now. Jeweled Lotus for Flancy. He can afford to just take combat because he's been so healthy, and it's so incredibly strong to have that. He's also holding a Blitzcrank away already.
Moji finds a Kindred. He finds the ability to play for the 5 Nova board to try and find stability to continue his own power in this stage 4, trying to tax Aurora.
The Moji strategy has just been, I try to destroy opponents that haven't hit their carries in 2-star. Akali does that job incredibly well, hits the backline off of the Nova Selector, and you can also grief the Nova Selector if you want to give someone on your team HP.
Yeah, and we do see a removal for Flancy. He is now starting to look to give this HP to his teammates. He's done the roll. He won 11 in a row, and now at 100 HP, but he's going to find Ahau, so he's going to start slamming once again to try and make sure he can provide some more punishment to Aurora. Ahau has found the Nami and the Blitzcrank now. He's got what he needs, Blitzcrank pair, so this is the opportunity for Aurora to find their win-out player. It is Ahau, and Vision has to stop him.
There's the loss for Flancy. There's the win streak finally broken. A lot of goal generation there for the Team Vision captain coming into stage 3 and stage 4. Looking now at Zenbai's board, he's on his way still to level 8. We'll see when he gets to 9 in particular. The late game specialist gold will trickle in.
He seems very confident that he's going to get there, and he still has 30 gold like you're talking about when he gets there. And the way he's playing right now, not even going to 8, just says that I'm going to wait it out, and once I stabilize, my teammates are not going to beat me. I have a very safe runway.
Yeah, 3 levels, has the Shen, has the Jin, is going to have another God selection on the next round. See if Zenbai can be that winner for the team, as Aurora is significantly lower. He finds Flancy, who is going to put the items on the carry, but not the front line.
That's right. Should be an easy fight for Zenbai. He should have some more time. This is why playing a riskier strategy like this works so much better in 4v4. You have this extra room to stall out if your teammates were able to win streak early. Flancy and Moji G now transferring a lot of their HP to the win-out players from Team Vision.
This is so Vision dominated. Over 100 HP lead on the side of the red team right here, and there's still 2 players going straight for level 9.
Last God offering, shared wealth, or going to be a 5-cost shop. So for those players looking for the Blitzcranks, or even just Zenbai looking to cap out with a 5-cost board, very reasonable and strong option for him. Ahawe going to grab it because he's 1 Blitzcrank away. This could be the early Blitzcrank 2 like we saw Flancy dominate with last time.
He's still on 58 HP. He knows he can suffer the rounds, and he has to be the one to win out. The rest of Aurora, I hate to say it, but it doesn't look like they have any of the win-out spots for them.
We do still have a duplicator available there, but for Koyui, he could be in trouble. The lowest HP player in this lobby. He has not found a Kindred yet on this roll down. He's coming down to very little gold. He does have the Jax 3. The front line is there. The Akali. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, but he stayed level 6. He's not going to be able to 3-star the carries. I mean, this is just a potential bleed out from here.
He's did his job so well. He's actually forced Hwanmie off of the Akali reroll and also just completely destroyed 60 seconds game plan. The spoiler is here again.
The battle of the griefers at the bottom there. Koyui simply trying to outplay 60 second. If he goes out in 7th, he's done his job.
Now Flancy, who's been on a bit of a free fall, if you will, he's taking some losses for the team, is going to re-slam the items for Hwanmie, but he also hasn't upgraded his board in a little while. Looks like Hwanmie will be able to punish Akali so good against these weaker mid-game boards. So Flancy is going to take a large hit, which is going to hurt the side of Vision a little bit as they've been waiting to try and use Flancy's HP.
And the decision from Flancy, a lot of times we've seen these 10 win streak players rolling down heavily on level 8, trying to just play for a lower cap board. Flancy instead is trying to play for the win out alongside Zembai, saving up all his gold, trying to go level 9, and trying to play for the AP flex.
I especially like this because Koyoi is more on a griefer roll instead of win out from loss streak. They recognize, hey, we may have to cut him loose in an 8th place position, so we need to have strength for the rest of the game.
And they know MoGG will probably also fall out in the bottom 4, so it'll be up to Zembai and Flancy to win this game too for Team Vision.
This is a crazy pivot from 60 seconds and just what Koyoi has done so well. Because he held so many of the Zoes, 60 seconds, 2 players on the side of Aurora forced off their original reroll game plan and now forced to go into level 8 to find an out with the Aurelian Soul.
And he's so low, 17 life remaining, going to run into Moji, and it is going to be that Akali trying to find its way to the back line, but it's going to be difficult to get there. The front line holding for now for 60 second, but finally it starts to collapse, and the Akali is still alive. She makes it to the Karma. 60 second, gonna take a big hit, and he's down to a single life.
Pivotal win there for MoGG. This is his exact game plan. He's trying to punish the low roll players on Aurora Gaming in stage 4.
Kali, the beautiful champion to do that. And let's take a look at Zembai's board right here. He is going to go into level 9. What will he find? The Vex would be the best. Fiora, not bad. Very good. Second best option you could hope for.
So much gold to work with thanks to the late game specials as well. Still 40 gold to roll down. He's assembled most of the board. He's really only missing the copies of Vex.
And that's where he can even start to look to level 10.
Blitz
2 for the front line. He's finding just about everything. There's a Nunu to add to this board if he needs, or just to hold and grief away from the other side.
Still no copies of Vex is a little bit worrisome as we move into this stage 5. There's finally the copy, especially when you're so indexed with the Rageblade, double Rageblade build as well for Zembai.
Yeah, he's going to finally ditch his Maokai. On the other hand, Aurelian Soul's being found for Flancy. That's going to throw a huge wrench into 60 seconds win-out condition here. He was hoping that going level 8 would allow him to find the champion. Not likely. 60 second, most likely going to be taken 8th.
The Bard 2 was also found for Flancy, so a lot of AP damage coming in from that backline.
Itemization onto the Fiora and the Vex. Just missing out on some frontline items so far, but he has so much power on the board. Flancy looking to finish off 60 second, send him 8th. The big Ornn trying to tank for the team, but it might not be enough. That's just a 3 cost, getting punched down by the Blitzcrank. The damage from the Karma, not enough on her own, not having the duo carry. She's gonna fall. 60 second gonna go down.
A blowout elimination there, and Flancy, I mean, most of the players here from Team Vision have done such a good job of punishing 60 second all throughout stage 4 and now this stage 5 as well. I'm still thinking, who's the win-out player for Aurora Gaming? ag.al is stuck on level 8. Hwanmie is stuck on level 8, under 10 gold. He can't push 9.
They might even get blown out right here, so I think the game plan for the side of Aurora is you need to send Moji and Koyoi out right now.
Yeah, it has to happen so that they can at least have a shot to find that first place. ag.al even taking the Echo for the 5-cost shop and did not find a Blitzcrank in it whatsoever. He already had the pair, and he has not been able to make it a 2-star.
It's still Kindred 1 as well for Hwanmie. This is why he's been stuck on 8. He's trying to roll for the key upgrades he still needs. Koyu has done his job. He's outplayed 60-second. We'll see what more he can do here. If he can win this fight against Lilo, I would be incredibly impressed considering his game plan was so low cap.
Yeah, now Lilo has at least found frontline and backline upgrades. He does have that 2-star LeBlanc, but the Ascension gonna pop for Koyoi is gonna give a lot of power, and this board is just winning against Lilo. It's very close, but it's not close enough as now the LeBlanc falls. Koyoi gonna stay alive a little bit longer, and they may even send Lilo and 60-second 7th and 8th.
The Jax 3 plus the Akali 5 Nova Gunblade doing so much work if you don't have enough DPS to break through that Jax front line.
I just want to say that Blitzcrank was actually a traitor. It was someone imposter in disguise. It knocked the Jax back, so the LeBlanc stopped focusing him, and the Hextech Gunblade healed him back. Really bad chain of events for him.
Yeah, all of Aurora lost on that round. Of course, 60-second was already gone, but the rest of the 3 remaining also lost their rounds, which makes it near impossible to come back, not having the HP to do so. Moji surviving another round, finding wins, makes it more difficult as Zenbai rotates into Lilo, and he's the strongest in the lobby. Lilo not long for this world as the Fiora just cuts down the front line with ease. Nothing left for Lilo, and that is going to be Aurora taking 7th and 8th. Can Wanmie survive a little bit longer, or is it going to be an immediate blowout? Going to trade HP with ag.al, but that is so far behind.
And Koyu has done more than enough in this game. Number 2, he outplaces both Lilo and 60-second despite rolling down to essentially 0 gold on level 6 in stage 4.
Oh, that's just stage 3 tempo for you. I love it when a griefer gets a good result like that one. Being able to destroy 2 game plans for the cost of 1 just going into it. Wanmie now up onto the chopping block. If he runs into Zenbai, this game is well and truly over.
And Wanmie, I mean, sitting on a ton of gold, I think he knows he has to push levels, he has to play for a higher cap, but he's still sitting on a lot of unfinished upgrades on his board. Still has not found the Kindred. It's down to only the Shen and the Akali to try and win these fights. 16 HP, that could be just 1 life.
Zenbai runs into Flancy, Wanmie into Moji. Wanmie, the battle of the Akalis between these two. See who can find the backline first. It is going to be the Kindred upgrade, though, for Moji, whereas Wanmie does not have it. The front line a little bit tankier for the Wanmie side with the Morgana, but is it enough? 1 more cast. She's very tanky, but Akali is starting to fall, and that's all the damage. Wanmie gonna lose this fight. Does still have some HP left, but ag.al also loses. There's nothing left for Aurora. They have to take someone down immediately, and they have to play for 1-2, which is not going to be possible.
I think regardless of these results, the HP difference is just too big considering that ag.al and Wanmie are both going to be on under 10 HP. They weren't able to stabilize. They weren't able to play for cap. They weren't able to find their upgrades in stage 4. The pressure game plan from Vision, yet again, Flancy and Moji coming into stage 4 with so much HP has made it impossible.
Can this Shen do it? This alternate sort of carry condition Shen with the Archangels and the Guinsoo's Rage Blade. That's what Wanmie has to do against Zenbai.
It's doing its best, but its best is not nearly enough. We see Zenbai trying to take him down with the many legendary upgrades. ag.al against Moji, who has just continued to still scale up through the game. He will still have the Akali alive. That's going to be Wanmie down, and that's all that matters as he is going to fall in that bottom 4, meaning that is Vision taking game 2, leading this series 2-0 and 1 win away from becoming your TFT at EWC champions.
All smiles on the side of Team Vision. This was a team that was underrated, disregarded. There was no CN org that was willing to pick them up in time. We had Twisted Mind, who you had Wanmie earlier, not willing to pick them up. Finally, they proved their worth, their strength, and their newer generation of CN players in Zenbai and Koyu.
Everyone going for Aurora, saying they think Aurora will win, but now Aurora's back is against the wall. Can Wanmie find this final trophy that he needs, or will Vision turn them into dust? We go to a break, but when we return, Vision versus Aurora.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Team Vision are out of this world. They play the perfect game, and they are now leading 2-0. The reality is they are one game away from winning and being the title defenders. What a moment this is from them. Vision, unbelievable. You can see them. They're cheering already. They know we're looking into the vault, and the celebration has already started. And the 3-0 is starting to be threatened.
Love it.
Aurora Gaming got to answer back. But here, the reality of this situation is everybody's getting scolded, and Aurora Gaming needs to wake up because this is their time to shine. They need to win 3 in a row if they want to turn this series around for themselves to be champions. Stuart Houpe, from what I'm hearing, that was one of the most perfect 4v4s we've ever seen, and it was Vision on the execution.
Vision had the perfect game plan from the start. You know, you had Zembai, who was going for the birthday present into late game specialist, birthday reunion, I should say.
With the lose streak?
Yeah, exactly, with the lose streak, with the late game specialist. So he was the win-out player. And then you had 2 players on the side of Team Vision that were going for the win streak. And in the later stages of the game, they were the ones that gave Zembai the wins later on to allow him to go to level 9 and cap out his board.
That was the lower part, if you will. And Koji was the wildcard. He didn't need it to go 8th, and he won against 2 players, and that's the player that was playing defense, the player that was supposed to go down. And of course, as you mentioned, Flancy on the top, Moji on the top, defending the HP. They had the perfect sandwich here, Taylor, and that's exactly what you want to see in 4v4. Execution of masterclass, if you will.
I'm a guy that loves sandwiches, okay? That's why my stomach continues to grow. Let's take a look at some of the chats out there from you all. Now, whether it be on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you're watching. Wow, Flancy's still streaking. He never stopped.
He never stops. I mean, Flancy was the one that had the win out in game number 1. Now he had the streak early on in game number 2, but he was the one that allowed Zembai to get the win out in the end.
Go answer again. Vision just clear Aurora. I mean, also a possibility is possible, and they're predicting it. They did a 3-0 there with the hands.
That's
right.
But
I mean, I love the confidence, but Aurora is here to fight. There's been schooled right now, but of course they can pop it up again. I think we will see less communication, but we'll see Juanmei calling the shots.
LeBlanc Galileo is really cracked. Confirmed.
Confirmed. I mean, it's a very, very strong comp. Maybe not as strong as Space Groove, but if you can get the 2 stars in the end as well, it can still be very powerful.
Incredible stuff coming out from Team Vision, seriously. But I love what you said, Houpe. Aurora wants to come back, and they will roar back. I am sure of it. We take a look at the final action from that game number 2, and you'll start to notice, staying serious, Vision never let go of their perfect streak.
Yeah, well, I never thought we would get a complete wipeout in the grand finals, but this is just Team Vision having the perfect game plan from the start. The start of the game is so important. In a 4v4 environment, you have the tempo players, you have the win-out players as well. But like you mentioned, I want to mention again for Kuyi, being able to go for the Akali line for Nova, he got the early spatula, but he was the one that denied 60-second the Zoes and the Victors. 60-second then had probably the worst board that I've seen on stage 4. And he was only level 7, he was rolling a level 7, but he couldn't hit any of his board at all. And that's because Kuyi was kind of the hidden MVP in this, denying all the units away.
I noticed when we're looking at the live dugouts there, you know, Team Vision was chilling, relaxed, comfortable. Aurora's nowhere to be found. Maybe they're coming back on stage early because they're saying enough is enough. We need to shut this momentum down. We take a look at the stats from game number 2, and you start to get a true understanding of just how good Vision was.
Yeah, we see it in the bottom. They're 60-second going 8th directly. They briefly completely. He tried to play a different comp, Zoe, reroll, together with something else, and they went in directly. Everyone holding the Zoes, everyone holding the units for him, and he could never pop off. Same for Liluo, being contested, and of course Zembai taking the win there.
But how special is it? Flancy has been one of the main talking points. He wins back-to-back games.
Incredible story for Flancy. I mean, he's played different styles as well, and that's what you need in a 4 versus 4 environment. As I mentioned, game number 1, he's the loose streak player going for the win out, which he got that big massive win streak in the end. This game, he was all about tempo, he was all about win streak. He gave Zembai a few wins later on as well, and you see Zembai in second as well. Them 7 losses all came in the early rounds, and then he just kept on winning and winning and winning.
Vision looking absolutely unbelievable.
Incredible.
They were the #1 in their region. Miraculously, this is their first EWC First time representing a team here at EWC. They got second place last week in a different title. They are going for gold in this one. And again, for the club championship race, if Vision is able to win one more game, close this series out, they will officially be tied with first place. That is $7 million. Of course, there's more weeks left when it comes to the club championship race, but the fact is, tying first place with only 2 teams, I mean, come on, there's never been a better story. But the cosplayers are in the building and they're looking miraculous. Kitty had a chance to catch up with all of them.
Welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup, where I am surrounded by amazing cosplayers with their talented work. Let's get started with this beautiful lady here. Where can we find you? What's your name and who's your cosplay?
So I'm cosplay as Caitlin Kiraman. So I am Camellia Cos. You can, with the K. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok. Yeah, mostly. I really love Caitlin. I cosplay her very often. I have been unlucky yet to have her chibi on TFT, so cross my finger next time we have Caitlin chibi. I need her.
Fingers are crossed, and your makeup looks amazing, by the way. Who do we have here, and who are you cosplaying as?
I'm cosplaying as Vi today from Arcane, and I really love the character, and I spend 200 hours on my costume.
Where can we find you on Instagram?
Enzeru on Instagram mostly.
Amazing. And of course, here we have the cute Seraphine. So where can we find you?
You can find me on Instagram as riceball.gpeach. And I'm cosplaying Seraphine. She's a singer. I hope to get many more of her skins with Infinity icon. So yeah.
Ow, girly pop. And finally, who is ready for some TFT?
Amazing stuff coming out from our cosplayers. They have been absolutely wonderful, and I tell you what, it's been great here at the Esports World Cup. But this series is something special. Team Vision are making history, and for TFT, they are looking sensational. But this series is far but done with. Aurora Gaming, they want to come back, and they have the opportunity to do so, but they're going to have to dig deep. We saw them in the vault. We see them now on stage. Question is, are they ready to go the distance? They need 3 in a row in order to take it over. We're going to head to the stage in just a moment to continue our grand finals.
Grand finals here at EWC for TFT. Vision takes the early lead 2-0 over Aurora, showing everyone why this is the first seed coming out of the CN region.
It was a 3-1 win for Weibo Gaming last year up against virtus.pro. Is he going to go to Game 5 here? Is Aurora Gaming capable of the heroic comeback? Are they able to force the 3-2 win? I mean, it's such a hard thing to ask, especially when we're seeing the pressure, the tempo game plans from Team Vision.
We have seen this exact storyline for Hwanmie at the Space Gods Tactician's Crown, where Hwanmie was down in 8th place in 2 out of his first 3 games. But you know what? He emerged victorious. He was the champion. They have been through the pressure, but now there's a very different opponent from their same region staring at them.
They're all veterans on this Aurora Gaming roster. They've been doing this for so long, competing at TFT at the highest level. If you're gonna let just a 2-0 shake you, you don't deserve the GOAT status, you don't deserve that title. And he knows this, looking to bring this back, to finally add that final trophy to the trophy case that he sought after for so long. After winning in this exact venue for the Paris Open, this is the last piece of the puzzle, the last piece to decide for finally that he is the GOAT of TFT.
As we move into the game, Soraka and Kale will be our gods. Extra items for those duo and trio carry comps in the late game. Golden Gala, more importantly, will be the augment offering the encounter for the game. Things like Advanced Loan, incredibly interesting to pick up on in terms of having that extra econ onto one. The goal for Aurora Gaming has to be finding a way to dispute the win streaks, not just in Stage 2, but especially in Stage 3.
We all know that powerhouses when it comes to capping out, birthday reunion and spreading roots are kind of your best go-tos, but it's the tempo, like you said. I think this was a clash between mastery and flexibility, and so far the mastery of Team Vision, of having Koyoi and Moji play those tempo and spoiler positions over and over again, have prevailed.
Thinking about tempo augments for the 3-2 rollout in particular to try and stop Moji from taking over that Stage 3. Treasure Hunt, the Akali boards. We'll see if any players from Aurora Gaming can find this. And I have to highlight Moji as a player. Day 1, playing the same exact strategy, the ag.al for Team Vision, he was not able to find results, often ended up in that 8th place position. In this finals and across the last 2 days, a completely different competitor.
What Moji told the team manager of Kreno from Team Vision back when he was still on Q80s, back 2 years ago, was the promise that, why should you pick me up? Because I will win a global title within the next 2 years. He might be going to fulfill his promise in just this game alone. He's the one with the vision, the ability to coach the other players to get their absolute best.
And we're seeing here the constellation Stargazer is back on the menu. Finally, the Mountain will be the constellation for this game number 3. Both Lulu and Xayah playable, but you have to have the Stargazer in early, and Moji has found that option.
Yeah, he's already found the Lulu as we go towards that first augment selection of the game. Vision has shown that even though they have the set roles, they can find some flexibility in those win streakers early game, and that's what you need to become the winners here, as we are going to get those first picks. Spreading roots being offered to Moji, but he already has that Stargazer in. Is this something he can continue to take and play for?
It's actually a difficult decision for him right now. Spreading roots, of course, higher value, but he has such a set path with the Lulu here, so he actually rolls it away, trying to stick to a position that his teammates can understand better.
And may end up just getting that with booster pack. Very basic, very simple. Just get some extra gold. Meanwhile, the other two are a lot more committal, as we have a lot of the augments coming in.
Looking at again for Aurora Gaming, there are more scaling options. Hwanmie on the clear mind, ag.al on the bodyguard training, not the immediate tempo spike augments we're asking for.
And I just want to point out that Aurora picked every augment before the side of Vision did. That's the biggest thing that Moji tried to teach everyone from the CN region is, hey, why don't we just play our strategy around theirs?
Look at Flancy in particular. He saw, hey, these are some slower tempo augments coming out from Aurora Gaming. I pick up Advanced Loan. I can go for a potential roll down on 3-2 with all this extra gold. And yet again, Vision might be playing for the tempo, for the pressure game plan in Stage 3.
This is where we see the experience and pedigree from Aurora, having all these players, 3 TAC crowns between them, 2 on Hwanmie, 1 on Lilo, going up against the team play from Vision, the knowledge of 4v4, what Moji brings to the table.
Hwanmie trying to be the hero for the team because they don't have a very obvious win-out spot just yet. He is going to go for the full loss streak. Competing against him will be Flancy with that Advanced Loan. So we have the 2 carry players on each side now trying to go into a full loss streak situation. It will be about a couple of factors. Can someone pick up the Anima maybe to play around this one? Or what type of win-out augments can he get on 3-2?
And with the power of Stargazer and the inherent scaling capabilities of the Mountain, we do have 2 different players from Team Vision fielding Stargazer boards right now. Zembai and Moji G. Moji G potentially going for the Lulu, and Zembai might consider playing for the Xayah.
2 lines available. They can both go those different paths without contesting each other too heavily. 60-second is going to slam items and start to look to win streak for Aurora.
He can still go into any direction, even though it looks very much like a Corki. I will have to say the Mountain game plan on this Golden Gala is so incredibly powerful because you can go into that Pandora's items and just roll away into whatever type of vertical trait you want. So very strong game plan and start from Vision.
We'll see if ag.al can get together a tempo start here. A bit of a win streak going for now without getting really full value from the bodyguard training. Of course, an augment that scales you into the late game as you level up. If you can make it past this early game with a 5-win streak and then also have the additional power in stage 4, that could be a possible win condition for ag.al.
Mig is going to be able to keep the loss streak, does not see Flancy yet. So both of them continuing to open fort in the early stages, but of course Advanced Loan and Clear Mind going to give them a ton of economy. Flancy already at 50 gold at 2-3, while Mei of course still going to be keeping up a little bit because of the Clear Mind.
And do we see the commitment onto the Lulu from MojiG? If we do, that could be one of the targets for Aurora in terms of trying to hold the Lulu, trying to stop that from coming through on the mountain.
We're going to take a look at the gold boons right here. Both of these are actually fairly tame. It's really about the items. Can you get some good components that fit your build currently? Bow is one of the most popular ones, of course, for the Nashers, for someone like Moji as well.
And also because of the Stargazer, Zaya becomes more on the menu, needing all those extra bows, being able to get one here from the Kale, going to help enable that comp for whoever tries to go that direction.
And just the ability to have extra items from Kale in general will get you closer to that red buff Kraken build that makes Zaya so strong, especially with the right stalling augments for your frontline.
I feel like this game is going back to game 1, but the positions are reversed. Much slower game plan coming out from Vision. There's a full open on Flancy, Patient Study, and Infinity Protection, so a lot of very weak boards that are not expected to win early. This is Aurora's chance to actually take control of stage 3, which we have not seen yet.
Yeah, they have the win streaks at the top, 62nd and ag.al, as well as Hwanmie holding on to the loss streak. We'll see if he runs into Flancy, stops that streak, and also stops his own with the tie, but it will be a face-off between the two. Neither of them going to be able to keep the loss streak.
62nd trying to defend the win streak here, trying to get the 4 wins going with the tempo slams onto the Ezreal for now up against Koyui. I think also Lilo might turn this loss streak into a win streak, considering the board we saw there with the Jax 2, the Teemo 2, the front line, and the back line. And just holding the Jaxes will be helpful up against Moji if he does decide to reroll for the Lulu line.
Now, Lulu 3 has been a very vulnerable line. We've seen this actually before when Flancy went 8th place against Flash Wolves. Never was able to hit that Lulu 3. Very easy to deny. With the 2 lost streak players running into each other, I feel like this game is going to trend towards punching down because they don't have enough econ there to sustain their full builds. One of them will be low HP, and the rest of them will be like smart sharks that smell blood in the water.
Meanwhile, ag.al does lose his streak to teammate Li Luo. It's going to be just 62nd, looking to win out the stage. He's doing so at level 4. He has not pumped to 5. We have only Zenpai and Flancy alongside Hwanmie at that level 5, which makes sense for the 2 open forters.
And we're seeing the strong tempo slams from the Salvage Bin. You have the Sunfire online, the Last Whisper trying to go for that 5 win with the ability to then disassemble these items, trying to play for the flexibility depending on the 3-2 augment.
And 62nd has actually assembled a board that can win out. It's not just the win streak, but the fact that he has 3 Timebreaker feeding him 2 gold every single round here. This is the time that 62nd needs to shine.
Getting to play for that full economy, as well as getting to have the streak. He gets to have his cake and eat it too, as Zenbai able to win 3 after the early loss to another streaker. Takes down ag.al once more.
A very different game plan from Team Vision. The fact that the win streaker and the highest HP player is someone on Patient Study just goes to show they are not really prioritizing the pressure right now with their augment pickups and the boards they've assembled in Stage 2. We'll see if that changes in 3-2. We'll see if Team Vision tries to purposely go for the highest tempo augments on that Stage 3 round.
Yeah, they do want to fight something back from Aurora. Typically, we have seen the way they play is Moji and Koyoi, the 2 to wrestle back control, especially on Stage 3 and early starts of Stage 4 here. But I feel like Vision are very comfortable. They have very strong mountain win-out conditions on both of these players.
There's an Expo for Zenbai as well. Has a chance to slam the red buff if he wants it.
Has 2 already, going to be looking for more, continuing to stack up for Mountain, find those Stargazer emblems. This will be the story of the game. Can the Mountain be climbed for Vision as they continue to find power in these boards? Not as good of an early start as we had seen previously when it comes to the streaks for Vision. This time control going to Aurora, but not by much, and it just opens the door if they have the win-out potential.
And I really wonder, do Aurora actually have the communication after 2 tough losses to pull out their spots correctly? All 4 of their players are currently undecided on where they are going to end up.
As we move into the stage 3-2 augment round, reminder, it is Golden Gala, so we'll be seeing some gold augments coming through for Hwanmye. Cosmic Restart could be pretty insane considering his open fort strategy. The chance to find 2 emblems and the extra rerolls for a player like Hwanmye who can adapt so well could be massive. We're seeing Epic Rolldown also offer some tempo options with Construct a Companion for Li Luo.
See what the pickups end up being on this round. We mentioned that Pandora's items as well as an opportunity. Not seeing any of those being found just yet. Booster pack once more. Replication. Could be more bows as a possibility.
This is Koyoi's strategy every single game. I'm going to be on Akali duty, make sure that nothing stabilizes based on this Nova comp.
Perfect synergy between the cash out of the Infinity Protection and the Epic Rolldown on level 8. For 1, his goal will be to find the Kindred 2, to find the 5 Nova, and to try and tax every single player from Aurora Gaming, especially the low rollers in stage 4.
Comes down now to the win streaks. Can 60-second keep things going for Aurora, or Zenbai finally breaks it? It's going to be against Lilu, his teammate. Instead, should be able to hold on to this as he's continued to level up the board. 2-star Gragas for the front line, and another item slammed. Salvage bin allowing for him to slam an interesting medley of items that he can change out later.
That being said, it is Epic Rolldown for 60-second as well. Not a tempo option in the 3-2 augment round despite the 6 win streak. Potentially just trying to think about, hey, I have stayed healthy enough for now. I need to find a way to have the extra econ to hit my board on stage 4.
Shepard so far has been a completely open line between these players. We'll see if anyone goes for that. In the meantime, Moji, if he wants to play this reroll, he should be rolling down now. He is 6, does get the Lulu pair already.
If he hits the 3rd booster pack on 4-2, does something special happen?
He gets triple boosted.
3 packs is out here playing Riftbound, you know? That's what we got in the grand finals.
Remember, TFT Convergence? Oh no, sorry, just the Convergence in Vegas.
Moji going up against Lilu. Has gone for the Lulu direction, at least within that mountain. And 60-second does hit Zenbai now. We will see one of the win streaks snap. And with these 3 items on the Jack, Zenbai having to anchor around this Talon dealing all the damage. Ezreal trying to be the carry for 60-second, but the Jax, if it can get one more cast off, is going to be far too much, and it doesn't even need to as the Talon makes it to the back line. Not getting another tempo option. 60-second going to lose the win streak at 7 as Zenbai turns things around.
And this red buff Edge of Night build on Talon was one of the menaces of the early game in the earlier parts of the set, when Talon could carry you through into a very easy tempo game plan for the Stargazer line.
Flancy just naturaled another Karma. Things looking really in Vision's favor right now. The 2 forecasts for AP Flex on the side of Flancy is going to be very difficult to keep him down, even though he is in 7th place. I would say he'd be one of the fastest players to turn the corner.
He's done it time and time again for Team Vision. Flancy being the hero. So many firsts for the team across this tournament. He's identified as the all-star for this, and they've built a lot of their game plans around him, being able to have him as a win-out option once again.
Well, you can't stop someone that just naturals everything on level 6, so that's a little bit unreasonable, but very high roll for him. And we were talking about punching down in this tournament because both of them lost their streaks in stage 2 between him and Hwanmye. Now I don't think Flancy is going to be collapsing very easily.
Especially the synergy with the Arbiter for the Leona. For every interest he has, he can print out Leonas. He picked up advanced loans, so he's been having a really good time in terms of advancing that Leona print.
Meanwhile, Hwanmye is still homeless. You can't really tell where he's going. He's trying to hold on to pieces of perhaps denying the Xayah, perhaps going straight into the space group. I think he has to get really, really lucky with hitting those Namis, while everyone else on Vision will be looking at him.
Escaping this spot, further proving his legend, his legacy as the GOAT of TFT. If he can escape this, he can escape anything, and that's going to be the question when it comes to the stage 4 roll down for Hwanmye.
We could see players try and directly target grief Hwanmye in terms of what his direction would be, considering he's going to enter stage 4 maybe at around 20 HP. That's 2 lives. If he misses on his roll down, that could be it for him.
He's already committed to double Nasher, so I have to assume that he has only just the pathway towards the space groove as his only answer right here. That makes the game plan so much easier for Vision.
Going into the last fight of stage 3, Hwanmie has gone for the full loss here. Zenbai trying to win out into stage 4, keeping 97 HP alive for Vision. Their game plan coming to fruition once more. The Lost Streakers looking to turn the corner already. Yui and Flancy both being able to do so. As it's going to be Zenbai against Ahawe. He has the 3 items on the Lissandra, but the Talon is wreaking havoc on the backline already. This carry is insane, and the tanks are too strong. Zenbai is so powerful.
With this win streak, with this setup, with these item slams, and with the Mountain Stargazer into the Xayah line, if Zenbai is able to hit Xayah 2 quickly, he can very easily win out this game by pushing to 9, finding the Jin 2, and finding the Blitz 2 as well.
Hwanmie on 19 after stage 3. Going into stage 4, he is going to have to find his comp immediately. He has 80 gold to work with, but he's only pumped 10 into level 7 so far.
He's still holding out hope here, but I think he has to roll down on 4-1. Everyone else will be denying him. He can't really use a reinforcement to bail him out right here. He just has to go for it and hope that fortune is by his side.
With the Nami 2, that could be enough to stabilize. Someone like Cole Yui with Epic Roll Down is also going to try and roll down on 4-1, most likely for the Nova board while holding Namis.
Here it comes. The level up being punched. He's at level 8. Finds the Fiora immediately. There are the 4 costs. Needs to find the AP Flex. Gets the Nami.
There's a pair.
There's a pair. Xayah to hold, but I don't think he can afford to hold units this time. He needs to find everything. Blitzcrank found. Added to the board. Can he find the Nami 2? Can he find the front line? He's still continuing to miss, but he's at least found the pieces.
And looking at the board from Zenbai, he's rolled for Nami as well, adding it to the Stargazer Mountain board and denying these copies from Hwanmie, who's still paired on his most important units.
Stuck on 1 stars. His front line not yet there. Just the 1-star Morgana alongside the Blitzcrank. Goes up against his teammate, Lilo. He has not removed items. Feels like Hwanmie did enough, and it looks like that is the case. Blitzcrank gets a cast and a very good loss for Aurora, but Hwanmie is not out of the woods yet.
It is one battle after another for Hwanmie. He found a pair of Namis right here. He's getting denied very strongly on the side of Zenbai, who does lose, but he still needs to get some combat augments right here. He's not going to make it if it's 3 econ.
Flancy was holding a Nami as well. All of Vision looking to send Hwanmie packing.
60-second on the Epic Roll Down as well. We'll be pushing to level 8. First, we'll pick the artifact. We'll see with the Salvage Bin how 60-second, the highest APM player in the game, can finish off this turn.
Here come the rolls. 20 to go. Morgana 2 available in the shop. Can go for that big tank. He doesn't have a lot of gold to spend on the unit, so he's going to start selling down so he can get there. Finds the Corki, has the Bard, the Meeple online with the front line. There's the Melio pickup. Can he find the more important hits? Pair of Corkis. Finds the Rammus finally to add to this board. How deep will he go? 12 more remaining as he has set up the board quite well.
It's going to have to remake all his items as well. The high APM required of 60-second to try and stabilize exactly on this turn. He is facing a teammate.
Beautiful transition, and he's not going to have to complete it just yet because he can sacrifice some life to Ahawe. Does not have to worry about it too much, just looking to try and get as many kills as he can and minimize the losses. Aha, meanwhile, has found the 2-star LeBlanc. The comp is coming together, just needing the front line to move these items from the Pantheon.
And the game plan for Aurora is to remove Koyoi from the game. Lowest HP player, always griefing everyone. On the side for Hwanmie, we still have to check into him. He opened a booster pack. Did he find anything? The most important booster of his career.
Does not look like he found what he needed. Pair of Morgana, pair of Namis, but none of it's there yet. Vision looking to send him off into the sunset.
And this could be it. The roll down from Zenbai was so impactful. The roll down from Flancy as well. So many Namis being held here.
Yep, Flancy holding the Namis. We saw them held on another Stargazer board as well. That's 6 copies out of the pool. 2 more for Hwanmie. Not that many left for him to hit.
Only 3 left in the bullet to find right here, and he's not going to get it. Looking at Moji, who's looking to send him down.
This looks like it could be it, going up against Moji, but Moji only on level 6. He's been rolling for his reroll composition, and he does not have the 3 stars yet, but our 1 star carries enough for Hwangmie. It is down to the Blitzcrank. Ascension going to pop because the damage is too slow. Now the Lulu starts to crank. Can she find the rest of the kills? 1 more cast. The Nami gets through. Hwangmie gonna live a little bit longer.
Is the Pengu's offering going to help Hwangmie out? Is he still able to hit the Nami with so many copies out?
Here are the God selections. Needlessly large runner, 12 health. Hwangmie can add 1 more life. He can escape for a little bit longer.
And this might be the salvation that Aurora Gaming needs. A little bit of extra time to hit their upgrades to stabilize their boards.
A pause on the unrelenting pressure, but a miracle still needed to avoid a complete 0-3 finals on the side of Aurora. They need to start communicating. They need to start finding what they need.
And some heads-up plays. Zembai actually sold his Nami once he saw his teammate rolling for it, but the Nami's found regardless for Hwangmie.
He gets the health, he finds the Nami. Now the front line needs to follow. He's on the Morgana pair. If he can find the extra upgrade, that is where Hwangmie can start to come back. But he's not in a position to really win from here because of the econ. It's so tough for him to crawl out of this hole. If he can, he needs time. He needs his team to be able to sacrifice health, and they just don't have it.
And Liluo's next on the chopping block. No econ augments for him, having a very difficult time finding his upgrades on a 3 loss right now in stage 4.
We've seen it time and time again. Aurora bottom 3 on the health, holding hands, not able to find any traction in this game. Ahau able to remove from the LeBlanc. Now he'll start to slam as this fight gets a little bit closer, trying to make sure that he doesn't take too much damage because they just don't have the health to spare. The Nami trying to take the win, but maybe they've cut this too close. Nami potentially going to go down. She does, and Hwangmie is going to take a loss from Ahau. Will have 1 more life that was bought by the Soraka, but it's so tough, and Liluo does end up losing as well.
Hwangmie knows that the death cap on the backline was too much. It actually takes down the carry, and because it was the Blitzcrank, Karma just targets the backline, wipes the DPS away from Hwangmie. Now he's back to 1 life, even with the Soraka boon.
The one upside now for Aurora Gaming, 60second has found the key upgrades. He's starting to win streak now, starting to preserve some HP. But yet again, the question comes out, who will be the win-out player for Aurora Gaming if Hwangmie does stay alive? Ahau playing for the reinforcement on 4-2, lowering his cap in this lobby.
It's going to be close, goes up against 60second now. He's going to have to sack, but he doesn't remove. He doesn't have it, or he didn't notice in time, and now Hwangmie is in trouble. They may just have to let him go, and it's not even going to be their choice because he just didn't remove in time. Now it could just go down as we see 60second side of the fight. He has 3 removers left. He just didn't do it, and Hwangmie is going to fall to his own teammate. Aurora in shambles.
The best win-out condition on the side of Aurora has now fallen. Space Groove was the only comp that had a chance to take a first place right here. Now they're banking on perhaps, I would say, Ahau and his Shepherd board. That looks like the best chance, even if 60 seconds has a lot more HP.
Liluo does find the Kindred, has a lot of items, but not enough econ to really upgrade most of his carries. Still sitting on just the Akali and the Kindred, and the Vex added in with the Shojin. Is this going to be enough, especially with his front line?
How does he even buy it? And he's on 1 life. I mean, it's going to be really difficult here. It is just going to be the PvE round, so we'll see if he can end up getting a chance to get there. But Kindred, is it enough? 3-star from Moji, finds the Pantheon, frontline stabilized.
It's big. The Ascension pickup from Moji on 4-2 means that you needed to find the frontline upgrades first to try and win some of these fights on stage 4, on stage 5, to try and pressure the players from Aurora Gaming, especially Liluo, sitting at 10 HP.
This is an incredibly strong board coming in from Moji. He has the combat augments, and the stuns going into the backline for most of these single tank compositions is going to be absolutely devastating, especially for someone like Liluo. There's really no chance if he runs into Moji that he can take it.
Liluo also just going to be on a Kali 1 in this moment. Does not have much strength. Goes into Zembai. He has found the Xayah. Not the Xayah 2, but the Xayah pair. Liluo looks like he may go down before he gets this Kindred. The front line way too strong for his damage, and it just comes down to the scaling of Vex. Can she break through? The Nunu snowball is massive. The Tahm Kench will not fall, and the damage is coming through from Vision. Liluo will go down. down alongside Hwang Mie, and that is 7th and 8th for Aurora. They must go 1 and 2 from ag.al in 62nd.
The same position, yet again, the pressure too much to handle for Aurora Gaming in this game. 3, 62nd, and ag.al forced to go 1st and 2nd to try and win the game, force the game 4, extend the series.
It's been a while since we've watched their 2 boards, so let's take stock of the situation right now. He is on 4 copies of Corkis. That's usually the only chance you have for a win out on the Corki Riven composition. And in the meantime, for ag.al, he has been win streaking, but he has to go to level 9 and hit that Sona 2 for his major cap. There's still a long ways off from getting there.
62nd gonna face off against Moji. He has found the Melio and the Pantheon, but not the main carry in that Lulu just yet. And Bard is gonna help try and shred through this front line. Corki and Bard should be able to make fast enough work to try and get this done. But that Ascension, such a great augment for this setup. The front line takes so much time to die. It gives the Lulu the chance to ramp up alongside the Melio. And it looks like it may be enough. One more cast from the Bard, from the Corki. It's not enough. 62nd gonna take a loss. Moji able to continue to deal damage to Aurora. And this health is a finite resource.
Zenbai still on Xayah 1. We saw the 2 holds there from ag.al trying to deny that next big spike for maybe one of the strongest players coming into stage 5 from Team Vision.
Koyoi, the spoiler here, he has the most HP on the team and has already read the playbook coming in from 62nd, holding on to that Corki, holding on to that Rammus. He's going to make sure this game plan is impossible for 62nd.
And there is not going to be a level 9 game plan from 62nd. He continues rolling here to try and find the extra Corkis. Is that going to be enough for even a 2nd place?
Level 9 just not that much meaningful for the Meeple composition, but with that much denials on and Koyoi being the one to hit the copies, it's going to be so hard to actually come back. Both tracks in the Corki and the Rammus are being held.
Not going to be able to find that alternate win con, and just generically the Meeple comp not so good at placing first, unless he could find some emblem somehow, some way, but there's really no chance of that, as he is going to be able to find at least a fight win as Riven makes it to the back line.
It is a close loss as well here for the teammates. 62nd staying a little bit healthy here. I mean, the HP is there, it's more about the cap. How are they going to reach that 1st and 2nd place, especially looking at Koyoi, who's just starting to get stronger and stronger.
ag.al knows he needs to play for the level 9 boards. Only one Sona right here coming into it. He's holding on to get to the level 9 much later on, but these 2 rounds are going to be pivotal. It's going to depend, it's going to decide how much runway he actually has, because he still needs to take 2 losses before he gets his next upgrade.
Wanted to find a Val potentially for the Nunu, not able to do so, has to settle for another AP item onto the Sona now.
Flancy just going to sell board, says his board is not doing enough, and he needs ag.al and 62nd to fight each other earlier. He will bow out of this one. He has done his work. He has done his job over the course of this series. Zenbai going to face off against ag.al. He has found the Xayah 2. The comp getting fully online with the Jin as well. Not having the upgrade there yet, but ag.al still strong enough for now, it seems. The Blitzcrank is going to stand back up, though. Gets a cast onto the LeBlanc, but it's not enough just yet.
Zenbai is playing for max cap, though, sitting still on 30 gold, not rolling down for the Jin, maybe considering going 10 if he's able to win a few of these fights.
Both of Aurora standing members still survive right here, and this is a huge round for ag.al, giving him just a couple more rounds to find that Nunu. Actually, both of these players still missing on their Nunu upgrades here. That's going to be the next most contested unit.
I think Team Vision knows Zenbai has the highest chance to win the game. They will be sacking Lice for him, allow him to go 10, try and play for the Blitz 2, the Jin 2, the extra Stargazer emblems from the Mountain. This could be the win outcome that delays and denies the Game 3 win for Aurora Gaming.
Olgi now finding ag.al. He's decided to push to level 7, possibly giving up on the Lulu for now, as he only has the 6 copies, just trying to get the board as strong as possible. That double Stargazer that they set up from the very beginning, recognizing the strength of that on Golden Gala on the Mountain. Moji not enough to beat ag.al just yet. Both of the players for Aurora finding the wins that they need to try and play for the end game. But can they find both 1st and 2nd?
If 62nd finds the Bard 2, that could be the next big spike, especially once you go 9 to play the 2nd Corki 2. He's very close to being able to level up, might be doing so after this PvE round.
Huge moment coming in for 60 Second right here. The best upgrade he can find on level 9 will just be that Elder Dragon. Does he try to weaken his board for it? Yes, he actually takes down the Corki here. So he's trying to gamble all that the red and blue buff Bard can actually steal that.
Here we go, see what items are able to be picked up. As you mentioned, the Bard stealing it would give that front line. Does he get it? He does not. We've seen that bail players out before.
Level 9 for both players from Aurora Gaming. They're trying to find their next big spike, trying to find the Corkis on the side of 60 Second, trying to find the rest of the AP carries on the side of ag.al. Finds a blitz, but not much more.
Does get the upgrade onto the Nunu, but no Sona just yet. He's still holding on to the Nunu to deny the side from Zenbai.
Sona pair. Can he
finds the Vow as well, potentially. Yep, he finds the Vow to place on the Nunu. That could be so impactful in these late game fights for ag.al. It will be, I believe, a team matchup there between both players. It will be MojiG versus Zenbai. Items have been removed off the gym, but they're being re-slammed here for Zenbai. He has to stay healthy. He's now gone level 10.
Level 10, best in slot on the Xayah. He scaled the mountain so much. Moji, your job is done. We'll see you on the next one as Zenbai takes out his teammate. He's done all the work he needs.
All Zenbai needs is to go second place right here. They're all eyes onto 60 Second. He should be the weaker board in this situation. However, I will mention ag.al getting a great find on the gold there, actually getting the correct command from Sona.
ag.al in a solid position, finds that win against 60 Second, and it's going to come down to what he can pick up. Gets a Morgana in his shop. This is a huge hit. His front line was falling apart, and that's the 2-star that he needed. That and Sona are the last 2 pieces of the puzzle for ag.al's cap.
Will be making the upgrade at the very last second, most likely before he loads into this next fight. As you mentioned it, Clement, it's all about Zenbai fighting for that second place position. Koyu is no longer relevant in this game.
It's going to be Koyui versus 60 Second. He should go down in this spot, but can he take out the Corki? That is a lot of held units on Koyui's board. He's holding the 3 Ramesses, the Corkis on the bench. Yeah, he was looking for Kindred 3, even trying to force Aurora to hold units, force them to use all of their gold. Riven stuck on the Rames for a very long time, and now the other Riven is going to wrap. It doesn't quite get there, but Koyui actually going to stay alive and deal some damage to 60 Second.
And he's threatening the Kindred 3 as well.
Zenbai going to take a loss to ag.al, but the Kindred 3 threaten is going to force them to hold, and they don't have to hold it, so Sona 2 is hit. Can Koyui find the Kindreds?
Finds an extra bow.
There. Extra bow picked up. Can convert to an item. He has an open rod. Ginsu, not sure how much help it will provide, but he does not find the Kindreds just yet.
Koyoi will most likely drop this round against ag.al or Zenbai. He should just be going out, but he will be holding on to the very last second. He's actually not trying to roll, so I assume it has to be Zenbai that's his opponent.
Zenbai at level 10, but did lose this last round down to 20 health. They can't pressure Aurora just on HP. Now they truly do have to play for that win. It's very difficult to keep Aurora at bay, but Zenbai just has to play for the win. ag.al on to Koyui. Is this the fight that he can send him packing? It is going to be both the LeBlanc and the Karma hitting the Rammus. It goes down much quicker this time. There's no way to get a wrap onto the back line. The Nunu stun comes down. It does make it happen as Koyui will fall to ag.al, but does Zenbai beat 60 Second? He does.
And Zenbai, he's still lacking some critical upgrades. We're seeing the Jins being held by ag.al. There's no more gold left for Zenbai. He is still missing the Blitz 2, the Jin 2, the Morgana 2 as well.
Reminder that Aurora needs to go 1 and 2 to win this. Zenbai only needs to hold on for the second place, and 60 Second is blinking with that 5 health. ag.al has to sack for him and send Zenbai out of this as he's got more item upgrades.
Another Vow is found. Do you want to itemize the Blitzcrank or the Nunu? It is the Nunu with 2 Vows now. These stuns could be so impactful. Watch the Blitzcrank in this fight as well.
Jin 2 pickup. Zenbai found so many upgrades here. He is going to hit the Ghost, and we'll see if 60 Second can stay alive. He must. ag.al has to sack the round.
No removers. He has to use his backline as his front line just to keep 60 seconds alive right here, but he might have to do it for another round. This still might not be enough. ag.al might still be too strong as the LeBlanc is alive.
The LeBlanc stays alive forever, but the Riven finally gets there, and that will be enough to keep 60 seconds alive. It just shows the strength of ag.al, which is a good sign for Aurora. He has to beat Zembai, who found so many upgrades.
Is there a chance for a Corki 3 now that Koyui has gone down? He was holding the copies. There's 7 copies of Corki right now found per 62nd. Does he think he's strong enough to beat this board naturally?
What can he sell if not? Because he's going to have to find it, and he doesn't have any gold remaining. 2 copies left. I don't know if Zembai has any that he's been able to hold because he had to roll deep to find his pickups, and he doesn't have a single Corki to his name.
The vision to go 10, the vision to go for the most cap board possible from Zembai. He's standing in the way of the comeback from Aurora Gaming.
Where will 60 Second go? He finds Zembai.
Oh no, the positioning.
Can he win? The positioning isn't there. The Rammus on the far side. This is Morgana gonna go down. This might be the victory march for Zembai. He's able to take out the Riven already. The Corkis are falling. The limes have collapsed. 60 Second is down. And while Hwang Mie may be the GOAT, Vision is his shepherd, and they will send him out to pasture with no final trophy for the case, as Team Vision are your EWC TFT champions.
Clancy, the king without the crown, finally gets his win over Hwang Mie. He has never had a major title win, but he finds it against his arch nemesis in Hwang Mie to close this one out.
What an insane grand finals. The pressure, game after game after game, could not be handled by Aurora Gaming. Every single time the setup coming to stage 4 was detrimental for the team. They weren't able to handle the low rolls time and time again. 7th and 8th place for players from Aurora Gaming. What a display of team play, of 4v4 prowess for Team Vision.
And that guy on your screen, that man, Moji. So many doubts for him. So many doubts in day 1, the double 8s. Could he keep up? And he does. He gets there, and he's pivotal in this performance from Vision.
He has kept his promise. There were so many doubters asking, why do you even need a coach in TFT? Why can't you just be a good player? There's no mechanics to this game at all. And Moji proves that the insight, the time that he spent in the tournament realm, just figuring out every single composition for the team, every single trick in the book pays off in the very end.
The final fight, not even close. Zembai able to scale that Stargazer board to a crazy cap. Level 10, all the 5 cross were hit. The 50-50 positioning on the Rammus hit the wrong side. Team Vision looks so strong in this grand final, so dominant in this 4v4 format.
Koyoi screaming out, remember the name, Hwang Mie. You might have bested me in multiple TPC finals, but I now have your dog tag in 4v4. Moji also absolutely ecstatic. Zembai, the newer generation of the CN talent, now rising up against giants like Lilo and Hwang Mie.
Hwang Mie is going to have to pass the key over to Moji. Moji will be the one with the honor of going and crushing this Aurora key.
The captain, the ag.al, who else could it be? Moji, he's grown so much from the start of the group stage up until now. He's locked in. I think he's one of the standout performers in this grand finals.
Disappeared from Tier 1 competition since set 12. Now he comes back with a bang. 2nd place at MSI, now 1st place at EWC.
And he is part of the team to stop Hwang Mie from completing the run to get that final trophy for his case, and instead it will go to Moji as the dream is crushed for this year. He says, come back next time.
The final snap, the final key being crushed here at TFT, at EWC.
That will do it as Moji crushes it, and now that is all that is left for them, is to walk back to the stage to get that final trophy lift.
What a journey it has been for Moji, coming in from APAC, joining a CN team and doing it all, taking it home.
And now we'll send it down to the stage for the trophy lift as he holds those final pieces, and Rob will talk to him.
Ladies and gentlemen, history has officially been made here at the Esports World Cup. They qualified from the toughest division in the world out of China. And Moji and the rest of Team Vision has shown that they are the best in the world. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join us in celebrating the greatest TFT team on planet Earth. As they insert their key into the trophy, we started with 16, but in the end, there can only be one. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Vision! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and if we could please get Moji for our interview.
墨击选手，请来到我们的赛后采访。墨击选手，首先恭喜 ，Congratulations to Team Vision for being the Esports World Cup 2026 Grand Finalist title winner. This is going to be a historical moment for EWC, and this is the first time we've seen a 3-0 in the grand finals. So how does that make you feel? 首先，恭喜墨击选手可以拿下今天的冠军，这也是整个历史里面第一次3-0的比分结束游戏。所以你对这个有什么看法呢？
我觉得我们队打得非常的好，然后也成功的抓住对手的破绽，所以才能够打出这样的结果。因为我们是跟对手也练过很多把，所以足够了解对手。
I feel like we were able to take the win and of course the title tonight because we are really understanding of the enemy team because we were scrim partners with them and we were able to take it all. So of course, I'm very happy with today.
Moji, I know that you've had to put in so much blood, sweat, and tears to get to this amazing moment in your career, but I do have to ask, is there anyone in particular out there that you have to thank for helping you to get this far?
想问一下墨击选手，其实有很多支持你的人，所以有没有希望跟粉丝们或者你的家人说的感谢的话呢？
就是感谢大家都支持我们的，就是感谢支持我们队伍的所有粉丝吧。然后还有就是长期陪伴我们、支持我们直播的兄弟们，然后以及还有就是有很多的时差，但是还是把比赛看完的，在家里的我的老婆。
Thank you so much to the friends and family that were able to watch us through this journey at the Esports World Cup. I know that the time zone difference is very big and people stay up very late watching us compete over here in Paris. And finally, I would like to say a special thank you to specifically my wife for supporting me in this journey. This is also going to be your first international win after going back to being a player from the coaching position. So what would you like to say to yourself after making that decision? 这也是你第一次拿到了国际赛的冠军，尤其是从教练转成选手，你做出这个选择的时候，你觉得你对自己有什么想说的话吗？
就是用尽全力，然后对得起我的队友，也对得起我自己。这个结果我非常满意。
I am incredibly happy about this decision because I feel like I've made it up to myself. I've made it up to my teammates. So I'm very glad that I made this decision from the beginning.
Okay, and of course, Team Vision are champions, but that is not our last order of business, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe that we have Damascus with something very important, very shiny in his hand.
Yes, Rob, we had 16 teams at the beginning of this week. 15 teams fell, one reigned supreme in the name of Team Vision. But there is one award yet to give away, and this is the also important Sony Finals MVP, rewarding the most valuable player of this entire tournament. I've got the trophy with me, and without further ado, I would like to announce to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, your Sony Finals MVP for EWC TFT. Please make some noise for Team Vision's captain, Flancy!
Congratulations to Flancy for winning the Sony FMVP. Would you like to say any message to the people that have been supporting you throughout your entire journey? 首先，恭喜 Flancy 选手能拿下 FMVP 的奖励。那么有没有什么想对你家里或者支持你的人想说的话吗？
首先这个 MVP 肯定是属于我们每个人的，因为我们在整个4次备战过程中，我们都付出了巨大的努力，然后也是就是磨合得很好嘛。我觉得这个 MVP 属于每个人。然后的话就是谢谢支持我的大家嘛。因为这个赛季在单人赛里面，我的成绩也是比较可惜，但是我自己觉得自己状态蛮好的，所以说到4次，我觉得我们最终的这个成绩也是就是没有白费我们的辛苦和努力吧。对。
I would like to believe that this FMVP is deserving to every single player on our team, especially because I think my personal development has not been the greatest this year. However, in the 4v4 format, we were able to pull through. And of course, I would like to thank all the fans and people supporting us behind the camera, as this FMVP is for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the finals MVP himself. You've heard from the MVP, you've heard from the captain, and now we need to hear it from all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your EWC TFT champions, Team Vision! Team Vision, it is time to immortalize your place in history. Please go to the totem to etch your names in the annals of EWC history. Congratulations.
From lower bracket survivalists to grand finals winners, Team Vision managed to get the job done, beating Aurora Gaming. This org took a risk on this roster in EWC. For the first time, Team Vision entered the club championship race. And by doing so, they took a risk on 2 teams. One team played last week, getting second place in another title. This team plays in TFT, and they win it all. They are now tied at first place for the club championship race. But the historic run from Team Vision is because of this team right here in front of you. And Flancy, the tournament MVP, so well deserved. He played out of his mind. Team Vision, what a remarkable run.
Incredible run, incredible story as well, both for the organization, but also each individual player as well. We heard from Moji as well. Being a coach, coming back as a player, finally getting that international win, and Flancy as well. Been runner-up so many times. He's been so close to getting his first international title, and now he is walking towards the totem with his MVP.
So important for the honor of the Chinese region. A game that has been developed to be an individual game, and now thanks to EWC throughout these 3 years, it has been developed into a squad. 4v4 has been a game that has increased the community in TFT and has able to the power of friendship be in the community and be a possibility for them to develop teams, and also for the future of a game that we all love.
And Team Vision shows the balance that you need in a 4v4 format in TFT. You need to make sure that you have the player that wins out, the player that has the brains, the player that has the tempo as well, but everyone needs to be adaptable and have different game plans every time. And that's exactly what this team brought.
3 EWC TFT champion, or winners have been crowned. Team Vision, now one of them, working so very hard to get to this point. They take the walk to the totem to etch their name onto the totem and therefore into the history books of EWC. You can only do this once a year, and this is their year. Such a tremendous run again from group play, dropping down to the lower bracket, beat by Flash Wolves. They come back into playoffs. They win their quarterfinal matchup. They go into the semifinals to play Flash Wolves once again, this time beating them. They eliminated virtus.pro, second place from last year earlier in the bracket, and then they went on to the grand finals to ultimately be our winners, doing it in sensational fashion, winning 3-0. This team is remarkable. Your 2026 EWC TFT champion.
Welcome to the Totem, your winners of Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup 2026, Team Vision!
Team Vision, congratulations. Please select 3 separate keys to represent your accomplishments here this week.
Team Vision 再次恭喜你们在电竞世界杯云顶之弈上夺冠。现在请选3支战队的钥匙作为你们奖杯的底座。
Team Aurora, Team Flash Wolf,
阿波拉 T1， 然后还有那个闪电狼
and T1.
We'd love to know as well, everybody here at the Esports World Cup in Paris and everybody at home, why you've selected these 3 teams specifically.
那能不能也给现场的观众以及在线上看的粉丝们解释一下，为什么你会选择这三支战队作为你们的底座呢？
阿罗拉作为一个就是我们决赛圈的对手嘛，所以说肯定要给一个尊重的。然后第二就是闪电狼，闪电狼是唯一一个在就是整场 EWC 击败过我们的。然后最后给 T1 是我觉得是他是所有是里面配合最好的，所以我给了 T1 这一个尊重。
Well, first selection for Aurora Gaming is because they are our grand finals rivals. They are our opponent, and we gotta respect them for it. Second selection was for Flash Wolves because they are the only team that has defeated us once in this tournament. And the final one for T1 is because out of all the teams, we actually feel that T1 has the best synergy, has the best teamwork and coordination out of all our opponents, and we absolutely respect them for that as well.
Team Vision, congratulations. Please ascend the totem to claim your trophy and cement your name in EWC history.